On the desolate precipice of Wu Wang Cliff, the surrounding mountains stood eerily silent, and the abyss below loomed like a voracious beast, devouring all in its path. Longli stood at the edge, her delicate pink gauze dress fluttering in the wind, making her appear frail and defenseless. Her eyes were filled with fear as she stammered, "Brother Che, why is it so high here?" "I am scared," her voice trembled slightly, carrying an innocent naivety. Bailey Che gazed at her coldly, his luxurious brocade robe accentuating his refined demeanor, yet the icy chill in his eyes was enough to freeze anyone's heart. A mocking smirk tugged at his lips. "Aren't you supposed to be a fool? How could you even know fear?" His words were sharp and cutting, like the blade of a knife. Nearby, Long Yu's pale green dress swayed gracefully in the wind. Her delicate features were marred by a hint of malice. She sneered, "Brother Che, as long as we get rid of her, no one will dare laugh at you ever again." Her tone was light and casual, as if taking a life was of no consequence. Long Li timidly tugged at Long Yu's sleeve, her voice choked with sobs. "Sister Yu, I want to go home." "Go home." Long Yu let out a derisive laugh before suddenly raising her hand and slapping Long Li across the face. The strike was followed by another, leaving blood at the corner of Long Li's lips as she collapsed to the ground. She reached out, trying to shield herself, but she was too weak to resist. "You wretch. You still dare to talk about going home." Long Yu stared at her, her expression filled with disdain as she spat venomous words. "Why should a fool like you be the legitimate daughter of the Long family, while I'm nothing but a concubine's child? The entire family bows to you, and that is your crime." With that, she picked up a dagger and plunged it mercilessly into Long Li's chest. Blood gushed out instantly. Long Li's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling violently from the pain. She struggled to speak. "Sister Yu, why?" "Why?" Long Yu's eyes gleamed with madness as she pressed her foot down hard on Long Li's hand, twisting it cruelly. "Because you've lived a better life than me. A fool like you doesn't deserve such a fate." Bailey Che frowned impatiently, his tone laced with disdain. "Hurry up and finish it. I don't want to waste any more time." His words were cold, as if Long Li's very existence was a stain on his honor. "All right then, let me give her the final farewell," Long Yu said with a sinister grin. She swiftly severed the tendons in Long Li's hands and feet, leaving her writhing in agony. "Someone like you should have died long ago," she declared with chilling indifference. Long Li's body convulsed as blood soaked through her dress. She lifted her tear-streaked face to Bailey Che, her gaze filled with despair. "Brother Che, save me," she pleaded weakly. Bailey Che cast her a scornful glance and sneered. "In your next life, don't be a fool." With that, he struck her with his palm, sending her plummeting into the abyss like a discarded rag doll. The wind howled as her tears were swept away into the void. At the edge of the cliff, Long Yu smirked triumphantly and turned to Bailey Che. "Brother Che, let's head back. With no evidence, no one will ever know we killed her." What if the Long family head investigates this?" Bailey Che asked, his brows slightly furrowed. "Don't worry. Father is away for several days. By the time he returns, I'll be too late," Long Yu replied confidently, a sly smile playing on her lips. Who would care about the disappearance of a fool, anyway? Meanwhile, Long Li's lifeless body crashed to the bottom of the cliff, her blood staining an ancient jade pendant lying on the ground. The pendant absorbed the blood, glowing with a blinding light. A faint, translucent soul emerged from it, gazing down at the broken body below. "Such a brutal death, how eerily similar to my own demise," the soul murmured. It was none other than the spirit of a celestial princess from the upper realms, betrayed by her kin, her divine blood drained, her body destroyed, leaving only a fragmented soul behind. The jade pendant emitted another burst of light, pulling the soul into its depths. Moments later, the lifeless body on the ground slowly opened its eyes. In that instant, a piercingly cold gaze, sharp as a blade, replaced the lifeless stare. "This body, it hurts so much," she whispered, fragments of Long Li's memories flooding into her mind. "Such hatred cannot go unanswered," she said coldly, her eyes burning with a murderous resolve. The soul that now inhabited Long Li's body was no longer the naive girl she once was. However, her current body was in a dire state, leaving her at a disadvantage. She painstakingly crawled toward a nearby cave, each movement a grueling trial. Inside the cave, she discovered a clear pool surrounded by spiritual herbs. Recognizing a few that could staunch bleeding, she chewed and swallowed them without hesitation, slowing the blood loss. Yet her severed tendons would not heal without a bone renewal pill. Searching the cave, she surprisingly found the herbs needed to craft the pill, but without spiritual energy, she could only consume them raw. The bitter taste made her grimace, but she didn't hesitate. Exhausted and weakened, her eyes burned with unrelenting hatred. "Betrayal, blood debts, will make them pay dearly," she vowed. Lying on the cold ground, her consciousness grew sharper. She realized that her resurrection was no coincidence. The jade pendant's mysterious power was the key. Clutching this opportunity, she swore to rise from the ashes and claim vengeance with the blood of her enemies. Softly, she murmured to herself, "From now on, this body belongs to me." This is just the beginning. In the higher realms, bloodlines are categorized into three supreme types: the heavenly dragon bloodline, the ancient dragon bloodline, and the phoenix bloodline. Among these, the heavenly dragon bloodline can only be inherited by direct descendants in the divine realm, making its possessors exceedingly rare. In the dragon realm, only Long Li and Long Zun have inherited the ancient dragon bloodline to date. Meanwhile, the current Phoenix sovereign of the Phoenix realm is rumored to possess the Phoenix bloodline, marked by extraordinary talent and unparalleled aptitude. As for the lower realms, Long Li knows little. The lower realms are a chaotic mix of beings, where many spend their entire lives unable to ascend to the higher realms, and some are even born incapable of cultivation. In the higher realms, individuals are born at the Lingxian stage, whereas in the lower realms, cultivation stages progress as follows: Lingqi stage, Lingdong stage, Lingkong stage, Lingxian stage, Lingtian stage, Lingwang stage, Linghuang stage, Lingxing stage, Lingzun stage, followed by the tribulation stage and the Huashan stage. Only after successfully overcoming the tribulation stage can one ascend to the higher realms. Upon ascension, the stages are further divided into True God stage, Xianshan stage, God King stage, God Emperor stage, God Sovereign stage, Void Breaking stage, Saint Sovereign stage, Emperor Sovereign stage, and Chaos stage, with each stage comprising early, mid, and late phases. At this moment, Long Li lay quietly on the ground, deep in thought. She noticed that the wounds on her wrists and ankles were gradually healing. The flesh had fully recovered, but the injuries to her bones would require a bone restoration pill to heal completely. Fortunately, she could now stand and walk, albeit slowly and with some effort. Carefully, she pushed herself up and tested her limbs, relieved that she no longer had to crawl to move around. Her gaze fell on the clear pool of water nearby. Unable to bear the blood and grime on her body, Long Li washed herself clean and tidied her clothing. She decided to venture out before nightfall to gather some firewood and search for food. However, just as she stepped out of the cave, a sudden burst of blinding golden light emerged from the deep pool. The light swept across the surface, drawing all traces of blood into the depths. Within moments, the water returned to its pristine state, as if nothing had happened. Awoo! A distant beast's howl shattered the night stillness. Long Li scanned her surroundings and saw a dense forest stretching below the cliff. The area was desolate and uninhabited, with occasional low growls from wild animals echoing through the woods, sending a chill down her spine. She wandered through the forest for a long time but found nothing edible. Just as she was about to head back, a fruit tree caught her eye. Its branches were laden with purple fruits. Long Li approached, plucked one, and examined it closely. It seemed familiar, as if she had read about it in ancient texts, though its name eluded her. She decided not to dwell on it, gathering a few dry branches nearby before preparing to return to the cave. Suddenly, a low growl came from behind her. Turning around, she saw a two-headed blood demon wolf emerging slowly from the shadows of the forest. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with a savage hunger. Long Li's heart tightened as she cursed under her breath. Why does trouble always find me? She quickened her pace, trying to stay calm. Her injured tendons hadn't fully healed, making running impossible. She couldn't even fend off a monkey in her current state, let alone a predator like this. The blood demon wolf let out another low growl, clearly intrigued by this unexpected prey. It had lingered in the area for a long time and had never seen a human before. To the wolf, this frail-looking target was an irresistible delicacy. Feeling the beast's fiery gaze, Long Li grew even more alert. Still, she maintained her composure, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. The chase began. The blood demon wolf darted through the forest like lightning, while Long Li gritted her teeth and pushed herself toward the cave as fast as she could. Along the way, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "This wretched place doesn't even have a dagger. Am I supposed to slap it to death?" Despite her words, her expression remained calm and unflustered. As the cave came into view, the blood demon wolf suddenly surged forward, leaping toward Long Li. She swiftly sidestepped, her movements less agile than in her prime but still quick enough. Seizing the moment when the wolf missed its mark, she grabbed a stone from the ground and hurled it at the wolf's head. The stone struck its target but caused minimal harm, only serving to enrage the beast further. While the wolf shook its head in fury, Long Li mustered all her strength and bolted toward the cave. The strain on her injured wrist sent a sharp pain shooting through her arm, momentarily blurring her vision. The blood demon wolf's eyes burned even brighter as it lunged again, its powerful hind legs propelling it toward her. In desperation, Long Li hurled the purple fruit in her hand at the wolf. Instinctively, the wolf dodged, giving her the split second she needed to dash into the cave. Awoo! The blood demon wolf howled in frustration, its fury reaching a fever pitch. It stepped toward the cave entrance but abruptly froze. Inside the cave, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, like an invisible hand pinning the wolf in place. Terror filled its crimson eyes, and with a whimper, it turned tail and fled into the forest. Inside the cave, Longley leaned against the wall, clutching the stone tightly, ready to fight the wolf to the death. Yet as time passed and the wolf did not return, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking down at her wrist, she noticed fresh blood seeping from her earlier exertion. As she wiped it away, she suddenly discovered a new mark on her wrist. The mark resembled an ancient pattern, exuding a mysterious aura. Before she could make sense of it, a strange sensation washed over her. Her body felt lighter, and the scenery around her shifted in an instant. Still sitting on the ground, she realized she was no longer in the familiar cave. Instead, she found herself in a resplendent sanctuary. The floor was paved with white jade, and a radiant glow filled the air, making the space seem like a celestial paradise. Longley slowly stood, her gaze cautious as she surveyed her surroundings, a mix of confusion and vigilance flickering in her eyes. In the upper realm, Longley had heard that only those who had reached the Divine Emperor realm could possess a residence of such grandeur. Yet, how could such a place suddenly appear here? Her heart was filled with doubt and caution. Is anyone here? Longley's voice was soft as she cautiously stepped forward, gradually approaching a towering bookshelf inside the residence. The moment her gaze landed on the shelf, her heart skipped a beat. The books it held were beyond her imagination, ancient texts on cultivation techniques and alchemy, their value surpassing any she had ever seen in the upper realm. Her fingers gently opened one of the books, her eyes immediately captivated by the contents on the pages. However, just as she became fully absorbed, a strange sensation crept over her, a feeling of being watched. She abruptly looked up, her gaze meeting a pair of deep, penetrating eyes. Startled, she took a sharp breath. It was a man, dressed in a flowing white robe, his features so strikingly handsome they seemed almost unreal. He stood a short distance away, his expression calm and assessing, as though he were studying her. Who are you? How do you walk without making a sound? Longley instinctively stepped back a few paces, putting some distance between them, her eyes filled with vigilance. Thoughts raced through her mind. The aura of this man was peculiar, neither that of a living person nor an ordinary cultivator. Instead, it carried an elusive, intangible quality that unsettled her. The man smiled faintly, his voice low and clear. I am the master of this residence. And it seems, you are the one bound to the jade pendant, aren't you? The one bound. Longley glanced at her wrist, an image of the jade pendant flashing in her mind. She remembered how the pendant had disappeared into her wrist. Could it have formed a bond with her after being stained with her blood? If this residence belongs to you, then why am I here? Longley demanded, her tone probing and wary as her gaze remained fixed on him. The man slowly raised his hand, holding one of the books she'd just been flipping through. His expression was calm, almost indifferent. That jade pendant is a spatial artifact. My residence is hidden within it. Once you formed a bond with the pendant, you naturally gained access to this place. Longley was taken aback. In the upper realm, she had never heard of such a phenomenon. A residence of this magnitude, contained within a single jade pendant? It defied everything she thought she knew. Sir, Longley said after a moment of contemplation, her tone more measured, since this residence is yours, it's only right that I return it. However, the jade pendant has already merged with me, and I currently have no way to remove it. At this thought, her expression shifted slightly. The fact that the pendant was now part of her body meant that this grand residence was also essentially carried by her. Even more unsettling was the realization that this man, the master of the residence, might also be residing within her. The notion sent a chill down her spine, and her instincts screamed danger. Who exactly was this man? His cultivation level was completely unreadable to her, but she was certain he was a figure of immense power. For now, she knew she was no match for him. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. There were more pressing matters she needed to attend to, like avenging her past. The man seemed to sense her unease. A subtle smile played on his lips as a trace of admiration flickered in his eyes. Since the jade pendant has chosen you, it is now yours. There's no need to return it. Is that even possible? Longley frowned slightly, her heart a mix of emotions. This unexpected turn of events left Longley filled with doubt deep inside, yet she remained composed as she carefully observed the man in front of her. She nodded slightly and asked in a calm tone, "May I know your name?" "I am Longley." The man narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Your surname is Long?" "Yes." Longley responded indifferently. "I am Xianming," the man said after a moment of contemplation. He then frowned, his tone tinged with disbelief. "I can sense no trace of spiritual energy around you. You've never cultivated before?" Xianming's piercing gaze fixed on Long Li as his fingers brushed his chin, his face filled with astonishment. Internally, he pondered how the Qilin jade pendant could have chosen someone entirely devoid of spiritual power, a complete waste, in his eyes. This was beyond his expectations. Long Li's expression remained calm, but her tone carried a hint of helplessness. I was betrayed by a villain. My tendons were severed, and they haven't fully healed yet. My body is currently too weak to begin cultivating. I need medicinal pills to recover before I can start. She sighed inwardly. The original owner of this body had been tortured into this state. Now that she had taken over, she could only focus on healing the severed tendons step by step, while also uncovering the reason why this body had never cultivated before. Hearing this, Xianming's expression briefly flashed with a complicated emotion. He stepped forward, took hold of Long Li's wrist, and lightly probed with his fingers. Sure enough, he could feel the remnants of severed tendons. His brows furrowed slightly before he spoke with a calm yet resolute tone. This is not a difficult problem. I have the necessary medicinal pills. Long Li was momentarily startled by his sudden action, her eyes flashing with a trace of displeasure. However, when she heard the words "I have the pills," her irritation quickly gave way to an uncontrollable surge of excitement. She asked eagerly, "You truly have the pills?" Releasing her wrist, Xianming replied in an even tone, his words leaving no room for doubt. "The jade pendant and I are one. Since it has bonded with you, we are now bound by the same fate. If you die, I won't survive either. Healing you is therefore a necessity." Long Li's heart trembled as she began to grasp his meaning. She nodded silently and followed Xianming forward, though her gaze remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The betrayal she once suffered at the hands of her closest kin had left her unable to trust anyone easily. Xianming led her along a winding path for quite some time before stopping in front of an unassuming, ancient wooden door. He pushed it open with a soft creak and stepped inside. Long Li hesitated briefly at the threshold. Steeling herself, she eventually entered the unfamiliar space. She silently reminded herself that this was a gamble she had to take. If she won, she would gain the chance to cultivate and escape this cliffside prison. Inside the room, various alchemical tools were neatly arranged, and the air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Xianming opened a cabinet, retrieved a small porcelain bottle, and handed it to Long Li. "Your tendons are severed. This is a grade 3 bone-mending pill. It will help reconnect your tendons and bones. I collected these pills during my idle moments in the past." Holding the porcelain bottle in both hands, Long Li felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She lowered her voice and said, "Thank you. If I ever get the chance, I will surely repay your kindness." Hearing this, Xianming's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes carrying a hint of amusement. "Well, aren't you a little lady who knows how to show gratitude?" He then retrieved another bottle from a different cabinet and handed it to her. "Here is a grade 5 marrow cleansing pill. Take the bone mending pill first, then the marrow cleansing pill. Stay here while you take them, I'll guard you." Long Li glanced down at the pills in her hands, her emotions a complex mix. Memories from the past surged unbidden to her mind, and the betrayal that had once destroyed her resurfaced vividly. Back then, she was the Dragon Realm's imperial princess, already at the tribulation stage. Her uncle, Long Tianze, and her cousin, Long Ying, had volunteered to guard her during her tribulation. That day, Long Tianze, dressed in a dark green robe embroidered with gold, had a dignified and gentle demeanor. "Ali, you're about to face your tribulation. You can't do it without someone guarding you. Since your father isn't here, your uncle will take care of it to ensure nothing goes wrong." Though she had some reservations, her cousin Long Ying had clung to her arm with an earnest expression. "Sister, father and I will guard you together. Just focus on your tribulation." Long Ying, dressed in a light green gown with a delicate hair ornament, exuded an unmatched beauty. Her tone was affectionate, as if she truly cared for Long Li's well-being. In the end, Long Li agreed. But during the tribulation, events took a sinister turn. Under the heavens' thunderous trials, Long Li, dressed in white, was bloodied and battered. Despite her injuries, her phoenix-like eyes burned with unyielding determination. Even as her figure wavered, she maintained her ethereal and resolute presence. After enduring the final bolt of lightning, she poured the last of her spiritual energy into her divine sword, narrowly surviving the ordeal. Just as she exhaled in relief and prepared to meditate, a sharp blade pierced through her chest. Her eyes snapped open, filled with shock and disbelief. When she saw who held the weapon, it felt as though her heart had plunged into an icy abyss. "How dare you attempt to assassinate your princess?" she demanded, gritting her teeth through the pain as she unleashed a burst of spiritual energy. Long Ying stood nearby, her blood-stained sword in hand, her expression cold and calculating. "Sister, you're the imperial princess of the Dragon Realm, blessed with an ancient dragon bloodline. But I want it all for myself. Didn't you always adore me? Why not give it all to your dear little sister?" Long Li struggled to her feet, swallowing a medicinal pill, and let out a cold laugh. So your sweet demeanor was all an act. I truly misjudged you. You and your father are nothing but wolves in sheep's clothing. If my father learns of this, he'll never forgive you. Long Tianzi stood to the side, a faint smirk on his lips, though his eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Why is it that we're both brothers? Yet your father carries the ancient dragon bloodline while I am left with nothing. Your daughter has inherited it as well, while mine is destined to be trampled underfoot. This time, I will erase both you and your daughter from existence. Foolish niece, your father won't even notice your disappearance, because I will extract the bloodline from your body and bestow it upon her. She will take your place as the esteemed imperial princess of the dragon realm. As for my dear brother, he's been in seclusion for so long that he likely has no idea what his own daughter even looks like. To him, only the ancient dragon bloodline matters. The bleeding from Long Li's wounds began to subside, but Long Tianzi's venomous words lingered in her ears like a serpent's hiss. He wasn't wrong, her father might truly be unaware of her appearance. The dragon sovereign had been in seclusion for years, rarely showing himself, and even Long Li could count on one hand the times she had seen him. But even so, she would never sit idly by and accept her fate. Even if I die today, I'll take you both down with me. Long Li gripped her divine sword, her eyes blazing with unyielding fury, and charged at Long Tianzi and his daughter like a whirlwind. The sword's light flashed like lightning, aiming directly for their vital points. Long Tianzi and Long Ying exchanged a glance, quickly joining forces to counter her attack. Long Li, having just survived her tribulation, was already weakened, her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Yet this desperate counterattack was her only chance at survival. Boom! Two waves of spiritual power collided in the air, unleashing a deafening explosion. Long Li moved like a swallow, darting nimbly between the father and daughter, her sword strikes fierce and relentless. Sister, I didn't expect you to still have this much strength after your tribulation. Truly worthy of the ancient dragon bloodline. Long Ying sneered as she attacked, her tone a mix of disdain and wariness. Long Li's gaze was icy, filled with lethal intent. She leapt into the air, her movements a blur as countless sword strikes and bursts of spiritual energy clashed and intertwined in the sky. Boom! The massive impact reverberated through the battlefield. Gritting her teeth, Long Li unleashed one final surge of spiritual energy, only to cough up a mouthful of blood moments later. Long Tianzi, too, was blasted to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Father! Long Ying's eyes widened as she saw her father injured. With a swift motion, she launched a fierce wave of spiritual energy at Long Li. By now, Long Li was at her limit, her spiritual energy exhausted, her injuries severe. Meanwhile, Long Ying's strength had reached the Spirit Emperor level, far surpassing Long Li's nascent soul stage. The outcome was almost certain. Boom! Long Ying's attack struck Long Li, sending her crashing heavily to the ground. Dirt scattered into the air as her body hit the earth, her vision blurring and her consciousness on the brink of collapse. Just accept your death. Long Tianzi sneered as he approached, his sword plunging mercilessly into Long Li's chest. Blood spurted from her wound, staining her entire body. Yet in her eyes, the flames of hatred and defiance still burned fiercely. Long Tianzi looked down at her with a cold snort. You wretched girl, you're surprisingly troublesome. Even in this state, you managed to injure me. Such talent, indeed. Father, quickly extract her bloodline. Long Ying urged, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She was on the verge of obtaining the ancient dragon bloodline and becoming the most exalted imperial princess in the dragon realm. Long Li's body was immobilized, her blood flowing uncontrollably. She could only watch helplessly as her bloodline was being drained from her, her heart consumed by rage and despair. Her eyes turned blood red, her voice hoarse but filled with unrelenting hatred. Long Tianzi, Long Ying, if I survive this, I will tear you both to pieces. Long Li, what are you thinking about? Xian Ming's voice snapped her out of her memories. He stepped closer, frowning as he lightly pushed her shoulder. Long Li lifted her head, her eyes still tinged with crimson. The searing hatred in her gaze made Xian Ming pause for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What had this girl been thinking just now? Why did she look as though she wanted to devour someone alive? Just recalling some things from the past, Long Li said in a low voice, her tone laced with a chilling edge. She would return alive, and when she did, she would personally end that father-daughter pair. Long Li took a moment to gather her thoughts. She drew a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Thinking too much about it now was pointless. She couldn't return to the upper realm for the time being, and revenge was out of reach. Only by cultivating until her ascension could she return to the dragon realm. Clenching her fists tightly, a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she silently vowed, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Long Tianzi, Long Ying, you just wait. One day, I will make you wish you were dead. Xian Ming's voice interrupted her thoughts. Take the pill here. I'll guard you while you cultivate. Long Li glanced at him, her vigilance apparent, yet she had no choice. She couldn't tell if this man was friend or foe, but for the sake of her cultivation, she had to take the gamble. Sitting cross-legged, she retrieved the bone renewal pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering her mouth, and its medicinal power quickly spread throughout her body. Long Li closed her eyes, feeling an itch spreading from her wrists and ankles as the pill began to reconnect her severed tendons and bones. Moments later, the itching intensified, turning into an unbearable mix of pain and irritation, as though countless ants were gnawing at her flesh and bones. A tingling sensation shot through her mind, nearly driving her mad. She felt like laughing and crying at the same time. The torment was almost too much to bear. Yet, the sensation soon began to fade, and the tendons and bones in her wrists and ankles had fully regenerated. The pain gradually subsided. When she opened her eyes, they gleamed with unconcealed joy. Quick, try the marrow cleansing pill. Xian Ming urged from the side, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Long Li noticed the seriousness in his expression and felt a faint ripple in her heart. Without hesitation, she took out the 5th-grade marrow cleansing pill. The rich fragrance of the pill filled the room instantly. She couldn't help but marvel, and Wardlethus was truly a treasure. Even in the upper realm, a 5th-grade marrow cleansing pill was incredibly rare, worth a fortune. Steeling herself, she swallowed the pill in one gulp and closed her eyes, preparing to endure the excruciating pain of marrow cleansing. Before long, it felt as though countless ants were crawling through every part of her body, an unbearable itch spreading everywhere. Soon, the itching gave way to a sharp, needle-like pain. It felt as if her entire body was being torn apart, only to slowly heal amidst the agony. Sweat poured down her face, her teeth clattering from the trembling, but she gritted her teeth and endured it all without letting out a single sound. Xian Ming, watching from the side, couldn't help but admire her. This young girl had a will of steel and incredible endurance. Despite the extreme pain, she hadn't uttered a single cry. Such resilience promised an extraordinary future. He nodded to himself, his appreciation for the chosen master of the Qilin jade growing stronger. Before long, a thick layer of black grime began to ooze from Long Li's skin, emitting a pungent stench. It was the impurities being expelled from her body. Xian Ming frowned, covering his nose as he turned and left the room, thoughtfully preparing a wooden tub filled with bathwater. The stench nearly made Long Li gag. Embarrassed, she apologized. Sorry, it seems my body had too many impurities. Xian Ming waved it off, his tone indifferent. No matter. I've prepared a bath for you in the next room. Go clean up. Grateful, Long Li shot him a glance before hurrying to the adjacent room. Watching her retreating figure, Xian Ming's lips curved into a rare smile. He murmured to himself, it's been ages since this place felt so lively. It's not bad. Long Li stripped off her grime-covered clothes and sank into the warm bath, letting the water soothe her weary body. As she cleaned herself, her mind wandered to Xian Ming's actions. She felt a tinge of curiosity. This Xian Ming is truly kind and could be considered my benefactor. But why is he trapped within this jade pendant? Can he ever leave? Her fingers instinctively brushed the mark on her wrist, her eyes glinting with wonder. This jade pendant, it's far too mysterious. After finishing her bath, she realized her clothes were no longer wearable. Thankfully, Xian Ming had thoughtfully prepared a set of men's clothing for her. After changing, she stood before a bronze mirror, examining her reflection. Her current appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to her original face. She traced her features with her fingers, murmuring, our fates are so alike, and even our looks share similarities. Could this be more than coincidence? When she stepped out, Xian Ming glanced up, his eyes briefly flickering with astonishment. Freshly cleaned, Long Li looked ethereal, her cold, delicate beauty exuding an otherworldly charm that made it hard to look away. I'm done, she said softly. Xian Ming quickly masked his reaction, his tone turning playful. When you first arrived, you looked like a beggar. Now that you're clean, you're much easier on the eyes. Long Li blushed slightly, feeling a bit self-conscious. Thank you for helping me today. It was nothing, he replied with a wave of his hand. You should head out and find a place to cultivate. This cave lacks spiritual energy, and the spirit spring has long dried up. If you ever find a spiritual vein, you can channel it here to make this place suitable for cultivation. Long Li nodded. How do I leave then? Xian Ming's lips curled into a faint smirk, his tone teasing. The jade pendant is now bound to you. With a single thought, you can come and go as you please. If you're ever in danger, you can hide here at any time. Realization dawned on Long Li, and she responded, got it. Xian Ming watched her disappear from the cave, his gaze softening. He murmured to himself, this little one is both adorable and clever. With her around, I suppose the days ahead won't be so lonely. Long Li reappeared outside the mountain cave, choosing a spot near a deep pool to sit cross-legged. She began to cultivate using her usual methods, guiding spiritual energy into her body. The energy coursed through her meridians, expanding her tendons and tempering her bloodline. As the spiritual energy gathered, a vortex formed around her, drawing in more energy at a rapid pace. Her blood seemed to boil, and her meridians stretched wider with each passing moment. Time slipped by, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the cave grew increasingly intense. It was as though an insatiable void was pulling the energy toward Long Li. Her cultivation levels surged in that instant, breaking through to the spirit chi realm. Yet, her body still craved more. It continued to absorb energy with relentless fervor, the escalating spiritual turbulence within the cave leaving one in. The surface of the deep pool churned and rippled, as if stirred by an invisible force, with spiritual energy surging into Long Li's body like a tidal wave. At this moment, she was completely unaware, allowing the power within her to grow uncontrollably. The bottleneck of the Lingdong realm was effortlessly shattered, followed by the barrier of the Lingkong realm, her cultivation levels soaring rapidly until it finally stabilized at the late stage of the Lingkong realm. The turbulence around her gradually subsided, and the pool returned to its original tranquility, as though nothing had ever happened. Long Li opened her eyes, and an irrepressible excitement sparkled within them. She raised her hand, feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through her body, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude. The compatibility between her soul and this body was astonishingly high. It seemed the original owner had no knowledge of cultivation, allowing her to seize an incredible opportunity. Even more surprising was the bloodline of this body, completely unfamiliar yet so powerful that it could rival the legendary ancient dragon bloodline. Truly, a blessing in disguise. She couldn't help but marvel at the favor of the heavens. Standing up, Long Li's gaze fell on the surrounding luminous spiritual herbs near the pool. Without hesitation, she began to gather them one by one, storing them into her spiritual space with a mere thought. Just as she was busy collecting, a faint yet dazzling golden light emerged from the depths of the pool. Instantly alert, her brows furrowed slightly. Could there be some kind of treasure hidden underwater? Her eyes scanned the cave. Since entering, she hadn't seen any signs of beasts. Not even the blood demon wolf that had been chasing her earlier had dared to follow. It all seemed to hint at something unusual. Her gaze returned to the pool, her eyes growing deeper and more calculating. A faint, meaningful smile played on her lips. A treasure, huh? Well then, here I come. With those words, she leapt into the pool, creating a splash of water. The icy water enveloped her body as Long Li swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, diving towards the bottom. The underwater world grew darker and more obscure, with dense water mist clouding her vision. She continued her descent, time seemingly stretching endlessly as fatigue began to creep in. Just when she was about to give up, an unusually dense wave of spiritual energy emanated from the depths, like a beacon guiding her way. Revitalized, she gritted her teeth and swam downward with renewed determination. What is this, she wondered, her hand groping through the water until it brushed against something cold and smooth. Focusing her gaze, she found herself holding an egg. Long Li carefully cradled it, shielding herself with spiritual energy as she quickly swam back to the surface. Once back on the shore, she gently placed the egg down and began wringing out her soaked clothes. Staring at the egg, smooth and pristine like white jade, she frowned in thought. After all that effort, and all I found was this? Her rumbling stomach interrupted her musings. She patted her abdomen and muttered wryly, "Oh well, I'm starving anyway. A roasted egg doesn't sound too bad." Turning to gather wood and start a fire, she failed to notice the slight tremor in the egg behind her. Soon, the fire crackled to life, its warmth dispelling the chill in the air. As she worked, she absent-mindedly picked up the egg again, holding it in her arms and examining it closely. This egg has an amazing texture, so smooth and fine. I bet it'll taste even better. A smile of anticipation curved her lips, completely unaware that the egg in her hands might not be as ordinary as it seemed. Long Li carefully placed the egg over the fire. Her stomach had been growling with hunger for a while now, and she intended to use this egg to fill it. After roasting for a short while, the egg suddenly shot up from the fire and landed squarely in her arms. Startled, she muttered to herself, could this egg belong to some kind of mystical beast? Before she could think further, a haughty voice emerged from the egg. Mystical beast? Huh. I am no mere mystical beast, I am a divine beast. The sudden voice startled Long Li so much that she instinctively flung the egg away. The smooth, jade-like egg rolled a few times on the ground before the voice returned, now tinged with anger. You ungrateful woman. I saved your life out of pity, and this is how you treat me? Tossing me away like trash. Long Li sneered and walked over, giving the egg a few light kicks. She retorted coldly, so what if you can talk? You're just an egg. And you have the audacity to call yourself master? Spill your origins immediately, or I'll cook and eat you right now. The egg wobbled slightly, its voice now filled with pride. How dare you kick me? I am the descendant of an ancient divine dragon. Do you think your sudden leap in cultivation earlier was a coincidence? It was because I, in my boundless mercy, granted you a trace of my bloodline. From now on, you must serve me faithfully. Once I hatch, I'll make you my servant. Long Li's heart skipped a beat. The power in this egg's bloodline did indeed surpass her own. Could it really be the offspring of an ancient divine dragon? Narrowing her eyes, she let out a cold chuckle. Serve you? You're full of yourself. Right now, you're just an egg. If you don't behave, it'll roast you and eat you for real. The egg fell silent for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words. Inside, however, it was sulking. This woman is impossible to deal with. Not even intimidation works on her. Seeing that the egg had gone quiet, a calculating glint flashed in Long Li's eyes. She asked softly, "Hey, what's your name?" The egg's voice returned, impatient as ever. "Woman, show some respect. I am Shangjiao." "And you?" Long Li chuckled lightly. "Not a bad name. I'm Long Li. From today onward, you're my pet." The egg wobbled again, and Shangjiao shouted indignantly, "Long Li, don't push your luck. I refuse to be anyone's pet." Unbothered, Long Li crouched down to pick up the egg, her tone unexpectedly gentle. "Shangjiao, you're just an egg right now. Even if you are the descendant of a divine dragon, I could still roast you, and you'd be powerless to stop me. Behave, follow me, and I'll take you on a journey to taste all the delicacies of the world." Shangjiao was momentarily stunned, his heart softening slightly. Deep inside the egg, he muttered to himself, "Her arms are warm and soft. Staying with her might not be so bad. Besides, it'll need a lot of rare treasures to hatch, and she might be useful for that." Reluctantly, he grumbled, "Fine, just don't get any funny ideas about me." But before he could finish speaking, Long Li had already bitten her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the egg's shell. Her voice turned cold and resolute as she chanted, "By the bond of soul and blood, a contract is forged this day. Betrayal shall bring death by heavenly tribulation." Inside the egg, Shangjiao thrashed wildly, roaring in fury, "Woman, stop this at once." The egg trembled violently, but the contract was already sealed. A faint mark briefly glimmered on Long Li's forehead. Smiling faintly, she whispered, "Little one, you'd better behave as my pet, or I really will eat you." Just then, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within Long Li's body. She quickly sat down cross-legged, attempting to stabilize herself as her spiritual power spiraled out of control. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead as she gritted her teeth, struggling to convert the influx into her own strength. The intense pressure caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. In an astonishing turn of events, she broke through to the spirit-profound realm. Yet the energy continued to flood in, her body absorbing it like a parched sponge. Watching her endure the ordeal, Shangjiao's resentment began to fade. He muttered to himself, "Humph, this woman is tougher than I thought. She even looks oddly serene with her eyes closed. Fine, I guess I won't leave her just yet." Besides, she already absorbed some of the blood from the pool earlier. Even without the contract, I probably wouldn't have gone far. Long Li's resolve grew stronger. She couldn't afford to fall now while her vengeance remained unfulfilled. After a brief but intense struggle, her eyes snapped open, and she shouted, "Condense." The raging spiritual energy surged into her, and she broke through once more, reaching the mid-stage spirit sky realm. Rising to her feet, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. 2 breakthroughs in a row. "This is unbelievable," she murmured. Shangjiao seized the opportunity to gloat. "Woman, this is all thanks to me. Contracting with me is the greatest fortune you'll ever have. Now, be sure to find plenty of rare treasures for me. Once I hatch, you'll reap even greater rewards." Long Li glanced at him, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes, though her tone remained firm. "Fine. Thanks this time. But you're still my pet. And I'll help you find treasures, but don't push your luck." The egg gave a small wobble, as if protesting, but Long Li ignored it. Picking it up, she asked, "Shangjiao, are you familiar with this cliffside?" "Humph, I've spent all my time in the deep pool." "I don't know much about this place," he replied dismissively. Long Li sighed, scanning her surroundings. The cliff stretched endlessly upward, with no visible summit in sight. Her gaze shifted toward the forest ahead. Calculating her options, she thought, "This place seems untouched by humans. There might be valuable herbs and treasures here. I should take advantage of this chance to gather resources before leaving." Looking down at her hands, her expression turned cold. "I'm not the helpless girl I used to be. If I run into that 2-headed blood demon wolf again, I'll skin it alive." As she prepared to head into the forest, a thick mist suddenly rose around her. Frowning, Long Li grew wary. The fog obscured her vision, and she instinctively tensed. "Don't worry, woman. With me here, no ordinary beast would dare approach you," Shangjiao said confidently. Long snorted. Who's worried? You're just an egg, what would you know? This mist appearing out of nowhere is definitely suspicious. When things seem off, there's always a reason. Better to stay cautious. She paused, extending her spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, but found nothing. Xiangjiu scoffed. I already checked. There's nothing here. You're just being paranoid. Just move forward boldly. Shut up, you're annoying, Longley snapped, continuing to advance cautiously. The dense fog reduced her visibility to less than 10 meters, making it easy to lose her bearings. Even so, she managed to gather a few herbs along the way. Inwardly, she thought, these herbs can be used to refine pills or sold for money. The original owner of this body was dirt poor. Not even a single spirit stone to her name. These are useless weeds. You're wasting your energy, Xiangjiu complained. You don't understand anything. Longley glared at the egg. These can save lives or be exchanged for money. Without money, what are we supposed to eat? I don't need food. Just give me rare treasures, Xiangjiu retorted arrogantly. Longley ignored him and pressed on. Suddenly, she felt a chill run down her spine, as if something was watching her. Xiangjiu, I think something's following us, she whispered. I don't sense anything, Xiangjiu replied nonchalantly. Even in this form, I can detect most beasts. You're imagining things. Trusting you is the same as trusting no one, Longley said coldly, quickening her pace. This pet doesn't seem very reliable. Trusting it might just get you killed faster. Amid the dense white mist, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged, glinting with greed and a bloodthirsty glow, sending chills down anyone's spine. Longley quickened her pace, and the creature followed suit, matching her speed closely. In this tense atmosphere, Longley suddenly leapt into the air, landing lightly on a tree branch, her sharp gaze locked on the movements below. Just as she steadied herself, a massive beast with a jet-black body appeared behind her. Its head was adorned with sharp, menacing horns, exuding a terrifying aura. Longley's heart sandkit was a hell lion. Her mind raced with alarm. Encountering such a ferocious beast in the lower realms was truly unexpected. Known for its intelligence and savagery, the hell lion specialized in creating fog to conceal itself, launching deadly ambushes from the shadows. Its thick fur served as a natural armor, capable of withstanding most attacks, earning it the title King of Durability. On this continent, beasts were classified into tiers, from ordinary beasts to magical beasts, spirit beasts, mystic beasts, and finally divine beasts, ranked from 1 to 9. Ordinary beasts could evolve into magical beasts through cultivation, and magical beasts that broke through the 9th tier could ascend to become spirit beasts. Spirit beasts gained intelligence and could even speak, making them far more cunning than magical beasts. When they advanced further into mystic beasts, they could take on human form, their intelligence rivaling that of humans. As for divine beasts, they were almost mythical, while ancient divine beasts existed only in legends. The hell lion's crimson eyes gleamed in the mist as it searched for its prey. It sniffed the air, then turned its gaze, as large as a clenched fist, toward Longley on the tree. Longley glared back coldly, a flicker of impatience crossing her mind. Pet egg, maybe I should just feed you to it? Hey woman, that's way too cruel. I haven't even hatched yet. Once I hatch, I'll smack that thing to death with a single slap, protested the voice from the egg. Ignoring the egg's complaints, Longley tucked it away into her spatial dwelling. She raised her hand, gathering spiritual energy, and sent a beam of light hurtling toward the hell lion. She had recently broken through to a new level and needed a strong opponent like this to stabilize her cultivation. The hell lion, despite its massive size, moved with startling agility, dodging her attack with ease. Human, prepare to die, the hell lion roared, its voice thunderous and deafening. Huh, big talk. Let's see who's left looking for their teeth in the end. Longley sneered, spiritual energy surging in her hands. She suddenly realized something was missing. She didn't have a proper weapon. Even so, her movements were swift as lightning, and she struck the hell lion on the head with her palm. Over here, you big oaf, Longley taunted. You wretched human. I'll tear you apart, the hell lion bellowed, charging at her in a frenzy. Longley's eyes narrowed as she assessed her opponent's strength. This first-tier spirit beast was indeed formidable for the lower realms, which explained why so few dared venture into this ravine. There were likely even more powerful spirit beasts lurking nearby. She dodged its attacks with agility, seizing an opening to deliver a heavy palm strike to its head, leaving the beast momentarily dazed. Can't you fight somewhere else, you pesky human? The hell lion snarled in frustration. Huh. I'll keep hitting your head until I turn you into a fool. Longley chuckled, her tone dripping with mockery. The hell lion roared in fury, lunging at her repeatedly, only for her to evade with ease. With a swift turn, Longley leapt onto the hell lion's back, grabbing hold of its large ears. A glint of killing intent flashed in her eyes as she channeled all her spiritual energy into her palms, delivering a powerful strike to the top of its head. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the hell lion collapsed, its massive body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Its crimson eyes dimmed, lifeless yet still filled with rage. Landing gracefully, Longli cast a cold glance at the beast's lifeless body before slipping into her spatial dwelling. She needed a dagger to extract the hell lion's inner core. Inside the dwelling, Xianming was examining the egg Longli had tossed in with great curiosity. He looked up as Longli entered, his brows furrowing. "This is a dragon egg. Where did you get it?" "I found it in a pond," Longli replied nonchalantly, then added, "Its name is Shangju." After a long silence, the voice within the egg finally spoke. "Woman, you're finally back. What is this place?" "This is a spatial dwelling. You'll live here from now on. It's inconvenient to carry you around." "This is Xianming, the owner of the dwelling," Longli explained briefly. A hint of disbelief flickered across Xianming's face. He had never understood why the Qilin Jade had chosen Longli, but now he finally saw the answer. This girl wasn't just brimming with potential, her luck was extraordinary. Even a dragon egg had fallen into her hands. "Longli, what's with the blood on your hands? Are you hurt?" Xianming asked with concern. "It's not mine. It's from a spirit beast," Longli replied, wiping the blood away. Her gaze shifted as she asked, "Xianming, do you have any weapons here?" Xianming's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "What kind of weapon are you looking for?" Longli thought of the divine sword her father had given her when she was a child. It had been her favorite weapon. Her eyes flickered with nostalgia as she replied calmly, "I like the feel of a sword in my hand." Xianming raised an eyebrow. "Follow me." As Longli started to follow, the egg's voice piped up again. "Woman, don't leave me behind." "Such a troublesome pet," Longli muttered, though she picked up the egg and carried it as she followed Xianming to a room filled with weapons. The door creaked open, revealing an array of weapons, dazzling and varied in their craftsmanship and ranks. "Not bad. You're quite well off," Longli remarked, scanning the room. Her gaze briefly lingered on a divine tier spear, but she showed little interest. Xianming pointed to 3 swords. "Here are 3 swords, all of the heavenly tier. With your current strength, a heavenly tier sword should suffice." Longli nodded and approached the swords for a closer look. Xianming introduced them one by one. The first is the Feng Zun sword, forged from phoenix feathers. It can summon a rain of phoenix fire, and its signature move, Phoenix's Wings, can annihilate opponents in an instant. The second is the Qingshan sword, crafted from mountain crystals. It provides excellent defense, reducing damage by 10%. The third is the Tianxian sword, made from thunderstones. It can harness the power of lightning. None of the 3 swords seemed to capture Longli's interest. As she wandered around the room, her attention was drawn to a rusty, weathered sword in the corner. "What's the story behind this sword?" she asked. Xianming glanced at it and replied indifferently, "I found it on an ancient battlefield years ago. After some study, I concluded it's likely just an ordinary sword." Longli stepped forward, gripping the worn hilt, and began to examine it closely. The hilt of the sword bore intricate carvings of intertwined dragons and phoenixes, faintly visible under the layers of time. The blade was dark and mottled with rust, yet Longli was inexplicably drawn to it, as if this sword was destined to be her battle companion. Shangjiao glanced at it briefly, his expression unchanged, and spoke in a calm tone, "Woman, this sword carries the aura of a dragon." "Oh, really?" Longli asked, slightly surprised. "Yes, though faint, it's definitely there." "Woman, you might want to try forming a bond with it," Shangjiao suggested. Longli shook her head. "Not yet." Just then, Xianming walked over, scrutinizing the sword with a dismissive air. "Even if it has the aura of a dragon, it's nothing more than a useless piece of scrap." "Xianming, I've made up my mind. This is the sword I want," Longli said firmly. "Does it have a name?" "No," Xianming replied with a glance, his tone carrying a hint of hesitation. "Are you sure about this choice?" "Yes, I like it." Longli's gaze lingered on the dragon and phoenix patterns on the hilt. After a moment of thought, she said, "The blade is dark, and the dragon and phoenix seem to soar together. Let's call it the God-slaying sword." Hearing this, Shangjiao let out a faint chuckle, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Woman, that's a bold name. I like it." Longli's eyes turned cold, her voice low and resolute. "I'll wield this God-slaying sword to vanquish those who have wronged me." Her gaze brimmed with unyielding determination, fueled by a deep-seated hatred for her uncle and her malicious cousin. The name God-slaying sword resonated with her resolvito cut down all those who betrayed her. "That's indeed a fitting name," Xianming nodded in approval. After securing the sword, Longli turned to Xianming. "Xianming, take care of this egg for me. I have other matters to attend to." Before her words had fully settled, she handed the egg to him and vanished from the cave. Shangjiao snorted in displeasure, muttering, "Woman, she just left me here like that." Xianming shot him a glance, his tone indifferent. Staying here in the cave is better for you. If she takes you along and someone discovers your existence, it could bring her fatal trouble. Though Xiongjiu was reluctant, he couldn't argue and fell into silence. After leaving the cave, Longli made her way to the corpse of a hellfire lion. Drawing the rusty god-slaying sword, she began extracting the beast's inner core. Inner cores of spirit beasts were crucial ingredients for refining elixirs, especially high-grade ones, which contained immense energy and could fetch a hefty price. Once finished, she felt her stomach growl with hunger. Gathering some dry wood, she started a fire and began roasting meat. The savory aroma soon filled the air. This was her first meal since her rebirth, and unexpectedly, it was spirit beast meat. As she savored her meal, a fluffy little creature approached her cautiously. It was a small white fox with a round, chubby figure, clearly drawn by the smell of the roasted meat. Longlee's lips curved into a playful smile. Want some roasted meat? The little fox squeaked in response, as though answering her. A clever little fellow, Longlee remarked with amusement. She tore off a piece of meat and tossed it toward the fox. You're too cute to refuse. Here, this one's for you. The fox eagerly pounced on the meat, devouring it with delight. Together, human and beast shared a simple yet heartwarming meal under the blue sky and amidst the shade of green trees. The scene was one of perfect harmony. After finishing, Longlee dusted off her robes and stood up, ready to leave. The little fox trailed behind her quietly, its steps light and tentative. She turned to glance back, chuckling softly. Little one, don't follow me. The fox only drew closer, tugging at her shoe with its tiny paws and squeaking insistently. Longlee bent down and picked it up. You want to come with me? The fox snuggled into her arms, its playful demeanor leaving no doubt. Longlee sighed, a smile tugging at her lips. What an endearing little thing. From now on, I'll call you Furball. The fox let out a couple of happy squeaks, seemingly pleased with its new name. As Longlee carried it onward, Furball suddenly leaped from her arms, circling her a few times before scampering ahead. Curious, she followed. Furball led her to a hidden cave. Standing at the entrance, Longlee used her spiritual senses to ensure there was no danger before stepping inside. The fox darted toward a fruit tree and began excitedly circling it. Looking up, Longlee's eyes lit up. Spirit-gathering fruits. 10 ripe fruits hung from the tree, precious treasures of nature. She picked up Furball and smiled. Thank you, Furball. I love it. She carefully plucked the fruits, giving one to Furball as a reward. The little fox happily gnawed on the fruit while she stored the rest in her spatial ring. But just then, a massive black serpent emerged at the cave's entrance, its cold, piercing eyes fixed on her. Longlee swiftly drew the god-slaying sword and placed Furball on her shoulder, her gaze sharp. The serpent opened its maw wide, releasing a foul stench. Longlee wrinkled her nose and muttered, "That's one disgusting breath." Furball mimicked her, covering its nose with its tiny paws, its expression equally disdainful. In a flash, Longlee became a blur, aiming directly for the serpent's vital spot. The beast retaliated with a spray of venom, but she dodged nimbly, channeling her spiritual energy into her palm. Dragon Phoenix sword technique, she shouted, her voice steady and commanding. As the god-slaying sword danced through the air, a fierce wind rose, and phantom images of a dragon and phoenix appeared in the sword's aura. Seizing the moment, she thrust the blade into the serpent's vulnerable spot. The serpent let out a pained roar, its massive body convulsing before collapsing lifelessly. Longlee calmly extracted its inner core and stored it away. Furball nuzzled against her neck affectionately, earning a gentle pat. Good Furball, she murmured with a smile. She sheathed the god-slaying sword and left the cave. Along the way, she gathered various spirit herbs, her harvest abundant. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, she quickened her pace, darting through the forest. Reaching a steep cliff, she lightly tapped her toes against the rock face and, with the aid of her spiritual energy, gracefully ascended to the top. Standing at the summit, her hair billowed in the wind. She gazed into the distance, her eyes brimming with unshakable determination. The surrounding mountains, towering ancient trees, and jagged cliffs painted a breathtaking landscape. I Longlee am back. Her voice was cool yet carried boundless confidence. With that, she turned and continued her journey through the vast mountain range. As she searched the memories of her Boda's previous owner, she found a life so pitifully simple it made her heart ache eating, sleeping, being bullied, or chasing after by Li Che like a fool. Furball rested quietly on her shoulder, its eyes gleaming with joy. Whenever they encountered magical beasts, Longlee deftly avoided them, unwilling to waste time. Suddenly, a loud boom shattered the forest's tranquility, a clash of spiritual energy. Longlee stopped in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as she turned toward the source of the commotion. It seemed a fierce battle was underway. Hiding her presence, she moved closer, eventually perching on the branch of a towering tree. From her vantage point, she saw a group of black-clad men surrounding 3 others in a fierce fight. Both sides appeared to be at the spirit void realm, and the battle was nearing its climax. Xueshang leaned against a massive ancient tree, his body drenched in blood. His once pristine white robes were now dyed a dark crimson. His face, naturally striking and handsome, was now contorted with pain and rage. Opposite him stood Xiefeng, arms crossed, his eyes brimming with mockery as he chuckled coldly. Xueshang, you're nothing but a cripple now, and you still dream of crawling back to the Shui family? How laughable. Xiefeng's voice was icy and disdainful, cutting through the air like a blade. Xueshang lifted his head, his eyes blazing with anger. His voice was hoarse, yet unwavering. Xiefeng, you conspired with the Lin family to harm your own brother. Father will never forgive you for this. Not far away, Lonely stood silently, her gaze frosty. Watching the scene unfold, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. The sight of family members turning against one another painfully mirrored her own past. She had intended to stay uninvolved, but witnessing such despicable behavior pushed her patience to its limit. Xiefeng's sneer deepened, his tone dripping with contempt. My dear brother, with your meridians shattered, you're nothing but a useless wreck. The Shui family won't risk opposing outsiders for someone like you. Just accept your fate and die here. Xueshang's face was pale, his body trembling slightly from his severe injuries. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with both fury and defiance. The Shui family may value strength above all, but I, Xueshang, have never feared death. It's just a shame that dying at the hands of a despicable coward like you would leave me restless in the afterlife. If I survive today, I swear we won't rest until one of us is dead. Lonely's gaze flickered, a faint light sparking in her eyes as she silently admired him. A man with such unyielding spirit. It's unfortunate that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one is nothing but prey. She tore a strip of cloth from her garment and quickly masked her face. Speaking to herself in a low voice, she muttered, better to keep a low profile in matters like this. Once bitten, twice shy. Xiefeng snorted coldly and waved at the black-clad men behind him. Do it. Kill them all. The assassins obeyed, their swords gleaming as they surged towards Xueshang, their killing intent palpable. But just as their blades were about to strike, a shadow darted in from the side like a ghost. Lonely moved with precision, her blade flashing as she swiftly cut down 2 of the attackers. Blood sprayed, staining her boots crimson. Xueshang, who had already resigned himself to death, felt a jolt of hope stir within him at the sight of Lonely's intervention. Who are you to interfere in the Shui family's affairs? Are you tired of living? Xiefeng's voice was filled with anger and disbelief as his eyes burned with fury. Lonely let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with mockery. I'm your ancestor. Aren't you going to kneel and pay your respects? In a flash, she was standing beside Xueshang. His secret guards tensed at her sudden approach, their hands instinctively tightening around their swords. Xueshang, however, was stunned, his eyes filled with a mix of wariness and curiosity as he looked at this masked figure who had saved him. Who was this mysterious person claiming to be the Shui family's ancestor? You're courting death. Xiefeng's face turned livid, his voice shaking with fury. Kill this insolent brat. Lonely drew her sword, its plain, unadorned blade glinting faintly in the sunlight. Xiefeng froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Huh. A pauper wielding such a shabby sword dares to show off? What a joke. A flicker of disdain crossed Lonely's eyes. The small creature perched on her shoulder raised its tiny claws, baring its teeth at Xiefeng with a series of sharp squeaks. Don't worry, I'll use this shabby sword to sever your head and cleanse your family of disgrace, Lonely said coldly, gently patting the creature. Calm down. There's no need to stoop to the level of beasts. Enraged, Xiefeng bellowed, attack. Kill them. The black-clad men charged again, but Lonely moved like a whirlwind. Wherever her sword passed, blood sprayed and bodies fell. Within moments, the ground was littered with corpses. The remaining assassins hesitated, retreating in fear, no longer daring to approach. Xiefeng's face turned ashen, his voice trembling. You possess such power. I can offer you endless wealth if you pledge your loyalty to me. I swear you'll be richly rewarded. Lonely sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Just looking at you makes me sick. It's bad enough that you're shameless, but trying to drag me down with you? You're worse than a beast. Before he could respond, she unleashed a burst of energy, and the black-clad men shielding Xiefeng were torn apart in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Xiefeng, now covered in blood, stumbled back in terror. A spirit sky realm master. This can't be. That's only because your knowledge is pitifully shallow, Lonely replied coldly. With a flick of her sword, energy surged forward. Xiefeng screamed as his arm was severed, blood gushing from the wound. You dare kill me? The Lin family patriarch won't let you go. Xiefeng clutched his severed arm, his voice filled with desperation and fear. Still making threats on the brink of death? Lonely scoffed. Her sword flashed again, and in an instant, Xiefeng's body was sliced into countless pieces. Blood and gore splattered everywhere as his life came to an abrupt end. Xueshang and his guards were left speechless, their faces pale with shock. The sheer ruthlessness of this woman, so reminiscent of a demon from the underworld, sent chills down their spines. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xueshang bowed slightly. "Thank you for saving my life." Lonely sheathed her sword and turned to him, her expression calm. "There's no need for thanks, young Master Xue. I was merely passing by. By the way, where's this place? And how do I get to the sacred dragon continent?" Xueshang opened his mouth to reply, but a surge of blood rose in his throat. His face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lonely sidestepped gracefully, avoiding the splatter, and frowned. "Try not to ruin my clothes." The guards rushed to support Xueshang, their faces filled with worry. "Master, are you all right?" Lonely crossed her arms, deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she sighed. "Fine. I'll see if there's anything I can do for him." She crouched down, placing her fingers on Xueshang's wrist to check his pulse. Her brows furrowed. "His meridians are completely shattered, and his injuries are severe. He won't last much longer." The two guards immediately fell to their knees, pleading, "Please save our master. He suffered so much already. If it weren't for the schemes against him, he wouldn't be in this state." Lonely remained silent for a while, a flicker of sympathy crossing her face. She closed her eyes briefly, reaching out with her mind to communicate with the spirit within her artifact. "Xianming, do you still have any bone restoration pills?" The pet egg lay quietly in Longli's arms without making a sound. Longli paused slightly and turned to Xianming, saying, "I want to save him. His experiences are similar to mine. Besides, I've just arrived here with nothing to my name. Perhaps I can ask him for some spirit stones in return." Xianming nodded and took out a small porcelain bottle from his storage pouch, handing it to Longli. "All right, if that's what you think is best. This pill is of no use to me anyway." "Thank you." Longli accepted the bottle and opened it, revealing 3 pills inside. These are grade 3 bone renewal pills. They can repair damaged meridians when consumed. Xueshang froze in place. The pill he had been searching for years was now unexpectedly gifted to him by a stranger. The shadow guard beside him felt a surge of joy but cautiously reminded, "This pill is extremely rare and valuable." Longli remained indifferent. She crouched down, poured out 1 pill, and handed it to Xueshang. "Take this and you'll recover in no time. As for spirit stones, I do need some, but it's fine if you don't have any." Xueshang stared blankly at the pill, his eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, sir. I have plenty of spirit stones. I'll give them all to you shortly. If it's not enough, I can send someone back to fetch more. May I ask for your name?" "Li Long," Longli replied casually, giving a false name. Her expression was calm, betraying no hint of deception. She didn't trust the man before her caution was always necessary. "Take the pill quickly." Xueshang nodded and placed the pill in his mouth. It dissolved immediately, spreading a refreshing fragrance throughout his mouth before transforming into a warm current that flowed through his body. He could feel his meridians slowly repairing themselves, with no pain, only an unprecedented sense of comfort. "Grade 3 bone renewal pill, truly miraculous," Xueshang murmured to himself. Longli held the furry creature in her arms, gently teasing it. The little ball of fluff acted playfully, trying to please its owner, bringing a faint smile to her lips. Time passed quietly. Xueshang sat cross-legged under a tree, meditating. His meridians had fully healed. When he opened his eyes, they were filled with excitement and gratitude. "Sir Li, I am fully recovered now. Thank you for the pill." Xueshang stood up and bowed deeply to Longli. Longli placed the furry creature back on her shoulder and said in a detached tone, "Just be more careful in the future. People can be unpredictable, and it's always wise to stay vigilant." "Your advice is well noted, Sir Li. I've learned my lesson and won't allow myself to fall into such a trap again," Xueshang replied solemnly. Longli nodded slightly and then asked, "By the way, I'd like to know how to get to the sacred dragon capital." Xueshang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Who exactly was this Sir Li? Why did he seem so unfamiliar with this place? After a brief pause, he explained, "Sir Li, this is the Netherworld continent. As for the sacred dragon capital you mentioned, it's not far from here, about a 2-day journey by carriage." With that, he retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his storage pouch and presented them with both hands. "Here are 30,000 lower-grade spirit stones. This is all I have with me. If it's not enough, I can have someone bring more." Longli accepted the spirit stones, her expression calm. "This will suffice." Internally, she sighed. The lower realm truly is impoverished. Just as she was about to leave, Xueshang suddenly stepped forward to block her path. Longli's gaze turned cold, her tone tinged with impatience. What is it now? Xue Shang's expression was earnest. Sir Li, we happen to be heading to the capital as well. If you don't mind, perhaps we could travel together. I could serve as your guide. Long Li considered this for a moment. Indeed, she was unfamiliar with the routes, and having someone guide her would save a lot of trouble. Very well. It'll trouble you then, Sir Xue Shang. Xue Shang was delighted by her agreement and quickly said, Sir Li, the Netherworld capital is very prosperous. I'm sure it won't disappoint you. Long Li offered a faint smile and moved like lightning through the forest. Xue Shang and his shadow guards hurried to keep up, but their speed was far inferior to hers, and they could only follow from a distance. At the foot of the mountain, Long Li stopped and sat on a large rock, holding her furry companion as she waited quietly. Moments later, Xue Shang and his 2 guards arrived, panting heavily. Sir Li, sorry to keep you waiting, Xue Shang said apologetically. No matter. Long Li's gaze swept across their surroundings. Is this the Netherworld capital? Xue Shang shook his head and explained, not yet. We still need to pass through a town before reaching the Netherworld capital. To get to the Sacred Dragon capital, you'll need to pass through the Netherworld capital first. Long Li nodded, glancing at Xue Shang, who now looked completely recovered. She thought to herself that he was much more presentable now than when he was on the brink of death. If that's the case, let's hurry. I'm in a rush to reach the Sacred Dragon capital. Xue Shang followed closely beside her, catching a faint, pleasant fragrance. He couldn't help but wonder why would a man carry the scent of a woman? He had noticed the same fragrance earlier when she handed him the pill. Could it be, was she actually a woman? Sir Xue Shang, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Long Li asked coldly without turning her head. Xue Shang quickly lowered his gaze, like a child caught doing something wrong. Apologies. I just wanted to remember the face of my benefactor so I can repay your kindness in the future. Without breaking stride, Long Li's voice grew colder. I've told you, it was nothing more than a small favor. There's no need for repayment. After today, we'll have no further connection. I hope you'll forget about this and live your life well. Xue Shang straightened his posture, his tone sincere. Sir Li, a life-saving grace is greater than anything. I truly wish to repay you. If you ever need anything, I am willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. Long Li stopped and turned to look at him, her expression complicated. Perhaps there were still people in this world who valued loyalty and gratitude. All right. If I ever need your help, I'll come find you. With that, she turned and continued walking, paying no heed to the people behind her. Xue Shang felt a surge of joy and quickly caught up. Eventually, they arrived at the capital. The bustling streets were filled with people, vibrant and lively. Sir Xue Shang, I've arrived. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I need to find a place to eat and freshen up, Long Li said calmly. I have no pressing matters. If you don't mind, I'd like to take you to the best restaurant in the capital, Xue Shang offered respectfully. Long Li glanced at the bustling streets and hesitated briefly. All right, I'll take you up on your offer. Xue Shang gave a slight smile and led Long Li to an elegantly decorated restaurant. Inside, the light was warm, and the air was filled with the enticing aroma of delicious food. The restaurant was bustling with lively chatter, and diners came and went in an endless stream. Every table was separated by a screen, maintaining the vibrant atmosphere while offering a touch of privacy. Long Li glanced around the room and nodded slightly. This place isn't bad, she remarked. Xue Shang responded with a smile. I'm glad young Master Li likes it. It was clear he was a regular here. The moment the innkeeper spotted him, his face lit up with a welcoming smile as he approached. Young Master Xue, you're here. Please come in. The two were led to a private room. Xue Shang, clearly familiar with the place, ordered a table full of dishes, all signature items of the establishment. Young Master Li, make sure to eat plenty. The food here is truly excellent, he said warmly. Long Li responded casually, though her gaze lingered on Xue Shang for a moment longer. This person carried himself with an air of sophistication, his understated attire exuding an unmistakable elegance. He was clearly no ordinary man. She asked nonchalantly, does young Master Xue reside in the capital? Xue Shang raised his eyes with a calm smile and replied, the Nether continent is governed by 7 major powers. The entire capital is under the jurisdiction of the Nether Hall. Besides that, there are the 4 great families, the Linghu sect, and the Shuiwei Academy. I, as it happens, am the young master of the Xue family, one of the 4 great families. Hearing this, Long Li felt a stir in her heart, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. As a newcomer to the lower realm, she was unfamiliar with its workings, and expanding her network could only prove beneficial. After a brief moment of thought, she asked casually, how powerful is the master of the Nether Hall? Xue Shang's expression grew more serious. His strength is unfathomable. My father once mentioned that the master of the Nether Hall appears to have reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Moreover, The Nether Hall has a long legacy, with ancestral elders in residence. It's said that some of them have reached the Spirit Saint realm, or perhaps even higher. Longli frowned slightly upon hearing this, calculating inwardly. If what Shueshang said was true, the master of the Nether Hall's strength far exceeded her current level. Dealing with Bai Li Che wouldn't be easy. While she could barely hold her ground against a spirit emperor, facing a spirit saint would leave her with no chance of survival. It seemed that her plans for revenge would need to be reconsidered. Shueshang noticed her furrowed brow, and a trace of concern flickered in his eyes. What is young Master Li thinking about? Is there anything I can assist with? He asked. Longli snapped out of her thoughts and smiled faintly. It's nothing. I was just trying to learn more about the people and affairs here. Shueshang nodded. If there's anything you'd like to know, feel free to ask me. After a moment of contemplation, Longli inquired, are the masters of the 4 continents evenly matched in strength? In truth, she was most curious about the Saint Dragon Hall, but chose to frame her question more broadly. Shueshang nodded. The 4 hall masters are indeed evenly matched, which is why there's been peace for the past century. However, I've heard that the 9 Dragons Pavilion on the Saint Dragon continent is especially enigmatic. Its master, Emperor Zhu, is said to possess strength that might have reached the transformation realm. Long Li's heart skipped a beat. The transformation realm? That meant he was already halfway to the upper realm. Once one achieved perfection in the transformation realm, they could ascend to the divine realm. She hadn't expected such hidden talents in this seemingly modest lower realm. As she mulled over these thoughts, the innkeeper entered with the waiters, carrying dishes that filled the table with steaming, fragrant delicacies. Long Li pushed aside her concerns, resolving to take things one step at a time. Overthinking would only add to her frustrations. Young Master Li, try the food and see if it suits your taste, Shueshang said, inviting her to eat. Long Li picked up her chopsticks but hesitated because of the cloth covering her face. The fabric was wrapped too tightly, making eating inconvenient. After a brief moment of deliberation, she simply tore off the cloth, revealing a face of stunning beauty, both bewitching and strikingly handsome. Shueshang, who had been serving food for her, glanced up just in time to see this. His chopsticks slipped from his hand and clattered to the floor. Flustered, he quickly bent down to pick them up, stammering, "My apologies, that was an accident." Long Li, already focused on her meal, paid no attention to his reaction. Shueshang, however, couldn't take his eyes off her. That face, so captivatingly beautiful yet with a hint of otherworldly charm, was unlike anything he'd ever seen. He thought to himself, if young Master Li were a woman, she would undoubtedly be a peerless beauty. "Young Master Shui, aren't you eating?" Long Li asked indistinctly, her mouth full. Snapping back to reality, Shueshang lowered his head and began eating. The two of them, along with a furry creature, dug into the meal with gusto, and the food proved worthy of its reputation. The little furball ate its fill early on and sprawled on a bench, its tiny paws patting its round belly in satisfaction. Long Li glanced at it with a look of fondness. This little thing sure can eat. Its belly's about to burst. After the meal, Long Li stood up to leave. "Thank you for your hospitality, young Master Shui. I must take my leave now. Until we meet again." With that, she turned and exited the private room. Shueshang hurried after her. "Young Master Li, wait," he called. She stopped and turned back. "Is there something else, young Master Shui?" With a gentle smile, Shueshang replied, "I've already arranged for a carriage to take you to the Saint Dragon capital. The driver, Lu Tong, is well known for his reliability and will ensure you reach your destination safely." Following his gaze, Long Li saw an opulent carriage waiting at the entrance, with Shueshang's guards standing respectfully nearby. "Master, the carriage is ready. We've prepared everything you'll need for the journey," one of them reported. Long Li blinked in mild surprise. Young Master Shui is indeed thoughtful. "Thank you." Shueshang's smile remained warm. "You're unfamiliar with the roads, and having Lu Tong with you will save you a lot of trouble." Long Li nodded in acknowledgement and bid him farewell. "Until we meet again, young Master Shui." She stepped into the carriage, cradling her furry companion. Shueshang stood where he was, watching the carriage disappear into the distance, a faint trace of reluctance in his eyes. He silently resolved that once his family's matters were settled, he would make his way to the Saint Dragon capital to see young Master Li again. The carriage rolled along under the bright sunlight as Long Li, holding the little furball, dozed off. The warm afternoon sun filtered through the curtains, lending a sense of drowsy tranquility. After some time, she lifted the curtain and spotted a city in the distance. The towering gates bore the bold inscription Saint Dragon Capital, the characters exuding a commanding presence. Her heart twinged slightly, as if pricked by a needle. This pain was the lingering obsession of the original soul. In a soft voice, she reassured herself, "Don't worry. I'll reclaim everything for you. It's just a matter of time." The driver respectfully asked, "Young Master, we've arrived at the Saint Dragon Capital. Where shall I take you?" "I can deliver you directly to your destination." Long Li shook her head. Just stop at the city gates. You may return now, and please extend my thanks to young Master Shui. The driver nodded, bid her farewell, and drove off. Standing before the gates with the little furball in her arms, Long Li took a deep breath and stepped forward. The city was bustling, its streets lined with shops and filled with the lively sounds of street performers and vendors. Guided by the original soul's memories, she made her way directly to the Long family estate. The entrance to the estate was grand, but it was draped in white cloth, a clear sign of mourning. Evidently, they were holding a funeral for her. Long Li let out a cold chuckle. A funeral isn't wrong, I suppose. After all, the original me is indeed dead. But the new Long Li has returned, with her own memories. As she approached, 2 guards blocked her path. Who are you? One demanded. Long Li smirked and said coldly, open your eyes and take a good look. I am your eldest young lady, Long Li. Long Li gazed coldly at the 2 guards before her, her eyes glinting with icy disdain. These 2 had bullied the former host of her body countless times. Every time the original owner wanted to leave the house, she had to bribe them with favors. Over time, their behavior became increasingly brazen, even striking the original owner once. Such insolent fools today, she would make sure they learned their lesson. You're the eldest, miss? Impossible. One of the guards sneered, pointing at her with open mockery and contempt. Summon your master, and you'll see whether I am or not, Long Li replied, her tone cold as frost, her expression filled with disgust. The guard's scorn deepened. Do you think the master is someone you can summon at will? Get lost. How dare you impersonate the eldest miss? She's dead. Her remains were even retrieved by the steward. If you don't leave now, we won't be so polite. Their voices dripped with ridicule and menace. Long Li didn't waste more words. She set down the small animal on her shoulder, stretched her neck, and in a flash, her figure disappeared. Ah! The 2 guards screamed in pain as their legs were broken. They collapsed to the ground, writhing and howling in agony. My legs. One of them cried out in despair. Retrieving the Zhanshen sword, Long Li spoke coldly, you had your chance to back down, but you forced my hand. Her expression remained calm as she turned and walked straight into the residence. The commotion drew the attention of the estate's shadow guards. Appearing like lightning, they surrounded her. Who dares to trespass in the Long estate? One of them demanded. Long Li raised her gaze slightly, her eyes sharp and frosty, a faintly bloodthirsty smile curling her lips. I am Long Li, your eldest miss. Is your master home? The shadow guards scrutinized her warily. You're the eldest miss? She's been dead for days. It wasn't surprising they didn't recognize her. After taking the Shisui pill, Long Li's appearance had transformed. Her skin was now as flawless as jade, and her current male disguise bore no resemblance to the former host's dull complexion and heavily rouged face. Is my father in the residence? Take me to him, Long Li said impatiently, unwilling to argue further. She needed to see this father for herself. Was his affection for the original host genuine or merely a facade? The guards exchanged uncertain glances. The master had indeed doted on the eldest miss, but could this person really be the same foolish girl they once knew? The master is in the main hall, one of them finally replied. Good. Lead the way, Long Li ordered, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Her face remained impassive as she followed the guards, her sharp eyes discreetly taking in the surroundings. The estate was ornate and well-maintained, with pavilions, corridors, and courtyards adorned with blossoming peach trees. The air was fragrant and serene, yet Long Li's gaze remained cold and detached, unmoved by the beauty around her. After winding through several pathways, they arrived at the grand main hall. The space was spacious and brightly lit, exuding a sense of deep-rooted family heritage. Seated at the head of the hall was a man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a black robe. His expression was composed, though his weary eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. Despite his fatigue, his commanding presence was undeniable. This was Long Batian, the head of the Long family. The shadow guards knelt and reported, Master, this person claims to be the eldest miss. We dared not act rashly and brought her here for your judgment. Long Batian lifted his tired eyes, studying the figure standing behind the guards. His brows furrowed slightly, and his voice was low and grave. Who are you? Long Li let out a cold snort, her tone icy. Master Long, take a closer look. Do you not recognize me? Long Batian's eyes narrowed, his gaze scrutinizing her intently. In recent days, he had been consumed with grief over the death of his daughter. The young person before him looked nothing like the daughter he remembered. After a moment of silence, his voice turned stern. I do not know you. If you do not speak the truth, I will not show mercy. Long Li smirked inwardly. Just because she had changed her attire and let down her hair, her own father couldn't recognize her? She undid her hair, letting it fall freely, revealing her feminine features. Have a few days passed, father, and you've already forgotten your daughter? She said with a hint of mockery in her tone. Long Batian shot to his feet, his eyes fixed on her in disbelief. In a flash, he appeared before her, his voice trembling. Is it really you, liar? He pulled her into a tight embrace, his tone filled with emotion. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Do you know how worried I've been? Even your brother refused to believe you were gone. The entire household has been searching for you. Uncomfortable with his embrace, Longley pushed against him but couldn't break free. Father, if you don't let go, you might just strangle me to death. Startled, Long Badian quickly released her but continued to circle her, inspecting her from head to toe, his face alight with joy. Forgive me. I was just so excited. Father, I see the household is in mourning. May I ask who has passed? Longley feigned ignorance, testing whether her father had been deceived by the steward or had chosen to close the chapter prematurely. After all, the original host's foolishness had caused him no small amount of trouble. Long Badian sighed. The steward found your remains. Though the body was unrecognizable, it was dressed in your favorite clothes and bore the bracelet your mother left you. Everyone believed it to be you, so we arranged the mourning. As he spoke, his gaze grew more curious, scrutinizing Longley. He noticed that not only was his daughter alive, but her demeanor and speech were entirely different from the foolish girl she used to be. Liar, does this mean you're no longer? He hesitated, searching for the right words. What happened to you? Longley's expression remained calm as she replied evenly, I fell off a cliff and was saved by a kind elder. He took pity on me and cured my foolishness. However, the cure isn't permanent, it might relapse one day. She watched his reaction closely, trying to discern whether his affection for the original host had been genuine. A truly loving father would care for her regardless of her intellect. A schemer would see her as a pawn to be discarded when inconvenient. Liar, are you saying you might revert to your old self? Long Baishan's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Perhaps not, Longley said lightly. But, father, I ask that you keep my recovery a secret. That way, if I ever revert, no one will be surprised. Her tone sharpened, her icy gaze locking onto Long Badian. And let me make one thing clear, my fall from the cliff was no accident. The culprits are likely Long Yu and Bailey Che. It couldn't have been Yuer. Long Badian frowned, his voice filled with doubt. She's always been kind to you. Since your disappearance, she's been tirelessly searching for you, even falling ill from exhaustion. She fainted in front of your memorial tablet, and your brother, feeling sorry for her, let her rest in his courtyard. Liar, you were not in your right mind before. Perhaps you wandered off and imagined things. Longley listened to his words, her eyes growing colder. Her kind sister was truly a masterful actress, fooling everyone with her pretense of sisterly love. After a moment's thought, Long Badian asked, this elder who saved you, do you know who he is? I don't, Longley replied indifferently. He was just a passerby. After saving me, he left. Her gaze remained calm and unwavering as she observed her father, mocking him silently in her heart. Did he think he could extract information from her? How naive. Long Baishan's eyes were deep, as if lost in thought. Longley's sharp questioning pierced straight into his heart. Has father never doubted who arranged for that corpse to be brought back? Or who took my mother's bracelet? Or is it that a foolish daughter, even in death, is of no consequence to father, and you simply don't care? Her words made Long Badian subconsciously take a step back. His heart trembled. Who took that bracelet? Could it be that someone in the household truly intended to harm Lear? But she was just a fool who would go to such lengths to hurt her? Lear, you've only just returned. I promise I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If someone truly sought to harm you, I will not let it slide. I will avenge you. Long Baishan's tone was resolute, but a cold smile flickered across Longley's heart. Her eyes briefly flashed with mockery. A loving father? Just a facade of hypocrisy. She knew this was merely an attempt to absolve Long Yu. Long Yu was a prodigy with exceptional cultivation talent, while she was once a fool. Anyone would choose to side with the genius. Then I'll leave it to father, Longley said with a faint hint of sarcasm. I hope father truly means what he says. Your daughter has lived in a daze for so many years. I hope this time, father won't let me down again. Each word was sharp as a blade, stabbing straight into Long Baishan's heart. Guilt flashed across his face. Indeed, he had neglected this daughter for far too long. Burdened with family affairs and the pursuit of benefits, he had allowed this foolish daughter to endure endless grievances. He was not blind to how the elders treated her, but as the head of the family, there were many things beyond his control. Rest assured, Leah. This time, I will stand by you, Long Badian said heavily, as though making a solemn promise. Yet Longley had never believed he would truly stand up for her. These words were just noise to her. True vengeance, she would seek that herself. Father, I wish to visit the mourning hall, Longley suddenly said. Leah, you mustn't go. It's inauspicious. I'll have the mourning hall dismantled immediately. Long Badian objected at once. I don't think it's inauspicious, Longley replied calmly but firmly. The mourning hall was set up for me. Wouldn't it be a shame if I, the supposed deceased, didn't take a look? Her gaze carried a trace of coldness. The original owner of this body was already dead. The morning hall had been set up for her, and naturally, she felt no discomfort. But she did feel indignation on behalf of the original owner. Her enemies were right in front of her, yet her own father chose to turn a blind eye. She wouldn't press the matter further. As for Long Yu and Bai Lish, she would deal with them herself. Someone, escort the young lady to the morning hall. Long Badian finally relented, albeit reluctantly. From today onward, you four will serve as the young lady's personal guards. Ensure her safety at all costs. The four guards knelt in unison and responded respectfully, understood, master. Lear, these four are all at the Lingkong realm. They will protect you. Their names are Lang Yi, Xian Ing, Huan Feng and Han Zhou, Long Badian added. Long Li lowered her gaze, glancing at the four kneeling individuals. A faint, cold smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Protection? Or was it surveillance in disguise? It didn't matter to her. She had plenty of time to play along with them. Father, I take my leave, Long Li said before turning to walk away. As Long Badian watched his daughter's retreating figure, unease filled his heart. Why did this Lear feel so unfamiliar, so unreal? Inside the morning hall, Madame Ning Yao, the steward, and Long Jiushao, the original owner's elder brother, were burning paper offerings. Long Li entered with her four guards, her cold gaze sweeping over the group. Who are you offering these to? She asked, her tone flat but laced with a chilling undertone. The group turned around, and upon seeing Long Li, their faces turned deathly pale. Sister, are you a ghost? Have you come back to see your brother? Long Jiuxiao's voice trembled, his eyes filled with guilt and sorrow. It's all my fault I failed to protect you. Sister, rest in peace. From now on, I will visit you every year and burn offerings for you. Dressed in white, Long Jiuxiao had a handsome face that bore some resemblance to Long Li. However, his pallor and haggard appearance revealed the toll of days spent mourning without rest. Tears streamed down his face, brimming with remorse. Long Li frowned slightly. The original owner of this body had little emotional connection to this brother. After all, Long Jiuxiao had left for the Jialan Institute at a young age to cultivate, leaving the siblings distant. Brother, get a grip. I'm alive. What ghost are you talking about? Long Li's tone was icy. Long Jiuxiao froze for a moment, then stood up abruptly, grabbing her arm in his urgency. Sister, you're really alive? Yes, I'm alive. Are you disappointed? Long Li raised an eyebrow coldly. Long Jiuxiao pulled her into a tight hug, his voice choked with emotion. Don't say that. I couldn't bear to believe you were gone these past few days. My Leah, so innocent and kind, how could you die? Long Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. Innocent and kind? Who's he talking about? This brother of hers really lacked tact. At this moment, Madame Ning Yao and the steward exchanged a glance, a flicker of astonishment passing between them. Leah, is it really you? Oh, thank heavens. Madame Ning Yao began to sob. Long Li pushed Long Jiuxiao aside and took a step forward, fixing her cold gaze on Madame Ning Yao. This woman, Long Yu's mother, was nothing but a venomous snake. Why the tears? I'm not dead yet. Or is Madame Ning Yao hoping for my death? Long Li's sharp words cut like a blade. Long Jiuxiao's expression darkened, and he barked, Lear is alive. Why are you crying? Are you cursing my sister? Madame Ning Yao immediately silenced herself, her eyes scrutinizing Long Li with growing shock. She's no longer a fool? Smack. Smack. Two crisp slaps landed on Madame Ning Yao's face. Long Li, feigning a naive expression, said with childlike innocence, Brother, Madame Ning Yao looks so scary. I'm frightened. Long Jiuxiao immediately stepped in front of her protectively. Don't be afraid, Lear. Brother will protect you. Suddenly, Long Li picked up a nearby brazier and overturned it onto Madame Ning Yao's head. Madame Ning Yao screamed in agony. The steward rushed forward to remove the brazier as Madame Ning Yao frantically patted her hair. Her previously immaculate hairstyle was now a scorched, disheveled mess. Long Jiuxiao watched the scene unfold, his lips twitching slightly. His sister, how had she changed so much? So ruthless. Yet, strangely, he found this version of her rather amusing. Brother, Madame Ning Yao's hair looks so beautiful now. Long Li clapped her hands in delight, her expression pure and childlike. The steward's eyes burned with murderous intent as he glared at Long Li. This foolish girl, how could she be so cruel? Young lady, you shouldn't play around like this. Someone could get seriously hurt, the steward began, but before he could finish, Long Li kicked another brazier toward him. The flames caught his robes, and he was soon engulfed in fire. The steward screamed and rolled on the ground. Several servant women rushed forward to extinguish the flames. Long Li walked over leisurely and stomped on the steward with calculated force. Each step elicited a crisp crack, the sound of breaking bones. Young lady, have mercy. the steward cried out in agony. Brother, why won't the fire go out? Long Li blinked innocently, feigning confusion. Long Jiushao chuckled helplessly. Don't worry. He won't die. You don't need to fret, Lear. Finally, a maid brought over a bucket of water, dousing the flames. The steward lay on the ground, his hair singed, his clothes in tatters, and his body covered in burns. He was barely clinging to life. Long Li crouched down, feigning concern. Steward Li, are you alright? It's all my fault for being so careless. But I do smell something delicious like roasted meat. The steward's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Madame Ningyao, her hair resembling a bird's nest and her face smeared with ash, trembled with rage. Young lady, how could you act so recklessly? Were you trying to burn the steward alive? She hissed through gritted teeth. Madame Ningyao, don't you dare accuse me. Long Li suddenly began to sob theatrically. Are you bullying me because I'm a fool? Long Jiushao immediately shielded her with a cold glare. Madame Ningyao, why are you shouting? Lear is not in her right mind. Why are you making a fuss over this? It's just a steward, so what if he dies? His tone was icy, devoid of sympathy. Madame Ningyao glared at Long Li with hatred, her eyes brimming with venom, as if she wished to devour her whole. Long Li's lips curled into a meaningful smile, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes. Everyone loves to act, don't they? Then let's see who can act better, who can make it more convincing, she said in a soft, playful voice. Turning her head, she slipped her arm through Long Jiushao's and spoke in a delicate, pitiful tone. Brother. Lady Ningyao was so fierce. Lyre is scared. Lady Ningyao's face turned an alarming shade of blue, her features twisting in fury as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Gone was her usual composed demeanor. This foolish girl, how dare she? Yuer had clearly said she fell off the cliff. So why is she standing here alive and well? Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. Long Yu rushed in after hearing the commotion. The moment she entered, her gaze fell on Long Li, who was in Long Jiushao's arms. A flicker of shock and fear crossed her eyes. Long Li, are you a person or a ghost? She blurted out. Long Li slowly stepped out of Long Jiushao's embrace, her cold gaze sweeping over Long Yu. This woman before her was the culprit behind the original owner's death. Her lips curved into a mocking smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. Sister Yu, what are you saying? Of course I'm alive. Or did you run into a ghost? Long Yu's face paled, her voice trembling with disbelief. You're really alive? She stared at Long Li, her mind in turmoil. She had personally severed the tendons in this woman's hands and feet. How could this wretch be standing here without a scratch? What on earth is going on? Long Li smiled faintly, her tone casual but carrying an unmistakable edge. Sister Yu, are you disappointed that I'm not dead? Long Yu quickly put on an innocent expression, forcing a smile. Sister, don't misunderstand. I was just surprised. Of course, I'm happy you're alive and back, she said, her voice softening as she added in a low tone. But sister, you'd better be careful when you sleep. Who knows what might crawl out and drag you down with it. Hearing this, Long Li widened her eyes in feigned horror. Then, with a sly grin, she bent down, mimicking the motion of crawling out of a grave, letting out a low, eerie sound as she did. Long Yu was so startled that she took a half step back, her face turning pale. This wretched girl dared to scare her. Gritting her teeth, she muttered angrily to herself. It's broad daylight. There can't possibly be ghosts. It was at this moment that Long Yu noticed Lady Ningyao. She quickly stepped forward to support her mother, her gaze falling on the disheveled state of Lady Ningyao's hair. Mother, your hair, what happened? She asked in surprise. Lady Ningyao gritted her teeth, glaring at Long Li with hatred. It was the eldest young lady, she said coldly. A flicker of malice passed through Long Yu's eyes, though she maintained a facade of concern. Sister, she said in a tone of gentle reproach, even if you're not yourself at times, you shouldn't act so recklessly. Mother has always treated you well, how could you do this to her? Her words carried a trace of accusation, though her sharp gaze remained fixed on Long Li, as if trying to discern something. This fool couldn't possibly still be alive. She needed to speak with Brother Che about this matter immediately. Long Li suddenly turned her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice was tinged with grievance and childish petulance. Brother, she called me a fool. Liar isn't foolish. Brother, she's bullying me. Boo-hoo. Her tear-streaked face tugged at Long Jiushao's heartstrings. His brows furrowed slightly as his icy gaze landed on Long Yu. Long Yu, mind your words. Liar is the legitimate daughter of this household, your elder sister. You should know your place. Long Yu's expression turned aggrieved as she quickly defended herself. Brother, Yuer wasn't trying to be disrespectful. It's just that sister has been too much. These past few days, Yuer hasn't slept, tirelessly searching for her. I even fainted while keeping vigil for her. Doesn't brother see all that Yuer has done? Her voice quivered with emotion, her eyes reddening as she painted a pitiful picture. Long Jiuxiao sighed lightly, his tone firm. Liar has just returned. Let it go. She is the eldest daughter, and there is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate status. You should understand that. A cold glint flickered in Long Li's eyes, though her voice remained soft and innocent. Brother, sister, you said she searched for me for days. But who was it lying in the coffin? Long Jiuxiao's expression darkened at her words. Turning to the coffin in the center of the mourning hall, he spoke in a low, commanding voice. The body was brought back by the steward. It was dressed in Liar's favorite clothes and wore mother's bracelet. His sharp gaze shifted to Lady Ningyao as he continued. Lady Ningyao, the steward is one of your distant relatives. Care to explain how Liar's clothes and bracelet ended up on that corpse? Lady Ningyao lowered her gaze, concealing the panic in her eyes. Her tone was calm as she replied, Young master, I have no idea how this happened. That day, the steward and the guards found the body at an abandoned temple. The corpse was unrecognizable, but it was indeed wearing the eldest young lady's clothes. I can only assume that the young lady must have given her belongings to someone else. You know how simple-minded she can be. Her response was flawless, but Long Li could see through her facade. This woman was clearly on edge. Standing silently to the side, Long Li's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. This was only the beginning. She would ensure that this mother and daughter pair paid the price for their deeds. Long Jiuxiao let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a blade. I will personally investigate this matter. I suggest it has nothing to do with you two. Otherwise, this will be your fate. As his words fell, he struck the coffin with a powerful palm, shattering it into pieces. The corpse tumbled out, landing at Lady Ningyao's feet. She let out a terrified scream, stumbling backward with a look of utter horror on her face. Long Yu hurried to steady her mother, forcing herself to remain composed as she spoke. Brother, this has nothing to do with us. We've always taken care of sister. How could you suspect us of harming her? Long Jiuxiao shot her a cold glance. We'll see after the investigation. Liar is my legitimate sister, and I won't allow anyone to harm her. I wasn't here before, but now that I am, I will take control of everything in this household. He reached out to take Long Li's hand, his tone softening as he said, Liar, let me take you to freshen up and have something to eat. Look at you've lost so much weight. Long Li smiled sweetly, her expression innocent and obedient. All right. As Long Jiuxiao led Long Li away, he issued a cold order without looking back. Take down this mourning hall and burn all the white mourning cloth in the household. Long Yu supported Madame Ningyao, standing in the courtyard with a complex expression, her emotions in turmoil. Madame Ningyao asked urgently, what on earth is going on? Mother, I severed her tendons with my own hands and watched her fall off the cliff. There's no way she could still be alive. Brother Che was there too. He can testify. Long Yu's voice was filled with disbelief. Madame Ningyao frowned deeply, her tone sharp and pressing. Are you saying this Long Li is fake? But she looks exactly like the late madam. I wouldn't mistake her for someone else. She is that fool. Long Yu's mind was in chaos, her eyes flickering with unease. How could someone who was clearly dead reappear? Where had the plan gone wrong? Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed herself and spoke with a colder tone. Mother, don't worry. If I could kill her once, I can kill her again. Dealing with a fool is hardly a challenge. There's no way Big Brother can protect her every moment. Eventually, he'll have to return to Jelon Courtyard. When the opportunity arises, I'll finish the job. A cold glint flashed in Madame Ningyao's eyes, her voice icy. This time, there must be no loose ends. Rest assured, Mother, Long Yu replied with firm resolve, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Bailey Che won't let her live either. He's the perfect one to take action. Even if the truth comes to light, it won't be linked to me. Besides, Bailey Che has the backing of the Sacred Dragon Hall. Even if Father finds out, he wouldn't risk offending the Sacred Dragon Hall for the sake of a fool. Long Yu's plan was already taking shape, her heart growing colder with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Long Jiuxiao brought Long Li back to Taohua Cottage. This was Long Li's residence, surrounded by blooming peach blossoms, their fragrance filling the air. Her late mother had adored peach blossoms, and under her influence, Long Li had developed a deep fondness for them as well, leading to the creation of this delicate and picturesque retreat. With a warm smile, Long Jiuxiao said, Lear, freshen up first. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes. Long Li glanced at Long Jiuxiao, a trace of doubt flickering in her eyes. This elder brother seemed unusually attentive to her, even to the point of being overly considerate. Yet, from the original owner's memories, Long Jiuxiao had rarely involved himself in her affairs and was seldom seen around the manor. Thank you, the brother. Long Li responded with a slight nod, her tone indifferent, before turning and heading toward the inner courtyard. As she stepped into the inner courtyard, two maids approached from the opposite direction. The moment they saw Long Li, their faces turned deathly pale, and they staggered backward in fright. One of them even let out a shriek, a ghost. These two were the original owner's personal maids, one named Kaidai and the other Huanbi. Kaidai, emboldened by Long Yu's favor, had often acted arrogantly within Tawa Cottage, treating the original owner with great cruelty. Long Li furrowed her brows, her gaze icy as she swept her eyes over them. Her tone carried an undeniable authority. "What are you screaming about?" Kaidai was so intimidated by her imposing aura that she trembled, unable to utter a word. Paying them no further attention, Long Li said coldly, "Prepare my bath." With that, she strode directly into the room. The room was elegantly furnished, with tasteful paintings hanging on the walls and a finely carved 8 immortals table in the center. In the outer area was a small rosewood chaise lounge, while the inner chamber held a bronze incense burner emitting a faint sandalwood fragrance. As Long Li surveyed her surroundings, she couldn't help but think, the original owner may have been a fool, but she certainly lived in comfort. "The bath is ready, miss," Huanbi said cautiously from the doorway. Long Li responded with a faint her tone cool yet leaving no room for dissent. "You may leave." Huanbi quickly retreated without another word, leaving the room in silence once more. Sitting alone, Long Li's thoughts churned, and a glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. At this moment, Long Li paid no attention to the idle onlookers around her. As for the 2 insolent maids who showed no respect for authority, she planned to deal with them later. Slowly, she sank into the wooden bath, letting the warm water wash away her exhaustion. A short while later, Kaidai entered the room carrying clean clothes. Without sparing Long Li a glance, she sat down on a chair, leisurely helping herself to some pastries, her demeanor radiating the arrogance of a master. Long Li rose from the bath, changed into fresh clothes, and cast a cold, piercing gaze at Kaidai. Her voice carried a sharp, commanding undertone. "Who gave you the audacity to sit in the master's seat?" Kaidai stood up carelessly, a mocking smirk on her face. "What a fool. You're really good at pretending, aren't you?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Before she could finish her taunt, a loud thud echoed through the room. Long Li withdrew her foot after delivering a swift kick, sending Kaidai flying across the room. She landed heavily on the ground, her face pale, her eyes filled with shock and rage. You dare kick me, you idiot?" Long Li let out a cold laugh and slowly approached Kaidai, her eyes gleaming with an icy light. "A disobedient dog like you is nothing but a waste of resources." She crouched down, grabbed Kaidai's chin with a steely grip, and her voice dropped to a chilling tone. "Kaidai, you've grown quite bold, haven't you? I am the master, and you are the servant. Yet you dare to dream of stepping over your master? You truly deserve to die." With that, she tightened her grip abruptly. Kaidai let out a blood-curdling scream as her jaw shattered under the pressure. Without hesitation, Long Li flung her towards a wooden pillar. Kaidai's body crumpled to the ground lifelessly, her face frozen in terror. After a few spasms, she drew her last breath. The commotion drew Huanbi into the room. She rushed in, and the sight before her made her face turn deathly pale. "Miss, what happened?" Long Li stood up, her gaze icy as it swept over Huanbi. Her voice was detached, devoid of emotion. "Nothing. Just disciplining a disobedient dog." Following Long Li's gaze, Huanbi saw Kaidai's bloodied body lying on the ground, lifeless. Overcome with fear, she fell to her knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Miss, I was wrong. I'll never disobey again. Please spare me this once." Long Li sat back in her chair, cradling the fluffy creature in her arms. Her expression remained cold. "Sparing you isn't impossible. But if today's events are ever leaked, I'll personally cut out your tongue." Huanbi kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. "I wouldn't dare. I swear, I won't say a word." Long Li let out a faint scoff and waved her hand dismissively. "Good. Then take care of the body." With that, she stood and left the room without looking back. Huanbi collapsed onto the floor, her body trembling as tears fell uncontrollably. Fear consumed her thoughts. The young mistress isn't foolish anymore, but she's become terrifying. Long Li had spared Huanbi because this maid, unlike Kaidai, had once shown some loyalty to the original Long Li. Although she had just returned and didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble by killing 2 maids in quick succession, she resolved to deal with Huanbi later if she dared to step out of line again. Meanwhile, Long Jiushao was sitting in the courtyard, gazing at the peach blossoms in full bloom. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood. Back then, he and Lyre used to play beneath these trees, their laughter echoing as they played hide and seek. But somewhere along the way, their relationship had grown distant. This time he had almost lost his sister forever. "Brother, I've changed into clean clothes," Long Li's voice called from nearby. Long Jiushao looked up, his gaze landing on the peach blossom tree in the courtyard. There stood Long Li, dressed in white, holding her fluffy companion. The breeze carried petals through the air, her hair swaying gently. Her flawless, porcelain-like skin and bright, clear eyes exuded a faint coolness, yet there was an innocent charm to her demeanor. At that moment, she looked like a fairy from a painting. Liar, come over here. The food is ready, Long Jiushao said with a soft smile, his tone filled with affection. Long Li smiled and ran toward him, her carefree demeanor softening his heart. He silently vowed to protect this ethereal sister of his from now on. At the dining table, Long Li's eyes lit up with delight as she looked at the array of delicious dishes. Brother, why did you prepare so much food? It's all the food you like. From now on, I'll take good care of you, Long Jiushao said gently as he placed food on her plate. Liar, eat more. You're too thin. Long Li didn't hold back, taking whatever she wanted. Deep down, she marveled at how different her life was now. In her past life as an imperial princess, every move she made was calculated and restrained. Now, given a second chance at life, she was determined to live freely and on her own terms. Is this your pet, Liar? Long Jiushao asked, glancing at the fluffy creature. The little creature, called Mao Qiu, was gnawing on a large chicken leg, its mouth greasy from the feast. Hearing Long Jiushao's question, it looked up, its fox-like eyes glinting as it let out a few sharp chirps. Yes, his name is Mao Qiu, Long Li replied softly. What a cute little thing. Long Jiushao reached out to pet it, but Mao Qiu bared its teeth, its eyes flashing with hostility. Awkwardly, Long Jiushao withdrew his hand. Liar, this little guy is fierce. It's not fierce. It just doesn't know you yet, Long Li said calmly before resuming her meal. Meanwhile, in the study of the Long family estate, a shadow guard was reporting to Long Batian. Master, the guards at the gate had their legs severed by the young mistress. However, after investigating thoroughly, it seems no spiritual energy was involved. Long Batian's eyes darkened as he toyed with a bracelet in his Handan heirloom of Long Li's late mother. He murmured softly, Jeaner, is she still our daughter? She seems to have changed yet somehow she hasn't. After a moment of contemplation, he gave his orders. Tell Hanzhou to keep a close watch on the young mistress. Also investigate what Lady Ning Yao and the second young mistress have been up to lately. Understood, the shadow guard replied before retreating. Leaning back in his chair, Long Batian's expression was heavy with melancholy. Was this really the same Liar he once knew? Or had her sudden recovery of intelligence altered her entire being? At that moment, near the estate's side entrance, Long Yu slipped out quietly. Weaving through the bustling streets, she arrived at another grand residence. The guards at the gate greeted her obsequiously. Miss Long, please wait here. I'll announce your arrival immediately. A moment later, Long Yu entered the courtyard, where Bai Li Che was leisurely sipping tea. Where you're here, Bai Li Che said with a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed and indifferent. Chejij, something big has happened. Long Yu exclaimed, taking a seat beside him, her expression grave. What could possibly make you so flustered? Bai Li Che asked, raising an eyebrow. That fool Long Li has returned. Long Yu spat through gritted teeth. Bai Li Che's teacup slipped from his hand, shattering on the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. What did you just say? Long Yu's eyes gleamed with a sly trace of triumph as she murmured softly, Brother Che, the most important thing right now is to keep that fool in check. She loves clinging to you. This time, you'll have to make a small sacrifice, coax her, keep her from running her mouth and ruining your virtuous reputation. A faint smirk lifted the corners of her lips, her cunning intentions laid bare in her gaze. Fine, I'll endure for a few more days. Once Long Jiuxiao returns to Jialan Academy, I'll make my move. Bailey Chase stepped forward and pulled Long Yu into his arms, his voice low as he said, I'm counting on you again this time. Rest assured, the position of the young master's wife will be yours and yours alone. Leaning into his embrace, Long Yu's tone was gentle yet probing. Brother Che, don't worry. Everything Yuer does is for you. But in the future, you must promise never to let Yuer down. A fleeting trace of disdain flashed in Bailey Che's eyes, though his voice remained tender. Of course, as long as Yuer behaves, this young master will naturally never treat you poorly. In his mind, she was nothing more than a plaything. Women were like clothing, having one more or less made no difference to him. Their gazes met, each harboring their own schemes, yet the two kindred spirits had reached an unspoken agreement. Within the Long household, Long Jiuxiao had just finished his meal and hurried off to investigate the matter of the female corpse. Meanwhile, Long Li sat quietly in the courtyard, a cup of tea in hand. She took a delicate sip before speaking in an even tone, You four come out. Seamlessly, Han Zhou and the other three appeared, kneeling in unison as they respectfully greeted her, eldest Mississippi. Setting the teacup down lightly, Long Li raised her gaze to sweep over the four before her. Her tone remained calm. You were sent by my father as my shadow guards. So tell me, who do you consider your master? The four exchanged glances, their hearts filled with quiet surprise. Ever since the eldest miss had shed her foolish demeanor, her transformation had been unfathomable. The ethereal, unworldly aura she now carried stirred an unexpected sense of reverence within them. Lowering his head, Hanzhou spoke with deference. Eldest miss, since the family had entrusted us to you, naturally, you are our master. Long Li arched a brow ever so slightly, her tone casual yet laced with a hint of coldness. Oh, is that so? Hanzhou and the others stole a quick glance at her, growing increasingly puzzled. The aura she exuded now demanded respect, a stark contrast to the naive young lady she once was. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to the eldest miss, Hanzhou declared, bowing his head once more. Rising slowly, Long Li's sharp eyes assessed the four as she circled them. Internally, she evaluated their strength early Lingkong realm. A faint smile tugged at her lips, her tone tinged with mockery. You are all talents my father carefully nurtured. And I was once a fool, a useless waste. Following a master like me offers little promise for your futures. It seems a bit unfair to you. Why not return to my father? It would be a better use of your potential. Her words sent a jolt through them. Never had they expected this eldest miss to suggest their departure. Hanzhou couldn't help but study her anew. Once, he had no respect for the beautiful yet powerless young lady. But now, the commanding aura she naturally exuded made him momentarily want to submit. Perhaps, given time, she could indeed walk the path of the strong. In a firm voice, Hanzhou declared, the eldest miss is now the sole master of Hanzhou and the others. We pledge unwavering loyalty. Please trust us. As his words fell, the other three nodded in agreement. Long Li's eyes sharpened, her tone steady and authoritative. I do not believe in so-called loyalty. If you truly wish to follow me, it is not impossible. But you must swear a heart demon oath. Should you ever betray me, you will endure torment from your inner demons daily until you lose your mind and perish. Hanzhou's brow furrowed slightly at her words. The consequences of a heart demon oath were severe. Casting a glance at Lang Yi and the others, he saw their resolute expressions and eventually nodded in agreement. They all understood this eldest miss was no ordinary person. Her decisive actions, such as severing the legs of two Lingdong realm guards with a single strike and executing Kai Dai without hesitation, had left them in. Leading the others, Hanzhou knelt down. Ling Yi, Xianing and Huanfeng followed suit, their voices in unison as they swore. We Hanzhou, Ling Yi, Xianing and Huanfeng hereby swear by our heart's blood to pledge loyalty to Long Li. Should we betray her, we shall face torment from our inner demons and die in madness. In that instant, thunder rumbled across the sky, and a beam of light descended, imprinting itself on their foreheads. The oath was sealed. Long Li regarded the four with a hint of emotion in her heart, but maintained her composed demeanor. Riz. From now on, you are my loyal companions. Remember, there is no need to kneel anymore. We shall stand as equals, side by side. They stood, bowing their heads as they responded in unison. Understood, master. Long Li nodded slightly, her tone carrying a deeper meaning. My father sent you to monitor me. You may continue reporting my whereabouts to him. However, know what to say and what not to say. From now on, you are outwardly my father's people but inwardly mine. Do you understand? A chill ran through the four as they hastily replied, Understood, master. Rest assured. Long Li's eyes flickered as she asked, Hanzhou, do you know where I can purchase a pill cauldron? Hanzhou hesitated briefly before answering, Master, the Jiolong Pavilion auction house sells pill cauldrons. Nodding, Long Li felt a surge of joy. Acquiring a pill cauldron was essential to her current plans, and its presence would make everything smoother. Hanzhou, accompany me to Jiolong Pavilion auction house, she instructed before turning to head back inside. Inside her room, Long Li rummaged through her wardrobe but found no suitable men's clothing for going out. Looking up, she asked Xian Ming, Do you have any men's clothes? Xian Ming raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. What, running out of clothes again? Long Li scratched her nose sheepishly. Hee, it's inconvenient to go out in women's clothing. I need to buy a pill cauldron, and I don't want to attract too much attention. Shaking his head, Xian Ming pulled out a set of men's attire and handed it to her. Here, take it. Also, you'll need plenty of spirit stones to buy a pill cauldron. Use these. He passed her a pouch of spirit stones. Taking the clothes and stones, Long Li's lips curved into a smile. Thank you, Xian Ming. Once I start making money from alchemy, I'll pay you back. Waving her off, Xian Ming replied nonchalantly, No need to repay me. Everything in this cave belongs to you. In truth, this place is more yours than mine. I'm merely a guest. Long Li gave him a brief glance, opting not to press further. She understood that everyone had their secrets, hers included. This cave abode is yours. Who cares about being a master or not? Long Li, you'll understand in time. Alright, go buy a cauldron. By the way, you only have 2 spirit fruits left in your cave, the rest were absorbed by Shangzhou. What did you just say? Long Li's eyes widened, her voice rising in disbelief. He absorbed so many at once? My precious fruits are gone just like that? Shangzhou, get out here. She stomped her foot in frustration, muttering angrily, "What a nuisance. Eating so much at Oncedo isn't he worry about bursting?" Xian Ming watched her flustered outburst, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Shangjiao is in a deep sleep now. He likely absorbed too much spiritual energy and needs time to refine it. Don't be too hard on him. He's a divine beast. Without enough rare treasures, he wouldn't even be able to break his shell. Long Li's heart ached at the thought. Those were spirit fruits, she wouldn't even eat them herself. Forget it. They're eaten. What can I do now? She sighed, her expression complex. But still, Shangjiao is proving to be quite the challenge to raise. Xian Ming, I understand, she finally said with resignation. Before long, Long Li changed into a set of men's clothing and stepped out of her room. In the courtyard, Hanzhou was already waiting. When he saw her, his eyes lifted, and before him stood a refined and elegant young master. My lord, this outfit? Hanzhou asked, a hint of surprise in his gaze. When traveling, it's best to stay disguised to avoid unnecessary trouble. Long Li adjusted her robe and placed the fluffy creature in her arms onto her shoulder. She then turned to the three people in the courtyard, her voice calm yet commanding. The three of you stay here and wait for our return. If anyone comes looking for me, just say I'm asleep and don't let anyone disturb me. Also keep an eye on Huan Bai. If she dares to run her mouth, kill her on the spot. Understood, the three replied in unison. With that, Long Li and Hanzhou left the courtyard, flying out from an inconspicuous corner. As they soared, Hanzhou's eyes were filled with astonishment. His lord's cultivation level was no less than his own. She had hidden her strength well. Once they landed amidst the bustling crowd, Long Li strolled leisurely, her attention soon caught by a roadside stall selling masks. She glanced over the masks on display and picked out two that seemed suitable. Boss, how much for these 2 masks? She asked casually. 1 spirit stone each, the vendor replied with a warm smile. Long Li handed over a spirit stone. I'll take these 2. Standing nearby, Hanzhou looked puzzled, unsure of his lord's intent in buying masks. Take care, young master, the vendor said cheerfully, his smile widening as he accepted the payment. Long Li handed one of the masks to Hanzhou. Put it on. The auction house will be crowded, and it's safer to wear a mask. Hanzhou nodded and donned the mask, while Long Li put on her own. Together, they headed toward the auction house. In front of the Grand Jiulong Pavilion auction house, Long Li held the fluffy creature in her arms and looked up at the large, bold characters etched above the entrance. She couldn't help but admire them. No wonder it's an auction house. The grandeur and bustling atmosphere are indeed impressive. She and Hanzhou stepped inside, where they were greeted by a lavishly decorated hall. The floor was paved with white jade, red crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and the furniture was crafted from luxurious red sandalwood, exuding elegance and sophistication. Hanzhou, have you been here before? Long Li asked casually. My lord, I accompanied the family head here once, but it was just a brief visit, Hanzhou replied honestly. Long Li nodded, her gaze sweeping toward the right corridor. The auction has already started over there. Let's go take a look. As they approached the corridor, 2 black-clad guards stepped forward to block their way. Please wait, young masters. You have not yet obtained an auction paddle, one guard said in a calm tone. Where can we get one? Long Li asked, her voice steady, her gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. At the counter just ahead on your left, the other guard replied evenly. Long Li glanced at the 2 guards and silently marveled at the depth of Jiulong Pavilion's resources. Even their guards were at the spirit profound level. She led Hanzhou to the counter, where a middle-aged man in green robes sat behind it. Excuse me, I'd like to register for an auction paddle, Long Li said. That will be 50 spirit stones, refundable upon return, the man replied politely, glancing up at her. Long Li handed over the spirit stones, and the man took out a ledger. May I have your name, young master? Li, she replied lightly. The man quickly wrote down the character for Li and handed her a paddle. Young Master Li, here is your paddle number 109. Taking the paddle, Long Li asked casually, can spirit beast inner cores be auctioned here? Of course. Is the young master looking to auction some? The man's smile widened. Long Li produced 2 inner cores and handed them over. Yes, these 2. The man's grin grew even brighter. Young Master Li, I am Chiyoung, the manager here. If you have more items to auction in the future, feel free to come directly to me. Alright, I'll find you if I need to, Long Li said with a faint smile, already considering the possibility of selling her refined pills here in the future. Chiyoung handed her a small token. Young Master Li, with this token, you can head directly to the 2nd floor sales area. There's no need to remain in the auction hall. Long Li accepted the token with a nod. Thank you. Moments later, a young attendant approached. This way, young masters. The attendant led Long Li and Hanzhou to the 2nd floor, a spacious area with tables laden with various pastries. The atmosphere was serene, with only a handful of people present. After seating them, the attendant said softly, "If you need anything, just ring the bell." Longli picked up a pastry and tasted it before feeding a piece to the fluffy creature on her shoulder. "Hanzhou, try it. These pastries are quite good." Standing by her side, Hanzhou hesitated. "My lord, I'm merely your servant. How could I sit and eat with you?" "Sit down," Longli said firmly. "I don't care for rigid rules. Rules are dead. People are alive." After a moment's hesitation, Hanzhou complied and sat down. Meanwhile, not far away, a man dressed in black robes with a silver mask observed Longli's back. His deep eyes glimmered with intrigue, and a faintly seductive smile curled his lips. "Rules are dead. People are alive. Interesting," he murmured with a low chuckle. Longli's brows furrowed slightly, sensing an unusual gaze. She turned to look but saw nothing. "My lord, is something wrong?" Hanzhou asked. "Nothing, I must be imagining things," Longli replied, shaking her head and turning her attention back. The silver-masked man chuckled softly before disappearing down the staircase. Downstairs, the auction had begun. Longli listened to the auctioneer's introductions, but most of the items were of no interest to her. Finally, a cauldron was brought onto the stage. A woman dressed in red, with an alluring and striking appearance, stood gracefully on the auction stage. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and her voice carried a hint of enchantment. "This is an alchemy cauldron. Its specific grade has yet to be determined. It is said that this cauldron was obtained by a powerful cultivator from a secret realm." As her words fell, the crowd's attention immediately turned toward the cauldron on the stage. Longli fixed her gaze on the cauldron. It was entirely black, its surface covered in ancient, intricate patterns, as though it had withstood the erosion of countless years. She probed it with her spiritual energy but found herself unable to discern its grade. This cauldron was like a mysterious blind box. It could either be a priceless treasure or a completely worthless item. "The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones," the woman in red announced, her crisp voice captivating the entire room. At that moment, the little creature nestled in Longli's arms, a fluffy ball of fur, was busily nibbling on a piece of pastry. Suddenly, its purple eyes flashed, and it let out a series of urgent squeaks. Using its tiny paws, it tugged at Longli's sleeve, squeaking excitedly while pointing toward the auction stage. Longli picked up the little creature, affectionately called Mao Qiu, and asked softly, "Mao Qiu, do you want me to bid on that cauldron?" Mao Qiu nodded slightly, its response unmistakably serious. Longli couldn't help but recall the time when Mao Qiu guided her to discover a rare spirit-gathering fruit. Her anticipation grew. Perhaps this cauldron truly was a hidden treasure. She glanced at Hanzhou, who immediately understood her intention and raised the bidding paddle. The auctioneer promptly announced, "Bidder number 109 has offered 11,000 spirit stones." 15,000 spirit stones. A man in the audience quickly countered, his tone filled with determination. Hanzhou raised the paddle again without hesitation. 16,000 spirit stones. 20,000 spirit stones. The man raised his voice, his tone laced with disdain. The room buzzed with murmurs and hushed discussions. Is this guy insane? Bidding so much for a cauldron with no discernible grade. Exactly. If it turns out to be useless, he'll lose a fortune. I don't understand what these people are thinking. Longli listened to the murmurs, glanced down at Mao Qiu in her arms, then looked back at Hanzhou, signaling him to continue raising the bid. Hanzhou complied, lifting the paddle again. 21,000 spirit stones. The man below glared fiercely at the second-floor balcony, his eyes blazing with anger. After checking the spirit stones he had left, he clenched his jaw and reluctantly withdrew from the competition. The woman in red smiled with satisfaction, her clear voice echoing through the auction hall. 21,000 spirit stones going once or twice sold. Congratulations to bidder number 109 for winning this alchemy cauldron. The auction proceeded, and the next item was a first-grade spirit beast core from an infernal berserk lion, with a starting bid of 20,000 spirit stones. Longli's eyes lit up as she saw her own item being brought to the stage. She felt a surge of excitement, imagining the profit she was about to make. The bidding quickly escalated. 25,000 spirit stones. 30,000 spirit stones. 35,000 spirit stones. Finally, bidder number 15 secured the spirit beast core for 37,000 spirit stones. Longli couldn't help but marvel at how valuable such items were in the lower realms. If she had known earlier, she would have hunted more of these beasts. Later, a demonic beast core was also auctioned off, fetching a final price of 15,000 spirit stones. As Longli calculated the spirit herbs she needed for alchemy, she turned to Hanzhou and asked, "Aside from the rare herbs sold here, where else can I purchase spirit herbs?" Hanzhou respectfully replied, "Master, the Guild of Bounties also sells spirit herbs, though their prices are high. Alternatively, you can issue a task for others to collect them." Hearing this, Longli blinked thoughtfully. "It seems I'll have to gather them myself." IDLL saves spirit stones and help me improve my cultivation along the way. She shook the small bell in her hand, summoning a servant who quickly approached with a respectful bow. What can I do for you, my lord? I'd like to leave early. Please settle the payment for the cauldron I won and the proceeds from the core I sold. The servant nodded. Please wait a moment, my lord. With that, he hurried off to make the arrangements. Longli sat back in her seat, casually picking up a piece of pastry while gently stroking Mao Chio's soft fur. Just then, a man and a woman descended from the third floor. The man wore a black embroidered robe. His features refined and handsome, with a glint of cunning in his bright eyes. His every movement exuded elegance. The woman, dressed in a pink silk gown with a plum blossom hairpin, carried an air of arrogance in her delicate brows and eyes. Her demeanor was that of a noble lady from a prestigious family. The woman's gaze fell on Mao Chio, perched on Longli's shoulder. She spoke with an arrogant tone. Hey, I've taken a liking to your pet. Name your price. Longli frowned slightly but didn't turn her head. Her voice was cold as she replied, It's not for sale, no matter the price. Now get lost and stop barking behind me. The entire second floor fell silent at her words. Whispers soon broke out among the crowd. Did he just defend the eldest daughter of the Bailey family? Yeah, that's Bailey Shui. Who isn't afraid of her? Standing nearby, Hanzhou's expression turned cautious. He recognized the pair immediately. They were Bailey Shui and Bailey Han from the influential Bailey family. He leaned in to quietly warn Longli, Master, offending Bailey Shui might make it hard for us to leave here safely. Bailey Shui's face darkened, her voice sharp with anger. Do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Longli turned slowly, her gaze landing on the pair. From the memories of her predecessor, she knew these two were far from decent. Bailey Shui had bullied her predecessor on multiple occasions, even resorting to violence. As for Bailey Han, though she wasn't familiar with him, his character was easy to guess. A cold smile curved Longli's lips. Her tone was laced with mockery as she replied, Who you are has nothing to do with me. Bailey Shui's face turned livid with rage. Her voice rose. I am the eldest daughter of the Bailey family. How dare you act so arrogant in sacred Dragon City? Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Longli looked at her with disdain, her voice icy as she retorted, So the eldest daughter of the Bailey family resorts to bullying and trying to steal someone else's pet. And when that fails, you threaten murder. Impressive. The Bailey family truly lives up to its reputation as a nest of bandits. The surrounding crowd erupted into murmurs. Bailey Shui's expression grew uglier by the second, her hands clenched tightly in anger. Yet Longli remained calm and indifferent, stroking Mao Chio as if nothing had happened. Bailey Shui's face at this moment was as unpredictable as the shifting clouds, flushing red one moment, turning pale the next, and even faintly revealing a hint of greenish-black. Her lips quivered with fury. Pampered and sheltered all her life, she had never endured such humiliation. She glared furiously at Bailey Han, her tone almost pleading, Third brother, aren't you going to say something? Bailey Han, however, merely let out a cold scoff in his heart. Only now did she remember him? When she strutted around like she owned the world, she never considered his feelings. With a calm expression he said, Sister, perhaps it's best to let this matter go. If they don't want to sell, we can't force them. If you really want a pet, I'll get you a few later ones far more beautiful than this one. Longli slightly raised her gaze, her eyes landing on Bailey Han. This third young master appeared gentle and harmless, but in truth, he was deeply calculating. Born to a concubine, his status within the Bailey family was not high, but he was clearly not as simple as he seemed. Bailey Shui shot Bailey Han a glare, her anger flaring even hotter. If she let this slide today, how could she hold her head up in the future? Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she barked sharply, take down that insolent brat for me. At her command, a man dressed in black silently stepped forward. His long sword gleamed coldly, and his eyes were as frosty as ice. But just then, a servant from the Jielong pavilion hurried over, handing a pill cauldron and a pouch of remaining spirit stones to Longli. Young master, here are your pill cauldron and the leftover spirit stones. Longli accepted the cauldron and casually stored it away in her personal space. She then turned to Hanzhou beside her and spoke in a low voice. Leave now and wait for me back home. Hanzhou hesitated, then shook his head. Master, I won't leave. Longli's tone hardened, her gaze sharp. That's an order. Hanzhou clenched his fists, his expression full of reluctance. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He had only taken a few steps when Bailey Shui signaled an E to intercept him. However, the moment an E moved, Longli appeared before him like a ghost, her movement swift as the wind. Bailey Han narrowed his eyes, secretly astonished. What incredible speed! An E froze for a moment, his gaze locking onto Longli. He could sense her profound cultivation, yet there was no detectable fluctuation of spiritual energy, which unsettled him. Longli watched as Hanzhou disappeared into the distance, her expression icy. Bai Li Shui, in a fit of rage, shrieked, what are you waiting for? Attack. A faint smile tugged at Long Li's lips, her eyes cold as frost. In a flash, she dodged An Yi's sword and reappeared behind Bai Li Shui. Her rusty sword pressed against Bai Li Shui's neck as she seized her by the hair. Her voice was chilling, laced with mockery. Oh, my venomous little beauty, tell me if I apply just a little more pressure, will your blood stain the ground? The sudden turn of events left Bai Li Han and An Yi momentarily stunned. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Bai Li Shui's face turned deathly pale, her voice trembling. Don't kill me. I'm the eldest daughter of the Bai Li family. Long Li chuckled coldly, her tone icy. And what else do you have to offer besides your status? Scared now, are you? Where was this fear when you were throwing your weight around earlier? Bai Li Han stepped forward, his voice calm but carrying an underlying warning. Young master, I ask that you release my sister. Even if you kill her today, I doubt you'll make it out of here alive. I advise you to think carefully. Long Li let out a derisive laugh, her eyes sweeping over Bai Li Han. I don't know if he'll make it out, but your delicate little sister will definitely bleed out here today. The onlookers instinctively backed away, the air heavy with unease. At that moment, the steward of Jialong Pavilion, Qi Yang, hurried over, a trace of helplessness on his face. Young master, for the sake of Jialong Pavilion, could you let her go this once? Long Li snorted, her tone dripping with disdain. Steward Qi Yang, I wasn't the one who started this. This so-called eldest daughter of the Bai Li family was the one who went too far. I'm merely defending myself. She pressed her rusty sword slightly harder, drawing a trickle of blood from Bai Li Shui's pale neck. Her voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Bai Li Shui, do you enjoy the feeling of death creeping up on you? Bai Li Shui completely broke down, tears streaming down her face like a string of pearls. You demon. Let me go. My father won't spare you. Third brother, save me please. She sobbed uncontrollably, her earlier arrogance utterly gone. She was now a pitiful mess, a far cry from the dignified eldest daughter of the Bai Li family. Qi Yang watched the scene unfold, his brows furrowed deeply. His tone carried a hint of persuasion. Young master, I urge you to reconsider. If you kill Miss Bai Li, the Bai Li family will not let this go. Even Jialong Pavilion would not be able to escape the repercussions. Long Li gave Qi Yang a measured look, her mind already calculating. She was not yet strong enough to contend with the Bai Li family and had no intention of putting herself in unnecessary danger. She let out a cold laugh. For the sake of Steward Qi Yang, I'll spare her life this time. However, her gaze shifted to Bai Li Shui, a mocking smile playing on her lips. The eldest daughter of the Bai Li family must pay a price. Bai Li Shui nodded frantically, stammering. What do you want? I'll give you anything. Long Li's voice was calm, yet carried a sharp edge of mockery. 10,000 spirit stones as compensation for me. Additionally, Bai Li Shui must swear that if the Bai Li family seeks revenge against me for today's events, she will die under the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Long Li was not one to easily let her enemies off the hook. She knew all too well that if she allowed Bai Li Shui to walk away now, this woman would surely come back to haunt her, possibly with even greater vengeance. For scum like this, Long Li had plenty of patience to toy with them until their demise. Bai Li Shui's face grew paler by the second, her heart filled with turmoil and resentment. To swear such an oath, how could she ever avenge today's humiliation? Her eyes were clouded with hesitation and unease, but Long Li had already seen through her every thought. We'll count to 3. If you don't agree, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death, Long Li said coldly, her voice like a blade of ice cutting into the soul. 1, 2. Before the word 3 could leave her mouth, Bai Li Shui finally spoke in a low voice, dripping with humiliation and unwillingness. I agree. She had no choice. The fear of death forced her to yield. She was still young, with so much life ahead of her she couldn't die like this. Long Li sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Just as I thought, nothing but a cowardly fool clinging to life. Hurry up and get on with it. My patience is limited. Clenching her teeth in humiliation, Bai Li Shui let out a bitter sigh before declaring her oath. I, Bai Li Shui, swear today that from now on, no one from the Bai Li family shall hunt down this young master because of today's events. Should I break this vow, may I perish under the wrath of heavenly lightning. No sooner had she finished speaking than a deafening thunderclap roared across the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down, embedding itself straight into Bai Li Shui's forehead. The oath was sealed. Hand over the spirit stones, Long Li demanded without a trace of politeness, her grip on Bai Li Shui still as firm as ever. Bai Li Han's face darkened, but he dared not resist. He handed over all the Bai Li family's spirit stones, including those on Bai Li Shui's person. Long Li took the spirit stones, casually tossing them into her personal storage space, before grabbing Bai Li Shui by the hair and dragging her out of the cave dwelling without mercy. Oh, it hurts. Bai Li Shui screamed in agony, but Long Li turned a deaf ear, her grip unrelenting as she dragged her straight to the gates of the Nine Dragons Pavilion. Smack! Smack! Two resounding slaps landed on Bai Li Shue's face with such force that a chunk of her scalp was torn off. Bai Li Shue let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! My hair! Her voice was shrill and piercing. Among the onlookers, someone couldn't help but clap in approval. Bai Li Shue had long been known for bullying others and throwing her weight around, earning the ire of many. Seeing her in such a pitiful state now brought a sense of satisfaction to more than a few. Long Li cast a cold glance at the gathered crowd before flinging Bai Li Shue aside like a piece of trash. With a flash of her figure, she vanished from the entrance of the Nine Dragons Pavilion. Bai Li Shue was hurled through the air, about to crash to the ground when Bai Li Han stepped forward just in time to catch her. His gaze lingered in the direction Long Li had disappeared, his expression complicated. In a low murmur he said, "What a ruthless yet clever young man, I hope we cross paths again someday." The onlookers silently admired Long Li's courage, though none dared to voice their thoughts aloud. They whispered among themselves, trying to mask their astonishment. Meanwhile, Bai Li Shue clutched her hair in pain, tears streaming down her face as she wailed, "Third brother, it hurts so much." Her voice was piercing, as though she hoped to stir Bai Li Han's compassion. However, Bai Li Han's gaze was as icy as the depths of winter, devoid of even a hint of pity. Deep within his eyes, a flicker of disgust surfaced. This younger sister had often tormented his mother, and he had long harbored the urge to end her himself. After a brief silence, he ordered coldly, "And take the eldest miss back and have a healer treat her." And swiftly stepped forward, lifted Bai Li Shue, and disappeared into the crowd in an instant. Bai Li Han's sharp eyes swept over the onlookers, his gaze as cutting as a blade. His voice was cold and commanding as he declared, "The Bai Li family will not let today's event slide. I suggest you all keep your mouths shut, or our family will hold you accountable." With that, he turned and strode away, his figure vanishing at the edge of the crowd. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, a man stood by the window, his presence ethereal, like a celestial being descended to earth. His features were exquisitely refined, as if sculpted by a master craftsman. His narrow phoenix eyes carried a trace of seductive allure, and his entire demeanor radiated innate nobility. A faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips. "Find out who that masked man was," he instructed softly. Before his words had fully settled, a shadow flitted away from the window like a phantom. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, knock." "Enter," the man said coldly, his voice like ice that sent shivers down one's spine. Qi pushed the door open and entered, his demeanor respectful. "Master, I have something to report." "Speak," the man replied, still facing away, a trace of disdain in his tone. Qi bowed his head and said, "You must have seen what just happened. I wanted to ask if the Jiolong Pavilion should intervene in this matter." The man chuckled faintly, his indifference apparent. "It's just a minor lesson, nothing worth our involvement. The elders of the Bai Li family won't leave seclusion over something so trivial." "I understand," Qi nodded, then hesitated before continuing. "Master, do you know the identity of the masked young man?" "His surname is Li, but his full name is unknown. He seems to be around 16 or 17 years old," Qi replied. "I observed him. He has no detectable spiritual energy, but his agility is remarkable. He likely possesses some treasure that conceals his cultivation." Despite his words, Qi couldn't help but wonder why his master was so intrigued by this youth. The man let out a faint hum, his tone carrying a hint of intrigue. "If he appears again, pay closer attention, but don't trouble him." "Understood," Qi acknowledged and retreated from the room. The man lifted his gaze to the sky outside the window, a playful smile tugging at his lips. He murmured to himself, "It's been a while since I've encountered someone this interesting. It seems things won't be so boring from now on." At the same time, after leaving the Jiolong Pavilion auction house, Long Li returned directly to her cave dwelling. Xianming smiled as he saw her enter, teasingly asking, "What sort of alchemy furnace did you buy?" "I tested it earlier, it seems to be a useless one. But, well, it might still do the job." Long Li approached, holding Mao Qiu in her arms, her brows furrowing slightly. "It can't be useless. Mao Qiu was the one who insisted I buy it." Hearing this, Xianming's gaze shifted to the furry creature in her arms, his eyes filled with skepticism. "You're saying this little thing told you to buy it?" "Yes, Mao Qiu is very clever. It was the one who found the spirit-gathering fruit in the cave last time. I trust it won't make a mistake this time either," Long Li said confidently. Xianming scrutinized Mao Qiu closely but found nothing extraordinary about it. Aside from its adorable appearance, it seemed like an ordinary beast. After a moment of thought, he suggested, "Long Li, why don't you try a blood test?" Long Li nodded. Circling the alchemy furnace, she bit her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto it. The furnace slowly absorbed the blood, and its previously dull black surface began to transform, turning a deep crimson. Intricate patterns emerged, becoming strikingly clear. Long Li and Xianming exchanged looks, their eyes brimming with excitement. Long Li, you've really struck gold this time. This is a divine-grade alchemy furnace. Xianming's voice carried unmistakable exhilaration. Long Li hugged Mao Qiao and planted a kiss on its head, her face lighting up with joy. Thank you, Mao Qiao. Mao Qiao lifted its head proudly, looking smug. Long Li beamed. I only spent a little over 20,000 lower-grade spirit stones on this furnace. What a bargain. Xianming shook his head in amazement. Long Li, you're the luckiest person I've ever met. But remember, refining pills requires a fire spirit, and you'll need to subdue and refine one to use it. A fire spirit? Long Li asked with a hint of confusion. Xianming nodded. There's one in the cave's depths. I once obtained an emperor-grade fire spirit in a secret realm and sealed it in the cold pond here. However, it's incredibly powerful. With your current strength, you might not be able to withstand its energy. Long Li frowned slightly and murmured, an emperor-grade fire spirit. If I try to absorb it now, I might explode and die. She fell into brief contemplation, but a moment later, determination flashed in her eyes. Xianming, I want to try subduing and refining the emperor-grade fire spirit. If I die, then perhaps it was meant to be. But I believe I can do it. Seeing her resolve, Xianming's lips curved into a smile. All right, I believe you can do it too. With that, Xianming led Long Li deeper into the cave. Towering trees and lush vegetation lined their path, and Long Li finally grasped the vastness of the cave dwelling. Gazing into the distance, she couldn't see its end. She couldn't help but remark, Xianming, this cave dwelling is enormous. Xianming chuckled. The cave itself isn't that large. What you're seeing is the result of the fusion between the jade pendant space and the dwelling. The true vastness comes from the jade pendant. Curious, Long Li asked, do you know the origin of this jade pendant? Xianming paused, then replied slowly, this jade pendant is called the Qilin Jade. It's a spatial artifact crafted by a Chaos Realm powerhouse in ancient times. Legend has it that whoever possesses the Qilin Jade will inherit that great being's legacy, and might even rule the divine realm as the ultimate Chaos Sovereign. Long Li's eyes widened in shock. The Qilin Jade? Didn't it disappear thousands of years ago? Her heart raced with excitement. All the fortuitous encounters since her rebirth seemed to point to this jade pendant. She had even formed a bond with it, an incredible stroke of luck. Xianming's expression turned pensive, as if avoiding something. He said softly, let's discuss this later. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. He let out a faint sigh, his fingers unconsciously tightening slightly. His voice was low and heavy. I once made a promise to someone from my past, to wait for her return from the ancient desolate realm. I waited for a very, very long time, so long that I almost forgot the passage of time, but she never came back. In my desperation to hold on, I sought ways to make myself ageless and immortal. Eventually, I came upon the Qilin Jade by chance, but I never expected it to pull me, along with my dwelling, into its embrace. Since then, I've been trapped here, unable to leave, living out my days in this place. A mixture of sorrow and unwillingness surfaced on Xianming's face, his eyes filled with profound helplessness. Long Li listened in stunned silence, a pang of guilt rising in her heart. She softly said, I'm sorry for bringing up such painful memories. Xianming slowly composed himself, shaking his head slightly. His tone grew calmer. It's all in the past. There's no need to apologize. However, if one day you ascend to the divine realm, I hope you can take me to the ancient desolate realm. I want to end my life there. Long Li pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, Xianming, was that person from your past, the woman you loved? If that's the case, I could try to help you find her or at least inquire about her whereabouts. Xianming's gaze wavered slightly before he nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, she was the love of my life. Unfortunately, we chose different paths. She pursued the road of power, while I only yearned for a peaceful sanctuary where we could live out our days together. She once promised that she would return and we'd live in seclusion together. But fate had other plans, and we missed our chance. Long Li, you mustn't go to the ancient desolate realm. It's far too perilous. Most who enter never come back. It's not worth risking your life. Long Li looked at Xianming, feeling the sorrow and deep longing in his words. Her heart clenched with empathy. She solemnly said, Xianming, when I'm strong enough, I promise to help you find her. Don't give up on life so easily. A flicker of gratitude flashed in Xianming's eyes. He replied softly, all right. Life is precious, I'll treasure it. He cast a long, meaningful look at Long Li, seemingly more satisfied with the person the Qilin Jade had chosen. Before long, Xianming led Long Li to a frigid pool in a desolate area. The terrain was barren, littered with jagged rocks and devoid of vegetation. Yet, the vibrant blue of the pool stood out starkly. The chilling air emanating from the pool felt like icy blades piercing Long Li's chest. She quickly circulated her spiritual energy to shield herself, but the closer they got to the pool, the more intense the cold became, leaving her unsettled. This pool is terrifying, Longley muttered with a frown. If someone were to fall in, they'd likely freeze to death instantly. Xianming stood with his hands clasped behind him, his robe swaying gently in the breeze. He said calmly, "This pool is indeed not to be entered recklessly. From my observations, there may be an extremely cold divine artifact hidden within. However, I've never ventured into it. When you reach the Divine King realm, you might consider exploring it." Longley glanced at the pool, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. Xianming, could the fire spirit be hidden in this pool? Standing at the edge of the frigid pool, the biting cold seeped into her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. She carefully probed the area for a while but found nothing aside from the overwhelming chill, no trace of the fire spirit's presence. Xianming raised his hand slightly, and an invisible force stirred the water into a whirlpool. Moments later, an ancient, intricately designed box slowly emerged from the pool and floated before Longley. A wave of intense heat radiated from it, making her eyes light up with excitement. "I can feel the fire spirit's aura," she exclaimed eagerly. Xianming nodded, his expression calm. "This box temporarily suppresses the fire spirit, but if it stays out of the pool for too long, its power will spiral out of control and could destroy everything here." Longley glanced at the pool and then back at the box. Determination flashed in her eyes. "I plan to stay near the pool and subdue the fire spirit here. The cold from the pool will help increase my chances of success." A faint smile of approval appeared on Xianming's lips. "You truly are a clever girl. Refining the fire spirit here will indeed benefit you greatly. But remember, don't push yourself too hard. If it becomes impossible to subdue it, give up immediately. Your life is far more important." With that, he cast a thoughtful glance at Longley before stepping back to a safe distance. He raised his hand and deployed a barrier to contain the fire spirit's destructive power. Longley fixed her gaze on the box, careful not to touch it directly. Instead, she channeled her spiritual energy into her palm to lift it and slowly approach the pool's edge. The intense heat emanating from the fire spirit temporarily shielded her from the biting cold. She found a flat rock near the pool, placed the box on it, and cautiously opened it. In an instant, a burst of fire shot out, attempting to escape. Longley moved swiftly, leaping into the air and channeling her spiritual energy to trap the fire spirit in her grasp. However, the fire spirit writhed violently as if provoked, thrashing against her containment. Its scorching heat burned her hands, sending waves of pain through her body. "It's all or nothing." Longley gritted her teeth, her resolve hardening as she swallowed the fire spirit. She immediately sat cross-legged, and the blazing heat surged through her body, wreaking havoc on her internal organs. Longley closed her eyes tightly, focusing all her spiritual energy to suppress the fire spirit. But sensing the danger, the fire spirit grew even more ferocious, rampaging within her and causing severe internal injuries. Meanwhile, the frigid pool remained eerily calm, but its bone-chilling cold seeped into Longley's body, clashing with the fire spirit's searing heat. The two opposing forces collided and intertwined within her, creating a violent storm. Longley clenched her teeth, cold sweat dripping from her brow as she pushed her spiritual energy to its limits, striving to maintain balance. This battle to refine the fire spirit was nothing short of a fight for her life. Fire and frost waged a fierce battle within Longley's body, like two opposing torrents tearing at her flesh and willpower. In one moment, she was plunged into the searing depths of a volcano, the scorching heat spreading from her skin to her very marrow. In the next, she was cast into a frozen abyss, the bone-chilling cold penetrating every fiber of her being. The relentless alternation between blazing heat and piercing cold tormented her to the brink of collapse. Her face was at times covered in frost, and at others, beads of water dripped down as the extreme heat caused steam to rise. Her body felt hollowed out, simultaneously enduring the fiery blaze and the unyielding grasp of icy despair, an endless cycle with no reprieve. The agony was not merely physical. It felt as though her soul itself was being torn apart. Every nerve in Longley's body screamed in anguish, and she could swear she smelled the acrid scent of her own flesh burning, only to be dragged back into the freezing abyss the next moment, as if her bones were shattering from the cold. This was the fiery spirit and the icy chill of the cold spring locked in brutal conflict within her. Despite the unbearable pain, Longley clenched her teeth, repeatedly reminding herself that she could not fall. The flames of hatred burned fiercely in her mind as memories of those who had taken everything from her resurfaced. She thought of the past she could never let go of. She could not die, not now. She had to survive and reclaim what was rightfully hers with her own hands. Forcing herself to remain calm, she seized the fleeting moment when the fiery spirit's power weakened, focusing all her energy on refining it bit by bit. "I refuse to believe I can't tame a mere flame," she growled through gritted teeth, channeling all her spiritual energy into forming an invisible barrier that tightly encased the fiery spirit. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Long Li's body endured the excruciating cycle of ice and fire. One moment, she was like a frozen sculpture, her body stiff and encased in ice. The next, she melted under the intense heat, water dripping from her face and body. This grueling process repeated countless times, each one feeling like her soul was being sliced apart by a razor-sharp blade. Yet Long Li's will was as unyielding as steel. She endured the pain that pierced every nerve, never once giving in. At last, in a moment of explosive power, the strength she had been gathering erupted like a volcano, shattering the fiery spirit within her. "Submit to me," she roared, and the once defiant fiery spirit disintegrated into scattered fragments of light, transforming into a warm current that flowed gently through her meridians. With the fiery spirit fully subdued, Long Li felt the icy chill within her body gradually dissipate, replaced by a comforting warmth that filled her entirely. The surrounding spiritual energy, drawn by her aura, coalesced into streams of light that swirled around her, flowing continuously into her body. She absorbed the energy greedily, feeling her strength build rapidly, pushing her dangerously close to the threshold of a breakthrough. However, Long Li quickly realized that the density of spiritual energy in this place was insufficient to sustain her breakthrough. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the surging power within her, despite the immense strain it placed on her body. She understood that this was not the ideal environment for her to ascend. With the fiery spirit completely refined, even standing near the cold spring no longer brought her the biting chill it once did. Slowly, Long Li opened her eyes. Her gaze burned with fiery intensity, yet carried the icy sharpness of frost. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Though her face betrayed signs of exhaustion, the confidence of a true warrior now radiated unmistakably from her eyes. Xianming watched as Long Li completely refined the fire spirit, a look of admiration flickering in his eyes. He nodded slightly and said, "Long Li, congratulations on successfully refining the fire spirit." Long Li glanced down at her tattered clothing, a trace of embarrassment crossing her face. She spoke softly, "It seems I'll have to borrow your clothes again today." Xianming chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. "No problem, I have plenty of clothes here. Let me take you to freshen up first." His gaze instinctively swept over Long Li, noting that her clothing was indeed in a rather unpresentable state. Long Li paused briefly before speaking calmly. "While subduing the fire spirit earlier, I was on the verge of a breakthrough in my cultivation. However, the spiritual energy here is too thin, so I had to suppress it forcibly." Her tone was composed, as though she was trying to ease the awkwardness of the moment. Xianming nodded, a touch of helplessness in his voice. "I mentioned before that the spiritual veins in this space have dried up. We'll need to locate new ones to restore the balance. Once we bury a few spiritual veins here, the energy will become exceptionally abundant, and you can cultivate peacefully." Long Li pondered for a moment before replying, "I'll start looking for spiritual veins after I leave. But they're usually controlled by powerful families or academies, so extracting them might not be easy." Xianming sighed. "You're right. These spiritual veins are heavily guarded by experts. Taking one won't be a simple task." A while later, Long Li had finished washing up in a wooden tub. The refreshing steam left her feeling revitalized. She changed into a clean set of clothes and stepped out of the room. Seeing Xianming playing with a small, fluffy creature, she spoke up, "I'm ready." Xianming glanced up at her and nodded. "All right." Long Li hesitated briefly, then continued, "I'd like to try refining a batch of pills." Understanding her intentions, Xianming picked up the fluffy creature and tactfully left the room. Alone in the room, Long Li focused her mind, and a cauldron for alchemy appeared before her. A faint smile played on her lips as she murmured, "This will be our first collaboration in pill refining. Let's hope for success." She retrieved the spiritual herbs she had gathered earlier, and with a flick of her palm, the fire spirit ignited, its flames dancing vividly. The firelight illuminated her focused expression as she methodically placed the herbs into the cauldron in a specific sequence. The fire spirit's temperature was precisely controlled, ensuring the refining process went smoothly. She carefully removed impurities from the herbs and added several new ones. Time passed slowly. Refining pills was a process that demanded immense spiritual energy, and beads of sweat began to form on Long Li's forehead, trailing down her face. Gradually, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the cauldron, filling the room with an enticing aroma. When the scent reached its peak, a look of delight appeared on Long Li's face. Moments later, the cauldron revealed 10 perfectly round pills. She raised her slender hand, and the pills adhered to her palm. Her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Second-grade spirit gathering pills, successfully refined," she said softly, carefully placing the pills into a porcelain bottle. Without pause, she began preparing to refine third-grade pills. Following the same steps as before, she immersed herself in the process once more. As time went on, The medicinal fragrance in the room grew even stronger, while her spiritual energy steadily diminished. Finally, the third-grade marrow cleansing pills were also successfully refined. Pleased, Longley collected the pills and sat cross-legged to restore her spiritual energy. After about 15 minutes, she opened her eyes, put away the cauldron, and stood up with the pills in hand. She left the room. Xianming noticed her emerging and approached. "How did it go?" he asked. Longley smiled faintly and handed him the pills. "Here are 10 second-grade spirit gathering pills and 10 third-grade marrow cleansing pills." Xianming examined the pills carefully and couldn't help but exclaim, "Longley, for your first time refining pills, to achieve such success is no small feat. How did you manage it?" Lowering her gaze to conceal her inner emotions, Longley replied in an even tone, "I've read some ancient texts before. They detailed the processes and techniques for pill refining, so I simply followed the instructions. I didn't expect the success rate to be so high." She spoke lightly, but a twinge of guilt lingered in her heart. In truth, during her time in the higher realms, she had studied alchemy to some extent. While not an expert, she was far from a novice. Xianming sighed in admiration. "Your success rate is extraordinary. On this continent, alchemists are highly sought after by everyone. With your talent, you'll be unstoppable in the future." Longley nodded thoughtfully, then shifted the topic. "Xianming, I need to leave now. If I stay any longer, my subordinates might grow anxious. I'll leave this little one here with you for now." Xianming nodded and reminded her, "Go ahead, but be cautious." A faint smile curved Longley's lips. "Don't worry, I value my life." She gently patted the fluffy creature's head before vanishing from the space. At that moment, in the Peach Blossom Cottage, Hanzhou paced nervously, his brows furrowed. Why hasn't the mistress returned yet? Could something have happened? Huan Feng tried to reassure him. "Boss, the mistress instructed us to come back first, which means she's confident in her ability to handle things. Don't worry too much." Despite his words, a trace of unease lingered in his voice. After all, Bai Li Shui was a formidable opponent, and his shadow guards were no less skilled. Longley exited the space and swiftly moved through the crowd, making her way to a less guarded area of the Long family estate. Her figure flitted like a phantom as she entered the courtyard. Hanzhou, upon seeing her sudden appearance, was overjoyed. "Mistress, are you all right?" Longley adjusted her attire and replied calmly, "I'm fine. Did anyone come looking for me today?" Huan Feng quickly answered. The young master stopped by once. "I told him you were resting, and he didn't stay long. The patriarch also sent someone over, but I gave the same explanation, and they didn't press further." Longley nodded. "Good. I'll change into women's attire first. Wait here, I have tasks for you." With that, she turned and entered her room to change. She stood before the bronze mirror, her slender hands gently smoothing the front of her dress, ensuring the elegant long gown was perfectly flawless. Her jet-black hair was swept up into a high bun, secured with a jade hairpin that exuded an air of refined elegance. After confirming everything was in order, she pushed the door open and stepped out with calm poise. "Hanzhou, is there a manor or estate nearby? Preferably one located near the mountains and forests." Longley's voice was cool yet carried an undeniable authority. Hanzhou glanced at Longley, whose simple attire did nothing to diminish her striking presence. For a moment, he was caught off guard, but he quickly recovered and respectfully replied, "I do know of such a place, mistress. It's called Biluoshan Manor. The manor is surrounded by mountains and forests, though it's not very large. It used to thrive on tea trading, but poor management in recent years has led to significant losses. I've heard the owner is now looking to sell it." Longley gave a slight nod, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. "Good. Hanzhou, look into the price of this manor. If it's reasonable, purchase it. Hire workers to renovate it, but be sure to keep your identity concealed. No one should know who you are." Hanzhou nodded solemnly. At that moment, Longley retrieved a heavy pouch from her sleeve and handed it to him. Hanzhou accepted it, feeling its weight. A brief inspection told him it contained at least 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. He paused for a moment, surprise flashing in his eyes. His mistress carried such a substantial amount of spirit stones with her. "Understood, mistress. I'll take care of it immediately," Hanzhou said, cupping his hands in a respectful salute before turning to leave. Longley then turned her gaze to Lang Yi, her tone still calm and composed. "Lang Yi, you two must remain incognito. Find some Bagarsno older than 15. Their talent doesn't matter. Once the manor is purchased, bring them there and ensure they are well cared for." "Understood, mistress," Lang Yi replied without hesitation and swiftly departed to carry out her orders. After the two had left, Longley seated herself in a chair, taking a small sip of tea. The faint aroma of tea wafted upwards as she slightly tilted her head to one side and instructed coolly, "Xianying, keep a close watch on Long Yu's every move." From the shadows, Xianying's voice responded, "Understood, mistress." Before the words completely faded, Footsteps sounded from outside. Moments later, Long Yu pushed the door open and walked straight into the Peach Blossom Pavilion. Long Li glanced briefly at Huan Feng, who immediately understood and disappeared without a trace. Sister, your dear Che Gige has arrived at the Long estate. He's waiting for you in the main hall, Long Yu said as she approached, her tone laced with sarcasm, the disdain on her face evident. Long Li remained seated, her expression calm, not even lifting her eyelids. However, the corners of her lips curved into a faint, cold smile, as if she had just heard the most ridiculous thing. Inwardly, she thought, what a petty little troublemaker. Just hearing her voice is enough to make one feel sick. Seeing that Long Li showed no reaction, Long Yu grew irate. Her eyes scrutinized Long Li from head to toe, and suddenly she froze, as if something had caught her attention. The sister she had always looked down upon seemed unusually stunning today. Upon closer inspection, even her attire was entirely different from her usual plain style. The more Long Yu looked, the more displeased she became. Frustrated by Long Li's indifference, her anger surged. She stepped forward abruptly, reaching out to grab Long Li's sleeve. Long Li curled her lips into a disdainful smirk. With a swift flick of her wrist, she splashed the tea right onto Long Yu's face. Oh dear, sorry about that. My hand slipped, she said, her tone dripping with mockery. You. Long Yu stomped her foot in fury, her face flushed with anger. You idiot. Brother Che is here, and you're not rushing to see him? If you don't hurry, he'll get mad. Long Li blinked her wide, innocent eyes, as though completely ignoring Long Yu's scolding. Instead, she stared curiously at Long Yu's hair. Sister Yu, what's that on your head? Frowning, Long Yu ran her hand through her hair but found nothing. Her face twisted with irritation. Idiot. Always spouting nonsense. Suddenly, Long Li shot up from her chair with a speed that caught everyone off guard. She grabbed Long Yu's hair with both hands and yanked hard. Ah, that hurts. You lunatic, let go of me. Long Yu screamed, struggling desperately, but Long Li's grip was as unyielding as iron. With a loud thud, Long Li mercilessly slammed Long Yu's head against the stone table, causing it to tremble slightly. Dazed and disoriented, Long Yu's resistance weakened. A flicker of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she attempted to summon her spiritual energy to push Long Li away. Yet before she could act, her head was slammed down again repeatedly. Sister Yu, there really is someone standing on your head. So terrifying, Long Li said in a mockingly frightened tone, her voice at odds with her brutal actions. Blood began to seep from Long Yu's forehead, trickling down her face. Seeing that further blows might lead to something fatal, Long Li finally released her grip. She carelessly tossed Long Yu onto the ground and strode away without a backward glance. Long Yu lay crumpled on the floor like a lifeless animal, her face streaked with blood. It took her a long moment to push herself up, her body trembling with rage. Her eyes burned with fury as she hissed through gritted teeth. Long Li, I'll kill you. From a distance, Huan Feng had witnessed the entire scene. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he murmured under his breath, as expected of the mistress truly cunning and ruthless. Meanwhile, Long Li ran swiftly, her voice echoing loudly as she shouted, help. Sister Yu wants to kill me. Wah. She dashed straight toward the main hall, a cold smirk playing on her lips. That scumbag Bai Li Che, the one responsible for the original Long Li's death, would pay today. If she couldn't kill him, she'd make sure to ruin him and his affair with Long Yu. In the main hall, Bai Li Che sat in a chair, clad in a black robe. His gaze occasionally flicked toward the doorway, his brows furrowing slightly. Inwardly, he was puzzled. Long Yu had gone to fetch that idiot, Long Li. By now, that fool should have come scrambling in, groveling at his feet. Why was there still no sign of her? At the head of the hall, Long Badian sat with a composed expression. Young Master Bai Li, what brings you here today? He asked calmly. Bai Li Chi's lips curled into a practiced smile. I heard that Long Li has been found, so I came to pay her a visit. Despite his words, a flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes. The thought of facing that idiot made his stomach turn. Long Badian nodded, his tone carrying a hint of intent. You're very thoughtful, young Master Bai Li. Since Lyre has returned from such a harrowing ordeal, I believe it's time we resume discussions about your marriage. Bai Li Chi's smile faltered for a brief moment, his expression stiffening. Resistance flashed in his eyes as he lifted a teacup to mask his impatience. Taking a slow sip, he forced his voice to remain neutral. There's no rush, Patriarch Long Li has just returned, and it may be wise to wait a little longer. My mother also believes that it's too soon to proceed with the wedding. Long Baishan's gaze darkened slightly, his tone turning colder. Is the young master implying that the daughter of the Long family is unworthy of you? Bai Li Chi's eyes flickered, and he quickly lowered his head. You misunderstand, Patriarch Long. I've agreed to this marriage and have no intention of going back on my word. However, during Long Li's absence, rumors have been circulating claims that she is no longer pure. I only wish to quell these rumors first, for the sake of both our families. Long Baishan's face darkened further, his eyes narrowing dangerously. His voice dropped to a menacing tone. I will personally investigate this matter. Whoever started these rumors clearly wishes to sabotage our alliance. Once they are found, they will pay with their life. Just as his words fell, a commotion erupted at the door. Longli burst in, her face pale with apparent terror. Bai Li Che instinctively stood up, but before he could react, Longli bolted toward him and tackled him to the ground. Thud. Unprepared, Bai Li Che was knocked flat on his back. Before he could process what was happening, Long Li's fists rained down on him. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! She screamed, punching and kicking wildly. Her blows came so fast and furious that he had no chance to catch his breath. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Bai Li Che extended a hand to push her off. But with Long Badian watching, he didn't dare use spiritual energy. Suppressing his rage, he tried to soothe her in a low voice. Long Li, it's me, Brother Che. Calm down. But Long Li paid him no heed. She kept shrieking, don't kill me, as her fists pounded his face relentlessly. By the time she was done, Bai Li Che's face was swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Enough. Long Badian finally intervened, prying Long Li off Bai Li Che with a thunderous expression. Liar! What do you think you're doing? He's the young master of the Bai Li family. Clutching Long Baishan's robes, Long Li looked up at him with teary eyes, her voice trembling. Father, I didn't mean to, sister, you tried to kill me, and I was so scared. Wah. She sobbed pitifully, wiping her bloodied hands on his sleeve, her frail appearance enough to evoke sympathy from anyone. Bai Li Che staggered to his feet, his face a mess of bruises and blood, his hair disheveled. Fury blazed in his eyes, and it took every ounce of his willpower not to lash out then and there. Are you all right, young Master Bai Li? Long Badian asked apologetically. Liar was frightened. Please forgive her. Clenching his fists, Bai Li Che forced a strained smile. I'm fine, Patriarch Long. But it seems Long Li's mind has grown even more muddled than before. Long Baishan's expression grew heavy as he glanced at Long Li, his feelings complicated. Just then, Long Li suddenly stepped forward and slapped Bai Li Che across the face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the hall. Bai Li Che froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had just been hit again. Trembling with fury, he growled, Long Li, get a grip and look at who I am. Clutching her face, Long Li feigned shock and fear. I'm so sorry, Brother Che. I was just so scared, Wah. She buried her face in her sleeve, pretending to cry. Yet inwardly, she smirked. You thought you could bully the original Long Li, because she was a fool? This time, I'll show you how dangerous a fool can be. At this moment, a fierce, murderous intent burned in Long Li's eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a faint but cruel smile. Just wait. One day, it'll make you regret ever crossing me, she murmured under her breath, her voice so low it was almost inaudible, yet chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. In the Long family's grand hall, Bai Li Che's gaze swept over Long Li, his mind calculating. Long Li's words can't be trusted. She must have misunderstood. His tone feigned calmness, but a storm brewed within him. He would never allow anything to happen to Long Yu, for she was his tool to deal with Long Li. If he failed to eliminate Long Li today, the situation would only spiral out of control. Being forced to marry that fool would ruin his reputation entirely, reducing him to a laughingstock. As Bai Li Che was deep in thought, a piercing voice echoed from outside the hall. Long Li, you fool, come out here. It'll kill you today. Long Yu's enraged shout reverberated through the hall, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Long Badian furrowed his brows sharply, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. For Long Yu to publicly scream about killing her elder sister was outright insubordination. Bai Li Che's lips twitched slightly, a trace of embarrassment and impatience flashing across his face. Has this Long Yu lost her mind? How dare she spout such nonsense in public? At that moment, Long Li gently tugged on Long Baishan's sleeve, her voice trembling as though she were on the verge of tears. Father, I'm so scared. Yu Mei is terrifying. She said she wants to kill me. Wu hiding behind Long Badian, she put on a pitiful expression, but a subtle smirk of satisfaction played on her lips. Everything was unfolding just as she had planned. Long Yu was creating a scene at precisely the right time. Long Yu, have you gone mad? Shut your mouth this instant. Long Badian roared, his voice thunderous, causing Long Yu to flinch at the doorway, her steps halting involuntarily. Though her rage momentarily subsided, the throbbing pain from the wound on her head reignited her fury. She clenched her teeth, hatred blazing in her eyes. Long Baishan's gaze shifted to Long Yu, only then noticing her disheveled hair and the streaks of blood on her face an alarming sight. His expression darkened instantly. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? With a loud thud, Long Yu dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she wailed, "Father, it's all because of that fool. Look at my head, it's covered in bumps." She glared at Long Li with murderous intent, as though she wanted to tear her apart on the spot. Long Baishan's eyes darted between the two sisters, suspicion beginning to creep into his heart. Could it be that the usually gentle and obedient Long Yu had been hiding her true nature all along? Long Yu, what nonsense are you spewing? Liar is your elder sister. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Have you forgotten your place? Long Baishan's voice was as cold as ice. Long Yu's face turned pale instantly. She kowtowed repeatedly, begging for forgiveness. "Father, I was wrong. I spoke out of anger in the heat of the moment." Seeing the opportunity, Bai Li Che interjected, "Master Long, it wasn't just you Mei that Long Li attacked earlier. Even I didn't escape her wrath. Look at you mice injuries, this is simply unacceptable." Hearing this, Long Li cast a cold glance at Bai Li Che, sneering inwardly. This despicable man just won't quit. I should have knocked out a few of his teeth earlier to shut him up. Suddenly, she looked up, her tone innocent but hitting a nerve. "Brother Che, I saw you and you Mei hugging before. You even told me not to tell father. And when you kissed her on the lips, I saw that too. You Mei wasn't hurt by mesh, ran into something herself. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in the residence. Brother Huan Feng was there at the time." The moment those words left her mouth, Long Baishan's expression darkened like a brewing storm. His gaze turned sharp as a blade, slicing toward Bai Li Che and Long Yu. "Is it true? Have you two been secretly involved as liar claims?" Bai Li Che's eyes grew colder, though he maintained a calm facade. "Master Long, are you seriously taking the words of someone with a muddled mind?" "Father, you Mei would never. Brother Bai Li is sister's future husband's my brother-in-law. How could I ever do such a thing? Sister is clearly making things up." Long Yu hastily defended herself, though inwardly she seethed with fury. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she wished she could strangle Long Li on the spot. If her father pursued this matter, it would only make it harder for her to deal with Long Li in the future. Clinging to Long Baishan's sleeve, Long Li's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out, "Father, you Mei always told me to stay away from Brother Che. I listened, but they still don't like me. Why?" Long Baishan's brows knitted tightly, a hint of doubt surfacing in his mind. Although Lyre wasn't entirely sound of mind, her words might not be completely baseless. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke coldly enough. "This matter is not to be brought up again. You Mei remember your place. Lyre is the firstborn daughter, and you are a concubine's child. Respect the hierarchy, and don't covet what isn't yours." These words were like a dagger plunging into Long Yu's heart. Tears streamed down her face as she looked utterly aggrieved, but the seething hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. "Understood, father," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Long Li released Long Baishan's sleeve, her downcast eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. "This father is as useless as expected. The original owner of this body lost her mother at a young age, and her father's affection was nothing but a facade." She let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Bai Li Che, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, saw no reason to stay. "Master Long, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave for now," he said with a polite bow. But before departing, his gaze lingered on Long Li and the kneeling Long Yu, a glint of calculation in his eyes. Long Badian waved dismissively. "Someone, escort young Master Bai Li out." Watching Bai Li Chi's figure disappear, he turned his attention to Long Yu, his tone indifferent. "You may get up. Show more respect to Lyre from now on. She is the legitimate daughter, and you are merely a concubine's child. Know your place. Have the healer look at your injuries." Long Yu gritted her teeth, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes, father." But in her eyes, hatred burned as fiercely as an unquenchable fire. Long Yu slowly stood up from the ground, her eyes brimming with tears, making her appear pitiable. However, that fragile demeanor was merely a facade. Her heart was already consumed by anger and resentment, eager to see Long Li meet her end. Her expression softened in an instant, and she said softly, "Your daughter understands. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and walked away. Long Badian watched Long Yu's departing figure, his gaze tinged with contemplation. To him, the family's future depended on a stable alliance, and the marriage with the Bailey family was crucial. Yuera was exceptionally gifted, having reached the Lingkong realm at such a young age. She was destined to bring glory to the family. In contrast, Long Li made him shake his head. This daughter of his, sometimes lucid, sometimes dazed, seemed fated to live a mediocre life. After leaving the main hall, Long Li went straight back to her residence, Peach Blossom Cottage. As she stepped into the courtyard, Huan Feng appeared before her silently, bowing slightly as he asked, "Master, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Long Li replied calmly, then added, "Wait for me a moment. We'll head out shortly." With that, she returned to her room. Once the door was closed, Her figure flickered, and she entered her personal spatial realm. With practiced ease, she summoned her alchemy cauldron and carefully arranged the spiritual herbs she had prepared beforehand. Flames of fire energy surged in her palms as she began refining a disguise pill. The fire burned steadily beneath the cauldron, and the herbs within gradually merged, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. Xianming sensed her arrival in the space, but chose not to disturb her. Instead, he quietly left with Mao Qiao in his arms, leaving her in peace to focus on her alchemy. Long Li was fully engrossed in her work. The fragrance of the pill grew stronger until, at last, a third-grade disguise pill was successfully refined in her hands. A faint smile tugged at her lips. After a brief rest, she resumed her efforts, this time refining enhancement pills. The continuous alchemy caused fine beads of sweat to form on her forehead, and the depletion of her spiritual energy left her slightly fatigued. Yet, she remained focused, meticulously controlling the flames and refining the herbs one by one. Half an hour later, another batch of third-grade enhancement pills was completed. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she carefully stored the pills away before flashing out of her spatial realm. Back in her room, Long Li changed into a sharp, masculine outfit and pushed open the door. In the courtyard, Huan Feng was still patiently waiting. "Master," Huan Feng greeted, stepping forward as soon as he saw her. Long Li nodded, retrieving the freshly refined disguise pill from her sleeve and handing it to him. "Take this." Huan Feng accepted the pill, noticing it was still faintly warm. A wave of surprise swept over him. He couldn't help but glance at it again, realizing the pill must have been freshly refined by his master. Yet, he hadn't sensed even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy earlier. Though curious, he refrained from asking questions and swallowed the pill without hesitation. "Let's go to the Jiolong Pavilion auction house," Long Li instructed coolly. She then consumed her own disguise pill and leaped into the air, leaving the courtyard. Huan Feng hesitated briefly before following suit, swallowing the pill and flying after her. Deep down, he suspected his master had a hidden purpose for this excursion. Long Li had brought Huan Feng along with the intention of entrusting him with the task of selling pills at the auction house. From now on, she wouldn't need to personally handle such matters. Her time and energy would be better spent on cultivation, while Huan Feng would take over these trivial responsibilities. From this moment forward, her focus would be entirely on advancing her strength. The Jiolong Pavilion auction house was as bustling as ever, exuding an air of grandeur. Long Li strode confidently through the doors with Huan Feng in tow, heading straight for manager Qiyang. Her expression was calm, her step steady, radiating an aura of confidence. Qiyang raised an eyebrow upon seeing the pair, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, before his professional smile returned. "What business does this gentleman have with us today?" he asked politely. Long Li smiled faintly, her tone steady yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Manager Qiyang, I'd like to discuss a business deal. Could we find a quieter place to talk?" Qiyang scrutinized the unfamiliar young man before him. Though cautious, his professionalism as a manager of Jiolong Pavilion dictated his response. He gave a slight nod. "Of course, sir. Please follow me." The private room on the third floor was exquisitely decorated. A landscape painting adorned the wall, while a carved sandalwood chaise lounge sat by the window. The table was neatly arranged with fruits and pastries, and a faint hint of sandalwood lingered in the air, soothing the senses. Long Li glanced around, a flicker of admiration in her eyes. Money does make a difference. Even a small private room like this is so luxurious. Qiyang smiled faintly and gestured politely. "Please, sir, let us discuss business. You have my assurance that we will not be disturbed here." Without further ado, Long Li sat down and retrieved 3 small porcelain bottles from her sleeve, placing them gently on the table. "Here are a grade 3 bone cleansing pill, a grade 3 spirit enhancing pill, and a grade 2 spirit gathering pill." Qiyang's eyes widened in shock. He quickly picked up one of the bottles and carefully opened it. A rich medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. He opened the other 2 bottles in turn, and the quality of the pills left him astonished. Although he had seen countless rare treasures as a manager of Jiolong Pavilion, grade 3 pills were exceptionally rare, let alone 3 of them at once. "Sir, are you an alchemist?" Qiyang couldn't help but ask tentatively. Long Li's gaze was cold and firm. "That's not something you need to concern yourself with. These pills are to be auctioned by your pavilion. If this collaboration goes well, we can make it long-term. However, Jiolong Pavilion must guarantee absolute confidentiality regarding any information about the pills. If I find out you've leaked anything, the partnership ends immediately." Qiyang nodded hastily, his tone respectful and earnest. "Rest assured, sir. Jiolong Pavilion never discloses any information about our sellers." Long Li gave a slight nod. "Good. These 3 pills will be auctioned today. In the future, my attendant, Mr. Feng, will handle all matters related to the pills." Qiyang's gaze shifted to Huan Feng, who stood silently beside Long Li. He nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Huan Feng was stunned. a storm of thoughts raging in his mind. An alchemist Semyon every major power sought to ally with was none other than his master. He was overwhelmed with both shock and excitement. Noticing Huan Feng standing frozen, Long Li lightly tapped his leg with her foot, her tone teasing. "Mr. Feng, did you hear what I said?" Huan Feng snapped out of his daze and quickly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand." Qiyang stepped forward with a respectful smile. "Mr. Feng, should there be any future matters regarding the pills, you may come directly to me." With that, he carefully collected the 3 porcelain bottles and added, "The starting bid for the Grade 3 bone cleansing pill will be 200,000 spirit stones, the Grade 3 spirit enhancing pill 150,000 spirit stones, and the Grade 2 spirit gathering pill 100,000 spirit stones. Do you have any objections, sir?" Long Li nodded. "That's acceptable." Qiyang then retrieved an elegant token from his pocket and presented it with both hands. "I've arranged for a private room on the 4th floor for you. Please accept this token. It grants an exclusive 20% discount on all future purchases at Jialong Pavilion." Long Li accepted the token with a faint smile. "Thank you, Manager Qiyang." Qiyang immediately instructed an attendant to escort the two to the 4th floor before hurrying off to make arrangements for the auction. The private room on the 4th floor bore a plaque reading "Elegant Retreat," exuding sophistication and refinement. The attendant opened the door and bowed respectfully. "Honored guests, please enter." The room was spacious and bright, filled with the subtle aroma of sandalwood. The furniture, made of fine rosewood, was intricately carved, and the decor was understated yet inviting. Long Li took a moment to survey the room before nodding in approval. "Not bad at all." The attendant added, "If you need anything, simply ring the bell, and it'll be at your service." Long Li waved dismissively. "That will be all." Once the attendant left, Long Li turned to Huan Feng, her tone serious. "From now on, in front of others, you are Mr. Feng. You will handle all dealings with Qiyang regarding the pills. No matter what happens, your identity must remain hidden." "Understood." Huan Feng straightened up, his expression resolute. "I understand, my lady. I won't let you down." Long Li nodded, a trace of approval in her eyes. "Good. I trust you'll handle it well." Huan Feng's heart swelled with determination. He silently vowed to live up to his master's trust. Meanwhile, the auction hall downstairs was buzzing with excitement. Qiyang himself took the stage, signaling the significance of the event. He announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Today, we are auctioning Grade 3 pills, starting with the Grade 2 Spirit Gathering pill." The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Grade 3 pills? How long has it been since Jialong Pavilion last auctioned pills? And now, they're offering Grade 3 pills. I must get my hands on at least one of these." Whispers and exclamations filled the room, the excitement palpable. From her vantage point on the 4th floor, Long Li observed the scene with a calm expression, clearly satisfied with the reaction. She mused to herself, rarity drives value. By auctioning only 2 pills a month, their prices will only climb higher. Qiyang continued. "The Grade 2 Spirit Gathering pill aids in quickly gathering and absorbing spiritual energy during breakthroughs. The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones, with minimum increments of 10,000 spirit stones." As soon as he finished, bids rang out one after another. 110,000 spirit stones. 150,000. 200,000. In the end, the spirit gathering pill was sold for an impressive 300,000 spirit stones to Feng Zhu, the young master of the Feng family. Next came the Grade 3 spirit enhancing pill, with a starting bid of 150,000 spirit stones. The bidding grew even fiercer, with participants sparing no expense. 300,000 spirit stones. Senior sister Lan Yutong from the Jialan Academy bids 400,000 spirit stones from the 3rd floor private room. The South family patriarch, Nan Ming, bids 500,000 spirit stones. As the price soared, many bidders reluctantly withdrew, lamenting the rarity of Grade 3 pills. From her elevated position, Long Li watched the proceedings with a subtle smile, already strategizing her next moves. Lan Yutong stood gracefully in a flowing blue dress that accentuated her snow-white complexion. Her jet-black hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and her delicate oval face was adorned with a pair of bright, clear eyes. Her beauty was so captivating that it was impossible to look away. She stood in a private box on the 3rd floor of the auction house, her gaze cold and steady as she stared across at Nan Ming, who stood by the window. Nan Ming, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, wore a gray-white robe that lent him an air of weathered wisdom. Standing by the window with his back to the hall, his deep, dark eyes exuded an oppressive aura that sent chills down the spine. He raised an eyebrow slightly and spoke calmly. "Who wouldn't want a treasure like this? It's an auction. Whoever wins by their own means." A faint, icy smile appeared on Lan Yutong's lips as her soft voice carried a hint of frost. "Master Nan is right. Let's see who emerges victorious in the end." She had originally come with a casual interest, hoping to see if there was anything worthwhile, but she hadn't expected a rare third-grade pill to be up for auction today. Such a pill was extraordinarily rare, and she was determined to obtain it. 450,000 spirit stones, Lan Yutong announced firmly, breaking the silence. The auction hall instantly fell quiet, the crowd holding their breath as all eyes turned to the two figures in the third-floor boxes. No one dared to bid recklessly. They all understood they lacked the resources to compete with these two. Nan Ming's gaze darkened as he cast a cold glance at Lan Yutong. He knew this young woman was resolute in her determination to compete with him, but he had no intention of backing down. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he casually raised the bid. 500,000 spirit stones. 600,000 spirit stones, Lan Yutong countered without hesitation. 700,000 spirit stones, Nan Ming said in a low, disdainful tone. As Lan Yutong prepared to bid again, a man beside her whispered a reminder. Senior sister, we only brought 800,000 spirit stones with us on this trip. Her brows furrowed slightly, but her tone remained resolute. 800,000 spirit stones. She knew the value of a third-grade pill and would not give up so easily. This pill was a gift for her father, and its significance was beyond measure. However, Nan Ming's next words were like ice water poured over her resolve. He slowly uttered a staggering number, 1 million spirit stones. Lan Yutong's delicate fingers clenched into a fist, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She knew that, no matter what, they could not outbid him. Finally, she let out a soft sigh and closed the window. Seeing this, Nan Ming's lips curled into a smug smile as he thought to himself, little girl, you're still too inexperienced. In the end, the third-grade spirit enhancement pill was sold to Nan Ming for the astronomical price of 1 million spirit stones. The auctioneer, Qiyang, maintained a warm demeanor as he announced the next item. The next item up for auction is a third-grade marrow-cleansing pill. The hall erupted into chaos at his words. The reputation of the marrow-cleansing pill far surpassed that of the spirit enhancement pill. This pill was not only incredibly rare but also a dream opportunity for cultivators. What? A third-grade marrow-cleansing pill? Gasped someone in the crowd. It's said that only the alchemy master Mo Fan can craft such a pill. It's nearly impossible to obtain. Standing on the stage, Qiyang wore a proud smile he rarely displayed. He raised a hand to quiet the crowd before declaring loudly, the starting price for this pill is 200,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. No sooner had he spoken than the room erupted in a frenzy. Many heirs from prominent families hurriedly sent messengers to fetch more funds, and even the heads of major clans and members of the Sacred Dragon Hall arrived in person, underscoring the pill's immense allure. In a private box on the third floor, Long Li lounged lazily against her chair, one leg crossed over the other as she sipped tea with a faint smile. She asked casually, Huan Feng, who is this Master Mo Fan? Standing respectfully nearby, Huan Feng replied, Master, Mo Fan is the only third-grade alchemist across the 4 continents. He is reclusive and dislikes interaction with outsiders. Though unaffiliated with any power, he is highly respected by all 4 major halls. Some even call him the Pill Saint. It's said that an elder of the Bailey clan has close ties to him, and he once crafted pills for their clan. Hearing this, Long Li's lips curved into a meaningful smile. A third-grade alchemist being called a Pill Saint? Then wouldn't I one day be called the Pill God? Huan Feng looked at Long Li with admiration and declared earnestly, Master is the greatest alchemist. Mo Fan cannot compare to you. Long Li shook her head lightly and said calmly, one must learn to keep a low profile. Excessive pride leads to downfall. Fame and fortune are double-edged swords. A single misstep can bring disaster. True strength is the only way to protect oneself and those around you. Huan Feng listened intently to her wisdom, his respect for her deepening. Despite her youth, her insights were profound. Meanwhile, the bidding downstairs had reached a fever pitch. The price of the marrow-cleansing pill soared 150,000, 200,000 spirit stones until finally, the Sacred Dragon Hall secured it for an astounding 280,000 spirit stones. Long Li glanced down and caught sight of Long Baishan's dissatisfied expression. She arched an eyebrow, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Tisk, the look on my dear father's face is truly delightful. At the same time, the appearance of the Sacred Dragon Hall's leader, Bai Li Xiao, drew Long Li's attention. The middle-aged man, clad in a black ceremonial robe with a jade crown atop his head, exuded authority and dominance. His sharp gaze briefly swept in Long Li's direction before he dismissed her with a cold remark, nothing to worry about, just a useless nobody. Long Li smiled faintly, though a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. The Bai Li clan owes me a debt, and one day, I will make them repay it. As the auction concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Lan Yutong approached Long Zhouxiao with a gentle tone. Junior brother Zhouxiao, what brings you here? Long Zhouxiao's voice was indifferent, his expression aloof. Senior sister Yutong, What brings you down from the mountain? Lan Yutong wasn't bothered by his cold demeanor. On the contrary, she felt it fit his personality. With a slight smile, she turned and walked away. Lan Yutong made up her mind to visit the Long family estate. This time, she was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. With a faint smile and a gentle tone, she asked, "Junior brother Zhou, you've been home for a while now. How is Lyre doing? I'd like to visit her at your family's estate. Would you be willing to welcome me?" Her eyes carried a hint of affection, and the icy demeanor she displayed earlier had melted into a soft, delicate charm. Long Jiuxiu's gaze remained calm, but there was a protective undertone in his voice. "Senior sister Yutong, you're always welcome. But you know my younger sister's situation. She's just returned, and I must take good care of her. I don't want her to be hurt again, nor do I want her to be upset by irrelevant people." Standing nearby, Longli observed their interaction with a subtle, knowing smile. She couldn't help but think, could this Lan Yutong have feelings for Long Zhou? It seems like a case of one loves deeply while the other remains indifferent. Long Jiuxiu's words were clear enough. How could Lan Yutong not grasp his meaning? However, Lan Yutong did not back down. Instead, she responded earnestly, "Junior brother Zhou, please don't worry. I only wish to visit Lyre with pure intentions. If she doesn't like me, I will keep my distance and make sure she isn't upset." Long Zhou gave a slight nod. "That's good to hear. Thank you for understanding, senior sister Yutong." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and headed downstairs, with Lan Yutong following closely behind. Longli watched her brother's retreating figure thoughtfully. This brother of hers truly cared for her, perhaps because he had experienced the pain of loss. Now that she had been returned, he cherished her all the more. Yet, in her heart, she sighed. The original owner of this body was gone. What good was it to try to make amends now? Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the auction venue was beginning to disperse. Chiang stepped down from the auction platform, handing over the hosting duties to a woman in red. The heads of various families began to leave, while Chiang quickly headed to the 4th floor. Knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the room. "Come in," Longli responded calmly. Chiang entered with a respectful smile, placing a storage pouch on the table. "Young master, the 3 pills sold for a total of 4.1 million lower-grade spirit stones. After deducting the auction house's 5% commission, the remaining stones are all in this storage pouch. The pouch itself is also a gift for you." Longli smiled faintly and accepted the pouch. Her tone was composed. "Thank you, Manager Chiang. I'm very satisfied with the results of this auction. From now on, I will provide 2 pills for auction every month. I hope we can maintain a pleasant collaboration." "It would be my honor." Chiang nodded enthusiastically. Longli stood up, secured the storage pouch, and said calmly, "Now that the auction is over, I'll take my leave." Chiang quickly offered, "Allow me to escort you out." "There's no need." Longli waved her hand confidently. "It's crowded here, and it's safer if I leave on my own." Chiang bowed slightly and gestured politely. "Take care, young master." Longli left the auction house with Huanfeng. The two of them reached a secluded corner, where Longli closed her eyes and used her spiritual senses to scan the surroundings. After confirming that no one was following them, they quickened their pace and headed toward the Long family estate. In the main hall of the Long family estate, Lan Yutong sat gracefully, her expression composed and confident. "Patriarch Long, there's no need to be so formal. My visit today is simply to check on Lyre," she said with a gentle and sincere tone. Long Badian sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Miss Lan, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. However, Lyre hasn't been in the best state lately. She even injured young Master Bailey recently. Perhaps it's best if you don't visit her, for your own safety." Lan Yutong's demeanor remained unchanged. Her voice was calm and reassuring. "Please don't worry, Patriarch Long, I've already prepared myself mentally. If Lyre does lash out at me, I promise I won't retaliate, nor will I cause any trouble for your family." Seeing her determination, Long Badian couldn't refuse further. He turned to his son and instructed, "Zhou, take Miss Lan to see Lyre." Long Zhou nodded slightly and led Lan Yutong out. Watching their departing figures, Long Badian mused to himself. Lan Yutong and Zhou seemed to make a good match. In the Peach Blossom Pavilion, Longli had changed into a fresh and elegant dress. She was sitting under a peach blossom tree, casually enjoying some fruit. Huanfeng leaned in and whispered, "Master, the young master is on his way here with Lan Yutong." Longli leisurely finished the fruit in her hand, then picked up a twig and crouched down to play with some ants. "I know." Before long, Long Zhou arrived with Lan Yutong. His voice softened instinctively, carrying a hint of doting care. "Lyre, what are you up to?" Without looking up, Longli continued playing with the ants. Lan Yutong, on the other hand, was captivated by Long Jiuxiu's gentle demeanor, her feelings for him growing even deeper. "If only such a kind and caring man could be mine," she thought wistfully. Lan Yutong crouched down beside Longli and asked softly, "Lyre, are the ants fun to watch?" Long Li raised her head, her clear eyes sparkling with innocence. Brother, who is this pretty lady? Long Jiuxiao gently took Long Li's small hand and explained, liar, this is my senior sister, Lan Yutong. Long Li blinked and smiled sweetly. Oh, so this is Sister Yutong. Brother, Sister Yutong is so beautiful. Lan Yutong was momentarily taken aback. She then took a closer look at Long Li's face and was stunned by her beauty. She hadn't expected Long Jiuxiao's sister to be such a rare beauty. Long Li's appearance was ethereal, as if she were a celestial being who had accidentally wandered into the mortal world. Her elegance was tinged with a subtle allure. Lan Yutong couldn't help but sincerely praise her. Liar, you're the truly beautiful one. You're the most stunning woman I've ever seen. Lan Yutong tried to approach Long Li, hoping to get closer to her. However, every time she came near, Long Li would immediately hide behind Long Jiuxiao, like a frightened little animal. Seeing this, Lan Yutong had no choice but to stop in her tracks. Long Li glanced up at Lan Yutong, scrutinizing her. She wasn't familiar with this woman and had no idea what her intentions were. Coupled with her natural dislike for being too close to others, her guard went up even more. Long Jiuxiao noticed Long Li's resistance to Lan Yutong. He frowned slightly and spoke in a gentle yet protective tone. Senior Sister Yutong, liar doesn't like strangers getting too close. It scares her. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Lan Yutong's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and nodded in response. Junior brother Jiuxiao, I understand. Although she felt a bit downhearted, her gaze remained soft and even carried a touch of warmth when she looked at Long Li again. Long Li took note of this and secretly nodded to herself. This Lan Yutong wasn't too bad. At least she didn't take out her frustration on her. Unexpectedly, Long Li suddenly tugged at Long Jiuxiao's sleeve, her eyes filled with childlike innocence as she asked, Brother, can Sister Yutong join us for dinner? Liar really likes Sister Yutong. Her tone was pure and sincere, as if she genuinely harbored fondness for Lan Yutong. Lan Yutong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Long Li to suggest that she stay for dinner. For a moment, she seemed almost flattered. Long Jiuxiao smiled faintly and affectionately patted Long Li's head. If Liar likes it, then of course. Senior Sister Yutong, if you don't mind, why not stay and join us for dinner? Lan Yutong's eyes lit up with undisguised delight, and she quickly replied, how could I mind? Of course I'd love to. It's my honor to dine with Liar. I like her very much too. Long Li lowered her gaze, but inwardly, she smirked. Who would have thought even someone like her, often dismissed as a fool, could be flattered by others? However, she was well aware that Lan Yutong's real target of favor wasn't her, but her brother. Still, she had to admit that Lan Yutong seemed to have a decent character. She also noticed that Long Jiuxiao didn't appear particularly interested in Lan Yutong. Wonderful. Long Li clapped her hands, her face lighting up with joy. The three of us can have dinner together. Brother, go prepare something delicious for us. Sister Yutong and I will play here for a while. Her tone was cheerful. Though her mind had its own plans, she wanted to see if Lan Yutong could maintain her gentle demeanor when her brother wasn't around. Long Jiuxiao nodded, giving Long Li a meaningful look before turning and leaving. Once he was out of sight, Long Li turned to Lan Yutong, grinning as she grabbed her hand. Sister Yutong, will you play with me? Let's help the ants move their home. Lan Yutong was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, showing a doting smile. Of course. If Liar likes playing with ants, then Sister Yutong will play with you. Long Li narrowed her eyes, a faint smile curving her lips. She watched as Lan Yutong crouched down earnestly, showing no sign of distaste as she observed the ants with her. Internally, Long Li nodded in approval. Not bad. She really does seem like a kind person. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and flower petals drifted lazily through the air, adding a touch of vitality to the serene afternoon. Long Li crouched on the ground, intently poking at ants with a twig, her face alight with innocent joy. Lan Yutong watched her quietly, unable to resist squatting down beside her. Mimicking Long Li, she used a slender branch to nudge the ant's nest, pretending to help them move house. Leah, are you having fun? Lan Yutong asked, her tone soft and filled with a hint of amused curiosity. Of course. Don't you think ants are fun, Sister Yutong? Long Li looked up, her clear eyes as pure as a crystal spring. They are, but they're just so tiny. Lan Yutong chuckled gently, a trace of indulgence in her voice. How about I get you a pet to play with next time? Really? That would be great. Sister Yutong, you're so kind to me. Long Li's eyes sparkled, and her smile became even brighter. Other than my brother, you're the second nicest person to me. Long Li jumped to her feet just as Long Jiuxiao approached from a distance. Overjoyed, she dashed toward him like an excited little bird and threw herself into his arms. Brother! Sister Yutong said she'll give me a pet one day. Long Jiuxiao looked at her innocent expression, a faint smile tugging at his lips. His gaze shifted to Lan Yutong, and seeing the two getting along so well, He finally felt a sense of relief. Earlier in the kitchen, he had been worried about Long Li's sudden outburst, but now it seemed her emotions had calmed considerably. As long as Lear is happy, Long Jiuxiao said warmly. What were you doing just now? Brother, we were playing with ants. Long Li replied with a proud grin. Long Jiuxiao paused for a moment, his expression softening as he turned to Lan Yutong. Apologies. My sister still has a child's heart. Zhao Xiao, your sister is pure and innocent. We had a lot of fun together, Lan Yutong responded with a kind smile. Lowering her head, Long Li's lips twitched slightly in amusement. She thought to herself, Lan Yutong sure knows how to phrase things. Calling me pure and innocent? That's just a polite way of saying I'm simple-minded. Pure and innocent? More like foolish. What does a fool know, anyway? Noticing her silence, Long Jiuxiao asked with concern. Lear, is something wrong? Long Li quickly looked up, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Brother, I'm just a bit hungry. When will the food be ready? Not long after, a line of servants entered with trays of dishes, arranging them neatly on the table. Huan Bai stood attentively by Long Li's side, carefully tending to her. However, her glances toward Long Li were tinged with a mix of fear and unease. She couldn't understand how her young mistress could switch between being endearingly naive and terrifyingly shrewd. Who exactly was this girl? The three sat around the table, enjoying a relaxed atmosphere as the aroma of the food filled the air. But their peace was soon interrupted when Long Yu walked in with her maid Xiaohong. With a graceful smile and a tone laced with deliberate familiarity, she greeted them. Brother, sister, are you having dinner? Long Li, who had been savoring her meal, rolled her eyes the moment she saw Long Yu. An immediate wave of distaste washed over her, and even the food suddenly lost its flavor. Do you need something new? Long Jiuxiao asked without looking up, his tone distant, clearly uninterested in her presence. Long Yu's gaze flickered to Lan Yutong, and her smile widened slightly. I heard Miss Lan came to visit sister, so I thought I'd drop by to say hello. Lan Yutong glanced at Long Yu, silently noting to herself, has she gained weight? Her head seems bigger than it was last time. Yes, Yutong came to see Lear, Long Jiuxiao replied coldly. Now that you've seen her, you can leave. Long Yu's smile froze, and her face paled slightly. Brother, we're all family. What have I done to deserve such treatment? Long Li put down her chopsticks, a faint chill in her gaze. She had long been annoyed by this hypocritical little snake. And now, Long Yu had the audacity to strut into her courtyard acting all smug? Brother, I think I might lose my mind, Long Li suddenly said, her tone laced with mischief. Both Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong froze, utterly baffled by her words. Before they could react, Long Li grabbed a bowl of soup and stormed over to Long Yu, dumping it over her head without hesitation. Long Yu screamed, but before she could process what had just happened, Long Li leapt at her, pinning her to the ground and slapping her relentlessly. You wicked woman! I'll beat you to death! Long Li shouted, her hands showing no mercy. Chaos erupted instantly. Xiaohong rushed forward to pull Long Li away, but Huan Bai blocked her, and the two maids ended up wrestling each other. Lan Yutong stood frozen in shock, entirely unprepared for Long Li's ferocity. She finally understood why the Long family patriarch had warned her when Lear lost her temper. She was truly unstoppable. Long Jiuxiao pressed his fingers to his temple, his brows furrowed in frustration as the scene devolved into utter bedlam. He shouted, Lear, stop this at once. But Long Li paid no heed, her blows landing even harder. Long Yu wailed pitifully, her face swelling with bruises and blood trickling from her nose. Brother, save me. Long Yu cried out weakly, her voice filled with despair. Seeing the situation escalate, Long Jiuxiao stepped forward and pulled Long Li off Long Yu, holding her tightly in his arms. He spoke soothingly, Lear, it's okay now. I'm here. Blinking innocently, Long Li put on a pitiful expression. Brother, as soon as I saw you, a voice in my head told me to beat her up because she's a bad person. I just couldn't control myself. Wah. She feigned sobs, but inside, she was laughing hysterically. Her acting was flawless. After all, no one could blame a fool for acting out, right? Long Yu lay crumpled on the floor, her face battered and bloodied, completely unrecognizable. The pain was unbearable, and with a groan, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Lan Yutong watched the scene unfold, silently grateful that she hadn't been the one on the receiving end. Without her spiritual powers, she might not have survived such an onslaught. Someone take the second young mistress back and call for a healer, Long Jiuxiao commanded coldly, still holding Long Li. He sighed inwardly, as long as she doesn't kill anyone, everything else is manageable. Long Jiuxiao frowned slightly and finally couldn't resist voicing the doubt in his heart. Liar, why have you been hitting people so often lately? Long Li gently pushed him away, lowering her head to stare at her fingers. Her voice was soft, tinged with a hint of frustration. Brother, in my dreams, I saw you Mimi holding a knife, trying to kill me. And that Bailey Che, I was so scared. Whenever I see them, I just can't control myself. I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault. Her shoulders trembled slightly, making her look like a remorseful little girl. Seeing this, Long Jiexio's heart softened instantly. Thinking she was crying, he quickly comforted her. Don't cry, liar. I'm not blaming you. If I weren't around, and they used their spiritual powers, I'm afraid you'd get hurt. The consequences would be unimaginable. However, on Long Li's lowered face, there was a sly smile. She worked hard to suppress her inner glee, maintaining her pitiful appearance on the surface. Watching her brother's concerned expression, she couldn't help but marvel at her own acting skill so flawless that even her own brother was completely fooled. She pretended to wipe her eyes with her sleeve and looked up with an innocent expression. Brother, I promise I'll try to control myself next time and stop hitting people. At that moment, Lan Yutong stepped forward, speaking softly to comfort her. Liar, if anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me, and I'll make sure to get justice for you. Long Li glanced at her, a deep amusement flickering in her eyes. Yet she maintained her delicate and weak demeanor, nodding gently. Thank you, Sister Yutong. Seeing Lan Yutong's righteous and determined expression, Long Li laughed inwardly. Playing the weakling truly worked. She had just gained herself a heroic ally. Long Jiuxiao offered a few more words of comfort, only leaving with Lan Yutong after making sure Long Li was emotionally stable. Once the two were gone, Long Li could no longer hold back. She leaned back against her chair and burst into unrestrained laughter, her joy erupting as if it had been pent up for a long time. She laughed so hard that she doubled over, tears forming at the corners of her eyes. Nearby, Huanbi, witnessing the scene, was so frightened that she curled into a ball, shivering. After laughing to her heart's content, Long Li finally raised her gaze, her eyes landing on Huanbi's face, which still bore visible wounds. Her tone was calm but carried a hint of authority. You did well this time. Keep it up in the future. Go find the healer for medicine for your face. Tell them the young master sent you. Huanbi bowed her head respectfully, her voice trembling. Thank you, Mississippi. With that, she turned and hurried away. Watching Huanbi's retreating figure, Long Li's lips curved into a faint smile. She then turned and gave an order. Huanfeng, guard this place. If anyone comes, tell them I've gone to rest. Huanfeng immediately responded, yes, my lady. Long Li changed into a clean and sharp men's outfit, donning a mask as well. Standing by the window, her gaze deepened. After a moment's pause, her figure vanished in a flash, leaving the peach blossom pavilion behind. The night wind was cool as she streaked through the air with swift precision. She needed to find a quiet place to break through. Suppressing her cultivation level last time had already begun to cause subtle hindrances to her progress. If she didn't break through soon, it could affect her future advancement. Deep within the silent forest, ancient trees towered into the sky, their shadows swaying gently. Nightfall had quietly descended. Long Li glanced around cautiously, her steps quickening involuntarily. She had no idea where she was but could faintly make out the presence of a misty hot spring ahead. To be safe, she carefully scouted the area, ensuring there was no immediate danger before raising her hand to cast a protective barrier around herself to ward off any potential beasts. Then she sat cross-legged, preparing to break through to the next stage of her cultivation. As the night deepened, the moonlight bathed the forest in a soft glow, while the stars shimmered faintly, blending with the mist rising from the hot spring. Distant, occasional roars of magical beasts added an undercurrent of danger to the otherwise tranquil scene. Around Long Li, spiritual energy began to swirl, drawn as if by an invisible force surging into her body. She focused entirely on absorbing the energy, circulating it through her cultivation technique, as time slipped by unnoticed. Meanwhile, atop a distant mountain peak, a tall figure stood against the biting wind. His aura was cold and foreboding, and a faint trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth beneath a silver mask, evidence of a recent battle. Wiping away the blood with a casual motion, he vanished in a flash and reappeared within the dense forest below. His sharp gaze narrowed as he sensed an unusual fluctuation in spiritual energy. Someone's here? He thought to himself, quickly suppressing his own aura and moving silently toward the source of the disturbance. Unaware of the approaching presence, Long Li remained immersed in her critical breakthrough. The man landed lightly on the branch of a large tree, his arms crossed as he gazed down at her with a cold, assessing expression. The moonlight glinted off his silver mask, revealing a familiar sheen. It was the mysterious figure from the Jiolong Pavilion auction house. His lips curled into a faint mocking smile as he let out a quiet scoff. So it's her. Last time Tianlang couldn't track her down. She must have some sort of treasure to even conceal her cultivation. Interesting. I didn't expect to run into her here in the wilderness. Blood had seeped through his clothes from his earlier injuries, and with a sigh, he stripped off his garments and walked toward the hot spring. Slowly, he submerged himself in the warm water, allowing it to envelop his body. As he tended to his wounds, He casually swallowed a pill and leaned back against a rock near Long Li, closing his eyes to rest. Before long, the spiritual energy around Long Li began to settle. She had successfully advanced to the early stage of the Spirit King realm. After stabilizing her aura and consolidating her newfound power, she slowly opened her eyes, only to be startled by the sight before her. Through the swirling mist, a man reclined against a rock, his silver mask revealing only his sensual, thin lips. His chest rose and fell with his steady breaths, exuding a dangerous and magnetic allure. Flustered, Longley's face reddened as she quickly turned away, muttering to herself, "What's a man doing here all of a sudden?" Sensing her gaze, the man's lips curled into an amused smirk. In a low, teasing voice, he remarked, "We're both men, aren't we? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Long Li's expression darkened as she snapped coldly, "You shameless scoundrel. Who gave you permission to bathe here?" With that, she turned to leave. But the man wasn't about to let her go so easily. With a wave of his hand, a burst of spiritual energy yanked her back. Caught off guard, Long Li was pulled straight into the hot spring, sending water splashing everywhere. She choked on the water, coughing as her hands flailed instinctively, ultimately grabbing onto the man's waist. His body stiffened, his muscles tensing as his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Though his first instinct was to push her away, her grip was surprisingly strong. Now drenched and disheveled, Long Li looked utterly miserable. Her mask and hair ornaments had come loose, revealing her delicate features. After coughing a few more times, she managed to regain her footing and glared at the man furiously. "Are you insane?" She spat. Under the moonlight, her fair skin glistened with a luminous sheen, and her loose hair clung to her shoulders. Her icy eyes burned with anger, and her lips moved with an almost enchanting vitality. The man froze, his pupils contracting slightly. He had assumed she was a man, but now, to his shock, he realized she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. In a low, almost incredulous voice, he murmured, "I didn't know you were a woman." It was only then that Longley became aware of her hands still clutching his waist. Her face flushed a deep red as she quickly let go and cast him a conflicted glance. Internally, she cursed, where on earth did this man come from? There was no one here when I arrived. Despite her irritation, she couldn't help but notice the firm texture of his abs beneath her hands. Noticing her embarrassment, the man suddenly leaned in and wrapped an arm around her, his voice dropping to a husky whisper as he murmured in her ear, "If you keep touching me like that, I can't promise what will happen next." His tone carried a dangerous allure. Snapping back to her senses, Longley shoved him away forcefully and turned around, shouting angrily, "Turn around now." The man's deep eyes lingered on her retreating figure, his face faintly flushed beneath the mask. Clenching his fist, he struggled to suppress the unfamiliar stirrings within him. "For thousands of years, I've never been interested in women. How is it that a simple embrace has me reacting like this?" he thought, frustrated with himself. Glancing down at her soaked clothes, Long Li's eyes grew frosty. Without hesitation, she struck the man's neck with a swift, precise blow. Caught off guard, he blacked out and collapsed into the water. Long Li snorted disdainfully and muttered, "You despicable man. I'll spare you this time, but if we meet again, I won't hold back." She leapt out of the water, her drenched attire clinging to her frame. Grabbing his discarded robe, she wrapped it around herself before vanishing swiftly into the forest. Moments later, the man groaned as he regained consciousness. Rubbing the back of his neck, his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. "What a ruthless woman," he muttered darkly. "She didn't hold back at all. She better pray I don't find her." Just then, two shadowy figures knelt before him, their voices low and reverent. "Forgive us for being late, my lord." The masked man took out a set of clothes from a ring and swiftly put them on with practiced ease. His gaze was sharp and cold, and his tone left no room for argument. "Shui-ing, Tian-lang, go find a woman. She's wearing my clothes. Bring her back once you find her." Shui-ing and Tian-lang exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise flashing through their eyes. Their master, mentioning a woman and one wearing his clothes? Had they missed something extraordinary? Despite their confusion, they responded in unison, "Understood, master. But what about your injuries?" "It's nothing," the masked man replied flatly, his tone calm as if the injuries were utterly insignificant. "It's just a minor shock from an array set up by those old fools." Hearing this, Shui-ing and Tian-lang felt a small sense of relief. Without further hesitation, their figures disappeared into the forest like streaks of lightning. The masked man adjusted the hem of his robe, and in the next instant, his figure vanished as well. Elsewhere, Long Li emerged from the forest, her movement swift and light, but she sneezed several times in succession. Rubbing her nose, she muttered with mild annoyance before heading toward Long Manor. However, as she passed a secluded alleyway, her steps halted abruptly, and she concealed her presence entirely. Sounds like a fight," she murmured, her eyes narrowing slightly. Under the faint moonlight, the scene in the alley came into sharp focus. Several men dressed in black surrounded a man in white. The leader of the black-clad group wore a sinister smile, his voice chillingly cold. "We're just here for the money. Young master, you can rest easy, your journey ends here." The man in white stood tall, though his face was pale and blood stained the corner of his mouth. Yet, he gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fierce and unyielding. He let out a cold laugh, his voice filled with defiance. "Even if I die today, I won't let the ones who wrong me go unpunished." Longley remained hidden in the shadows, her eyes narrowing as she watched the scene unfold. She had no intention of intervening, merely observing the life-and-death struggle with a detached gaze. She had witnessed this kind of scenario countless times. Survival of the fittest, that was the law of this world. Every day, people perished, and others were born. The cycle of life and death never ceased. Just as she turned to leave, a lewd laugh reached her ears, stopping her in her tracks. One of the black-clad men sneered, his tone vulgar. "Boss, this kid looks prettier than most women. How about we cripple him and let the brothers have some fun with him?" "Fine," the leader replied without hesitation, his voice as indifferent as if discussing something trivial. "After you've had your fun, make sure to finish him off." The man in white's eyes blazed with fury at their words, his sword trembling slightly in his grip. He spat out in anger, "Shameless scum. Even if I die, I won't let you filthy bastards humiliate me." His voice was filled with contempt and rage, but beneath it was a deep sense of self-loathing for his own helplessness. He had come searching for clues about an alchemist, only to fall into this trap. No doubt, this was orchestrated by his so-called good uncle. Longley's gaze grew colder as she focused on the man in white. His mixture of desperation and defiance painted a poignant picture, while the laughter of the black-clad men echoed like venomous snakes slithering through the night. She let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with impatience. Yet she remained where she was, showing no intention of leaving. The night wind was bone-chilling, and the moonlight poured over the earth like water, casting an eerie pallor across the landscape. In the middle of an abandoned alleyway stood a man in white, swaying unsteadily. His face was as pale as paper, and blood streamed relentlessly from the wounds on his body. His sword hung limply at his side, its tip dragging on the ground. His legs trembled faintly, was clearly at his limit. Surrounding him were assassins clad in black, their cold laughter filled with mockery and cruelty. Longley halted her steps, her gaze sweeping coldly over the group of killers. They had already secured their victory, yet they still found time to humiliate the man in white. Killing is one thing, but to degrade someone like this, shameless, she muttered under her breath, a flicker of displeasure flashing in her eyes. "Shameless, you say?" The leader of the assassins sneered, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he spoke with unbridled arrogance. "Kid, you'll learn the true meaning of shameless soon enough. Surrender now, and if you please us well enough, we might leave you with an intact corpse." Longley frowned, her initial intent of merely spectating nearly overridden by her disgust. Not only were the assassin's words revolting, but his yellowed teeth made her stomach churn. She couldn't help but think, is this really a man? How can the difference between people be so vast? That disgusting grin, it's all because of those teeth. The assassin leader, tired of wasting words, swung his blade towards the man in white. The man barely managed to lift his sword in defense, but his injuries were too severe. He was no match. A powerful palm strike hit his chest, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily against a wall and collapsed to the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Clutching his chest, his face contorted in agony. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, staining his white robes a vivid crimson that glimmered starkly under the moonlight. His eyes dimmed, and it seemed as though he had given up on struggling. "He's yours," the assassin leader said coldly, signaling his subordinates to move in. The black-clad assassins grinned with excitement. "Thank you, boss." The man in white watched the approaching killers, despair flickering in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shakily gripped his sword and raised it to his throat, whispering, "Father, forgive me. I have failed to avenge you or find a cure for your poison." Clang! A sudden burst of energy knocked the sword from his hands. Stunned, he looked up to see a figure emerging from the shadows. "A life so young, what a waste it would be to end it now," a cold voice said. Longley stepped forward, her movements graceful yet commanding. She raised her hand, and in an instant, a barrier enveloped the area, trapping everyone inside. The assassin leader glared at her, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Who are you, meddler? How dare you interfere?" Longley let out a derisive laugh, her gaze lingering disdainfully on his yellowed teeth. "I had no intention of getting involved, but you assassins are just too revolting. Killing someone is one thing, but humiliating them? And have you even seen yourself? With those disgusting yellow teeth? You make me sick." The man in white looked up from where he lay, his voice weak but urgent. "Sir, you should leave. They're after me, You're no match for them. Longley glanced back at him with an air of indifference. Looking at your condition, do you really think I can just walk away now? Before her words had fully settled, the assassins, enraged by her taunts, drew their blades. You're dead, kid. You think you can talk big and just walk out of here? We'll make sure you regret ever opening that mouth of yours. A faint smile curved Longley's lips, a glint of bloodlust in her eyes. Seemingly out of nowhere, a rusted sword appeared in her hand. In a blur of motion, she darted forward like a phantom. The assassin who had spoken barely had time to react before his head was severed cleanly, blood gushing like a fountain. Such a foul mouth, no need to keep the head, Longley said coldly, flicking the blood off her blade. The remaining assassins paled, stumbling backward in fear. Who are you? How can you be so powerful without emitting any spiritual energy? Longley smirked, her gaze icy. Who I am is none of your concern. But you've disgusted me tonight, and for that, you must die. With a roar, the assassins charged at her, but Longley moved like the wind. Her sword danced through the air, its gleam cutting through the darkness. Blood splattered in every direction as she dispatched her foes with swift precision. Her movements were fluid, almost like a deadly dance, leaving them no chance to fight back. Moments later, the alley was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. Longley sheathed her sword and inspected her robes, relieved to find no bloodstains. A faint smile of satisfaction crossed her lips. Good, nothing got on me. These people were filthy, so is their blood. Leaning against the wall, the man in white stared at the carnage in shock and awe, his voice trembling. My name is Lin Nan. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Longley turned to him, her expression indifferent. I only stepped in because those assassins were disgusting. This has nothing to do with you. No need to thank me. Lin Nan struggled to stand, but his injuries left him too weak. His face flushed with shame, yet he persisted. Regardless, you are my savior. I owe you my life. Longley approached him and checked his pulse, her brow furrowing slightly. Severe internal injuries, broken bones, damaged organsyry in bad shape. Lin Nan looked up at her, a mix of gratitude and self-consciousness in his eyes. This sir before him was refined and elegant, emitting a faint, pleasant fragrance, a stark contrast to his own disheveled state. Though they appeared to be of similar age, their strength was worlds apart. You won't make it, Longley stated bluntly, standing up. Lin Nan wasn't surprised. He simply smiled bitterly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Sir, I am Lin Nan, the young master of the Lin family from the city of Yuming. After hearing his story, Longley raised an eyebrow, then retrieved a pill from her pocket and handed it to him. This is a spirit-gathering pill. It'll keep you alive for now. Take it. Lin Nan hesitated before swallowing the pill. He gazed up at Longley, his voice resolute. You have shown me great kindness. From this day forth, I, Lin Nan, pledge my life to serve you. Longley sighed, a trace of exasperation in her expression. Do you have somewhere to stay? Lin Nan shook his head. Longley pressed her fingers to her temple, clearly resigned. Come with me, she said. The two left the blood-soaked alley, one trailing behind the other, as the metallic scent of death lingered in the air. Longley returned to her room, changed into more comfortable clothing, and swiftly stepped into her personal space. As soon as she entered, Mauchio leapt into her arms, chirping incessantly in its high-pitched voice, expressing its longing. Stroking its soft fur, Longley gently soothed, Mauchio, be good. I can't take you outside just yet. Last time we were nearly discovered. Let's wait for the right moment, all right? Her tone was tender, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Mauchio rolled around in her embrace, acting spoiled, its eyes filled with reluctance. Longley lightly patted its back, a fond smile on her lips. Be good now. I have things to take care of. Seeming to understand, Mauchio gradually quieted down, jumping out of her arms and obediently sitting nearby. Xianming, who had been silently observing, had a faint smile in his eyes. Ever since he met Longley, his life seemed to have become more colorful, no longer as solitary and cold as before. Did something happen for you to come in this time? Xianming asked casually. Longley smiled faintly, her tone relaxed. Nothing major. I saved someone on the road. He seemed pitiful and showed great filial piety, so I decided to help him. I came in to refine some restorative pills. Save someone? Then you'd better get to work. It'll take Mauchio to rest. Xianming picked up Mauchio and turned to leave. Mauchio looked back at Longley with reluctance, a strange glint flashing in its purple eyes before quickly fading. Xianming gently reassured it, be good. Your master is busy refining pills and can't be disturbed. Only then did Mauchio settle down, curling up quietly in Xianming's arms. Longley approached the alchemy table and surveyed the dwindling supply of spiritual herbs in her space. She made a mental note. Once this matter is over, I'll need to gather more herbs. Then, she carefully placed the herbs into the cauldron one by one and began her focused refining process. The intense flames reflected on her concentrated face as time slipped away unnoticed in her diligent work. By the time the first rays of dawn illuminated the space, Longley had successfully refined all the herbs into a variety of smooth, round pills. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she carefully stored 10 third-grade restorative pills, 10 third-grade spirit replenishing pills, 10 third-grade bloodline pills, and 10 third-grade cleansing pills into porcelain bottles. After tidying up, she sat cross-legged to meditate and restore her spiritual energy. A moment later, she exited the space. Huan Bai, prepare a bath, Longley instructed to the person outside her room. Yes, Mississippi'll prepare it right away, Huan Bai responded promptly, and soon the bath and hot water were ready. Longley sank into the warm water, closing her eyes to relax. Huan Bai attended to her, speaking softly. Miss, the young master came by earlier this morning. Seeing that you were still resting, I didn't disturb you. He asked me to take good care of you before leaving. Longley responded lightly, then rose from the bath and began dressing. Huan Bai carefully assisted her. Observing Huan Bai's obedient demeanor, Longley spoke warmly yet with a hint of caution. In the future, unless I specifically instruct otherwise, no one is allowed to disturb me. You did well this time. Understood, Mississippi. I will make sure no one disturbs you, Huan Bai replied respectfully. Just then a knock came at the door. Master, Hanzhou has something to report. Longley's eyes lit up as she quickly walked to the door. What is it? Hanzhou handed her a land deed and reported respectfully. Master, the manor has been purchased. Here is the deed. It cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've also hired professionals to renovate it, which should be completed in 2 days. Well done. Longley nodded, placing a pouch of spirit stones on the table. Here is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Use it to replace all the furniture in the manor. Also take good care of the beggars Ling Yi brought back. I'll personally inspect it tomorrow. Hanzhou glanced at the pouch of spirit stones, momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, understood. I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Additionally, Longley continued, you four must no longer use your original names while working outside. Huan Feng will handle pill sales, you'll oversee the manor, Xianing will manage intelligence, and Ling Yi will train the beggars in cultivation. Hanzhou was inwardly impressed by his master's meticulous planning and long-term vision. Though curious about the source of the pills, he refrained from questioning and simply replied respectfully, understood. But master, if we're all away, who will ensure your safety? Longley chuckled, her tone brimming with confidence. There's no one who can harm me right now. Hanzhou lowered his head in acknowledgement and left. Longley stood alone, contemplating how to leave the Long residence. A daughter once considered foolish, suddenly requesting to leave wouldn't easily gain her father's or brother's approval. After some thought, she came up with a plausible excuse and headed to the study. Long Badian was engrossed in handling family affairs when he heard a knock at the door. Come in, he said. Father. Longley entered and bowed slightly, her tone respectful. Long Badian noticed her demeanor was different from before and asked cautiously, Liar, have you recovered? Yes, father. When I woke up today, my mind was clear again. However, I don't know when the symptoms might return, Longley replied, lowering her head, though a subtle smile played on her lips. Long Badian walked around her, examining her carefully, his brows furrowed. Liar, when will this illness be completely cured? That's why I came to discuss this with you. The old man who saved me sent word today. He believes he can cure me, but he dislikes being disturbed and insists I go alone, Longley explained patiently. Long Badian hesitated, frowning. Who is this man? Why is he willing to help you? Could he have ulterior motives? Father, rest assured. He didn't disclose his location. He only mentioned that if I agree, I should go outside the city, and he'll send someone to escort me, Longley reassured him. Still uneasy, Long Badian said, Liar, this is too risky. What if something happens to you? Didn't you assign 4 shadow guards to protect me? They'll accompany me, and I'll send regular updates, Longley replied firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Long Badian reluctantly agreed. Very well, but be cautious. I'll send a few more people to ensure your safety. Though slightly impatient, Longley maintained a gentle tone. Father, this may be my only chance to recover from my ailment. If we offend the old man, I'll have no hope for the rest of my life. Finally, Long Badian nodded. All right, but stay vigilant and keep me informed through the shadow guards. As Longley left the study, she felt a sense of relief. At last, she could leave the Long residence and begin executing her plans. The skies were vast, and now, she was free to soar. Longley stepped out of the study with a joyful expression. She returned to the Peach Blossom Pavilion, gathered her personal belongings, and casually tossed them into her storage space. Wabi, I'll be going away for a while. I'm not sure when I'll be back. You must take care of this place. If anyone asks about me, just say you don't know anything. I understand, my lady, Wabi replied respectfully. After organizing everything, Longley turned to her 2 companions. Huanfeng, Xianing, let's go. The three of them found a secluded spot and swiftly left the long residence. Each of them consumed a disguise pill. As they walked, Longli spoke, Huanfeng, Xianing, let's first buy some daily supplies. Understood. But what exactly does the mistress wish to buy? Huanfeng asked, looking puzzled. Clothes and other essentials, Longli explained while walking. Soon, she spotted a clothing shop ahead. Stepping inside, she addressed the shopkeeper. Bring out all the best quality men's and women's clothing you have. I'll take them all. The shopkeeper was overjoyed at such a generous customer. Please wait a moment, sir. In no time, the shopkeeper returned with about 20 sets of men's clothing and over a dozen sets of women's clothing. These are the finest ready-made garments in the shop, made from top-quality materials. Please have a look. Are you satisfied? Longli ran her hand over the fabric. It was smooth and soft to the touch, undoubtedly premium material. I'm very satisfied. Wrap them all up and tell me the total cost. The shopkeeper and his assistant worked quickly, packing everything up in no time. Longli then stored all the men's and women's clothing into her storage space. That will be 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, sir. Longli placed the payment on the table, then left with Huanfeng and Xianing. Next, they found a boutique selling various accessories, including hairpins, jewelry, and decorative masks. Shopkeeper, I'll take all the masks in this display case as well as these hairpins, Longli instructed. The assistant hurriedly packed everything, occasionally glancing at the trio. Where did these wealthy people come from, spending so extravagantly? Honored customer, everything is packed. The total is 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, the assistant said respectfully. Longli glanced at the packaged items, waved her hand, and stored them into her space. The assistant wasn't surprised wealthy individuals often carried storage pouches or rings. Longli handed over the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, looked around briefly, and finding nothing else she needed, left the shop. Afterward, she headed straight to the inn where Lin Nan was staying. Xianing, wait here with Huanfeng. I have some matters to attend to, Longli instructed. As she entered the inn, Huanfeng murmured, do you think the mistress bought too many clothes and masks? 20 sets of clothing and so many masks, it seems excessive. Xianying's gaze lowered. Perhaps the mistress has other plans. As her subordinates, our duty is to follow orders. The mistress always has her reasons. Inside room 3 of the inn, the space was simple and clean. Lin Nan sat by the window, watching the bustling street below, lost in thought. A knock came at the door. Sir, there's a gentleman here to see you, the innkeeper's assistant announced. Lin Nan stood up from his chair and hurried to open the door. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Longli, he looked puzzled. May I ask who you are? Longli raised an eyebrow. It seemed her altered appearance had worked. Master Lin, I'm the one who saved you last night. You're that gentleman? Lin Nan asked in surprise. Yes. May I come in so we can talk? Longli glanced at the assistant, who nodded politely and stepped back. Lin Nan gestured for her to enter, and Longli walked in, taking a seat. Master Lin, I've taken a disguise pill, so my appearance has changed. Forgive me, my lady. It was foolish of me not to recognize you. Lin Nan apologized sincerely. There's no need to call me my lady. Just call me Li Long. Hayrace, a restorative pill, it will help you recover completely. Longli handed him a pill. Though surprised, Lin Nan accepted it gratefully. Thank you, Li Long. After taking the pill, he sat on the bed to recover. Time passed, and after about half an hour, Lin Nan opened his eyes, his face lighting up with joy. Not only were his injuries healed, but his spiritual power had also increased. He had advanced from the early to the mid-stage of the Lingkong realm. The pill's effects were truly miraculous. Thank you, Li Long, for saving my life, Lin Nan said, kneeling on one knee with genuine gratitude. Longli raised her hand, motioning for him to stand. Now that you've recovered, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Seeing her about to leave, Lin Nan knelt again. Li Long, my father is gravely poisoned. Only an alchemist can save him. Could you introduce me to one? Lin Nan didn't realize that the pills he received were made by Longli herself. He assumed they came from someone she knew. Longli frowned slightly. This Lin Nan was proving to be troublesome. She didn't have time to travel to Yuming City now. Her estate was still under development, and she was busy training her own people. Stand up. Why do you kneel so often? I can't introduce you to an alchemist. What kind of poison does your father have? The physician said it's thread poison. It's incredibly potent, and only a 4th-grade detoxification pill can cure it. I have no other choice but to ask for your help, Lin Nan pleaded earnestly. His father was a good man, and he couldn't bear to see him suffer from the poison's torment. A 4th-grade detoxification pill? Longli didn't have one, nor did she have the necessary spiritual herbs to make it. This was indeed a difficult situation. Master Lin, I truly don't have a detoxification pill, Longli said, looking troubled. Lin Nan's face turned ashen. Was his father truly beyond saving? Li Long, please introduce me to an alchemist. If my father can be cured, both he and I will pledge our loyalty to you. If my father recovers, he can resume his position as head of the family, and the Lin family will become your ally. Long Li couldn't bear the look in his eyes. Lin Nan was clearly a filial son, and helping his father might bring her a valuable ally in the future. I don't have a detoxification pill right now, but I can give you 2 other pills. Take these back to your father. I'll come to the Lin residence in 10 days to help detoxify him, Long Li said. Lin Nan's face lit up with gratitude as he repeatedly thanked her. Long Li, feeling a bit helpless, handed him a restorative pill and a spiritual enhancement pill. Give him the restorative pill first. If he can't hold on for 10 days, then give him the spiritual enhancement pill. Tears welled in Lin Nan's eyes as he carefully stored the pills. Thank you, Li Long. You've thanked me enough. Go back and give the pills to your father. I have other matters to attend to, Long Li said, leaving the room. Lin Nan watched her departing figure, full of gratitude. He hadn't expected to encounter such a benefactor. Finally, his father had a chance to survive. Huan Feng and Xianing followed Long Li closely as the 3 of them made their way toward the estate. The estate was located south of Shenglong City, at the foot of Zhongshui Mountain. Surrounded by dense forest and backed by towering mountains, the manor seemed to blend seamlessly with nature. The lush greenery and fresh air made it a tranquil paradise. This place looks good. Let's head inside and take a look, said Long Li. Yes, replied Huan Feng, as the 2 made their way into the estate. Inside, there were pavilions, towers, and winding streams. The crystal-clear water revealed playful fish darting beneath the surface, while vibrant flowers and plants competed in beauty. The scenery was breathtaking, offering a sense of peace that instantly melted away all weariness. From this spot, one could gaze into the distance, taking in the serene views. Just then, Han Zhou walked out from within. Master, when did you arrive? He asked. Long Li smiled warmly, clearly satisfied with the manor. Just now. Han Zhou, this manor is truly remarkable. Master, why not give the manor a name? I can then arrange to have a signboard made, Han Zhou suggested. Long Li surveyed the picturesque surroundings, the misty mountains in the morning, the enchanting and serene atmosphere. This place feels like a dream, with its mysterious natural charm. How about we call it Purple Mist Manor? The 3 of them nodded in agreement, clearly fond of the name. Master, I'll take care of the signboard right away, Han Zhou offered. No rush, Long Li replied. The manor is newly established, and will need maids, cooks, and guards. These positions must be filled by trustworthy people of good character. Do you have anyone in mind? The 3 exchanged glances. Master, among the 4 of us, only Han Zhou's mother is still alive. Perhaps she could cook for us for now. Later, we can gradually expand and find reliable people to help manage the manor, one of them suggested. Long Li narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. But the elder is already advanced in years. Cooking for so many people would be exhausting. A manor this size without maids and servants simply won't do. Han Zhou, is there a place in Shenglong City where we can purchase slaves or hire guards and maids? There is, Master, Han Zhou replied. Shenglong City has a coliseum where slaves are sold. Long Li frowned. A coliseum? The name alone makes it sound like a cruel place. I can't believe such things still exist in this world. She made her decision. Han Zhou and Xianing, stay here and handle matters concerning the manor. Huan Feng and I will head to the Colosseum to see if we can find some suitable slaves to bring back. With that, Long Li and Huan Feng took flight, leaving the manor behind. Both had taken transformation pills to alter their appearances, ensuring they wouldn't be recognized. Fortunately, the Colosseum wasn't too far from the manor. At the corner near the Colosseum entrance, Long Li and Huan Feng stopped. Long Li pulled out 2 masks, putting one on herself and handing the other to Huan Feng. Put this on, she instructed. Huan Feng finally understood why she had bought so many masks. His admiration for his master grew. Her attention to secrecy was meticulous. Once masked, the 2 entered the Colosseum. The place was crowded, filled with wealthy young men and women dressed in luxurious silks, their airs haughty and pompous. The Colosseum itself resembled a circular fortress, with multiple levels. The floors were made of dark jade, the lighting fixtures crafted from glass, and the counters were carved from fine rosewood. However, the maids serving in this place wore revealing outfits, and some were even being held in the arms of male patrons. Long Li glanced up at the board displaying the day's matches, who was fighting whom, and the odds for betting on the winner. It was her first time in such a place, and the atmosphere left a bitter impression. Filth, violence, and cruelty. Ladies and gentlemen, the first match is about to begin. A battle between the spirit beast Nether Panther and blood slave number 1. Place your bets now, a shifty-looking man announced loudly. Instantly, a wave of people surged forward to place their wagers. Long Li stood on the stairs, observing the scene below. 2 cages were being wheeled into the arena, one holding a Nether Panther, a first-rank spirit beast, and the other containing a man. The man, dressed in black, was tall and muscular, with heavy iron chains on his feet. His eyes burned with a savage intensity. Longley frowned slightly at the sight. This was nothing short of a slaughter. Blood slave number 1 seemed entirely numb to his surroundings. Longley quietly probed his strength was at the midstage of the Lingxian realm. She couldn't understand how someone so powerful could have ended up in such a dire situation. Standing beside her, Feng murmured, "Master, anyone who ends up here either dies or is left crippled. This place is nothing more than entertainment for the wealthy. The Colosseum is backed by the sacred Dragon Hall, and its overseer is a Linghuang realm expert. There are countless other experts here ensuring the slaves keep fighting until they die." Longley's eyes narrowed. The Bailey family truly is despicable. I didn't expect them to be so cruel. I understand now, she said after a moment. Feng, place a bet of 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones on blood slave number 1 to win. She handed him a storage pouch. There are 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones inside. Keep the rest for yourself. The storage pouch is yours as well. Feng's eyes lit up with joy as he accepted the pouch. Thank you, Master, for your generosity. The match was about to begin. The crowd roared in excitement as the cages were opened. Blood slave number 1 stepped out, his movements heavy with the weight of his chains. The nether panther let out a feral growl, its body a blur as it moved with lightning speed. Blood slave number 1 lunged like an enraged lion, but the panther dodged effortlessly. Eat him. Devour him, shouted a young nobleman from the audience. Blood slave number 1, tear that beast apart. Kill it, others chanted, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The opulent crowd cheered wildly, their voices filled with bloodlust. Longley stood at a distance, observing everything. She took in the expressions of everyone present, her gaze sharp and unwavering. In this filthy and repulsive place, people dressed like they were of some stature, yet their behavior was no better than that of beasts. The number 1 blood slave's face was smeared with blood as he fought relentlessly against a ferocious beast. The battle between man and beast continued, with the sole aim of killing the other. The atmosphere was electric, filled with deafening cheers and shouts of encouragement. Longley's eyes scanned the scene before her. Her gaze drifted upwards to the 3rd floor, where a middle-aged man in a gray robe stood. His aura was imposing, clearly a powerful figure likely the one in charge here. Suddenly, the number 1 blood slave was dragged a great distance by the nether panther, its jaws locked tightly around his arm. The scene was gruesome. The beast's grip was unrelenting, and with a vicious snap, it tore the man's arm clean off. The number 1 blood slave roared in agony, his voice echoing through the arena. With his remaining hand, he summoned a burst of spiritual energy. Boom! The nether panther was struck and sent crashing into the stone wall. Seizing the opportunity, the bloodied man lunged forward and wrapped his arm around the beast's neck. Man and beast were locked in a deadly stalemate, both desperate to kill the other, their survival hanging in the balance. Eventually, the number 1 blood slave managed to kill the nether panther. However, even after the beast's lifeless body slumped to the ground, he continued to tighten his grip, his eyes burning with murderous intent. His entire body trembled, seemingly unaware that his opponent was already dead. At that moment, a manager entered the scene. Despite being on the verge of collapse, the number 1 blood slave refused to let go. Without hesitation, the manager struck him with a powerful blow. Boom! The number 1 blood slave was sent flying several meters before crashing into the stone wall, barely clinging to life. Longley, disgusted by the sight, turned away. Nearby, a wealthy young man who had bet on the fight sneered in disdain. That number 1 blood slave actually managed to kill the nether panther. Huh? I hope I never see him again. He cost me a fortune. Longley rolled her eyes at him. Meanwhile, beside her, Feng looked at the battered and broken blood slave with a trace of pity in his expression. Master, do you think he's going to survive? It doesn't look like it, Longley replied calmly. He's already lost an arm, and did you see the manager's strike? It wasn't meant to save him, it was meant to kill him. Master, this man is so pitiful, Feng said softly, his voice tinged with sadness. Everyone has their fate, Longley responded coldly. In this world, only the strong make the rules. The weak they can only endure. This is the law of the jungle. Such a bloody scene only served to thrill the wealthy, who found nothing wrong with it. Human nature is like this, and Longley had long seen through it. For their own gain, people would kill anyone, even their closest kin, let alone mere playthings. Walking up to the counter, Longley asked, "I'd like to buy some people to guard my property. Who should I speak to?" The man behind the counter, with his shifty eyes and sly demeanor, glanced at Longley. "How many are you looking to buy, esteemed guest? Men or women?" "That depends," Longley replied casually. "If anyone catches my eye, I might buy 10 or so, both men and women. It all depends on the individuals." Hearing this, the man smiled slyly. "The name's Feng. Please, follow me, esteemed guest." Long Li and Huan Feng followed him down to the basement. The air was damp and musty, filled with the stench of mildew. Heifeng gestured to the rows of cages. Here we have men and women alike. If you see anyone you like, just let me know. Long Li scanned the room. Each cage was crammed with people. They were chained like animals, with dirty bowls of food in front of them. The stench was so overwhelming that it nearly made Long Li and Huan Feng gag. Heifeng, however, stayed near the door, looking disgusted. They stink, he muttered, refusing to step any closer. Long Li observed the captives from outside the cages. In one cage, she spotted a man number 1 blood slave whose arm had been severed. He was curled up in a corner, trembling, his body covered in blood. Master, he's still alive, Huan Feng whispered. Impressive resilience, Long Li replied with a raised eyebrow. He's quite the anomaly. She called out to Heifeng, how much are these people? Heifeng answered from the doorway, esteemed guest, they're not too expensive. Those with missing limbs are usually 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Those in good condition with basic cultivation abilities range from 5,000 to 20,000. The rest are ordinary people, priced at 500 each. Huan Feng looked at the captives, his heart heavy with sorrow. These people had been stripped of all dignity, living lives worse than animals. Long Li paced back and forth in front of the cages. The captives kept their heads down, their fear palpable. But then, a boy of about 12 or 13, so thin his collarbones jutted out, lifted his head to look at her. His gaze was calm, devoid of emotion. Long Li noticed him immediately. Do you all want to leave this place? She asked. Her words caused an immediate reaction. The captives, who had been avoiding her gaze, now looked at her with a glimmer of hope. With her estate newly established, Long Li urgently needed manpower. She planned to settle everything at the estate quickly, so she could leave for training and gathering spiritual herbs. She didn't have time to waste. Heifeng, I'll take all of them. Calculate the total cost. Heifeng was momentarily stunned. Are you sure, esteemed guest? Yes, Long Li replied calmly. Huan Feng looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected his master to buy all of them. Still, he thought, they truly looked pitiful. His master was the kindest person he had ever known and exceptional master. Inside the cages, the captives, including the number 1 blood slave, stared at Long Li. Even the blood slave's beast-like eyes now held a trace of emotion. Esteemed guest, that would be 890,000 lower-grade spirit stones, Heifeng said, his face full of flattery. Long Li handed over the stones. Release them. I have other matters to attend to. Heifeng took the payment and gestured to 2 burly men in black, who unlocked the cages. The captives slowly stood and filed out. Come with me and don't waste time, Long Li commanded, her tone calm yet authoritative. She walked out unhurriedly, the number 1 blood slave struggling to his feet to follow her along with the others. Safe travels, esteemed guest, Heifeng called after her, clutching the heavy bag of spirit stones with a greedy glint in his eye. Who is this person? So generous. Long Li led the group to a clothing shop, where she instructed the shopkeeper to prepare 2 sets of clothes for each of them. After assessing the group, the shopkeeper filled a large bag. Here you go, sir. That'll be 10,000 lower-grade spirit stones. After paying, Huan Feng followed Long Li as she led the group to the area near her estate. There, she stopped and turned to them. If any of you wish to leave, you may do so now. None of the former captives moved. Seeing their resolve, Long Li was pleased. If you choose to stay, you must never betray me. In return, I will treat you with sincerity and ensure you never return to your previous lives. I'll give you the life of a normal person. Do you see the purple mist manor up ahead? That is my newly acquired estate. I am in need of people. Are you willing to become part of it? We are willing, they replied in unison. You have given us a new life. We will serve you loyally forever and never betray you. Good. Then let's go home, Long Li said, leading the way toward the manor, the group following closely behind. Master, you're back, Hanzhou greeted her, hurrying over. Yes, Long Li replied. Hanzhou, arrange for them to wash up. Here are their clothes. Distribute them. Hanzhou glanced at the group. Come with me, he instructed. At the very back, a blood slave staggered along, clearly gravely injured. Long Li noticed his condition and approached, taking out a pill. Take this. The blood slave looked at the pill in her hand, then raised his beast-like eyes to meet hers. A flicker of emotion crossed his gaze, gratitude, perhaps. She was the only person who had ever shown him kindness. Pills like this were rare treasures, yet she was giving one to a mere slave. This person truly seemed different from others. Hurry and take it. Go clean yourself up. As for your arm, I'll find a way to fix it later, Long Li said. The blood slave reached out, took the pill, and swallowed it. Thank you, he murmured. Long Li turned and headed toward the main courtyard, her steps unbroken even as his words reached her ears. Yet, the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. In the main courtyard, the decor was refined, reminiscent of the room she had stayed in previously. She couldn't help but marvel Hanzhou had clearly put careful thought into this. Long Li checked her collection of spirit stones and concluded she would need to sell a couple more pills. Once she left, the manor would need sufficient funds to operate, especially with the growing number of people here. More people meant more expenses. At that moment, Hanzhou and 3 others entered the room. Master, they've all cleaned up, Hanzhou reported. Long Li brought out 4 marrow cleansing pills and 4 bloodline pills. Hanzhou, these are marrow cleansing pills and bloodline pills. The 4 of you should take them tonight to strengthen yourselves. In a couple of days, you'll be leaving for a while. During my absence, you must manage everything here properly. Assign appropriate tasks to those who lack cultivation talent, and for those with potential, ensure they are trained well. The 4 were deeply moved. Their master truly was exceptional such precious pills, and she was giving them 2 each. As shadow guards, they had never dreamed of obtaining such treasures in their lifetimes. Their hearts swelled with warmth, for their master had never treated them as mere servants. All 4 dropped to their knees. Thank you, master, for your generosity. Long Li raised a hand, lifting them back to their feet effortlessly. There's no need to kneel. I'm currently out of spirit herbs, but when I return, pills like these will no longer be rare. Long Li was not boasting about herself. As a qualified alchemist, creating elixirs was as simple as a casual endeavor, nothing extraordinary. The 4 individuals accompanying her, led by Hanzhou, rose to their feet, admiration evident on their faces. Long Li proceeded to the main hall, where 105 individuals, freshly washed and neatly dressed, awaited her. Each of them bore expressions of joy, as if they had been given a new lease on life. Upon seeing her enter, they all greeted her in unison. Greetings, master of the manor. She nodded slightly. This is Hanzhou, the vice master of the manor. If you have any concerns, you may bring them to him. This is Xianing. He will handle communications and the procurement of daily necessities for the manor. This is Huanfeng. He is in charge of accounting and financial matters. Lastly, this is Lang Yi. He oversees your training and is responsible for the security of the manor. We understand, they replied in unison. Those who can cultivate should focus on their training. Those who cannot should ensure the manor's daily needs are met. The allocation of tasks will be handled by Vice Master Hanzhou, Long Li instructed. After a brief glance at Hanzhou, she turned and left the hall. Farewell, master of the manor, they said as she departed. Later, Long Li took out the remaining elixirs she had and kept a few for herself. The rest she handed over to Huanfeng, instructing him to distribute them to those with promising potential. She planned to gather more spiritual herbs and refine additional elixirs in the future. Hanzhou proved to be an exceptional leader. He assigned roles based on each individual's strengths and ensured everything was organized efficiently. Once the arrangements were complete, he went to Long Li's main courtyard. Master, everything has been taken care of. Among the group, 21 individuals show notable potential, while the rest are either ordinary people or have some disabilities. I've assigned appropriate tasks to everyone, and the manor is now functioning smoothly. Good, Long Li replied. Tomorrow, I will be leaving for an undetermined period. Be cautious in my absence. Keep these elixirs for those with talent, and any extras should be auctioned off by Huanfeng. Ensure that your identity remains hidden during the auction, and the proceeds should go directly to the manor's accounts. Understood, master. You can rest assured, Hanzhou responded. Good. Now, go and work on your breakthroughs. I will stand guard for you, Long Li instructed. The 4 of them went to a side courtyard and consumed the elixirs. Meanwhile, Long Li sat in the main courtyard, calmly sipping tea. Around Hanzhou and the others, spiritual energy began to converge. Their meridians expanded, their bloodline power intensified, and the spiritual energy flowed slowly through their bodies. The process was excruciating, but their determination to grow stronger kept them enduring the pain. A young woman entered the courtyard carrying a tray of food. Master, this is your dinner, she said. Long Li looked at her. The girl appeared to be about 17 or 18 years old, with an unremarkable appearance and no trace of spiritual energy, a regular human. What is your name? Long Li asked. My name is Yuzhu, the girl replied respectfully. Are you adjusting well to life here? Long Li inquired, her gaze calm. I enjoy it here very much, Yuzhu answered. Good. You may leave. Do not disturb me unless necessary, Long Li instructed. Yuzhu bowed slightly, lowered her eyes, and left quietly. Long Li glanced at the food in front of her. It was her first meal in the manor, and it seemed quite decent. As night fell, the sky grew darker. The stars were dim, and the moon hid behind the clouds, casting an even deeper shadow over the land. Long Li stood in the courtyard, gazing at the pitch-black forest. Occasionally, the faint roars of magical beasts echoed in the distance. Hanzhou and the others were still in the midst of their breakthroughs. Gradually, the spiritual energy around them dispersed. They opened their eyes, wiping the sweat from their brows, their expressions filled with excitement. They had successfully advanced to the late stage of the Lingshan realm. Though the process had been painful, the cleansing of their meridians would greatly benefit their future cultivation. After cleansing themselves and changing into fresh clothes, the four of them approached Long Li in the courtyard. "Master, we have all advanced to the late stage of the Lingshan realm," they reported, their voices brimming with gratitude and excitement. "Good. You did not disappoint me. Continue to work hard. From now on, the manor is in your hands. When leaving, always wear a mask or use a disguise pill." "I will be leaving tonight," Long Li said, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains. "The night was perfect for hunting. Master, please take care." "We will await your safe return," they said in unison. Long Li moved swiftly, her figure like a shadow in the night, as agile as an eagle soaring through the dark sky. Han Zhou and the others watched her disappear into the distance, their expressions solemn. "Master, please return safely," they murmured. The dark, silent mountains stretched endlessly. Long Li navigated through them with incredible speed. After traveling all night, she stopped by a tranquil pool of water. Dressed in white, she carried a small, snow-white fox on her shoulder. Her cold, proud gaze scanned the surroundings, a faint, mischievous smile playing on her lips. This was Long Li. The water in the pool began to bubble. She quickly hid behind a tree, her sharp eyes fixed on the pool. Suddenly, with a loud splash, a massive head emerged from the water. The creature had the face of a bull and a horse, a long tail resembling a fish's yet not entirely so, and glowing purple eyes. Long Li felt a surge of disdain in her heart. What was this ugly creature? She had never seen anything like it before. Carefully restraining her aura, she observed it from the shadows. To her surprise, it turned out to be a spirit beast. As the creature lumbered onto land, Long Li instantly appeared at the edge of the pond, blocking its retreat back into the water. "Damned human, what do you want?" the creature growled. "Ugly thing, do you have a name?" Long Li retorted with a smirk. "You dare call me ugly? You're courting death." The beast flared what looked like gill-like appendages, baring its teeth and claws in an aggressive display. Seeing that it wasn't willing to cooperate, Long Li didn't bother with pleasantries. Pulling out her rusty sword, she unleashed a whirlwind slash toward the creature. The beast countered with a swing of its massive tail, but Long Li easily dodged and pierced its tail with her sword. Arg! The creature let out a pained howl. "Damned human, I'll devour you alive." Long Li had no intention of dragging this out. Channeling her spiritual energy, she leaped into the air and delivered a crushing palm strike to the creature's head. Boom! The beast collapsed to the ground, blood trickling from its head. "Yeah." It muttered weakly before its eyes closed. Without hesitation, Long Li extracted its inner core and tossed it into her spatial storage. A white blur darted through the dense forest. By now, Long Li had ventured deep into the wilderness, where the number of demonic beasts had dwindled, replaced by an increasing presence of spirit beasts. Both types of creatures were territorial, fiercely defending their domains. Within their boundaries, no other beasts dared to intrude, and any trespasser would face a fight to the death. Long Li had no idea how long she had been walking. Along the way, she had harvested over 100 spirit herbs. Chirp, chirp. The little furball on her shoulder seemed restless, mixed with a hint of excitement. "What's wrong, furball? Did you sense something good here?" she asked. The tiny creature lifted a paw, pointing deeper into the forest. "Chirp, chirp. All right, I got it. Stay calm." Long Li concealed her aura and quietly headed in the direction furball had indicated. The silence in this area was eerie, unsettling even. Not a single bird could be heard. It was clear that something powerful was nearby. Long Li slowed her steps, moving cautiously, her every movement deliberate and quiet. Beneath an ancient towering tree, a massive creature with snow-white fur and wings on its back lay sound asleep. Long Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wasn't this a phantom tiger? This elusive spirit beast was a rare find, known for its ability to both run and fly at incredible speeds, moving like a ghost, hence its name. It was a mount sought after by many cultivators, a prized companion, and just the kind of ally she needed right now. As Long Li moved closer, the phantom tiger opened its sharp, cold eyes. A wave of fury flashed through its gaze, and a chilling, killing intent enveloped the surroundings. The tiger stood up, its massive frame making the very ground seem to tremble. "Foolish human, how dare you trespass on my territory?" it growled. Long Li's delicate features lit up with joy. She had been lamenting her lack of a mount, and now one had presented itself right before her. She quickly composed herself, exuding an aura of dominance. The phantom tiger's enormous, human-like eyes scrutinized her with disdain. It sensed danger emanating from this seemingly fearless human, but as the ruler of this domain, retreat was not an option. It could only fight to maintain its dignity as a king. This was a 9th-tier spirit beast, just one step away from evolving into a mystic beast. Its strength was undoubtedly formidable. Long Li's lips curved into a faint smile. After wandering these mountains for so long, she had finally found a creature that met her standards. Today, she was determined to tame this phantom tiger. Phantom tiger, I'll give you a chance, submit to me. The tiger roared in defiance. Human, how dare you speak such arrogance? Soon, you will become my prey. Long Li raised an eyebrow, unfazed. She had expected this proud creature wouldn't surrender so easily. Fine by hair, if she didn't show her strength, this big kitty wouldn't willingly bow down. Big kitty, today I'll fight you until you submit. In a flash of wind, her figure moved like lightning, charging at the phantom tiger with incredible speed. Roar. The tiger let out a thunderous growl, swiping its massive paw toward Long Li. She dodged effortlessly, landing gracefully and using the momentum to strike back with a powerful palm. Boom. The phantom tiger narrowly avoided her blow, and the ancient tree behind it shattered instantly under the impact. The sheer force of her strike was evident. Long Li smirked. Not bad, big kitty. Let's see if you can keep up. The phantom tiger bared its fangs in fury, roaring its displeasure before lunging at her. Dragon Phoenix Sword Art. Long Li shouted, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that rained down like a vortex, trapping the tiger within. The sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes crying echoed through the air. The tiger's incredible speed allowed it to dodge much of the attack, but even so, its pristine white fur was grazed by the sharp blades, leaving streaks of blood dripping down. Big kitty, surrender now and spare yourself further pain, Long Li said, her voice calm yet commanding. Dream on, human, the tiger snarled defiantly. Long Li's eyes flashed coldly. Leaping into the air, she delivered a punch infused with immense spiritual energy, striking the tiger square in the abdomen. Boom! The force sent the phantom tiger flying, crashing through several trees before it finally came to a halt. Long Li gave it no time to recover, following up with a swift kick that sent the tiger airborne once more. She unleashed a flurry of punches, each one avoiding fatal areas. She had no intention of killing this big kitty. Grabbing the tiger's hind leg, Long Li slammed it forcefully into the ground. Crash! The impact left the tiger dazed, its large eyes spinning with stars as it struggled to stand. Despite its battered state, it refused to bow. Roar! It let out another defiant cry. Hovering in midair, Long Li looked down at it with disdain. Big kitty, I admire your spirit. I like that. The phantom tiger trembled with rage. Cursed human, I'll fight you to the death. Bring it on, big kitty. I've been waiting, Long Li taunted with a smirk. The phantom tiger spread its wings and soared into the sky. In an instant, Long Li appeared beside it. Big kitty, I'm right here, she teased. The tiger unleashed a barrage of ice shards from its mouth, but Long Li swiftly slashed them apart with her divine slayer sword. Clang! Seizing the opportunity, she leapt onto its back and began pummeling it mercilessly. Say it, do you yield? She demanded. The phantom tiger roared in pain, flying higher and higher in an attempt to shake her off. But the more it resisted, the harder Long Li fought, her patience wearing thin. Finally, she spoke coldly. This is your last chance. Submit now, or I'll cut off your wings and see how you fly. Hearing this, the phantom tiger's eyes filled with fear. It descended to the ground, no longer roaring, and its demeanor became noticeably calmer. The once proud beast was now a pitiful sight, its snowy fur stained with blood and its body covered in wounds. Don't take my wings, it pleaded weakly. Long Li dismounted gracefully. Big kitty, as long as you behave and become my spirit companion, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also share opportunities with you in the future. She retrieved a healing pill, and the phantom tiger's eyes lit up with excitement upon recognizing it. You're an alchemist, it asked, its tone softening. Yes, she replied with a slight nod. The ghost tiger lowered its gaze, as if lost in thought. It was now a 9th-rank spirit beast, and breaking through to the level of a mystic beast was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Without some extraordinary opportunity, even 100 years might not be enough to evolve. However, with the aid of a pill, things could be different. The young man before it exuded an extraordinary aura. At such a young age, he already possessed remarkable strength. Ascending to the higher realms seemed only a matter of time for him. Moreover, he was an alchemist. Aligning with him hardly seemed like a loss. I agree to become your spirit beast, it said. Long Li casually tossed a pill over. The ghost tiger opened its mouth and swallowed it, and its wounds began to heal gradually. I will not form a contract with you, Long Li said. You only need to swear an oath never to betray me. This ghost tiger was formidable in the lower realms, but its strength was still insufficient after all. It was only a 9th-rank spirit beast. Very well, I agree, the tiger replied. I hereby swear an oath to the heavens. I will never betray the agreement made today. Should I break this oath, may my soul shatter, and may I meet a wretched end. A beam of golden light enveloped both Long Li and the ghost tiger, signifying that the heavenly oath had been sealed. From now on, your name is Big Kitty. This is Furball. Get along well, Longley said. Furball hopped onto the ghost tiger's head, chirping happily. Longley leapt onto the ghost tiger's back and gave it a light pat. Big Kitty, let's go. Let's see if we can find anything valuable in this mountain range. The mountain range echoed with the roars of wild beasts. Longley stopped near a crystal-clear pond surrounded by vibrant, colorful flowers, a picturesque scene. Big Kitty, Furball, you two guard this spot. I'm going to bathe. Rest assured, Master. I will stand guard, Big Kitty replied, retreating a little further with Furball. Longley raised her hand and cast a protective barrier. She removed her clothing, letting her long jet black hair cascade down her back, and stepped into the water. Though the surroundings were serene, the wilderness was rife with danger. After a quick wash, Longley changed into a white dress and pinned her hair up with a jade hairpin. Her unadorned face radiated a refreshing elegance, otherworldly and untouched by the mundane. Instead of immediately rejoining Big Kitty, she sat cross-legged and began refining pills. She had recently gathered a good amount of herbs and wanted to turn them into pills. Refining third-grade pills had become second nature to her, but now she aimed to attempt fourth-grade pills. Time was running out on her tendery promise, and someone was waiting for her to save their life. Within the barrier, Longley refined a considerable number of pills. However, when she attempted to refine fourth-grade pills, the success rate dropped to 8 pills per batch. She was puzzled her technique hadn't changed, so why had the success rate shifted to 8 pills? Inside the barrier, the spiritual energy was fluctuating intensely. Longley was tirelessly experimenting to increase the pill formation rate, but unfortunately, she only managed to produce 8 pills in the end. Sitting near the alchemy cauldron, she pondered over what step she might have gotten wrong but still couldn't find the answer. Determined, she decided to try again, carefully following the steps and using her fire spirit to roast the spiritual herbs slowly, removing impurities with utmost caution. This time, as the herbs fused together, a fragrant aroma began to fill the air. Longley took a deep breath, carefully removed the pills, and to her surprise, there were 10 this time. She realized her earlier mistake. For third-grade pills, impurities could be removed relatively quickly, but for fourth-grade pills, the quality of the spiritual herbs needed to be higher, and both the purifying and roasting time had to be extended. Feeling pleased with her progress, Longley looked at the pills she had crafted. There were so many that her small porcelain bottles weren't enough, so she used a box to store them. Standing up, she adjusted her robe and leaped gracefully into the air, appearing right in front of the big feline. The ghostly tiger scrutinized her with suspicion. Who is this woman? Why does she carry the scent of my master? It asked warily. Longley glanced at her attire, her star-like eyes meeting the tiger's gaze as a faint smile played on her lips. Big Kitty, just because I changed my clothes, you don't recognize me anymore? She teased. Machio, the little spirit creature, playfully used its tiny paw to thump the ghostly tiger on the head. Stop hitting me, Machio. I get it now. So, master, you're actually a woman? My eyes must have deceived me. The tiger said, humbled. Alright, enough fooling around, you two. We need to head to the Lin Manor in Yuming City, Longley said as she stepped onto the ghostly tiger's back. With wings spread wide, the tiger soared into the clouds. From above, Longley gazed down at the earth below, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Spiritual veins were such treasures, where could she find a couple to claim for herself? As they approached the forest near Yuming City, the ghostly tiger descended gradually. Longley stepped off its back and said, Thank you for your hard work, Big Kitty. The tiger's massive form shrank until it was the size of a small cat, and it perched on one of her shoulders, while Machio took the other. It's no trouble at all, master, the tiger replied with a respectful tone. Longley smiled faintly and flew out of the forest, landing steadily in front of the city gates. She gazed at Yuming City, recalling the first time she had been here. Shueshang was the first person she had met in this place. Pulling out a mask from her spatial storage, she put it on and murmured to herself, It's still as bustling as ever. Excuse me, sir, could you tell me which direction the Lin Manor is? She asked a man dressed in black, holding a folding fan with the air of a noble. Miss, the Lin Manor is quite far from here, located on the southern side of the city, he replied courteously. Thank you, she said, heading south toward the Lin Manor. In the Lin Manor's main hall, Lin Qing, the current head of the Lin family, sat with a cold expression, glaring at Lin Nan. Explain yourself. Why did you steal the pills? He demanded. Lin Qing had foreseen this and had people secretly monitor Lin Nan's every move. When he discovered Lin Nan secretly giving pills to Lin Yang, he seized the opportunity to take the pills for himself and accused Lin Nan of theft. Standing in the hall with his head bowed, Lin Nan felt a surge of anger. Lin Qing had gone so far as to have shadow guards monitor him at all times. That morning, when his father's condition worsened and he coughed up blood, Lin Nan had intended to give him a second pill to sustain him. However, the shadow guards appeared out of nowhere, snatched the pill, and even accused him of theft. Despite his efforts to resist, He was overpowered. Now, with the entire Lin family siding with Lin Cheng, Lin Nan, the nominal heir, was nothing more than a figurehead. His father was on the brink of death, and Lin Cheng had the audacity to frame him. Lin Nan, you've been raised by the Lin family for years. How could you stoop to theft? Do you not care about your father's reputation? The family's elder sneered. Lin Cheng, looking smug, thought to himself that he could use this opportunity to expel both Lin Nan and his father from the family, cementing his position as the acting head. Nephew, I know you're upset about this, but I've sought numerous physicians for your father. Even so, stealing pills is unacceptable. That pill is a family heirloom from your aunt's family. If I let this go, who knows what worse behavior you might exhibit in the future. Lin Cheng, that pill was a gift from a nobleman. Since when did it become an heirloom from my aunt's family? You despicable liar. Return the pill now, my father's life depends on it. Lin Nan's face turned ashen with rage. He couldn't believe Lin Cheng would stoop so low. Lin Cheng stood, feigning helplessness. Elders, Lin Nan is beyond saving. What do you think we should do about this matter? He's unfit to be the heir. I propose we strip him of his title and appoint Lin Yi instead, the elder aligned with Lin Cheng suggested. The third elder, who had watched Lin Nan grow up, narrowed his eyes. I disagree. Lin Nan has always been an upright person. We need to investigate this matter thoroughly before making any decisions. Lin Nan's gaze was fixed on the porcelain bottle on the table, the last pill that could save his father. With a sudden burst of determination, he leaped toward it. Lin Cheng acted swiftly, striking Lin Nan's chest and sending him flying backward. You're beyond redemption, Lin Cheng declared coldly. Lin Nan crashed to the ground, coughing up blood, his face pale and his injuries severe. The third elder stepped forward. Lin Cheng, was it really necessary to strike so hard? Lin Cheng scoffed. Third elder, I had no choice. Look at what the so-called heir was trying to do, snatching the pill in front of everyone. I had to discipline him. At that moment, a guard entered, announcing, Master, a young lady has come to see the heir. She claims to be here for a 10-day promise. Ignoring his pain, Lin Nan dashed toward the gate as if his life depended on it. The elders exchanged puzzled glances, and one of them muttered sarcastically, Has he lost his mind? Standing at the gate, Longley was casually playing with Mao when Lin Nan stumbled out, his steps unsteady and his face pale. Lin Nan, what happened to you? She asked. Lin Nan looked at the masked woman in white, confusion flickering in his eyes. Are you Li Gongzi? Yes, but now you may call me Miss Li, she replied, placing Mao on her shoulder. Miss Li, my father, he's dying. It's my fault I couldn't protect the last pill. My uncle took it from me, Lin Nan said, his voice filled with despair. Longley raised an eyebrow. She had thought Lin Nan seemed clever, yet he couldn't even safeguard a single pill. Lin Nan, take me to your father first, she said. Please, follow me, Lin Nan replied, leading her toward the Lin Manor's rear courtyard. Lin Nan, how dare you bring an outsider into the manor so casually? The elder blocked their path, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Longley scrutinized the person blocking her path. The man, dressed in a gray robe, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His sharp, weasel-like features and sly demeanor immediately evoked disgust, looked like trouble. Lin Nan clutched his chest, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Great elder, step aside. This is the person I invited to treat my father. Humph. What does a little girl know about treating illnesses? Stop lying, Lin Nan. You still haven't explained the matter of the stolen elixirs. Come with me now, your father is waiting for you, the great elder said arrogantly, his tone dripping with disdain. He glanced at the woman before him, noting her lack of spiritual power. Clearly, she was no formidable figure. Anyone associating with Lin Nan couldn't possibly be someone of importance. Longley furrowed her brows. This man was like an incessantly croaking toad, irritating beyond belief. Are you a dog? Blocking the road like this? The great elder's face turned ashen. Did you just call me a dog? How dare you? You're courting death. Longley sized him up. Just a mere mid-level Ling Tian cultivator, and yet he dared to act so insolently in front of her. A good dog doesn't block the way. But you must be a mad dog. If the dogs of the Lin family are this unruly, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. Her voice was calm but icy. Such arrogance. Who dares cause trouble in my Lin family? Lin Cheng, hearing the commotion, emerged from the hall with a group of people. They arrived just in time to hear Longley's sharp retort. The crowd's eyes fell on the mysterious woman in white, her face concealed by a mask. Though her appearance was intriguing, they quickly dismissed her as worthless. There was no trace of spiritual energy emanating from her. Patriarch, please make way. This is the healer I brought for my father, Lin Nan said, stepping protectively in front of Longley. Longley raised her eyes to Lin Cheng, the man clad in luxurious robes whose ostentatious attire couldn't hide his repugnant expression. Lin Nan, you truly disappoint me, Lin Cheng sneered. Take the young master away. Lin Cheng's smugness was palpable, his malicious intent flashing briefly in his eyes. Once this little ingrate was expelled, he'd find another way to eliminate him entirely. How disgraceful the Lin family has become. I never imagined I'd witness such shamelessness firsthand, Longley said mockingly. Patriarch Lin, you claim Lin Nen stole the elixirs. Do you have any proof? Or do you believe your position gives you the right to smear others at will? The great elder stepped forward, pointing a finger at her. Where did this wild girl come from? Throw her out immediately. Long Li's face was filled with disdain. What a bunch of hypocrites. Bullying others to this extent. Two shadow guards approached, reaching out to seize her. Lin Nen quickly positioned himself in front of her, prepared to fight. Young Master Lin, it seems treating your father won't be easy today. Some people here are clearly hoping for his death while pretending to care, Longley said coldly. This great elder, for instance, seems to be in cahoots with your so-called patriarch. Her words, though softly spoken, were loud enough for everyone to hear. The third elder stepped forward. Enough. Everyone stop this at once. Turning to Long Li, he asked, Miss, can you truly heal the former patriarch? I can't say for sure until I examine him, Long Li replied, her tone calm but firm. She regarded the third elder with a hint of approval. At least he seemed more principled than the great elder. Lin Nand, take this young lady to your father. I'll handle things here, the third elder said evenly. What are you implying, third elder? The great elder demanded. Let her treat him. Or do you truly wish for Lin Yang to die? The third elder countered, studying the great elder with a piercing gaze. The great elder faltered, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Qing stepped in. Fine, let her try. We'll see if she can actually heal my elder brother. If she fails, there'll be consequences. Inside the room, Long Li approached the bed where Lin Yang lay, frail and emaciated, his skin tinged with a sickly purple hue. He was barely recognizable as human, clearly the result of severe poisoning. Placing her fingers on his wrist, she assessed his condition. The poison had reached his heart and lungs. Any further delay would have been fatal. She took out a pill and fed it to him, then channeled her spiritual energy into his body to accelerate the pill's absorption. The Lin family was in chaos, and only Lin Yang's recovery could restore order. After all, she was an outsider. This was an internal family matter. Lin Nen stood guard at the door, his expression tense and vigilant. He silently prayed for his father's recovery, his heart heavy with hope. The great elder smirked outside. If you can't heal him, stop wasting everyone's time and come out already. Long Li had had enough of his taunts. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy from within the room, sending it hurtling toward the great elder. The force struck him squarely, knocking him to the ground with a resounding thud. The great elder, unable to withstand the attack, tumbled across the floor, coughing up blood. The onlookers were stunned. The sheer intensity of the spiritual energy suggested a Ling Wang-level cultivator. But how could this seemingly powerless woman possess such strength? Was she concealing some kind of artifact? Lin Qing rushed forward. Great elder, are you all right? I cough. The great elder coughed up another mouthful of blood, his face pale and stricken. Meanwhile, inside the room, the purple hue on Lin Yang's face gradually faded, his complexion returning to normal as the toxins were purged from his body. Long Li let out a sigh of relief. She channeled a bit more spiritual energy into him to hasten his recovery. Time was of the essence. She couldn't afford to waste her strength with so many wolves at the door. Lin Yang's eyelids fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. Though his gaze was still cloudy from prolonged unconsciousness, he was awake. Long Li handed him another pill. Take this. You need to get up and take charge outside. Lin Yang's mind cleared as he swallowed the pill. His frail body began to regain strength, his complexion becoming rosy. He looked at Long Li with gratitude. Miss, you saved my life. Yes, but there's no time for pleasantries. Your brother is plotting your downfall, and chaos awaits you outside, Long Li said curtly. Lin Yang nodded, his resolve hardening. He rose from the bed, ready to face the storm. Long Li watched as Lin Yang fully recovered, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. The efficacy of pills was truly remarkable. A fourth-grade pill worked with astonishing speed. Just moments ago, Lin Yang's face had been ashen, yet now it was glowing with vitality. Young Master Lin, your father has awakened. You no longer need to stand guard, Long Li said calmly. She stepped aside, cradling her fluffy companion in her arms, wearing an air of detachment, as though the events to follow had nothing to do with her. She was content to simply observe. Hearing Long Li's words, Lin Nan visibly trembled and rushed inside. Seeing his father sitting upright on the bed, Lin Nan's eyes reddened, and he dropped to his knees. Father, you're finally awake. Lin Yang rose from the bed and helped Lin Nan to his feet. Nanner, you've endured so much during this time. As long as father is awake, everything I've done is worth it, Lin Nan said, tears brimming in his eyes, like a child who had been wronged. In the past, his father had always sheltered him, allowing him to live a smooth and untroubled life, free from hardship. Lin Yang's eyes also grew misty, for he deeply understood the trials they had faced. Nanner, you've suffered. From now on, with me here, I won't let you endure such pain again, Lin Yang said. Long Li observed the father and son's interaction, her thoughts clear. Lin Yang was indeed a good father, but his overindulgence might hinder Lin Nan's growth. Suddenly, Lin Cheng kicked the door open. How dare you injure the great elder? The head of this family, will kill you. Second brother, what a display of authority, Lin Yang said, stepping out from the inner chamber. Lin Cheng froze mid-step, his gaze flickering. This wretched man had actually woken up. Wasn't it said that the poison could only be cured with a fourth-grade pill? How could this have happened? Had someone deceived him? Lowering his eyes, Lin Cheng quickly composed himself. Elder brother, you're finally awake. I've been worried sick these past days. Lin Yang looked at his younger brother, a man he had always doted on, and sighed inwardly. To think the person who had plotted against him was his own flesh and blood. Second brother, now that I'm awake, can you explain what all these people outside are doing? Elder brother, Lin Cheng began, Nanner stole the Shangyun family's ancestral pill to treat you. I was merely trying to discipline him. Theft, after all, is a serious offense. Oh, my sister-in-law's family has an ancestral pill? How come I've never heard of it? And you've never mentioned it before. Could it be that you saw me unconscious and sought an excuse to remove the young master of the Lin family? Lin Yang's sharp, calculating eyes glinted coldly. This time, he would not tolerate the parasites within the Lin family. Lin Cheng's lips twitched. Elder brother, how can you think that way? I watched Nanner grow up. How could I harm him? While you were unconscious, I sought countless healers for you. Everyone saw my efforts. If you say such things, it truly hurts my heart. Without sparing Lin Cheng another glance, Lin Yang walked outside. The courtyard was crowded with people. When the third elder saw Lin Yang emerge, his face lit up with joy. Family head, you're finally awake. The crowd immediately bowed. Greetings to the family head. Lin Cheng's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with venom. As long as Lin Yang was alive, he would never have a chance to rise. His fingers clenched so tightly that they cracked. Long Li, still holding her fluffy companion, smirked faintly. What a ruthless man, she thought. Look at those hateful ice theory practically on fire. Lin Cheng reminded her of her own uncle. Both were ungrateful villains. People like them were nothing but a waste of resources. Family head Lin, Long Li began, her tone calm but with a hint of frost, allow me to clarify something. The pill Lin Cheng mentioned was a gift from me to young Master Lin to save your life. He, however, intended to claim it as his own and frame young Master Lin, using it as an excuse to expel him from the Lin family. I believe everyone present is aware of the true sequence of events. As an outsider, I wouldn't normally interfere, but since the pill is mine, I felt the need to set the record straight. The rest is up to you, family head Lin, to decide how to deal with those harboring malicious intentions. Lin Yang bowed slightly. Thank you, Miss Long, for saving my life. Everyone here knows about the poisoning I suffered. It was this young lady who saved me. As for the matter of the pill, there's no need for me to elaborate. Anyone with discernment can see the truth. It is a fact that Lin Cheng and the great elder conspired to harm me. I hereby decree that their cultivation be abolished, and that they be expelled from the Lin family immediately. Lin Yang's words sparked a wave of discussion among the crowd. No wonder Lin Cheng has always targeted the young master. He had been scheming all along. Lin Cheng is truly a traitor. The family had treated him so well, yet he plotted against his own brother. He's worse than a beast. So that's how it is. We've been aiding the villain all this time without realizing it. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed with malice. He lunged at Lin Nan, who was already injured and unable to defend himself. Just as Lin Nan was about to be seized, Lin Yang shouted in alarm, Nana. Bang! Long Li moved swiftly, stepping in front of Lin Nan and sending Lin Cheng flying with a single palm strike. Truly a cornered dog, she sneered. You're worse than an animal, absolutely filthy. Lin Cheng, who had been suppressing the blood rising in his throat, spat it out upon hearing Long Li's words. You wretched woman, he snarled. Slap! Long Li struck him with a burst of spiritual energy, knocking several teeth from his mouth, which fell to the ground along with blood. The Lin family members were stunned. This seemingly harmless woman was shockingly ruthless. She had even knocked out his teeth. Lin Cheng, how does that feel? Say one more insult, and I'll cut out your tongue. You won't be able to speak for the rest of your life, Long Li said, stroking her fluffy companion as if she hadn't just delivered a cold, merciless threat. Terrified, Lin Cheng dared not utter another word, his eyes filled with fear. This woman wasn't human, she was a demon. Lin Nan stepped forward. Miss Long, thank you. Long Li raised an eyebrow. Showing mercy to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. When you lack the power, endure and grow stronger. But when you have the strength to eliminate them, never hesitate. Uproot the problem completely, or they may come back to bite you one day. Do you understand, young Master Lin? Thank you for your guidance, Miss Long. I understand, Lin Nan replied respectfully. Father, Lin Nan continued, while you were unconscious, Lin Qing attempted to assassinate me multiple times. If not for Miss Long's help, I would have been dead by now. He is ruthless and cannot be allowed to live. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed as if weighing a decision. A sword appeared in his hand. Lin Qing, you attempted to assassinate the young master of the Lin family. That is a capital offense. Today, I will uphold justice, even if it means killing my own brother. Elder brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I was blinded by greed. I beg you to spare me this once. Lin Qing pleaded. Without another word, Lin Yong plunged the sword into Lin Cheng's heart. Let this be a warning to all. Those who commit heinous acts and betray their family will face the same fate, Lin Yong declared. Lin Qing deserved his fate. We will remember this lesson. Family head. The crowd responded unanimously. Good. This matter ends here. All of Lin Cheng's relatives are to have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the Lin family. Third elder, see to it that this is carried out, Lin Yong commanded. After the others had dispersed, Lin Yong stepped forward and bowed. Miss Long, thank you for saving my life. Should you ever need assistance, I, Lin Yong, will do everything in my power to help. Longli looked at Lin Yong, whose face was filled with sincerity. She knew that bringing down the Bailey family was not something that could be achieved overnight. The Bailey family had stood strong for generations, with countless powerful individuals among them. She needed allies. With support, she would have enough strength to confront the Bailey family and avenge the original owner of her body. Master Lin, there's no need to be so formal, Longli responded calmly. Lin Nan stepped forward and said, Father, Miss Li is actually the master I have pledged loyalty to. Lin Yong was initially surprised but quickly understood. Without Miss Li, he and his son would have already perished. Standing here alive was a miracle they owed to her. This young woman not only possessed profound spiritual power and an extraordinary cultivation level, but was also kind-hearted. Most importantly, she was an alchemist. Their future potential was limitless. Miss Li, Lin Yong said with gratitude, if you don't mind, from now on, you will be an honored guest of the Lin family. We are at your service for anything, as long as it does not go against morality or principles. A faint smile appeared on Long Li's lips. Lin Yong had not disappointed her. He was indeed a man who knew how to repay kindness. Since that's the case, the Lin family and I will walk the same path from now on. I believe you've already guessed my identity. Here are 2 cleansing marrow pills and 2 bloodline pills. Take them. You and Lin Nan will benefit greatly from them. Lin Nan stepped forward to receive the pills, his eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Miss Li. Now that this matter is settled, I have other things to attend to. I won't stay any longer. If I ever need assistance, I will come to you, Master Lin. Miss Li, feel free to ask for anything you need, Lin Yong replied earnestly. Nanair, escort Miss Li out. Lin Yong watched her leave with a smile in his eyes. Today had been a joyous day. Not only had his health improved, but he had also formed a bond with such a young and talented alchemist. Miss Li, allow me to see you out, Lin Nan said, gesturing politely. At the gates of the Lin residence, Long Li turned to Lin Nan and said, if you encounter anything urgent, you can inform me at Purple Mist Manor in St. Dragon City. I will be aware of it. I understand. Safe travels, Miss Li. Lin Nan bowed deeply as he watched her depart. Without Miss Li, neither he nor his father would have survived. This kindness would never be forgotten. After leaving the capital city, Long Li arrived at the outskirts, surrounded by dense forests. Big Cat, do you know where I can find spiritual veins to extract? She asked. Master, the ghost tiger replied, spiritual veins usually remain hidden and are not easy to locate. Moreover, many of them have already been extracted by powerful clans or sections. Spiritual veins are quite rare now, and I don't know where to find one. To make her journey easier, Long Li had purchased a map. She studied it carefully. What about the Demon Domain Mountains? She inquired. Master, it's said to be a desolate place with powerful mystical beasts dwelling within. All right, Big Cat, let's head to the Demon Domain Mountains. If we still can't find a spiritual vein, we'll return home. Long Li climbed onto the back of the ghost tiger. In an instant, the tiger spread its wings and soared into the sky. It flew swiftly and steadily. Long Li reached out to touch the clouds, which seemed so close. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating. As they approached the edge of the Demon Domain Mountains, the ghost tiger circled in the air before descending slowly. Master, we've arrived. Good. Conceal your aura. Let's go in. From above, Long Li had already observed the mountain range. Towering peaks stretched endlessly, and massive trees formed a dense forest. The ghost tiger walked into the forest with an air of indifference. The forest was thick with overlapping branches and leaves, blocking out sunlight and creating a dim, damp atmosphere. The scent of decaying vegetation lingered in the air. Long Li took out detoxification pills, consuming one herself and feeding one to the fluffy creature on her shoulder. Big cat, open your mouth, she commanded. The ghost tiger obediently opened its mouth, and Long Li fed it a pill. Master, this pill tastes great, melts in the mouth with a faint fragrance, it said. I feel like the air here isn't quite right. Taking the detoxification pills in advance will help guard against any toxins. In the future, I'll gather more spiritual herbs and make pills for you and Fluffy. You can treat them as candy. The ghost tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Following such an incredible master was the best decision it had ever made. Daily pills? The thought alone was thrilling. Master, you're the most amazing person I've ever met, it said sincerely. Long Li patted its back lightly. Not yet. I'm still growing. But when the time comes, I'll take you along to witness my glory. A howl echoed through the forest, breaking the silence. Long Li sat on the ghost tiger's back, her gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the distance. Big cat, I'll go on foot from here. You should shrink down to your mini form. Jumping down gracefully, Long Li had the ghost tiger and Fluffy perch on her shoulders. Her movements were ghost-like as she darted through the forest, collecting every spiritual herb she encountered and storing them in her spatial ring. Deep within the forest, Long Li, dressed in white, stood atop a tree. Her sharp eyes focused on a spot where spiritual energy fluctuated. A smile curved her lips. Luck was on her side. She had stumbled upon an unclaimed spiritual vein. If she could capture it, she could use it to cultivate within her spatial domain. Spiritual veins usually hid underground. They possessed self-awareness and were adept at concealing themselves. It took millions of years of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the nourishment of heaven and earth, for one to form. Concealing her presence, Long Li approached the spiritual vein cautiously. It moved leisurely beneath the soil, as if strolling. Suddenly, sensing danger, it began burrowing deeper in an attempt to escape. Long Li wasn't about to let it get away. Drawing her rusty sword, she channeled her spiritual energy to its peak and struck the ground with a powerful palm. The spiritual vein was forced out of the earth. As dirt flew into the air, Long Li leapt upward, reaching for the vein. The spiritual vein descended rapidly, trying to flee. Long Li grew anxious as it slipped from her grasp. Just then, the birthmark on her wrist emitted a blinding light, momentarily causing her to lose sight. Rubbing her eyes, Long Li realized the spiritual vein was gone. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Looking at the glowing mark on her wrist, she scolded, "You. Why did you have to light up at that exact moment? The spiritual vein escaped because of you. What a waste of such a perfect opportunity." "Master, don't be angry. The spiritual vein has already been absorbed into your spatial domain," a voice suddenly said. Long Li froze, startled. "Who's there? Who's speaking?" There was no response, only the rustling of leaves in the wind. Confused, Long Li turned in a circle, searching for the source. "Master, who are you talking to?" the ghost tiger asked curiously. "Big cat, did you hear someone speaking just now?" "No," the ghost tiger replied, shaking its head. "I heard nothing." Long Li's gaze fell on the mark on her wrist. Could it be the Qilin Jade speaking? But why had it only spoken a single sentence before falling silent? Did it mean the spiritual vein had indeed been absorbed into her spatial domain? With a thought, Long Li entered her spatial domain. Xianming greeted her with an excited expression. "I was about to tell you, where did you get that spiritual vein? Look, it's already sprouting countless fruit trees and a vast field of spiritual herbs. The entire space feels renewed." Seeing Xianming's enthusiasm, Long Li was certain the voice earlier belonged to the Qilin Jade. But why had it only spoken briefly before going quiet again? She shook her head, deciding to leave the mystery for another time. For now, she was content with her discovery. Long Li gazed at the growing spiritual herbs before her, ranging across all levels of quality. The once dry spiritual spring was now slowly filling with spiritual liquid. It must be because of the restored spiritual veins that everything seemed so rejuvenated. She pondered if she kept harvesting spiritual herbs or extracting spiritual veins, would this place become even better? Determined, Long Li made up her mind. From now on, she would make her fortune by uncovering spiritual veins. "Xianming, do you think the Qilin Jade might develop a spirit or even start speaking?" Long Li asked tentatively. Even in the upper realm, she had never seen an inanimate object talk. Such a thought was truly astonishing. Xianming observed the scene before him with a mix of emotions. When he first arrived, the spiritual veins here had long dried up. This was the first time he had witnessed such a vibrant transformation. "Why do you ask? I've lived for so long and have never seen anything like that. The idea of artifact spirits is just a myth. I've never encountered one myself." Long Li chose not to elaborate. "It's nothing. I'll tell you more about it later." She shrugged. "I've never heard of a talking artifact spirit either." Meanwhile, the large spectral tiger stared in shock, its eyes wide with disbelief. "Where's this place?" The spiritual energy here is so abundant. Master, may I explore around? This is a cave-dwelling space. If you want to look around, go ahead, Longley replied. The spectral tiger, delighted by the permission, transformed into its true form and began wandering around. Xianming, watching the massive beast roam, asked, "Is that your contracted beast?" "No, just a new underling," Longley replied casually. The spectral tiger darted back and forth, clearly fascinated by everything. "Master, this place is enormous. I love it here." Longley pressed her hand to her forehead, embarrassed. This tiger's behavior was truly unbecoming. "Xianming, don't mind it. Big Cat hasn't seen much of the world yet. Give it a couple of days to adjust." "No worries. This place has been too quiet for too long. Now it's lively, and the spectral tiger is quite endearing." Xianming, having been alone here for so long, felt a rare warmth with the new energy. For a fleeting moment, he felt alive again. "That's good to hear. Big Cat, do you want to come with me or stay here?" Longley asked, raising her gaze to the spectral tiger. The tiger, thoroughly enjoying itself, paused upon hearing her question and leapt down. "Master, I'll go with you. The Demon Domain Mountains are too dangerous. With me around, I can protect you." It transformed into a smaller version of itself and perched on Longley's shoulder. "Xianming, I'm heading out to seek some opportunities," Longley said. "Be careful. If you're in danger, retreat to the space immediately. Don't take unnecessary risks," Xianming advised. "Got it." As soon as Longley exited the space, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble violently. "What's going on?" she wondered aloud. "Master, I sense the presence of countless spiritual beasts," the spectral tiger said, its eyes filled with concern. Longley soared into the air, heading toward the source of the commotion. The closer she got, the stronger the spiritual beast's aura became. Her heart was filled with curiosity. What could be causing such panic? Could it be some rare treasure emerging? As she approached, she noticed powerful figures converging on the same location. Quickly, she swallowed a disguise pill, donned a mask, and stashed both the tiger and Big Cat into her space. Without lingering, she headed straight for the center of the disturbance. The spiritual energy in the central area was chaotic. Spiritual beasts were fleeing in all directions, as if terrified. The forest was in complete disarray. Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed as black clouds gathered in the sky. Several bolts of divine lightning struck down with terrifying force, as though they were tearing the heavens apart. The oppressive energy was suffocating. Longley looked up at the sky. Could it be the emergence of a divine beast? But that's impossible. Even in the upper realm, divine beasts are rare. How could one appear here in the lower realm? In the valley, a small snow-white beast with twin horns on its head stood alert, its gaze wary as it scanned its surroundings. Bolts of lightning rained down upon it. Longley dodged the lightning and was the first to arrive at the scene. She stared at the small creature in the crater. It resembled the mythical Baizé, as described in ancient texts. Her heart skipped a beat. The Baizé was struck by the lightning, its pristine white fur stained with blood. Its small body trembled. Longley leapt into the crater. Just as another bolt of lightning descended, she raised her hand to counter it with her spiritual energy, but her strength was insufficient. She spat out a mouthful of blood as the lightning struck her. The Baizé stared at the human who had shielded it from the tribulation lightning. "You're too weak. If you don't leave, you'll die here." "You ungrateful little thing. I got hurt trying to help you," Longley retorted, popping a recovery pill into her mouth. The Baizé's small eyes darted around. "I didn't ask you to help me." Another bolt of lightning crackled to life. Longley glanced at it and said, "Fine, suit yourself. I'll leave. If you die here, I'll just collect your corpse." She turned to leave. "Wait," the Baizé called out hastily. "I just emerged into this world, and I can't survive this tribulation. If you help me today, I'll protect you for the rest of your life." Longley waved dismissively. "Yeah, right. With my strength, helping you would cost me my life. There won't be a rest of my life. Don't try to trick me, I'm not falling for it. By the way, there are plenty of strong cultivators heading this way. They're probably here for you. If you survive the lightning, you'll still end up as someone's pet." The Baizé's expression grew anxious. Of course it knew others were coming, but surviving the tribulation was its immediate priority. It had hoped to deceive this human into helping, but she wasn't so easily fooled. "What will it take for you to help me?" it asked. Longley smirked. "I don't even know what you are. You look pitiful, so I don't mind helping you. But I don't need anything except a loyal follower. How about forming a contract with me?" The Baizé's eyes flashed with hostility. "Human you wish. That's impossible." "Suit yourself," Longley said with a shrug. "When you're half dead from the lightning and captured by those cultivators, you won't have a choice. Think it over." She flew to the side, adopting a posture of watching the show unfold. If you don't agree, I'll just enjoy watching you get struck by lightning." The Baizé hesitated. but another bolt of lightning descended. It summoned a protective barrier, but it shattered within moments. With a loud crash, the Baize was struck again. Its once pristine fur was singed and blackened, emitting the distinct smell of burnt hair. It wobbled unsteadily, no longer resembling the majestic creature it had been. Longley burst into laughter. You look ridiculous. If you get roasted any further, I might as well eat you. I've been traveling all day, and am starving. The Baize, already gravely injured, coughed up blood at her words. Hey, are you still alive? If you're dead, let me know so I can collect your body. We've met by chance, and I did take a hit for you earlier. I wouldn't want to leave you to rot out here, Longley said with mock sincerity, her tone suggesting she was only looking out for its best interests. Baize was so enraged that it nearly lost its breath and almost fainted. It wobbled slightly, barely managing to stand up. Looking at its disheveled state, it couldn't help but think how could the mighty divine beast Baize end up in such a pitiful condition. Human, you've enraged me to death. Are you satisfied now? Longley, unfazed, casually replied, Don't waste your energy being angry. Look, another bolt of lightning is about to strike. Better save your strength to fight it off. What good is getting mad? If you get struck again, I bet even an ant could crush you. She then pulled out a piece of fruit and started eating, her demeanor calm and unbothered. Baize's mouth twitched, its eyes filled with contemplation. If it died here today, there would be no future for it. Human, if you can shield me from this final lightning tribulation, I'll form a contract with you, it said solemnly. Longley immediately tossed the fruit aside. Finally, those are the words I've been waiting for. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've wasted so much of my breath. The final bolt of lightning rumbled ominously, more terrifying than the previous ones. Longley looked at the thunderclouds, her eyelids twitching. She was truly risking everything for this Baize. If she got struck down and died, how would she even think about avenging her past grievances? Placing Baize behind her, she drew her divine slayer sword, channeling all her spiritual energy. Her expression was one of resolve, as if ready to face death. This is it, she thought. Live or die, it all comes down to this moment. The deafening thunder made her face pale. Her legs began to tremble. Why did it feel like she could barely stand? The lightning struck directly. Longley's lips instantly bled, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Inside a hidden space, Shangjiao, who had been in a deep slumber, stirred slightly. What is this woman doing? How could she let herself get injured so badly? Shangjiao's eyes reflected concern before its consciousness slowly faded back into slumber. Baize, watching Longley's trembling figure, felt a pang of worry. Human woman, hold on, it urged. Longley was inwardly cursing her decision. Could she still back out now? The pain of being struck by lightning was unbearable. Baize transferred the last bit of its strength into her body. Human, just a little longer, it encouraged. Longley's legs could no longer support her, trembling violently. Her internal organs ached so much that she broke out in cold sweat. The rusty sword in her hands was struck by the lightning, and the rust vanished completely, revealing a gleaming blade that emitted a cold white light. With the sword's newfound power, the oppressive force eased considerably, though Longley hadn't yet noticed the sword's transformation. Even so, the final lightning strike shattered Longley's defenses. With a loud crash, she was sent flying, blood splattering across Baize's body as she landed heavily on the ground. Rolling several times before she could stabilize herself, she hastily pulled out a pill and swallowed it with her blood. Baize, now stained with Longley's blood, felt the contract mark appear on both their foreheads. The tribulation clouds finally dispersed, but powerful cultivators swarmed the area from the outskirts. Longley forced herself to sit up. Bloodied and on the verge of collapse, she saw the approaching cultivators. She grabbed Baize by its hind leg and teleported into her spatial dimension just in time. What's going on? There's nothing here, one of the cultivators exclaimed. That was clearly the lightning tribulation of a divine beast. Where did it go? An elder in a gray robe, looking every bit the image of an immortal, surveyed the scene with disbelief. The aura was here just moments ago. How could it vanish so suddenly? Another elder, dressed in black and exuding a sinister air, sneered. Baliamo, I didn't expect to see you here. The white-robed elder, his gaze unfriendly, replied, And why shouldn't I be here, Bachen? Baliamo, an elder of the Bailey clan and at the midstage of the Spirit Saint realm, scoffed. If you can come, why can't I? Tuaba Chen, an elder of the Tuaba family from the Nether Hall, was also at the midstage of the Spirit Saint realm. Stroking his beard, he said with a hint of irritation, Looks like we all came for nothing. Not even a shadow of the divine beast remains. Meanwhile, inside the spatial dimension, Longley lay on the ground, covered in blood, clutching a soot-blackened Baize. Xianming, seeing the severity of her injuries, rushed forward to help her up. Longley, are you okay? He asked anxiously. I don't feel so good, Xianming. I think I might not make it, she murmured before passing out. Xianming immediately carried her into the house. Laying her on the bed, he noticed her pallid face and bloodied lips. Unsure of how to proceed, he hesitated. Being a man, it felt inappropriate to undress her wounds. After some deliberation, he decided to feed her a healing pill first. After administering the pill, he noticed some color returning to her face. Covering her with a blanket, he stepped out of the room. How's the master? The ghostly tiger asked worriedly. She'll be fine. Internal organs are heavily injured, and she's lost a lot of blood, Xianming replied calmly, shutting the door behind him. Nearby, Mao Qiu dragged the unconscious Bai Zhe over, inch by inch. Squeak, it called out. Xianming crouched down to examine the little creature. Still alive, not dead yet. But what in the world is this thing? Bai Zhe, once covered in pristine white fur, was now charred black, resembling a lump of coal. Its original appearance was completely unrecognizable, and all traces of its divine beast aura were gone. Xianming couldn't make out what this creature was. Where did this ugly thing come from? The ghostly tiger pawed at the unconscious Bai Zhe twice, its eyes filled with disdain. Your master brought this thing in when she arrived, Xianming said honestly. Indeed, Longli had carried it in, and it looked like some sort of half-cooked beast. Could it be that Longli was in the middle of roasting it when she was ambushed? Furball, leave this thing alone for now. Your master will deal with it once she wakes up. The furry creature pawed at Bai Zhe a couple more times before hopping onto the ghostly tiger's head, assuming the demeanor of a little boss. Outside the spatial boundary, the group had been searching the area for a long time but found no trace of a divine beast, not even a single hair. It seemed like this trip was a waste. Where was the supposed divine beast's emergence? The tribulation lightning couldn't have been faked, but perhaps the divine beast was struck directly into oblivion. Farewell, everyone. This old man will take his leave first. A white-robed elder flew away, followed by others gradually departing. Bailey Emo gazed at the crater, and the traces of blood left behind. He was certain someone had been here. Who could have taken the divine beast right under their noses? Bailey Emo, are you not leaving? Tuoba Chen asked, hovering in midair with a raised eyebrow. Bailey Emo ignored him and flew off. Tuoba Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering to himself, no one from the Bailey family is ever trustworthy. After that, he turned and left as well. Now, everyone had gone. The forest returned to its usual tranquility, and the spirit beasts no longer felt fear. In Longli's sea of consciousness, turbulent waves surged. Her unconscious body was enveloped in a golden glow, which wrapped around her entirely. Countless streams of spiritual energy swirled like a storm, rushing into her body before settling down. Slowly, the energy flowed through her meridians, being gradually absorbed by her body. Meanwhile, the charred fur on Bai Zhe's body began to shed, revealing new fur as white as freshly fallen snow. The pristine fur grew rapidly, even more lustrous than before, as Bai Zhe's strength steadily increased. Its eyes opened, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. To its surprise, this human woman possessed the bloodline of the ancient dragon clan. This contract had brought unprecedented growth to both the human woman and itself, a true blessing in disguise. Bai Zhe examined its own body before surveying its surroundings. Sensing the aura, it made its way to Longli's room. As Bai Zhe gazed at the unconscious Longli, his eyes were filled with gratitude. This woman had risked everything for him, and he was relieved they were both still alive. Bai Zhe transformed into the form of a boy around 10 years old, dressed in white with silver hair and features as exquisite as a jade sculpture. Sitting on the edge of Longli's bed, he reached out and poked her face several times. Stop sleeping, wake up already, he urged. Longli's brows furrowed slightly, and her lashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a small boy with silver hair, violet eyes, and a face as translucent and flawless as jade. Who are you? She asked, her voice faint. Bai Zhe stood up and spun around. Human woman, have you forgotten me just because I took on a new form? Longli sat up, realization dawning on her. So it's you. I nearly died saving you. You should change how you address call me master from now on. Bai Zhe snorted, his violet eyes flashing faintly. If it weren't for your blood spilling all over me, we wouldn't even be in this contract relationship. Longli's gaze turned displeased. So, divine beasts are ungrateful too, huh? Let me tell you, Bai Zhe, from today on, I am your master. Bai Zhe was momentarily taken aback and retreated a step. You actually know who I am? What's so special about knowing you? Longli retorted, stepping down from the bed and smoothing out her robes with an air of annoyance. Bai Zhe looked at her, noting her simmering anger, and lowered his gaze. Fine, master it is. No need to get upset. I'm just not used to it yet. Good. Behave yourself from now on, Longli said, a triumphant smile tugging at her lips. Only then did she realize something remarkable while unconscious. She had broken through to the late stage of the Spirit King realm. I can't believe I advanced even while unconscious. This is incredible, she exclaimed. Seeing her astonishment and joy, Baizé couldn't help but smile faintly. Since we're contracted, your power naturally grows. But, Master, I sense you have the bloodline of an ancient dragon clan. You noticed. Longli replied. That's from an egg I found. It hasn't hatched yet, but it's the descendant of the ancient dragon clan. Master, you're truly fortunate. With us by your side, you'll undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the divine realm, Baizé said, adopting a tone far too mature for his youthful appearance. Long Li's expression softened, but her eyes revealed a trace of inexplicable sorrow. The pinnacle of the divine realm. My father spent his entire life striving for breakthroughs, venturing to ancient battlefields in search of opportunities. He was gravely injured and has been in seclusion ever since, all for the chance to stand at that peak. Sometimes I find it laughable may have already accepted Longing as his daughter, and I, the rightful heir, have long been replaced. Master, what's wrong? Why do you seem so sad? Baizé asked, sensing her melancholy and concern. Longli forced a small smile. It's nothing, just some unpleasant memories. They came to mind, and I felt a bit down. Who dares to trouble my master? I can eliminate them for you, Baizé said, his violet eyes glowing with a cold, murderous light. My enemies are mine to deal with. Everything that belongs to me, I'll reclaim with my own hands, Longli said, her eyes narrowing as an icy aura surrounded her. At that moment, Xianming pushed the door open and walked in. Longli, you're finally awake. Do you have any idea how terrifying you looked covered in blood? I'm fine now, aren't I? Longli replied, her tone calm as she reined in her aura. Baizé stepped out from behind her, his violet eyes scrutinizing Xianming. This man was no ordinary person, his strength was unfathomable. Xianming noticed Baizé and raised an eyebrow. Longli, where did you pick up this divine beast? Let me introduce you. This is Baizé, my newly contracted second brother. Baizé, this is Xianming, my friend, Longli said with a smile, pulling Baizé's arm. You're really lucky, Longli. Baizé is an ancient divine beast. Did you get all those injuries because of him? Xianming asked, though he didn't seem particularly surprised. After meeting Shangjiao, he felt nothing was too extraordinary when it came to Longli. As the owner of the Qilin Jade, it would be embarrassing if she didn't have divine beasts by her side. Yes, Baizé was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. I shielded him from 2 strikes, which is why I ended up in such a state, nearly crippled. Thinking back, it's terrifying, Longli admitted. She knew she wouldn't have taken such a risk in the past, but things were different now. She needed power, needed to grow quickly, to reclaim everything that was hers. That was reckless. Shielding a divine beast from a heavenly tribulation? One wrong move and you could have died, Xianming scolded, his tone revealing his concern. The situation was urgent. If Baizé had taken another strike, he might not have survived. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. But don't worry, I'll treasure my life more in the future. Besides, I survived and even contracted Baizé, Longli said, trying to ease Xianming's worry. She knew she had been impulsive and had indeed narrowly avoided death. Didn't you once say life is precious? Don't take such risks again. With Baizé's support, you'll grow stronger. But Baizé is still in his juvenile stage. For him to mature, he'll require rare treasures and the right timing, Xianming explained. Xianming, you seem to know a lot about divine beasts. What level of strength did you have before? Longli asked curiously. You'll find out someday. As for divine beasts, there are records in ancient texts. They're incredibly rare and now almost impossible to encounter. Even so, the lower realm is full of treasures. But be cautious, don't expose Baizé. Some powerful beings from the upper realm venture down here seeking opportunities. Even with their power suppressed to the nascent soul stage, they're virtually invincible in the lower realm. Don't provoke them unless you're strong enough, Xianming advised, unaware that Longli herself was from the upper realm. Thank you, I understand, she replied. Baizé, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up. Master, where are we now? This is my space, but it's also Xianming's dwelling, Longli replied, not wanting Xianming to feel she was claiming the space as her own. Master, you're amazing to have such a treasure. I'm going for a walk, Baizé said, heading out. His appearance will surely attract many strong individuals, not just from the lower realm but also the upper realm. For now, keep him in your space. He's too weak, and if a spirit saint-level expert discovers him, you'll face endless trouble, Xianming said, watching Baizé leave with a protective air. Longli knew Xianming was looking out for her. Back in the dragon realm, she had been a noble imperial princess, but behind that honor was endless loneliness. Even the slightest kindness from Longing had made her take it to heart, leading to a painful betrayal. All right, I understand, she said softly. Xianming nodded, pleased with her obedience. To him, his entire existence was dedicated to waiting. Long Li's carefree and bold nature, her decisiveness and kindness, made her a remarkable girl. He couldn't help but see her as a child to protect. Baizé strolled around the space, even venturing to the rolling mountains in the distance. Incredible! The master's space was unimaginably vast, had been walking for ages, and still hadn't reached the edge. Not only was it enormous, but the spiritual energy was also exceptionally dense, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Baizé frowned slightly and glanced upward. Where did this unruly spirit beast come from, daring to fly above his head? In the air, the ghost tiger was carrying Mauchio, playfully frolicking, completely unaware that a pair of eyes below were fixed on them. Baizé released his aura of dominance, and the ghost tiger instantly felt its entire body tremble. Mauchio, this is the pressure of a divine beast. Ghost tiger stammered. Mauchio, however, seemed completely unfazed. Boom! The ghost tiger couldn't withstand it. Trembling violently, it lost control and plummeted to the ground, landing in an undignified heap. At that moment, Baizé approached with a light, confident stride. So, it's the ghost tiger. Speak. Who are you? He demanded coldly. Mauchio poked its little head out from the grass, looking furious. Meanwhile, the poor ghost tiger, its legs weak and unsteady, could only collapse on the ground in submission. Are you a divine beast? It asked hesitantly. Don't play dumb. Answer the question, Baizé replied icily. I serve the master of this space, the ghost tiger said with its head lowered. Mauchio, seeing its playmate treated like this, was furious. Its small eyes burned with anger. With a leap, it jumped onto Baizé's back and started pounding on his head with its tiny fists. Baizé was utterly bewildered and hastily grabbed Mauchio off his back. You little thing, do you have a death wish? Squeak squeak. Mauchio kicked its little legs defiantly, a clear look of determination on its face. What an amusing little creature. You're not even afraid of my aura, Baizé murmured, his purple eyes glinting with curiosity. Divine beast lord, this is the master's pet. You cannot harm it, Ghost Tiger said, looking at Mauchio with concern. Over the past few days, it had grown attached to Mauchio as a friend. Baizé withdrew his aura and climbed onto the Ghost Tiger's back. Let's go back, he ordered. The Ghost Tiger flew up and soon returned to the courtyard of the cave mansion, landing smoothly. Why are the three of you back together? Long Li asked calmly, sitting in the courtyard and sipping tea with Xian Ming. The Ghost Tiger's eyes were full of grievance, but it dared not complain. With its head lowered, it stayed silent on the side. Baizé, holding Mauchio in his hand, walked over. Master, this little creature isn't even afraid of my aura, Baizé said, his words leaving the Ghost Tiger utterly shocked. The master had recruited another divine beast as a subordinate. A divine beast, it was the Ghost Tiger's lifelong aspiration. Long Li and Xian Ming were also surprised. All beasts were naturally suppressed by the bloodline pressure of a divine beast. Mauchio, being an ordinary beast, shouldn't have been able to withstand Baizé's aura. Are you certain? Long Li asked again, unsure. Earlier I saw the Ghost Tiger flying above me and released my aura. The Ghost Tiger immediately collapsed to the ground, but this little thing jumped on me and started hitting my head, Baizé explained, holding Mauchio with a faint smile. The more he looked at the little creature, the more entertaining it seemed. It was incredibly feisty. Long Li reached out and gently held Mauchio in her arms. Could this little creature be some sort of powerful divine beast? She speculated. I didn't sense any divine beast aura from it, which is why it's so strange, Baizé said, sitting down and pouring himself a cup of tea. His movements were graceful, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Squeak squeak. Mauchio seemed to be complaining, tugging at Long Li's sleeve with its little paws. Mauchio, what kind of beast are you? Xian Ming asked, his deep eyes scanning Mauchio, but he found nothing unusual. Could it be that something was concealing Mauchio's aura or innate abilities? After a long time of investigation with no results, Long Li gave up. Whatever Mauchio was, it was her pet now, and that was all that mattered. Master, where's that black beast? The Ghost Tiger asked respectfully. Hearing this, Long Li frowned slightly. What black beast? She asked. Then she realized what the Ghost Tiger meant, and the corners of her lips curled into a smile. It's not far, it's right before your eyes. Baizé, sipping his tea, cast a cold glance at the Ghost Tiger, making it shiver. It dawned on the Ghost Tiger that the black beast was none other than this divine beast lord. Thinking back, it felt a chill run down its spine. It had even pawed at the noble body of this divine beast. At the time, I thought it was just some half-cooked beast you brought back from outside. Who knew it would turn out to be a misunderstanding? No one could have guessed that a divine beast like Baizé would have such an anticlimactic entrance, Xian Ming said nonchalantly as he sipped his tea. Thinking back, he was glad he hadn't helped Long Li roast it. I was struck by lightning back then, Baizé explained. I was severely injured, and with powerful enemies converging around me, the master had no choice but to pull me into this space to hide. Baizé nodded in agreement. The master's quick thinking saved me. Otherwise, the consequences would have been disastrous. Big cat, you'll come with me to explore the world. Bai Zhe and Mao Qiu will stay here in the space. Xianming, it's time for me to leave. This place is safe, but it's not meant for me to linger too long, Longli said, setting down her cup. She stood up and left the space, taking the ghost tiger with her. Watching Longli's figure disappear into the distance, Xianming felt a pang of sorrow. A young woman in her prime should be enjoying the warmth and care of her family, yet Longli was the complete opposite. From the first time he met her until now, she had always been wandering the world on her own. He wondered what she had gone through in the past. It must have been something deeply etched into her heart. Outside the space, Longli cautiously scanned her surroundings before moving through the forest with her ghost tiger. Master, there's a spirit beast ahead, the ghost tiger informed her. The dense trees obscured her view, so Longli leapt onto the treetops. Standing on the tip of a branch, she extended her spiritual sense and smiled in delight. It was an 8th-tier spirit beast, a scarlet blood thunder leopard. Slowly, she approached. The leopard, licking its paw, hadn't noticed her presence yet. When it finally sensed her, its body instantly sparked with a web of lightning, taking a defensive stance. Its eyes glowed fiercely, its black fur shimmered, and its massive frame exuded an imposing aura. Human, this is my territory. Leave now, or I won't be merciful, the scarlet blood thunder leopard growled. The leopard was cunning and intelligent. For a human to get this close without it realizing was no ordinary feat. You're quite clever, Longli said with a smirk. I like you. Why not become my spirit beast? Human, don't push your luck. The scarlet blood thunder leopard trembled with rage, its eyes brimming with killing intent. Why would I bully you? Longli replied calmly. If you follow me, it's far better than staying in this forest. Think about it, this place isn't exactly safe. One day you might lose your core and be sold off for money. At least it'll treat you sincerely and provide you with opportunities in the future. The scarlet blood thunder leopard eyed her warily. There was something unsettling about this human. Her aura was chaotic, as if it carried something it feared. Its heart trembled, and it dared not act recklessly. I don't want to be anyone's spirit beast. Leave this place now. It assumed an aggressive posture, attempting to scare her off. Longli sighed. Since you refuse, I won't waste any more words. I gave you a way out, but if you won't take it, then I'll have to settle this by force. Longli drew out the Divine Slayer sword, and for a moment, she was stunned. This was her sword. The blade gleamed with an icy light, with no trace of the rust it once had. She glanced left and right, trying to piece it together. Could it have been during the tribulation when she felt a mysterious power aiding her? Was it this sword? She was momentarily lost in thought. Ahead, the Crimson Thunder Leopard observed Longli, who was muttering to herself and appearing quite odd. Was this human insane? Considering we are both spiritual beasts, I will kindly advise you, don't fight recklessly. Being chosen by the master is your fortune, the ghost tiger, perched proudly on Longli's shoulder, said smugly. The Crimson Thunder Leopard finally noticed the ghost tiger. Humph, you disgrace spiritual beasts. I will fight to the bitter end, it roared. The ghost tiger, seeing the leopard's ungrateful attitude, gave it a pitying look. Suit yourself. Good luck, then. Longli stopped examining the Divine Slayer sword and turned her sharp gaze toward the Crimson Thunder Leopard. Do you really think the lightning surrounding you can protect you? She gripped the sword tightly, and a wave of sword energy swept forth. The Crimson Thunder Leopard dodged with incredible speed and retaliated with a bolt of lightning aimed straight at Longli. I withstood a true lightning tribulation. Do you think this little spark can hurt me? Foolish. Longli neither dodged nor flinched. The lightning dissipated, neutralized by the spiritual energy surrounding her. Unharmed, she leapt forward faster than the eye could follow, channeling her energy into her foot, and delivered a powerful kick to the Crimson Thunder Leopard's head. Arg! With a loud crash, the Crimson Thunder Leopard yelped in pain, its vision spinning as it collided with a tree trunk. Longli pointed the tip of her sword at its throat. Submit or die. Faced with the sharp blade, the Crimson Thunder Leopard's heart raced, blood dripping from its head. I submit. This is a restorative pill. Longli tossed it into the leopard's mouth. I won't form a contract with you, but you must swear absolute loyalty to me. Hearing this, the Crimson Thunder Leopard was pleasantly surprised. Without a contract, it might still have a chance at freedom in the future. I swear to be loyal to my master from this day forward. If I ever break this vow, may I perish under the lightning tribulation. The oath was sealed by the heavenly Tao. The ghost tiger sneered at the Crimson Thunder Leopard. Weren't you just declaring you'd fight to the death? I kindly warned you earlier, but you refused to listen. Now look at you, groveling after being beaten down. Pathetic. You, the Crimson Thunder Leopard stammered, at a loss for words. You what? You're the newest here, so I'm your senior. Disrespect me again, and I'll teach you a lesson. The ghost tiger flexed its claws menacingly. Seeing the two beasts bicker, Longli paid no mind. Humans and beasts alike needed time to bond and adjust. Crimson Thunder Leopard, enter the space. Xianming will take care of you. Before the Crimson Thunder Leopard could react, it vanished, finding itself in an unfamiliar dimension. Turning around, it was startled to see Xianming and Baizhe. I am the master's new spiritual beast. The master said Xianming would arrange things for me, it stammered, trembling. As a spiritual beast, stay here, train, and await your master's call, Xianming said indifferently, not even glancing at the leopard as he sipped tea. Meanwhile, Longli sat atop the ghost tiger. Big kitty, let's head to Sacred Dragon City. From the sky, the view below was breathtaking, a vast expanse of lush greenery, ancient towering trees, and massive stone formations standing like guardians of the mountain range. As Longli admired the scenery, a disturbance ahead caught her attention, waves of spiritual energy and the sounds of battle. She patted the ghost tiger's back. Big kitty, let's go check it out. They landed silently, and the ghost tiger perched on Longli's shoulder. Both concealed their presence as they moved cautiously closer. The dense forest, with its thick trunks and abundant foliage, provided ample cover. Longli leapt onto a towering tree, observing the scene ahead. Not far away, she saw familiar faces: her brother, Long Jiuxiao, and Lan Yutong. Opposing them stood three men in black robes and two strikingly beautiful women. Step aside. My junior brother was taken by that mystical beast, and we must rescue him. Long Jiuxiao's voice was filled with anger, his eyes cold. Long Jiuxiao, don't be so reckless. I'm doing this for your own good, one of the men said dismissively. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you Spirit Fox sect people are up to. You want to sacrifice my junior brother to feed that mystical beast. Don't even try. Long Jiuxiao's tone was sharp, having already seen through their intentions. This Shui Yinzhou was truly despicable. He hadn't expected to encounter members of the Spirit Fox sect during this training mission. Though Shui Yunzhe's scheme was exposed, he remained calm, feigning innocence. I don't understand what you're saying, he said with a sly smile. Lan Yutong's expression darkened. Shui Yunzhou, move aside. Or when I return, I'll have my father demand an explanation from your sect leader. Yutong, why don't you trust me? I'm genuinely looking out for you. Look at your injuries. If something happens to you, how will we explain it to Jialan Academy? Shui Yunzhou said smoothly, fanning himself nonchalantly. When they had arrived, the members of Jialan Academy were already injured, leaving only Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong standing. They were no longer a threat, which set the stage for the confrontation. Once the mystical beast had fed, Shui Yinzhou planned to eliminate Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong as well. Long Jiuxiao, unwilling to waste more words, prepared to fight. Jiuxiao, going after your junior brother now is far too dangerous, and he's likely already dead. There's no point in throwing your life away, said Wenyu, one of Shui Yunzhe's companions, in a detached tone. Out of my way. Long Jiuxiao roared, unleashing a wave of sword energy, his eyes filled with killing intent. Shui Yinzhou exchanged a glance with the man behind him, and they attacked simultaneously. Let's see how strong the top disciple of Jialan Academy really is, Shui Yinzhou sneered. Both Shui Yinzhou and Long Jiuxiao were early-stage spirit profound realm cultivators, but Long Jiuxiao was already injured, putting him at a disadvantage. Shui Yinzhou, you coward. Jiuxiao is already hurt, and you're taking advantage of that? Shameless. Lan Yutong shouted, stepping in front of Long Jiuxiao to shield him. A woman in a pink dress, with a charming yet arrogant demeanor, stepped forward. Lan Yutong, what's your problem? My senior brother is not shameless. If you're weak, don't go around making baseless accusations, she said mockingly. This woman was Mu Jinsi, the Spirit Fox sect's top disciple. With her exceptional talent, she was already at the late stage of the Spirit Void Realm and was naturally proud. Lan Yutong snorted coldly. Oh, it's the Spirit Fox sect's so-called prodigy. Do you want to spar with me? Let's see who's stronger. Fine. Just don't cry for mercy later, Mu Jinsi said with a smirk, looking down on the injured Lan Yutong. What a fool, she thought to herself. Long Jiuxiao glanced at Lan Yutong, a flicker of concern crossing his face. They were both gravely injured and stood no chance against the two opponents before them. Senior sister Yutong, I'll hold them off. You should leave now, he urged. Shui Yinzhou sneered coldly. None of you are leaving. Today you'll both die here. When your dean asks about your fate, I'll truthfully say that you were devoured by mystical beasts, leaving no trace behind. You finally reveal your true colors. I knew all along you were just pretending to be kind, Long Jiuxiao retorted, having already suspected Shui Yunzhou's intentions. When you stepped in front of Shui Yinzhou. Senior brother, how can you act like this, he asked, his voice trembling. When you'd better not be foolish, or the consequence will be death, Shui Yinzhou threatened darkly. When you took half a step back, disbelief clouding his eyes. His most respected senior brother was nothing more than a hypocrite. Junior brother, if you don't want to get involved, step aside. Don't ruin senior brother's plans, Mu Jinsi advised. Enough talking. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed. Today, Long Zhou and Lan Yutong must die. Shui Yinzhou snapped as he closed his folding fan, drawing a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Prepare to die, he shouted, leaping toward Long Zhou. Senior sister Yutong, I'll hold them back. You must escape. Long Zhou shouted as he blocked Shui Yunzhou's attack. Meanwhile, Lan Yutong and Mu Jinsi clashed, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant. Junior brother Zhou, if we leave together. If we're fated to die today, I'll stay by your side, Lan Yutong declared resolutely. Mu Jinsi smirked mockingly. So our beautiful Lan Yutong has a crush on her junior brother? How amusing. Hidden among the trees, Long Li observed the scene unfolding before her. The man being attacked was none other than the original owner's biological brother. Bang! Long Zhou was sent flying, crashing into a tree trunk before rolling to the ground. Cough! Blood spilled from his mouth as he clutched his wound and struggled to stand. Die! Shui Yunzhou lunged forward, his sword aimed straight for Long Zhou's throat. Slash! Bang! At the same time, Lan Yutong, distracted, was struck by Mu Jinsi's sword in the shoulder, and then hit with a palm strike. Boom! Her body flew like a kite with a broken string, landing on the ground with a pale face. Gritting her teeth, she refused to utter a sound of pain. Despite her injuries, Lan Yutong managed a faint, sweet smile as she looked at Long Zhou. Junior brother Zhou. This time, we'll be together forever, she said softly. Long Zhou glanced back at her, his emotions in turmoil. Could it be that senior sister Yutong had feelings for him? How could that be possible? As the realization of their impending death dawned upon them, Long Zhou gazed at the sky and murmured, Sister, I can no longer protect you. Bang! In the nick of time, Shui Yunzhou's sword shattered, and he was sent flying back, tumbling to the ground with disbelief in his eyes. The event happened so quickly that no one could comprehend what had occurred. Long Li, dressed in white and wearing a mask, stepped forward slowly. As she arrived to rescue them, she had already stored the ghost tiger into her spatial space. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Linghu sect? Mu Jinsi shouted angrily. Long Li's sharp gaze landed on the severely injured Long Zhou. Her delicate features showed a hint of anger. After all, she had taken over the original owner's body, and the original owner's brother was now her brother. Seeing Long Zhou covered in blood stirred a pang of heartache within her. Was this the original owner's lingering consciousness? Humph. What is this Linghu sect you speak of? I've never heard of it. You claim to represent the sect, yet you commit senseless killings. Is this the conduct of your so-called Linghu sect? Long Li's voice was icy. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lan Yutong hurried to Long Zhou's side. Junior brother Zhou, are you alright? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, senior sister, Long Zhou replied, his gaze falling on the white-robed woman before them. A flicker of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Mu Jinsi was livid. She had always been the center of attention, yet now she was being humiliated. You wretch! How dare you insult the Linghu sect? You deserve to die, she screamed. But before she could react, Long Li appeared in front of her. Slap! A resounding slap echoed in everyone's ears. Boom! The slap, imbued with spiritual energy, sent Mu Jinsi flying several meters away. She landed in a heap, blood trickling from her mouth, her face swollen and disheveled. Wen Yu rushed to help Shui Yunzhou to his feet, while another woman went to assist Mu Jinsi. Senior sister, are you alright? Get lost. I don't need your fake concern. Mu Jinsi snapped, shoving the woman to the ground. Her eyes burned with rage and humiliation. Never in her life had she been struck, let alone slapped in public. She was on the verge of losing her mind. You wretch, you'll pay for this. Mu Jinsi drew her sword, channeling her spiritual energy to unleash the Linghu sect's ultimate technique, the coiling dragon strike. Long Li's lips curled into a sinister smile. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Boom. With a burst of spiritual energy, she moved like a shadow, striking Mu Jinsi's forehead with her palm. Crash! To everyone's shock, Mu Jinsi's eyes widened in disbelief as blood streamed down her face. She collapsed lifelessly on the ground, her body twitching briefly before going still. Her expression was frozen in eternal unwillingness. Shui Yunzhou and the remaining three were paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling. None of them dared to step forward. Long Li's gaze swept over them, and Wen Yu's face turned ashen as he stared at Mu Jinsi's corpse. Why did you kill her? He asked, his voice shaking. Shui Yunzhou quickly covered his mouth. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Humph. So it's fine for her to kill others, but not for me to kill her? Your Linghu sect is full of hypocrites, shameless to the core. If that's how you operate, then all of you can die today, Long Li said coldly, her voice striking fear into their hearts. The 4 members of the Linghu sect were drenched in cold sweat, realizing they were unlikely to escape alive. Shui Yunzhou, however, forced himself to speak. Miss, if you kill us, do you know what you'll face? The Linghu sect will hunt you down, as will our families. If you spare us, we won't reveal what happened here. Please, show mercy. Though cunning and vile, Shui Yunzhou was no fool. He knew their only chance of survival was to beg for mercy. His words were part threat, part plea, as he tried to secure their lives. Long Li smirked. Shui Yunzhou was indeed clever, but she feared no vengeance. After all, she wasn't using her real identity. Who could possibly find her? Your threats mean nothing to me. If I kill you all here, who would know it was me? Your families won't even have a clue. You may think you're smart, but you've miscalculated. You don't have what it takes to threaten me. Howl. Just as Long Li finished speaking, a beast's roar echoed from the distance. She narrowed her eyes, gazing in the direction of the sound. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto her lips. Shui Yunzhou refused to give up and continued to plead for a chance to survive. Miss, we can offer compensation. Our families are wealthy and powerful. As long as you spare us, we can fulfill your every wish. The roaring of beasts echoed in the distance. Long Li swiftly appeared in front of Long Jiuxiao and took out 2 pills. Take these, she instructed. Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong stared at the pills in disbelief. Who is this woman? 3rd-tier pills. Given away so casually, what kind of extraordinary person is she? What are you waiting for? Long Li urged impatiently. I don't want to deal with 2 injured people during the fight. After a brief moment of astonishment, Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong reached out, took the pills and swallowed them. Thank you, they said. Just then, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Shui Yunzhou lowered his gaze, attempting to use the chaos to escape. He cautiously stepped back a few paces, then turned and gathered his spiritual power, preparing to take flight. However, an overwhelming pressure crushed his defenses, scattering his spiritual energy. The pressure came from Long Li. Young Master Shui, planning to leave without saying goodbye? Her voice was crisp and cold, sending a shiver down Shui Yunzhou's spine. He knew escape was impossible now. His only hope was that the mystical beast might kill this wretched woman, giving him a chance to flee amid the chaos. I wasn't planning to leave, he stammered. I just wanted to climb the tree to see what kind of mystical beast has such an imposing presence. At that moment, they found themselves completely surrounded by beasts. Long Li looked up and saw 3 spiritual beasts, led by a single mystical beast standing behind them. It was a flame demon bear, a 1st-tier mystical beast. Its eyes glowed blood red, its body covered in coarse fur that reeked of blood, a clear sign it had consumed an excessive amount of flesh. The 3 accompanying beasts were a ground fire lizard, a rhinoceros beast, and a night shadow wolf, all spiritual beasts of various tiers. It seemed they were the flame demon bear's subordinates. Such fresh meat, the flame demon bear growled greedily. The last 2 were disappointing, but I didn't expect you to stay and even bring reinforcements. Did you think I wasn't full and came here to offer yourselves as a 2nd course? Drooling uncontrollably, the bear's grotesque demeanor was revolting. Ugh, just look at you, Long Li sneered. You're the most disgusting mystical beast I've ever seen. The flame demon bear licked its lips, unfazed. And you, little human girl, with your tender skin, I can barely control myself. Drool? That's nothing. Soon, I'll cleanse your body with it before savoring you slowly. The bear transformed into its human form, a repulsive, lecherous middle-aged man, and settled onto the rhinoceros beast's back. Long Li's eyes flickered with a hint of killing intent. This opponent would not be easy to deal with. Mystical beasts were vastly different from spiritual beasts. They were far stronger and could shift between forms, gaining agility and adaptability in battle. This flame demon bear was particularly tough, with thick skin that made it highly resistant to attacks. Humph, Long Li scoffed. Even in human form, you're still revolting. No matter how you change, your true nature remains vile and disgusting. The bear's red eyes flashed with anger. Human, you've successfully provoked me. Now feel my wrath. The 3 of you, kill them. As for the girl, she's mine to handle personally. The flame demon bear reverted to its original form and charged straight at Long Li, while the 3 spiritual beasts attacked the others. We'll help the young lady fight it, Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong declared. But Long Li had no intention of letting them assist. Instead, she hoped the 3 spiritual beasts would eliminate the 4 Linghu sect disciples, saving her the trouble of dealing with them later. Drawing her god-slaying sword, Long Li's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. Her clothes billowed in the wind as she unleashed her aura. She leapt into the air, creating a whirlwind in her wake. The flame demon bear roared and spewed flames from its mouth. Die, human. This was the bear's ultimate attack. Its flames could incinerate anything in their path, leaving even survivors gravely injured. The surrounding trees were instantly reduced to ash. Long Li swung her sword repeatedly. 9 heavens annihilation. With her words, spiritual energy surged into her sword, summoning 9 streaks of lightning that coiled around her. A fierce storm erupted, shaking the entire mountain range. The god-slaying sword radiated an intense killing intent, its sheer force reverberating through the air. The flame demon bear felt the oppressive power and involuntarily stepped back. It hadn't expected this human to be a latest-stage spirit king. Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong, unable to contribute, retreated from the battlefield, watching in. They hadn't imagined their savior would be a spirit king-level expert. Meanwhile, Shui Yinzhou and the remaining 3 disciples were locked in battle with the spiritual beasts. Shui Yinzhou wanted to flee, but the beast's coordinated attacks left him no opportunity. Long Li's sword slashed through the air, bolts of lightning trailing behind. She launched a relentless barrage of sword strikes, each one faster and more devastating than the last. Boom, boom, boom. Fire and lightning collided, sending debris flying everywhere. The flame demon bear's massive body staggered back, struggling to stay upright. Long Li, too, was affected, her body tilting slightly in midair. Humph, this disgusting creature is tough, but this ends now. A sharp killing intent radiated from Long Li as she sheathed her sword and gathered spiritual energy in her palms. Moving like lightning, she gave the bear no time to recover. Her swift strikes targeted its vital points, shattering several of its meridians. Curse you, human! I'll kill you. We'll die together if I must. The bear roared in fury. With a swift motion, Long Li summoned her god-slaying sword again and plunged it into the bear's ribs. Gripping the hilt tightly, she channeled her spiritual energy, intending to disembowel the beast. Blood spilled onto the ground, filling the air with its foul stench. The flame demon bear thrashed violently, trying to crush Long Li. She withdrew her sword, which had transformed into a flesh-slicing weapon, carving chunks of meat from the bear's body. The beast trembled as fire spewed from its mouth, its massive claws swiping futilely at Long Li's afterimages. Meanwhile, Shui Yunzhe's group had been reduced to 3, one of them already killed by the beasts. The survivors were severely injured, and Shui Yinzhou, already weakened from Long Li's earlier attack, was in a miserable state, his body covered in wounds. Watching the battle, Long Jiuxiao murmured, "Senior Sister Yutong, this masked woman is incredible. Look at the flame demon barrettes covered in blood from her attacks." Lan Yutong nodded, her tone filled with admiration. "She looks about our age, yet her strength is extraordinary. We thought ourselves geniuses, but compared to her, we're nothing but jokes." Long Li, her spiritual energy running low, casually swallowed a pill. "Big dumb bear, how does it feel to have your flesh sliced off piece by piece? You wretched human. If I die, I'll take you with me," the bear roared in fury. The flame demon bear decided to self-detonate to end the battle, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Let's go to hell together." Long Li remained calm. Self-detonation? So what? The power of a mystical beast's self-destruction was indeed formidable. Long Jiuxiao shouted, "Get out of the way. It's going to blow." Boom. With a deafening explosion, the impact spread in all directions. 3 spirit beasts scattered in panic. Long Jiuxiao grabbed Lan Yutong and retreated rapidly. Unfortunately, Shui Yinzhou and his companions weren't so lucky. Already gravely injured, they lacked the strength to escape and were obliterated, leaving nothing behind, not even their bones. Inside her personal space, Long Li calmly changed into a clean dress. "I've got things to handle outside. I'll head out now." "Master is truly a busy one," Bai Zhe remarked lightly, watching her back. "She needs to grow. This is the path a true warrior must tread," Xianming said softly, his expression gentle as he glanced at the book in his hand. Long Li had already entered her space before the flame demon bear self-detonated. That foolish bear thought it could take her down with it, but it had miscalculated. Outside, the ground was littered with flesh and blood mixed into the soil. Long Li quickly distanced herself and found a clean spot to stand. Long Jiuxiao and Lan Yutong had not yet left. When they saw Long Li, their faces were filled with disbelief. Despite such a massive blast, she was completely unscathed, her white dress still spotless. "You're okay." "That's such a relief," Long Jiuxiao exclaimed. Long Li glanced back at them. "Why are you still here?" "We just wanted to make sure our savior was safe. Now that you're fine, we can leave with peace of mind." "I'm Long Jiuxiao, and this is my senior sister, Lan Yutong. We're disciples of the Jialan Academy. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to find us." "Alright, but you'd better leave quickly. The self-detonation of a mystical beast will surely attract other powerful individuals. If someone from the Linghu sect comes and sees you alive while their disciples are dead, they'll definitely trouble you. If you want to live peacefully, don't mention today's events to anyone." "You're absolutely right. We won't say a word." "Farewell," Long Jiuxiao replied. Being sharp-minded, Long Jiuxiao understood the dire consequences if the Linghu sect discovered him and senior sister Yutong were involved. After all, those who died here included the sex prodigies and even heirs of prominent families. Watching them leave, Longli thought to herself, this elder brother of mine is quite clever, not the stubborn type. Her deep eyes glinted with a faint smile as she leapt 100 meters into the air and summoned her ghost tiger. Big Kitty, you've worked hard. Let's head back to Purple Mist Manor. It is my honor to serve you, master, the ghost tiger replied. Sitting on the tiger's back, Longli looked relaxed. She wondered how things were at Purple Mist Manor now. After Longli and her companions left, several figures descended gracefully to the scene. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The ground was soaked in crimson, littered with mangled flesh. Elderly, the auras of Yunzhou and the others are all here. I'm afraid one of them, a black-robed elder, frowned, his eyes tinged with sorrow. Impossible. They were all geniuses of the Linghu sect. How could this happen? Elderly, the grand elder of the Linghu sect and a spirit sovereign himself, had a pained and icy expression. After scanning the area, he closed his eyes in despair. There are traces of a mystical beast here, as well as a spirit beast. Yunzhou and the others were completely obliterated. Their auras linger here. Damn, that mystical beast itself detonated. They're all dead. The explosion killed them. Elderly clenched his fists tightly, his face full of anguish. They're all gone. How will I face their families? This must be reported to the sect master first. Given the loss of so many prodigies, I'll personally inform their families later, he said, his voice heavy. The others exchanged glances and nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Without another word, they swiftly departed. At Purple Mist Manor, a massive figure hovered in the sky, drawing the attention of everyone below. Who dares to cause trouble at Purple Mist Manor? Hanzhou, standing in the courtyard, narrowed his eyes. As the ghost tiger descended slowly, the crowd finally saw it clearly, a legendary ghost tiger. And on its back sat someone. Hanzhou's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the figure. He quickly stepped forward. Master, you've returned. Longli dismounted gracefully, landing steadily. The place looks well managed. Greetings, Manor Lord. The crowd bowed slightly, their expressions respectful. The ghost tiger shrank down and perched on Longli's shoulder, its small eyes scanning the people. So Master has so many subordinates, it thought. Thank you all for your hard work during this time, Longli said warmly, her eyes softening with a smile. Master, I have something to report, Hanzhou said respectfully. His demeanor had grown even more composed, likely due to his increased strength and position as Vice Manor Lord. Longli took her seat at the head of the hall. Hanzhou and a few others stood below. Have a seat. We can talk, she said casually, sipping her tea. Only then did Hanzhou and the others sit on the chairs flanking the hall. Master, while you were away, the family head came looking for you several times. It seems he wants you to attend Bai Li Qi's grandmother's birthday celebration with him. How did you respond? She asked. The subordinate answered, I informed them that you were still undergoing treatment and could not be disturbed. I neither agreed nor refused, thinking it would be better to let the master decide upon his return. However, the head of the family has expressed that it's time to settle the matter of your marriage with Bai Li Qi. I also had someone monitor the situation in secret and discovered that Long Yu and Bai Li Qi have an unusually close relationship. Long Li idly twirled the teacup in her hand, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. Her so-called father was truly pushing her into the fire pit. Even with everything as it was, he was still fixated on arranging this marriage. A fool marrying into that situation, if she didn't die, she'd surely be tormented. What was the point? She sighed inwardly. Was this love or hate? Tell the family head that I will attend the birthday banquet. Let him know I'm still not fully recovered, half-witted at best. As for Long Yu and Bai Li Qi, those despicable individuals, keep observing them in secret. There's no need to interfere for now. Since everyone is so eager for me to go, I might as well take a stroll. It will give me a chance to assess the Bailey family's internal situation and see if there are any treasures or spiritual veins worth noting, she instructed. The subordinate bowed. Understood, my lady. On another note, the estate's financial situation is thriving. The last batch of pills sold for over 4 million spirit stones, all of which are accounted for in the treasury. As for those capable of cultivation, we currently have 30 individuals, including the beggars we recruited. The strongest among them is a one-armed blood slave. 3 others are at mid-stage Lingkong realm, while the rest are at mid to late Lingdong realm. 30 people? Longli mused, satisfied with the number. For a newly established estate, this was already quite good. With proper training and the aid of pills, their cultivation levels could improve significantly in a short time. The estate also needs to engage in more tangible business ventures, she added thoughtfully. Hanzhou, gather all 30 of them. I have something to say. Moments later, the 30 individuals assembled in the main hall, standing in an orderly fashion. Greetings, master, they said in unison, bowing respectfully. Long Li nodded. No need for formalities. I've called you here today to discuss something important. She scanned the group, noting their respectful demeanor. It seemed Hanzhou had managed them well during this time, and for that, she was quite pleased. Standing below were 30 individuals, all curious and somewhat uneasy as they heard the call to discuss something important. They couldn't help but wonder what the master of the manor wanted to say. Some even grew nervous, fearing they might be asked to leave the manor. After all, this was the first safe haven they had found in a long time, and leaving was the last thing they wanted. There's no need to be afraid, Longli said, her tone serious yet steady. I simply want to ask you all, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me for a lifetime, never to abandon or betray me? Her words carried weight, and her expression was sincere. Longli was prepared to provide these people with precious resources, even rare elixirs, to aid their growth. However, she would only share such secrets with those who were truly loyal. Otherwise, it wasn't worth the risk. Without hesitation, the group knelt in unison and declared, "We vow to serve you as our master for the rest of our lives, never to betray you. Should we break this oath, may we perish during tribulation and never reincarnate." Suddenly, the sky rumbled, and a deafening thunderclap echoed above. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and glowing circles appeared on each person's forehead. Their oath was sealed by the heavens. Longli looked at them with satisfaction, knowing these individuals would become her most devoted followers. She was determined to nurture their potential. "Good," she announced, her voice firm. "It seems I was right to place my trust in you. Now, those of you who have reached Lingkong realm and above, step to the left, the rest of you, to the right." When the group divided, only 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman stood on the left, while the majority moved to the right. Longli waved her hand, and a large box appeared on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Curiosity filled the air as she opened the box, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma that stunned the crowd. "Who is the master of this manor?" someone whispered in awe. "She even possesses such rare elixirs, and not just one." Inside the box lay 2 types of pills, bloodline pills and marrow cleansing pills. Longli explained, "The bloodline pills can enhance the latent power of your bloodline, making it purer and stronger. The marrow cleansing pills will strengthen your meridians, remove impurities, and significantly accelerate your cultivation. Each of you may take one of each." "Are you really going to give these to us?" one person asked, disbelief evident in their voice. "Since you are my subordinates, I will provide you with the resources you need to grow quickly," Longli replied calmly. "Only with real strength can you establish yourselves on this continent." Her words carried an undeniable authority, and everyone present was filled with admiration. They understood that strength was the key to survival. Without it, they would risk becoming slaves or beggars once again. "Hanzhou, come help distribute the pills," Longli commanded as she took a seat. Hanzhou quickly stepped forward, standing respectfully by her side. "Yes, master," he replied. Looking into the box, he noticed the bloodline pills on one side and the marrow cleansing pills on the other. Silently, he marveled at how generous Longli was, casually storing such valuable pills in a simple box rather than individual bottles. As Hanzhou handed out the pills, each recipient held theirs with a mix of shock and reverence, as if they had been given a priceless treasure. They couldn't help but feel grateful for their master's kindness. Not only were their basic needs met, but they were also granted such extraordinary gifts. Following a leader like Longli felt like a blessing. Once the distribution was complete, Longli sipped her tea before rising to address the group. "Take the bloodline pill first, followed by the marrow cleansing pill. The process will be painful, but if you persevere, your strength will improve. If you can't endure even this, I suggest you give up on cultivation now and go home." "Rest assured, master, we will not disappoint you," the group replied in unison, their voices filled with determination. Longli nodded approvingly. "Good. Those on the left, stay here. The rest of you may leave to take the pills." The larger group bowed respectfully before retreating, leaving only the 4 individuals on the left. Longli turned her attention to them. "What are your names?" she asked. "Blood Slave," one man responded. He was tall and muscular, with a beast-like intensity in his eyes, though he was missing an arm. "Asan," said another, a lean man dressed in black, whose refined demeanor stood out against his sharp features. "Long Mao," the third man said. His plain features were offset by the clarity in his eyes, which shone with respect. "Lotus," the woman answered softly. Dressed in a pale green gown, she had a delicate beauty and an air of quiet grace. Hearing their names, Longli's lips twitched slightly. These names were far too rustic. "From today onward, I will personally rename you," she declared. "Blood Slave, you will be called Jianing. Asan, your name is now Ingsan. Long Mao, you will be known as Song Yu. And Lotus, your name shall be Han Yan." "Thank you, master, for bestowing us with new names," the 4 replied in unison, kneeling on one knee. "Stand up," Longli said. "Han Yan, you will stay by my side. The rest of you will follow Hanzhou and learn from him." Jianying, take this grade 4 bone refining pill. It will allow you to regrow your arm. Jianying's eyes filled with emotion as he stepped forward to accept the pill, his hands trembling slightly. Thank you, master, he said, his voice thick with gratitude. Now, go and take your pills. Don't waste this rare opportunity, Longley instructed. The four bowed deeply before leaving. Meanwhile, a ghostly tiger leapt onto the table, its eyes fixed on the pills in the box. Longley chuckled softly. If you want one, big kitty, feel free to take one. The ghost tiger was overjoyed, rolling around on the table nonstop. It couldn't contain its excitement following its master truly paid off, especially with the promise of elixirs to eat. Longley gently patted the ghost tiger's small head. Make arrangements, she instructed. Hanzhou will return to the Long family with me, while the rest of you stay behind to manage the manor. Understood. I'll prepare right away, a subordinate replied. In the main courtyard, Longley idly played with the fur of her large feline companion. Big kitty, tomorrow you'll enter the space to cultivate. I'll call you out if I need you. Master, I'd rather stay by your side, the tiger pleaded. No, Longley said firmly. Tomorrow, I'm going back to the Long family. There will be too many people, and it won't be safe. As you wish, master, the tiger replied obediently, adopting a docile demeanor. After all, it had decided to be a well-behaved companion. Winning its master's favor was the key. It sighed inwardly. What choice did it have? Its strength was lacking compared to the divine beast cub that also followed its master. Since it couldn't compete in power, it would simply be the most loyal and obedient big kitty. Just then, Hanzhou entered the courtyard. Master, everything is ready. Everyone who took the elixirs has advanced to the late stage of the Lingkong realm. Jianying's arm has fully healed, and his strength has even broken through to the early stage of the Lingtian realm. The other three have each reached the early stage of the Lingshan realm. Longley's expression remained calm. As expected. With the support of elixirs, breakthroughs are normal. I'm just surprised that Jianying managed to step into the Lingtian realm. His talent is quite remarkable. She added, tomorrow when we return to the Long family, bring Han Yan along as well. Understood, master, Hanzhou replied before retreating. Longley gazed at the sky. She had been away for about a month now. She wondered if those two wretched individuals missed her at all. At the gates of the Long residence, Longley slowly stepped down from the carriage. Greetings, First Miss. Two guards hurriedly bowed in respect. They remembered all too well how this First Miss had dealt with those who disrespected her during her last visit. She had cut off their legs without hesitation. After all, even the law wouldn't convict a so-called fool for such actions, let alone someone as formidable as her. Han Yan supported Longley as they entered the residence. Hanzhou, Longley instructed, I'm going to see my father. Take Han Yan to my quarters first. Be careful, master, Hanzhou replied, giving Longley a glance before leading Han Yan further inside. Longley strolled through the familiar scenery, her gaze occasionally lifting to the shadows where the secret guards hid. Her eyes narrowed slightly. There were many of them, but their skills left much to be desired. The secret guards felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if the First Miss had noticed their presence. But how could that be? She was supposed to be a fool and a useless one at that. How could she possibly detect them? Longley ignored the shadow guards entirely, humming a little tune as she made her way to Long Batian's study. Knock knock. Father, your daughter is back, she called out cheerfully. Long Batian, startled, nearly dropped what he was holding. He quickly got up to open the door. Liar, you're finally back. How have you been these days? He asked, his eyes full of concern as he examined her from head to toe. I've been doing great. Plenty to eat and drink, and life's been a lot freer than it is here, Longley replied, blinking her large, innocent eyes. Liar, have you fully recovered yet? Long Batian asked cautiously, unsure whether his daughter was back to her normal self or still in a state of confusion. Half-witted, half-recovered, Longley responded lazily. Would have been fine if you hadn't insisted I come back for some birthday banquet, interrupting my treatment midway. Long Batian studied her intently, his gaze filled with doubt. He hadn't fully believed what Hanzhou had told him. After all, how could someone be half-witted and half-sane at the same time? My fault? I'm sorry, he said apologetically. Liar, didn't you used to love Bailey Che? This time, I've decided on your marriage with him. That way, you can be together every day. Doesn't that make you happy? Longley was furious. Happy my foot, she thought. This so-called father of hers was truly brainless. Sometimes he seemed decent, but other times he was downright infuriating. Bailey Che? That moron? And now he wanted to marry her off to him? Ridiculous. Bailey Che. Longley sneered. I remember him. Didn't he run off with my second sister? Father, are you suggesting that we sisters share a husband? Long Batian's face darkened. Liar, what nonsense are you spouting? He snapped. Your sister already explained everything to me. Bailey Che only likes you. She just sees him as a brother-in-law, as an older brother. Everything she's done has been for your sake. Back then, when you chased after Bailey Che, she stayed by your side to protect you, afraid you'd get hurt. So don't say such things again. Longli sneered inwardly, her eyes growing cold. I won't marry Bailey Che, she said bluntly. If father likes him so much, why don't you marry him yourself? I'm not interested. With that, she turned and left. This so-called father is a blind fool, manipulated by a green tea BTCH. What a joke, she thought bitterly. You. Long Badian trembled with rage, unable to control his shaking. He wanted to lash out but realized there was no reasoning with someone who might be mentally unstable. With a heavy sigh, he turned and went back into his study. Peach Blossom Cottage. Longli sat in the courtyard, still fuming. How can someone like that be the head of a household? She thought angrily. Utterly brainless. It's infuriating. Greetings, young miss, a maid named Huan Bai said respectfully. Longli responded curtly, her mood sour. Huan Bai hesitated, looking as if she had something to say. Finally, she dropped to her knees with a thud. Young miss, please save me. The sudden act startled Longli. Get up and talk, she said. Huan Bai stood, tears welling up in her eyes. Just now, the second miss summoned me. She ordered me to put something in your food before the banquet. I refused, and she threatened to have me torn limb from limb if I didn't obey. Young miss, please help me. That green tea BTCH strikes again, Longli thought, her mood darkening. Fine, if she wants a show, I'll let her put on a performance for everyone to see. Show me the poison, she said. Huan Bai pulled a small packet from her sleeve and placed it on the table. Longli picked it up and sniffed it. This venomous woman. She planned to use desire powder on me. This substance wouldn't take effect immediately but would activate 2 hours later, leaving no trace. Go back and tell the second miss you'll do as she says and add the powder to my food, Longli instructed. But what if I fail? She'll kill me. Huan Bai cried, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, Longli reassured her, patting her shoulder. After this is over, I'll send you somewhere safe. Huan Bai calmed down after hearing Longli's words. She was just a lowly maid and didn't want to get involved in her master's affairs. Unfortunately, trouble had found her anyway. Thankfully, she had chosen to trust the right person, her kind-hearted young Mississippi. After Huan Bai left, Longli turned to Han Yan. Keep a close eye on Huan Bai. Yes, miss, Han Yan replied, vanishing into the shadows. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out. Liar, my dear sister, you're back. Before Longli could react, she was pulled into a tight hug. She frowned slightly. It was her elder brother, Long Jiuxiao. Brother, I can't breathe, she said, pushing him away. Why does this man like hugging people so much? Sorry, did I hurt you? Long Jiuxiao asked, his face full of concern. Longli sighed. Someone save me. This brother of mine is so annoying. No, it's just that I'm grown up now. Brother shouldn't hug me so casually anymore, she replied. You've grown up, Long Jiuxiao said, gently patting her head. His touch was tender, his eyes brimming with affection. Longli rolled her eyes inwardly and took a step back. Brother, father said he wants me to marry Bailey Che. Didn't you used to like him? Long Jiuxiao asked, surprised. Like him? Huh. That scumbag? If the original me weren't so foolish, I wouldn't have looked twice at someone like him, Longli scoffed. I don't want to marry him. Besides, you and Bailey Che already have a thing going on. A thing? Long Jiuxiao asked, confused. Yes, they're involved. Do I need to spell it out? Longli said bluntly. How is he so dense? Long Jiuxiao slammed his hand on the table. How dare she? How could Long Yu do such a thing? Liar, don't worry. I'll talk to father. Longli grabbed his sleeve. Brother, I've already told father, but he doesn't believe me. Maybe he just likes you more. Liar, don't be upset. I believe you, Long Jiuxiao said, his tone firm. If that's how things are, I absolutely won't let you marry Bailey Che and suffer. This brother is actually pretty great, Longli thought. In the higher realms, she had been all alone. But now, she had a brother who genuinely cared for her. Brother, there's no need to confront father. Bailey Che himself said he wouldn't marry someone like me. The engagement won't succeed during the banquet. Brother, I understand everything, I just don't want to say it out loud, Longli said softly. Long Jiuxiao's eyes filled with pity as he looked at her. If you don't have anyone you like, brother will take care of you for the rest of your life. I won't let anyone hurt you. Really? Brother, you're the best, Longli said, blinking her large eyes. She saw the compassion in Long Jiuxiao's gaze. This was what familial love must feel like. She had never experienced it before. In the higher realms, her father had been consumed by cultivation, never truly caring for her. Her mother had passed away early. In the grand gilded halls of the Imperial Princess Palace, her days were filled with either cultivation or loneliness. She had long grown accustomed to being alone. As night fell, a shadowy figure approached the vicinity of the sacred Dragon Hall. It was none other than Longli. She had been observing in the shadows for a long time and found the weakest spot to slip inside. The full moon hung high, and under its glow, her figure seemed particularly petite. Truly befitting of the overlord of this sacred dragon continent, this place was teeming with experts. Even the outer perimeter guards were at the Lingshan realm. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves as Longli moved like a ghost, skillfully evading the guards' patrols. She reached out to communicate with Xianming, her space spirit. Xianming, can you sense any signs of a spiritual vein here? Xianming, who had been leisurely sipping tea, froze for a moment. Where exactly are you right now? In someone else's lair, Longli replied. There are powerful experts here, so I don't dare investigate too thoroughly. That's why I'm asking for your help to sense any spiritual veins or treasures, for that matter. Ideally, the treasure vault. Xianming put down his teacup. Alright, you're the master of this space. Let me extend my divine sense. Okay. With a thought, Longli activated her connection, and Xuanming's divine sense emerged. It swept through the area briefly, before Xianming smirked. The treasure vault is in that tall building directly ahead of you. However, there are 2 Linghuang realm experts guarding it. As for the spiritual veins, they're located in the forest behind the building. There are at least 5 of them, but if I'm not mistaken, there's a formation protecting them. 5 spiritual veins? The Bailey family is certainly generous. This is quite the jackpot. Longli exclaimed gleefully. Don't celebrate too soon, Xianming said, tempering her excitement. With your current strength, you'll be discovered if you try to approach. Xianming wasn't trying to discourage her. It was simply the truth. He didn't want Longli to recklessly charge into danger. Xianming, isn't the area with the spiritual veins unguarded? I'll just check out the formation. It may be unguarded, but be cautious. I also sense something unusual in the forest. There's a formation protecting it, and I couldn't probe too deeply. However, I detected a presentia Lingshang realm aura. I suspect this forest is a place for cultivation. Longli's excitement immediately cooled at the mention of a Lingshang realm expert. If she were caught, she'd be obliterated in an instant. I still want to take a look, she insisted. Xianming, help me sense the movements of the experts. Warn me if anyone gets close. Alright, but be careful. If things go south, retreat into the space immediately, Xianming reminded her. Got it. Longli cautiously made her way toward the forest. Surprisingly, there were no guards stationed there. Step by step, she approached, but as she was about to enter, an invisible barrier rebounded her forcefully. Longli flipped midair and landed a half step back to steady herself. Xianming, have you studied formations before? She asked. I have. Let me take a look at this one. Xuanming's voice carried a hint of amusement. It's good to have someone capable around, huh? You can just sit back and relax. This is a 5-element spirit gathering array, Xianming explained. It gathers spiritual energy while also serving as a defensive formation. I can tear open a small gap for you to pass through. His ethereal form appeared beside Longli, his eyes narrowing slightly. This formation doesn't seem to be from the lower realm, Longli observed, studying the transparent barrier. Correct. This is something from the upper realm. The fact that you recognize it means the Bailey family isn't ordinary. The revelation that the seemingly small Bailey family had ties to the upper realm caught Longli off guard. Xianming, I want to go inside and investigate. No problem, but be extremely cautious. There are likely formidable experts inside, ones you can't imagine, Xianming warned. He had sensed as much earlier but couldn't confirm due to the formation's interference. As Longli slipped inside, a figure in black robes appeared behind her. The man was heavily cloaked, with only his eyes visible. He tore a gap in the barrier and followed her in. Inside the formation was a mountain range. Under the moonlight, its vastness stretched endlessly into the horizon. Flight was impossible here. One could only traverse it on foot. Longli, there are no guards here, but there are powerful beings in the heart of the mountain. Their aura is incredibly strong, at least 10 Lingsheng realm experts, Xianming reported. Longli froze mid-step. What? 10 Lingsheng realm experts? No wonder the Bailey family can act so arrogantly. They've got serious backing. She continued, venturing deeper into the forest. The black-robed man paused where Longli had just stood, feeling the lingering trace of her aura. It's her, he murmured. After over an hour of walking, Longli reached what appeared to be a spiritual herb garden. It was filled with rare herbs, and the trees bore an abundance of spiritual fruits. Her eyes lit up, and she began harvesting the treasures with remarkable speed, flitting across the garden like a shadow. Meanwhile, the black-robed man perched on a tree, watching her with interest. Fate really has a funny way of bringing us together, woman. Let's see where you'll run this time. Unaware that she was being watched, Longli happily gathered the herbs, clearing out the entire garden. Xianming, where are the spiritual veins? They're near those powerful experts. It's too dangerous for you to approach, Xianming cautioned. If I can bury another spiritual vein in the space, the spiritual liquid will flow completely. I have to take the risk, Longley said, gritting her teeth as she moved toward the location of the veins. This woman has no regard for her life, the black-robed man muttered under his breath as he followed her. At the center of the mountain range stood an ancient estate, surrounded by spiritual energy, so dense it was 100 times that of the outside world. With 5 spiritual veins beneath it, the estate exuded an aura of prosperity. Longley held her breath, observing the scene like a cat stalking its prey. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. These old codgers sure know how to live well. The estate was grand and majestic, with pavilions, flowing streams, and lush greenery. The plants thrived under the nourishment of the spiritual veins, creating an idyllic, almost celestial atmosphere. Xianming, where are the spiritual veins? She asked. They're at the 5 corners of the estate, Xianming replied. I need to get inside. Can I even manage that? Longley muttered, feeling dejected. If she entered the estate, she'd be discovered within moments. There'd be no way out. Honestly, I think you should retreat while you still can. Come back when you're stronger, Xianming advised, crossing his arms. He knew the risks were far too great for her current abilities. Longley lowered her gaze, clenching her fists tightly. She bit her lower lip in frustration. If I don't look out for myself, who will? For the spiritual veins, I'm willing to gamble everything. With a swift movement, she slipped into the estate. The courtyard was eerily quiet as she quickly located the spiritual veins. Her eyes sparkled with excitement when she saw them. Taking out a dagger, she began digging. The spiritual veins were confined to this area, and it didn't take her long to unearth them. She resembled a little mouse burrowing into the ground, while the black-robed man leaned against a tree, watching with amusement. Under the moonlight, his eyes gleamed with a smile. Just as Longley's fingers grasped the spiritual vein, the inevitable happened. Who dares to be so bold as to steal from the Bailey family? A gray-robed elder appeared, his sharp eyes glinting like an eagle's as he fixed his gaze on Longley. It was the look of a predator locking onto its prey. Longley jolted awake, standing up abruptly with the spiritual vein in her hand. With a thought, she stored it into her space. You old geezer. Can't you walk without making a sound? Yelling like that nearly gave me a heart attack, she snapped. Run, Longley, you're no match for him. Xianming's worried voice echoed in her mind. You've got a death wish, the gray-robed elder roared, his eyes shooting out twin beams of spiritual energy aimed directly at Longley's forehead. She dodged swiftly, using the opportunity to leap out of the courtyard. She darted and weaved through the shadows, but just as she thought she'd escaped, an oppressive force slowed her down, and she felt her spiritual energy dissipating. This old geezer's got some skills, she muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth. Though her spiritual energy was failing her, her legs didn't falter, she could still run. Longley. You're surrounded. Xianming's voice was filled with concern. Sure enough, 3 elderly men encircled her. Longley's brows furrowed, a trace of gravity in her expression. This is going to be tricky, she muttered under her breath. She couldn't even discern their cultivation level, an unsettling sign. Be careful, Longley, they're all at the Spirit Saint realm, Xianming warned. Upon hearing this, Longley sneered inwardly. A spirit king at the late stage like her, going up against 3 spirit saints? She might as well be punching cotton, utterly futile. Speak. Who sent you to steal the spiritual vein? One of the elders' voices boomed, a powerful pressure emanating from him that made Longley's heart skip a beat. I say, you've lived this long, shouldn't you be heading to the underworld instead of bullying others? The spiritual vein is ownerless, a gift from nature. How can taking it be considered theft? I'm simply claiming what's free for all, Longley retorted boldly. Quite the sharp tongue you've got, sneered one of the elders in black robes. The spiritual vein may be ownerless, but it's already in the hands of the Bailey family. You'd best hand it over if you want to keep your corpse intact. His gaze locked onto Longley, filled with murderous intent, as though he was staring at a dead woman. The Bailey family? Disgusting. Every single one of you, young or old. You're all equally revolting. Longley shot back defiantly, her eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. Even in the face of death, she refused to bow. The elder in white standing at the forefront scrutinized Longley closely. There was no trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on her, nor could he discern her cultivation level. There's something on her, some sort of treasure, he murmured to himself. You've taken the Bailey family's spiritual vein. Hand it over and tell us who's behind you, and I might consider letting you go. The white-robed elder, Bailey Howe, proposed. Elder brother, no. This little thief must die, the gray-robed elder interjected angrily. Second brother, silence. Bailey Howe commanded. The gray-robed man, illuminated by the moonlight, was none other than Bailey Mo, who had been at the site of the thunder tribulation that day. So they're trying to trick me, huh? Crafty old foxes, Longley thought with a cold smile. Fine, if they want to play games. I'll play along and wait for a chance to escape. Feigning a timid demeanor, she said, to be honest. The one behind me is an old Mani, don't know who he is. He gave me a large sum of money and sent me here, saying this place was full of decrepit scoundrels and scum. I believed him and came here. Bailey Howe's expression darkened, his eyes twitching. Could it be those old bastards from the Tuoba family? He muttered. Do you know where this man is now? Bailey Mo demanded. Longley lowered her gaze, her eyes darting craftily. I can lead you to him, but you must promise not to kill me. Once we get there, he'll return the spiritual vein. Elder brother, this reeks of a trap. We must be cautious, Bailey Mo warned, his deep eyes glinting with suspicion. Bailey Howe glanced at Longley's frail frame, a fleeting sneer curling his lips. A lowly ant like her, what could she possibly do? Let's see who dares to provoke the Bailey family. Seeing their hesitation, Longley's eyes gleamed with calculation. Once I'm out of the Bailey estate, I'll slip into my spatial dimension. Let's see who can touch me then, she thought. Several powerful elders are supporting me, and their abilities are far beyond ordinary. Surely the esteemed elders of the Bailey family wouldn't be afraid, she added, goading them. Fine. Lead the way. But if you dare deceive me, you'll end up like this tree, Bailey Howe said coldly before striking a nearby tree with his palm, reducing it to splinters. Feigning fear, Longley stammered, I wouldn't dare. Bailey Howe smirked disdainfully. An ant will always be an ant, so pitifully timid. Just you wait, old man. Once we're outside, you'll be saying goodbye, Longley thought as she led the way, the three elders following closely behind. Not far away, a man in black observed with a faint smile. What a clever woman. I'm curious to see how she'll escape from these three, he mused. Longley successfully led them out of the Bailey estate, heading west. Bailey Howe stopped her. Where is he? Honestly, I'm not sure. Let's wait here for a bit. He can sense my presence and should show up soon, Longley said, her gaze downcast, planning her escape. Bailey Howe and Bailey Mo exchanged a glance before attacking in unison. Boom. The force of their combined strike sent Longley flying, blood spurting from her mouth. You old bastards. Attacking me out of nowhere, she cursed. Bailey Mo flashed forward, raising his hand for another strike. Just as Longley prepared to retreat into her spatial dimension, she was suddenly swept into a warm embrace. A hand gently wiped the blood from her mouth. Who are you? She asked, startled. Let's deal with these pests first. We can catch up later, the man replied, his voice rich and magnetic, carrying a hint of allure. Catch up? Longley repeated, puzzled. She didn't know anyone here. Was this man insane or mistaking her for someone else? Bailey Howe's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the newcomer. He couldn't gauge the man's strength, a rare occurrence. Could this be the thief's accomplice? He wondered. Longley hesitated to use her spatial dimension to escape. It was her trump card, one she wouldn't reveal unless absolutely necessary. Second brother, third brother, capture them. That man must be in league with the thief. Bailey Howe commanded. The three elders attacked simultaneously, their combined pressure suffocating. Longley, still in the man's arms, felt overwhelmed by the sheer force. Her own strength was far too inferior to contend with such power. Sensing her discomfort, the man created a protective barrier around them. Longley immediately felt relief. His strength was astonishing. Bailey Howe's eyes narrowed further, his killing intent surging. You're seeking death, he growled. The man holding Longley didn't move, but a cold smile played on his lips. With a single glance, a terrifying aura erupted from him, nullifying the elder's spiritual energy attacks. The three men froze, their bodies trembling, unable to even breathe properly. Standing there with Longley in his arms, the man exuded an oppressive presence that sent chills down their spines. Bailey Howe's voice quivered as he asked, Who are you? You're not worthy of knowing. Leave now if you value your lives, the man replied coldly, his words like a mountain pressing down on Bailey Howe's chest, making it hard for him to breathe. You dare oppose the Bailey family? You've got guts. Bailey Mo shouted angrily, lunging forward with an attack aimed at the black-clad man. The black-clad man's clothes fluttered in the wind. With his face obscured by a black cloth, Longley could only see his chin and eyes. Yet, there was something strangely familiar about those eyes. She racked her brain, trying to recall where she had seen them before. His grip on her tightened, and a cold, murderous glint flashed in his gaze. You want to die? I'll grant your wish today, he said coldly. Second brother, come back. Bailey Howe shouted urgently. But it was too late. Elder brother, Bailey Mo's words cut off abruptly, leaving only a mangled mess of blood and flesh. The black-clad man hadn't even moved, yet the sheer crushing force of his killing intent annihilated a spirit saint in an instant. Longley's heart skipped a beat. This man's strength was terrifying, undoubtedly a master in the nascent soul stage. Bailey Howe, watching his second brother reduced to nothing, trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way. Any thoughts of revenge vanished as he turned and fled. The black-clad man raised an eyebrow, looking at the woman in his arms. He despised others getting close to him, yet for some reason, he didn't dislike this woman. In fact, he found her presence strangely appealing. "Put me down," Longley demanded, her brows furrowed, pushing against his chest. "Don't you remember me?" the man asked, his voice calm yet probing. Longley blinked, studying his eyes carefully. Her heart raced. This man resembled the rogue from the hot spring. "Rogue," she blurted out. The man's expression darkened slightly. "Rogue? How did he become a rogue?" He hadn't done anything back then, yet this cruel woman had knocked him out cold. "Woman, how exactly am I a rogue? I didn't even do anything that day. In fact, I haven't even settled the score with you for ambushing me." The memory of being knocked unconscious clearly bruised his pride. This woman was truly audacious. "Let me go first," Longley insisted, pushing against him with all her might. But the man didn't budge, her efforts akin to a kitten scratching his chest, ticklish and utterly ineffective. "Woman, I saved your life. There's a saying, a life-saving debt should be repaid with devotion. While I have no romantic interest in you, you could at least serve as a maid by my side," he teased, his tone light yet arrogant. Longley scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "What a narcissist. Serve as your maid? You really know how to dream big. I didn't ask for your help, did I? Without you, I wouldn't have died either. Stop flattering yourself and let me down." The man was momentarily speechless, his frustration evident. This woman was truly one of a kind. She had the uncanny ability to infuriate him within seconds. In the shadows, Xue Ying and Tianlang exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Their master, who normally detested physical contact, was now holding on to someone and refusing to let go. Not only that, he had personally dealt with the Bailey clan's elder. Could it be that their eternally aloof master was finally showing signs of affection? Longley gathered her spiritual energy and forcefully broke free from the man's grip, landing steadily on her feet. "Rogue. Last time, you nearly drowned me. This time, I'll let it slide since you meddled on your own accord. But don't expect a thank you. Farewell." With that, she turned to leave. The man grabbed her arm before she could go. "What's your name?" Longley shook off his hand, channeling her spiritual energy, and disappeared into the night. "Interesting," the man murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. He pulled down his face covering, revealing a strikingly handsome face bathed in moonlight, his features otherworldly yet devilishly charming. His thin lips curved into a slight smirk. Tianlang stared at his master in shock. Was he smiling? In all his years of serving, he had never seen this before. Perhaps, just perhaps, they might soon have a mistress. "Xue Ying, follow her. Find out where she's staying," the man ordered, his tone now icy and commanding. Meanwhile, Longley leapt to a nearby location and slipped into her personal space. Xianming stepped forward to steady her swaying figure. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, her voice calm despite her injuries. "Just some internal damage. My organs took a hit." She retrieved a pill and swallowed it, her complexion improving slightly. Xianming helped her into a chair. "You were too reckless this time." "Reckless, yes, but the rewards were worth it. The space needed the nourishment of spiritual veins." Longley's face regained some color, and the pain subsided. "That black-clad man who held you, his aura was immensely powerful. When he appeared, my spiritual sense was forcibly withdrawn into the space," Xianming admitted. "His strength is formidable. I suspect he's in the late nascent soul stage." Longley nodded in agreement. "He's strong, no doubt about it. But one day, he'll reach that level too." "Do you know him?" Xianming asked, his tone casual but curious. Longley's gaze dropped. "Did sharing a soak in a hot spring count as knowing him?" "Hardly." "No, I don't." "Then why would he save you?" "Perhaps he mistook me for someone else." "It doesn't matter. We won't cross paths again." "Xianming, I want to go into seclusion and break through." Her recent injuries had made her acutely aware of her limitations. While she could handle opponents of her generation, facing these ancient powerhouses was an entirely different story. The disparity in strength was too great. Crossing one realm was manageable, but two was insurmountable. Xianming nodded. "The spiritual liquid is gathering slowly. You can use it to aid your breakthrough. With the support of the spiritual vein, it will accumulate faster." His eyes shone with joy at the abundance of resources in their space. It boded well for Longley's growth and the development of the divine beasts. Feeling much better, Longley stood and walked outside. True to Xianming's words, the spiritual liquid was indeed accumulating. She filled a small porcelain bottle and returned to the alchemy room. The room was unchanged. Sitting cross-legged, she consumed a spirit-gathering fruit and drank the spiritual spring water. The sweet liquid filled her mouth with an overwhelming surge of energy. She was astonished. This was truly a treasure. In her previous life, she had only heard of such things but never experienced them. Now, in this second chance at life, these heavenly resources were within her grasp. As the spiritual liquid coursed through her, the energy around her intensified 100-fold. The presence of the spiritual vein made the space's aura incredibly dense. The energy seemed to converge entirely around her, swelling her body like a balloon. If this continued, she might explode. Just then, her two contracted beasts, both in seclusion, absorbed the overflowing energy. Bai Zhe frowned slightly. Where did the master find such concentrated spiritual energy? Still, the benefits were undeniable. Meanwhile, Zhangjiu, still in its egg, floated midair, spinning as the energy enveloped it. Long Li sensed the energy dispersing and narrowed her eyes. Break, she commanded. At her word, everything shifted. The gathered energy condensed, propelling her directly into the early Spirit Emperor stage. After stabilizing her cultivation, Long Li slowly opened her eyes, her face glowing with joy. As she opened the door, Bai Zhe was already standing outside. Master, Bai Zhe greeted softly, a faint smile on his face. He seemed to have grown taller, his features more defined, resembling a young boy. Yet, his mature and composed gaze didn't match his youthful appearance. Ah, you seem to have grown taller, Long Li said, reaching out to pat Bai Zhe's head in a comforting, almost motherly gesture. Bai Zhe instinctively wanted to dodge, but her gentle touch made him reluctant to move away. Master, during your cultivation just now, I absorbed some spiritual energy, which helped me grow a little, Bai Zhe explained. His words made Long Li realize something. Earlier, when she felt as though she was about to lose control due to an overflow of spiritual energy, half of it had been absorbed by her two divine beasts, it seemed. The spiritual energy in the space is denser than before, and now there's even spiritual liquid. Does that mean you'll reach maturity faster? She asked. Bai Zhe lowered his gaze slightly. Reaching maturity as a divine beast isn't that simple. It requires not just cultivation but also rare treasures and an abundance of opportunities. However, Master, I will do my best to mature quickly so I can fight alongside you. Good boy, Long Li said with a maternal smile. Bai Zhe glanced at her, feeling slightly awkward under her doting expression. Master, the egg is about to hatch, Bai Zhe informed her. Being a divine beast, he could sense it clearly. The egg would soon break its shell, and with its emergence, a heavenly tribulation would follow. He wanted his master to be prepared. If Zhangjiu successfully hatches, and the tribulation descends, will we need to leave the space for it to occur? That could be troublesome, Long Li mused, her face clouded with worry. The outside world was far too dangerous for her liking. Thank you for letting me know. Master, when a divine beast is born, the tribulation is inevitable. Please be prepared. I don't want you to get hurt, Bai Zhe said sincerely, his voice filled with genuine concern. As Bai Zhe spoke, Xianming entered, holding Mao Qiu in his arms. Behind him followed the ghost tiger and the scarlet thunder leopard. Long Li, congratulations on your breakthrough, Xianming said with a smile, exuding a fatherly warmth. Mao Qiu immediately jumped into Long Li's arms, nuzzling her affectionately. Long Li patted Mao Qiu's fluffy little head. Good Mao Qiu. This breakthrough was dangerous, but the result was worth it. Xianming, since it's just the two of us here with the beasts, let's give each of them a bottle of spiritual liquid daily. When the spirit fruits are ripe, you can decide the best time for them to consume them. This should help them advance faster. She wanted her divine beasts to progress quickly. If their strength was too low when she ascended to the higher realm, they wouldn't be able to accompany her. She was still uncertain if this space could evade the scrutiny of the heavenly laws. The ghost tiger and the scarlet thunder leopard's eyes lit up with joy. Their master was so kind, giving them such precious resources. They were deeply moved. Thank you, Master. We will work hard to cultivate and not let you down, they said in unison. I believe in you. You'll surely ascend to the level of divine beasts, Long Li encouraged them. Bai Zhe, with a mature demeanor, stood beside Long Li, hands clasped behind his back. Though he said nothing, he silently vowed to reach maturity as soon as possible. The incident earlier, where Long Li was injured, had left a deep impression on him. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he better protect his master. Xianming, do you have any books on formations or artifact crafting in your collection? I'd like to study them. It's always good to be prepared, Long Li asked. In the higher realm, she had focused solely on cultivation and had neglected other skills. Now, she intended to master formations, alchemy, and artifact crafting to become a well-rounded practitioner. I have plenty. If you want to study formations or crafting, I can guide you through them, Xianming offered, fully supportive of her desire to learn. After all, having more skills was always advantageous. Not today. I need to head out. My so-called father is taking me to the Bailey family's birthday banquet, where he plans to arrange an engagement for me, Long Li said nonchalantly. She wasn't bothered by the idea, as the banquet promised to be an eventful occasion, and she was looking forward to the drama that would unfold. At her words, Bai Zhe's eyes turned icy. Who dared to think they were worthy of his master? Even the beasts behind him seemed to grow tense. Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Longley muttered, sensing the sudden change. You're getting engaged? Is this what your heart desires? Xianming asked, frowning. Desires? Bai Li Che is nothing more than a disgusting excuse for a person. This engagement is my father's idea. I'm merely going to put on a show and turn it into a farce, Longley replied dismissively. Hearing this, Bai Zhe relaxed slightly, and Xianming, with his fatherly instincts, also felt reassured. He had been worried that Longley, being inexperienced, might fall victim to some sweet-talking man. Choosing a partner was no trivial matter. Master, did that disgusting person ever hurt you? Bai Zhe asked coldly. Well, you could say that. He once conspired with my half-sister to sever my tendons and push me off a cliff, Longley admitted, her tone indifferent. Though this had happened to the original owner of her body, their souls were now united, so it was a part of her story as well. In a way, it had been a blessing in disguise, leading to her current opportunities. Bai Zhe and Xianming's eyes were filled with killing intent. They couldn't fathom how someone as strong-willed as Longley had endured such despair in the past. I'll kill them, Bai Zhe declared, his aura turning terrifyingly oppressive. The ghost tiger and scarlet thunder leopard instinctively stepped back. They thought to themselves, fine, kill them if you must. But why unleash your aura on us? They dared not voice their complaints. Calm down. I'll handle my revenge myself. They're just two rats. Crushing them will be all too easy. My half-sister's performance at the banquet will be her last. As for Bai Li Che, he's the young master of the Bai Li family. Killing him is simple, but I lack the strength to take down the entire Bai Li family, Longley said, her eyes flashing with cold determination. Those two would pay dearly for their actions. Does your father not care for you? Xianming asked, puzzled. A father who truly loved his daughter wouldn't allow those who harmed her to roam free, let alone arrange for her to marry into such a family. Longley smiled faintly. My so-called father isn't much of a parent, but it doesn't affect me. Xianming's heart ached for her. How could a child not care about her father? Don't worry. You have us now, he said sincerely. At that moment, he wished he could leave the space and stand as her shield, protecting her from all harm. I'm not upset. He is who he is and I am who I am, Longley replied. She couldn't understand Xianming's thoughts. To her, this father was merely a figure from the original owner's past. If he treated her well, she would repay him with filial respect. If not, she would simply live her own life unaffected. Good? Just don't bear everything alone, Xianming said, his tone heavy with emotion. Now go on. Don't be late. All right. You all stay here and cultivate. I'll be back soon, Longley said before disappearing from the space. Bai Zhe's face darkened, a hint of pain flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward and asked, did the master endure a lot of suffering in the past? Xianming stared at Longley's departing figure, his gaze tinged with emotion. I don't know much about her past. The first time I saw her, she was covered in blood, with her tendons severed. She looked utterly miserable. At that time, she didn't have a trace of spiritual power left in her. Bai Zhe clenched his fists, his violet eyes flashing with a cold, intense light. I knew it, Master Shi. He stopped mid-sentence, turned around, and left to train. He was determined to reach maturity and eliminate all those who had wronged his master. The other beasts watched Bai Zhe leave and quietly went off to train as well. The conversation that day left them all feeling despondent. To think their radiant and noble master had endured such hardships, it stirred a deep sense of protectiveness within them. To protect her, they knew they had to grow stronger. Xianming let out a sigh. Such a good child, why must she endure such a fate? The pain of betrayal must weigh heavily on her. Longley, unaware of the impact her words had on her beasts, left the space and returned to the Peach Blossom Cottage. Han Yan approached her with concern. Master, where have you been? We were all so worried. Even the young master came looking for you. Longley removed her outer garment and stepped into the bath. I want to take care of something. In the future, don't worry too much when I go out. Did my brother say anything? The young master asked you to prepare yourself well and join him for a banquet at the Sacred Dragon Hall at noon, Han Yan replied, gently washing Longley's hair with careful hands, afraid of causing her pain. I see. What about Wanbai? Any news? Longley asked, leaning back against the edge of the tub with her eyes closed. Longyu approached her and demanded she administer the medicine today, or else she'd be killed. Wanbai promised to carry it out, Han Yan reported truthfully. What do you think of Wanbai? Longley inquired. She's quite clever, with clear and honest eyes, not the scheming type. Judging by her behavior around Longyu, she knows how to adapt and endure. However, she seems timid. After leaving Longyu, she cried in a corner for a long time. She must have been terrified, Han Yan said with a hint of sympathy. As a servant herself, she understood how powerless Wanbai's position was and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for her. Once this matter is resolved, if she wishes to leave the manor, give her some money. If she doesn't, send her to Ziwu Manor to live there, Longley instructed. Rising from the bath, Long Li changed into a white gown. She favored whitite symbolized purity and simplicity to her. Han Yan adorned her hair with elegant, understated accessories, though Long Li initially resisted. These ornaments were a gift from her brother, and he had insisted she wear them. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Long Li was quite satisfied. This face resembled her previous one more and more. Knock knock. Liar, are you ready? Long Jiuxiao called from outside the door. As the door opened, Long Li saw her brother standing there. He was dressed in a snow-white brocade robe, with a belt embroidered with a dragon motif and a fine jade pendant hanging from it. His hair was neatly tied up, exuding an air of nobility. He looked every bit the dashing and elegant gentleman. Brother, you look even more handsome today, Long Li praised. With her crescent-shaped smile, clad in her white gown and adorned with simple yet refined ornaments, Long Li moved with the grace of an ethereal fairy descending to the mortal realm. Liar, you're stunning today, the most beautiful person I've ever seen, Long Jiuxiao complimented sincerely. His sister's beauty was otherworldly, as if untouched by the mundane world. Long Li smiled faintly. Thank you, brother, for the compliment. Liar, let's go. Father and the others are waiting outside the manor, Long Jiuxiao said, taking her small hand and leading her out. Outside, Long Badian and Long Yu were already waiting. As they looked up, they were momentarily stunned by Long Li's appearance. Long Baishan's eyes reddened slightly. This was his pair of children. Long Yu, however, was filled with jealousy. How could this fool look so beautiful today? And dress so pristinely? Since when did this fool stop obeying her? Today, she'd make sure to ruin her. Brother, sister, let's get in the carriage, Long Yu said sweetly. Long Jiuxiao didn't even glance at her and led Long Li to his own carriage. Father, well, go ahead, he said. Long Badian knew his son was still upset over Liar's marriage arrangement. He sighed. It was all for the good of the Long family, and besides, didn't Liar like Bailey Che? Inside the carriage, Long Li looked around at the interior. Brother, your carriage is so spacious. As long as Liar likes it, Long Jiuxiao replied. He thought back to his conversation with their father about Liar's marriage. Their father was adamant about marrying her off to Bailey Che, as if blinded by foolishness. It truly seemed, as Liar had said, that Long Yu had become their father's favorite. Looking at Long Li, his heart ached. If their mother were still alive, Liar wouldn't have suffered so much. At the gates of the sacred Dragon Hall, a grand and bustling scene unfolded. Luxurious carriages arrived one after another, and those stepping out were all dressed in opulence, their statuses distinguished. Long Li gazed at the majestic and imposing hall, a mocking smile playing on her lips. The Bailey family had just lost an elder, yet they still held a birthday banquet. How ironic. Liar, we've arrived. Let me help you down, Long Jiuxiao said, stepping out of the carriage and offering his hand. Long Badian had already disembarked and approached them. Jiuxiao, take care of Liar today. Let's head in. Don't worry, father. Yuer will also look after sister, Long Yu said with a seemingly considerate expression. You're always so thoughtful. Take good care of your sister, Long Badian said with satisfaction. Yuer had always been such a sensible child. Long Li almost gagged. This father-daughter duo was utterly revolting. Brother, I feel sick, she muttered. Liar, what's wrong? Long Jiuxiao asked, puzzled. She'd been fine earlier that morning. Long Li pursed her lips. Am nauseated by father and Yuer. Her blunt words made Long Baishan's face darken. Liar, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just stating the truth. Father, one day you'll lose everything. When that day comes, don't cry, Long Li said indifferently. Long Badian didn't understand her cryptic words. He assumed she was having another episode and snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Do you even know what kind of occasion this is? Get inside. If father thinks him such a disgrace, then let me go back, Long Li said, her eyes narrowing as her earlier smile vanished. Truly, she thought some people didn't know when to quit. Long Jiuxiao sighed with frustration. Liar, don't be upset. Your brother is here for you. Brother, I don't want this father anymore. Whoever wants him can have him. From now on, I only have you, Long Li said softly. Long Jiuxiao felt conflicted. Though he harbored resentment toward their father, he was still their father. He didn't know how to respond and remained silent. Long Badian, overhearing her words, paused in his steps. Had he been too harsh? With a sigh, he continued walking. Meanwhile, Long Yu's heart brimmed with glee. Father was growing more and more displeased with this fool. A fool like her thought she could compete with Long Yu? What a joke. The head of the Long family has arrived, a servant announced loudly. Inside the grand hall, the heirs of various prestigious families had already gathered. Long Li followed closely behind Long Jiuxiao as they entered. The jade floor gleamed underfoot. The eaves carved from purple sandalwood exuded intricate craftsmanship, and a massive luminous pearl hung from the ceiling. Chairs were neatly arranged on either side, while dancers performed gracefully for the guests' entertainment. Isn't that the infamous simple-minded eldest daughter of the Long family? Someone whispered. Really? Doesn't seem like it. She's stunning. Almost celestial. How could that fool look this beautiful? Look, the young master of the Long family is holding her hand. It's definitely her. But honestly, how can someone so foolish look this breathtaking? She's an absolute beauty. Beautiful, yes, but a pity she's a fool who can't cultivate. Even if she weren't, she wouldn't be within our reaches, the fiancée of Bai Li's young master. I doubt Bai Li's young master would actually marry her, someone muttered, and the whispers grew louder. Long Yu's eyes turned cold at the chatter. These brainless fools, she thought. What good is beauty if she's just a simpleton? One day, it'll ruin that pretty face of hers. Long Jiuxiao led Long Li to a seat beside him. Meanwhile, Long Yu, being a concubine-born daughter, could only sit in the back rows. Though her heart burned with resentment and jealousy, she obediently took her place, concealing her emotions. The headmaster of Jialan Academy has arrived, the servant announced again. All eyes turned to the entrance. A man in flowing blue robes stepped in, his attire fluttering slightly in the breeze. His sharp features and handsome face gave him an otherworldly presence. He held a folding fan in his hand, exuding an air of mystery and elegance. This man is no ordinary figure, Long Li thought, observing him briefly before looking away. Brother, who is he? Long Li asked curiously. Long Jiuxiao responded with a respectful tone. He is the headmaster of Jialan Academy, named Wangchen. What a beautiful name, Long Li remarked sincerely. Wangchen forgetting the mortal world. How poetic. The master of the Nine Dragons Pavilion has arrived, the servant announced once more. The hall buzzed with renewed whispers. The master of Nine Dragons Pavilion, Di Ju, has come in person. Indeed. I didn't expect such a mysterious figure to appear here. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of his true face today. Don't you know? The pavilion master never shows his true face in public. As the murmurs continued, the pavilion master entered the hall. Dressed in a black embroidered robe, he wore a silver mask that obscured his face. Yet his deep, piercing eyes carried a cold and enigmatic aura, with a hint of danger that made him all the more intriguing. Long Li's heart skipped a beat. It's him. That scoundrel. What rotten luck off all people. He turns out to be the pavilion master of Nine Dragons Pavilion. She quickly turned her head, trying to make herself inconspicuous and hoping he wouldn't notice her. Wangchen greeted Di Ju with a faint smile. It's been a while. Di Ju replied indifferently, his tone flat. Wangchen, seemingly accustomed to his aloofness, paid it no mind and sipped his tea leisurely. Long Li kept her head lowered, avoiding eye contact. This scoundrel is truly insufferable. He's everywhere. Killing someone's ancestor last night, and today showing up at their birthday banquet. How twisted can he be? Liar, what's wrong? Long Jiuxiao asked, noticing her downcast demeanor. Di Ju, who had been holding his teacup, paused. His sharp gaze followed the voice and landed on a woman dressed in white, her head tilted to the side. Brother, keep your voice down. I'm fine, Long Li replied softly, her tone carrying a hint of familiarity that struck Di Ju. Could it be her? The woman who escaped last night? Di Ju's eyes darkened. Blood Shadow had reported her sudden disappearance, leaving no trace behind, which had kept him restless throughout the night. Di Ju's seat was diagonally across from Long Li's. If she so much as raised her head, their eyes would meet, so she kept her gaze firmly fixed downward, trying her best to blend into the background. The Lord of the Sacred Dragon Hall has arrived. At this announcement, everyone in the hall stood up in unison, and an air of solemnity filled the room. From the entrance, Bailey Xiao, the Lord of the Sacred Dragon Hall, entered with his family in tow. He moved with a calm grace, his expression warm, and a faint smile playing on his lips. Long Li didn't want to stand, but her brother gently pulled her up. Liar, be good. You can sit back down in a moment. Though reluctant, she managed a sweet smile and stood obediently. Her eyes flicked briefly toward Di Ju. Neither he nor Wangchen had stood up, a clear sign that their status placed them above such formalities. Bailey Xiao and his family took their seats at the head of the hall. His voice carried a welcoming tone as he addressed the room. It is my honor to have all of you here to celebrate my mother's birthday. Please take your seats. The guests complied, and the hall once again filled with chatter. The Sacred Dragon Hall was akin to the ruling power of the Sacred Dragon Continent, standing above the four major families in influence. I'm especially grateful to the headmaster and pavilion master for gracing us with their presence, Bailey Xiao said, his deep gaze settling briefly on the two men. There's no need for such courtesy, Wangchen replied calmly, his tone polite but detached. Since I received an invitation, it's only natural that I come to share a drink. Di Ju, however, remained silent, his head slightly lowered as if lost in thought, ignoring everyone around him. Long Li couldn't help but roll her eyes. What an arrogant man. Typical scoundrel behavior always standing out. Today marks my mother's birthday. I thank all my friends for attending this banquet. Let the feast begin, Bailey Xiao declared. With that, servants began bringing out a variety of dishes, filling the tables with delicacies and fine wine. Melodious music filled the air as dancers, dressed in revealing and alluring attire, took to the stage one after another. Long Li, unfazed by the festivities, focused on the food in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks and began eating. After all, the morning's events had left her quite hungry. Beside her, Long Jiuxiao raised a toast with Feng Zhu, the young master of the Feng family. Young Master Jiuxiao, your drinking skills remain impressive. It's been too long since we last shared a drink. Ever since you left for Jelon Academy, we haven't had the chance. Tonight, let's drink to our heart's content, Feng Zhu said with a grin. He wore a black robe, his handsome features complemented by a pair of strikingly flirtatious eyes. Young Master Feng, I'm afraid I can't tonight. I need to look after my sister. Let's save it for another time and drink until we're both thoroughly drunk, Long Jiuxiao replied with a polite smile. Feng Zhu's gaze shifted to Long Li, who was still engrossed in her meal. His eyes held a hint of curiosity. It's been years since I last saw Lyre. I wonder if she still remembers her brother Feng Zhu. Long Li paused briefly, lifted her gaze to meet his, and replied flatly, I don't remember. I don't know you. Then she returned to her food without a second thought. Feng Zhu was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. She's grown up beautifully, he thought, marveling at her extraordinary beauty. Long Jiuxiao, embarrassed by his sister's bluntness, quickly apologized. Please don't take offense, young Master Feng. Lyre has always been like this. Feng Zhu chuckled, his tone light. No offense taken. I find her straightforwardness quite charming. He continued to observe Long Li, noting her serene and intelligent gaze. She doesn't seem simple-minded at all, he mused. In fact, there's a sharpness in her eyes that's anything but foolish. Long Jiuxiao, watching his sister eat, felt a pang of tenderness. As long as she's happy, that's all that matters, he thought. Young Master Jiuxiao, you're being too formal. Don't forget we grew up playing together. If it weren't for your time at Jelon Academy and mine at Shuiwei Academy, we wouldn't have been apart for so many years, Feng Zhu said earnestly. Their shared history brought a faint smile to Long Jiuxiao's face, though he remained protective of his sister. For now, he would ensure her peace and happiness, no matter what others might think. Long Li was eating, feeling the weight of his gaze on her, and found it deeply unsettling. She wished everyone would simply ignore her, so she could come and go quietly without drawing any attention. In the back, Long Yu noticed Feng Zhu staring persistently at Long Li, her eyes filled with jealousy. Feng Zijage, do you still remember me, Yuer? She thought to herself. Feng Zhu turned slightly, his gaze calm and indifferent. And you are? Long Yu felt a bit awkward, her eyes tinged with grievance. Long Yu. When I was little, Feng Zijage once said I was pretty. Feng Zhu seemed to recall something. So you're the second miss of the Long family. His tone carried a hint of detachment, and he didn't address her as sister like he did with Long Li. That second miss from Feng Zhu deeply hurt Long Yu's fragile heart. Beneath the table, her fingers clenched tightly. This damned man, if he didn't care for her, so be it. After all, she had Bai Li Qi's affection, and a mere heir of a noble family couldn't possibly compare to Bai Li Qi. Yet, thinking of his attitude toward Long Li, jealousy consumed her. Feng Zijage, wear toasts to you, Long Yu said in a soft, coquettish voice, enough to make any man's spine tingle. Long Li, still eating, felt a wave of nausea. Seriously? Can't she let me eat in peace without turning this into some mating ritual? Goosebumps everywhere. Feng Zhu's brows furrowed slightly, a trace of disgust flickering in his eyes. Out of courtesy, he downed the drink in one gulp but immediately turned away, ignoring her. How can two siblings from the same family be so different? I still prefer Lyre's cool and composed demeanor. This kind of coy pretense isn't my type, he thought. Long Yu felt utterly embarrassed and wanted to say more, but Feng Zhu didn't even glance back at her. In her mind, she blamed everything on Long Li. Watching the time, she thought, soon the drug will take effect. Let's see how this shameless woman, who's fit for no one but the lowest, can hold her ground in the holy dragon city. Long Yu glanced at Bai Li Qi, their eyes meeting briefly. Bai Li Qi raised an eyebrow, and Long Yu bashfully lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Bai Li Qi must still like me after all. Men just love women who play hard to get, she thought smugly. Long Li dared not lift her head, fearing Emperor Zhu might notice something. She felt utterly exasperated, blaming her bad luck for the day. I should have checked the almanac before stepping out, she lamented. Meanwhile, the dancers gave their all in their performance. Everyone present was either wealthy or influential, and earning even a glance of favor could lead to a life of prosperity. When the dance ended, the performers withdrew. Your grandson wishes grandmother a long life, good health, and happiness as vast as the heavens, Bai Li Qi said with a well-behaved demeanor, kneeling before the elderly woman. The hall quieted significantly. The birthday star sat beside Bai Li Shao, her face aged but dignified, exuding grace and elegance. Her attire revealed her meticulousness, and it was clear she must have been a great beauty in her youth. Her expression was kind, but her shrewd eyes hinted at an extraordinary mind. "Cheer, you're so thoughtful. Get up, the floor is cold," she said warmly, reaching out to help Bai Li Che to his feet. Next, Bai Li Hao stepped forward. "Your grandson wishes grandmother a long life, health, and happiness, as enduring as the mountains." "Good, good. Stand up," the elderly woman replied cheerfully. "Your grandson wishes grandmother health, longevity, and eternal blessings," Bai Li Han said. "Hainer, rise quickly," she said, her tone indulgent. Then came Bai Li Shui, her playful demeanor evident as she knelt at the elderly woman's feet. "Shui wishes grandmother health, joy, and that every year brings a day like today." The old woman's lips curved into a smile as she affectionately stroked Bai Li Shui's hair. "My sweet granddaughter, you're the apple of grandmother's eye. Stand up now." It was clear that Bai Li Shui was deeply cherished. Now it was the turn of the young ladies from various prominent families to present their birthday wishes, each one striving to showcase herself. Long Li half lifted her gaze, observing the scene. These women, who usually carried themselves with the pride of peacocks, now bent over backward to please. Typical opportunists, she thought. With power and influence, people fall at your feet. Without it, you're nothing but an ant. Where's the dignity in that? Feng Shuiwe, the eldest miss of the Feng family, was sweet-looking in a pale yellow silk dress that added to her charm. Yi Min, the eldest miss of the Yi family, had a delicate oval face, snow-white skin, and willow leaf brows. Dressed in pale pink with an elaborate hairpiece, she looked like a showy peacock, her appearance bordering on garish. Nan Shi, the eldest miss of the Nan family, had striking features and jade-like skin, wearing a pale green dress that highlighted her beauty. Unfortunately, her crossed eyes made her appear somewhat comical. Knowing his legitimate daughter's condition, Long Badian sent Long Yu, the concubine-born daughter, in her place. Long Yu, playing the role of the obedient and understanding girl, stepped forward gracefully. "This humble girl, Long Yu, wishes you happiness, health, and good fortune," she said, her demeanor overly rehearsed. The old woman's face remained kind, but her eyes betrayed her disdain. A concubine-born child with impure intentions, she thought. "Very thoughtful," the old woman said blandly. As Long Yu turned to leave, she shot Bai Li Che a flirtatious look. Bai Li Che twirled his wine cup absent-mindedly. "What a shameless little temptress," he mused. The old woman observed their interaction keenly. Glancing at her grandson, she understood everything. "A little fun is fine, but don't take it seriously," she thought firmly. At this moment, Long Badian stood up and said, "Today is an auspicious day. Master Bailey, shall we take this opportunity to finalize the marriage between my daughter and young Master Bailey?" His eyes remained fixed on Bai Li Shao. Bai Li Shao maintained a gentle expression, but his eyes betrayed his disdain. This Long Badian must be out of his mind. His foolish daughter is in no way worthy of my distinguished son. What a preposterous idea. "Master Long," Bai Li Shao replied calmly, "we can discuss this matter later. Today is my mother's birthday celebration, and the children's affairs should take a backseat for now." Long Baishan's face darkened, his displeasure evident in his gaze. "This marriage was personally arranged by your wife and mine back in the day. I only brought it up because I believed the two children were a good match. However, if Master Bailey feels this arrangement no longer holds value, I am not insistent on this union." Long Li rolled her eyes in exasperation. "This foolish father of mine. It's obvious they have no interest in his dim-witted daughter, yet he insists on pushing for this marriage. Even if I were to marry into their family, what kind of life would that be? He's practically throwing me into a pit of fire." The other prominent families present were quietly snickering. Long Badian must be desperate to marry off his foolish daughter, going so far as to press for this engagement. A simpleton who can't even cultivate who would ever marry someone like that? Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the elderly matriarch of the Bailey family smiled and intervened. "Master Long, please don't be upset. Today is my birthday celebration. Matters concerning the younger generation can be discussed privately after the banquet. After all, the children are still young, and there's no rush. Rest assured, the Bailey family keeps its word, and any promises made will be honored." With the matriarch stepping in, Long Badian had no choice but to drop the subject for now. Long Jiuxiao sighed inwardly. Why is father so stubborn? It's clear the Bailey family opposes this marriage. Lear would never find happiness there. Why can't father see that? Meanwhile, Feng Zhu had been silently observing Long Li's every move. They're about to arrange her engagement, yet she just sits there eating without even lifting an eyebrow. Is she truly foolish, or is she pretending to be? The engagement matter had come to an end. Bai Li Che's eyes were filled with disgust and hatred. This fool was nothing but a stain on his life. As the young master, Why was he burdened with such a fiancée? She was an indelible disgrace to him. At this moment, he glanced at Long Yu, who returned a reassuring look. A cold, ruthless smile curled at the corners of his lips. Long Li, don't blame me for being cruel. Today, I'll ensure your reputation is ruined beyond recovery. Big sister, let me toast to you, Long Yu said, holding a wine glass and approaching Long Li with feigned sincerity. This little schemer couldn't hold back any longer. Long Li gave her a faint smile. I don't drink. Long Yu's face turned sour with anger, and her grip on the wine glass faltered, spilling its contents onto Long Li's dress. I'm so sorry, big sister. I didn't mean to. Bai Li Che immediately stood up and walked over quickly, his expression one of apparent concern. What happened? But the moment his gaze landed on Long Li's face, his heart skipped a beat. Was this really the same fool? It's my fault, Long Yu said apologetically. I accidentally spilled wine on big sister's dress. Every time Long Li appeared, her makeup was always a mess, and her hair disheveled. Last time, during their altercation, he hadn't even bothered to closely examine her face. Long Jiaoshao's eyes darkened with displeasure. Liar, let your brother accompany you to change into a fresh dress. Bai Li Chi's expression flickered with hesitation. Such a beautiful woman, even if she was a fool, should belong to him. If he missed this opportunity, he'd have no choice but to marry her and face humiliation. After a moment of internal struggle, he decided to stick to the plan. Big brother, it's better if I accompany big sister to change. After all, you're a man, it wouldn't be appropriate, Long Yu interjected quickly. If Long Jiaoshao went with her, their plan would be ruined. Young Master Long, why not let my younger sister accompany the two ladies to help them change? Bai Li Che suggested with a gentle smile, clearly wanting to exclude Long Jiaoshao from the matter. Long Ba Tian glanced at Bai Li Che and then at Long Li Jiaoshao. Let Miss Bai Li and Yuer accompany Liar. That should suffice. Long Li stood up. Brother, I'm fine. Don't worry. If her brother followed, how could she carry out her plans? The show hadn't even begun yet. Bai Li Che cast a glance at Bai Li Shui, who immediately understood and stood up. Allow me to escort you both, she offered. As Long Li rose, Di Ju's gaze lifted, landing on her. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his grip on the wine glass tightened. Li Long? So that's a fake name. Turns out you're the so-called foolish eldest daughter of the Long family. How intriguing. This time, let's see where you can run. Wang Chen, seated across from Di Ju, naturally noticed the subtle changes in his expression and the movement of his hand. He glanced at Long Li. So this was Long Jiaoshao's foolish younger sister? Her appearance was truly otherworldly. This trip had indeed been worthwhile. This cold-hearted man had finally found someone who piqued his interest. The birthday banquet continued as Long Li followed Bai Li Shui, a faint smile playing on her lips. These two schemers were truly a perfect match. Sister Shui, thank you for helping big sister change her clothes, Long Yu said ingratiatingly, her demeanor akin to a dog wagging its tail. Long Li couldn't help but recall a proverb about such behavior. Bai Li Shui led Long Li to a side hall that had already been prepared. Hurry inside. The clothes are in there, she said. Long Li raised an eyebrow. I'm scared. Why don't you both come in with me? Long Yu and Bai Li Shui exchanged glances, their faces full of disdain. You can go in yourself. We'll wait here for you. I feel so hot, Yuer. I feel so uncomfortable, Long Li whimpered, feigning distress. Let's see how good my acting is. Scheming brats, let's see how you handle this. Long Yu whispered to Bai Li Shui. The drug is taking effect. Let's get her inside quickly. Bai Li Shui sneered. You're just a little feverish. Let's help you inside. With Long Yu and Bai Li Shui supporting her, Long Li entered the room. As soon as the door closed, the scent of an intoxicating aphrodisiac filled the air, mingled with the presence of several men. Long Li held her breath. Big sister, be good and change your clothes. Well, wait outside, Long Yu said before she and Bai Li Shui turned to leave. Before they could exit, Long Li swiftly knocked them unconscious, took out a potent drug from her spatial storage, and forced it down their throats. She then revived them with a few taps. After ensuring everything was in place, Long Li quickly left the room and shut the door. If you hadn't intended to harm others, you wouldn't be facing this retribution. An eye for an eye, it's only fair, she muttered. Behind the screen, four men, already driven mad by the aphrodisiac, lost all rationality. Hearing the door close, they rushed out eagerly. The drug's effects overwhelmed Bai Li Shui and Long Yu, a wave of unbearable heat forcing them to tear at their clothes. Hidden observers, already consumed by desire, could no longer restrain themselves. Moments later, indecent sounds filled the room. Long Li retreated to a tree in the courtyard, observing the chaos from afar. Seeing no one around, she concluded that the culprits had already cleared the area. She entered a nearby room, retrieved a clean set of clothes from her spatial storage, changed, and climbed onto the roof. Meanwhile, Diju, having sensed Long Li's departure, also left the banquet. Following her aura, he appeared silently in the courtyard. Hearing the sounds from the room, his eyes darkened with murderous intent, only to conceal it moments later. Long Li, still trying to get a better view of the scene, grumbled about her obstructed line of sight. Enjoying the show? Diju's voice came from behind her. Startled, Long Li turned to find his masked face inches from hers. When did you get here? She demanded. This woman, Diju thought, is truly incorrigible. Watching such things with such audacity. Without another word, he scooped her into his arms and leapt to a neighboring courtyard. Flustered, Long Li's face turned red. Are you insane? Imperfectly sane. You, on the other hand, seem to have issues, Diju retorted with irritation. TCH, I wanted to watch, but I couldn't see anything thanks to the obstruction, Long Li muttered, visibly disappointed. Infuriated, Diju nearly lost his composure. Shameless woman. Do you want me to send you back to continue your viewing? Let me go. This is so inappropriate. Long Li struggled, feeling increasingly uncomfortable in the suggestive position. What's going on inside? Diju asked coldly. They wanted to ruin me, so I turned the tables, Long Li replied nonchalantly. A chilling aura emanated from Diju. They dared to harm you? Unforgivable. Hey, calm down. Long Li said, patting his shoulder. Don't alert the guards with your anger. And put me down. What do you think it looks like for a man and a woman to be embracing like this? Diju restrained the killing intent emanating from his body. His ears turned slightly red as he felt the soft waist in his hands, making him reluctant to let go. Yet, the intimate proximity between them felt undeniably ambiguous. After a moment, he slowly loosened his grip around Long Li's waist. As his arms emptied, Diju glanced down at his hands, wondering why he kept losing control whenever he encountered this woman. Long Li immediately jumped back, putting half a meter of distance between them. There's nothing for you to do here. You should return to where you came from, she said coldly. Diju gazed at her intently. You tricked me last time. Don't you think you deserve some punishment? I didn't. It's not my fault you mixed up Li Long and Long Li. That's just your own stupidity, she retorted, though her voice betrayed a hint of guilt. Oh, is that so? Diju smirked, crossing his arms as his lips curled up slightly. Are you sure you don't need my help with whatever's happening inside the room? His teasing gaze made Long Li's heart skip a beat. In the main hall, Bai Li Che glanced at the time. Why hasn't Lyre returned after changing her clothes? He muttered. Just as he spoke, a maid rushed in, trembling as she knelt on the ground. Master, something seems to have happened in the side hall. I heard noise. The crowd in the hall immediately reacted in shock and indignation. What kind of trouble is this on the matriarch's birthday? How unlucky. Who dares to cause such disgrace in broad daylight? This is an affront to the Shenglong Hall. Who would be so bold to commit such an act? Someone added. Bai Li Xiao slammed the table in fury. This is outrageous. I'll see for myself who dares to stir up trouble. He then stormed out, and the crowd followed closely behind, eager to witness the commotion. The matriarch let out a weary sigh. What is all this nonsense? Mother, don't be upset, Bai Li Xiao's wife, Feng Qing, said gently. Let's go see who's causing such disgrace. Meanwhile, Diju moved swiftly, pulling Long Li into his arms. He flicked his hand to create a barrier and hid with her under a tree. Long Li's face flushed red. What was with this man, constantly hugging her without warning? Don't move. Someone's coming, Diju whispered, his lips brushing close to her ear. His low voice sent shivers down her spine, and her body tensed immediately. Can't you just talk without being so close to my ear? She snapped, her nerves on edge. Diju chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observed her reddened ears and stiff posture. Don't move or we'll be discovered, he warned. Long Li gritted her teeth in frustration, her body rigid as she dared not move. Suddenly, she bit his shoulder hard. Oh, Diju hissed. You really don't hold back, do you? Like a little wildcat. Right back at you, she shot back. She then stopped moving and focused on eavesdropping on the voices nearby. In the courtyard, Bai Li Xiao and the others wore dark expressions as they heard the sounds coming from inside the room. The noises grew louder and more intense with each passing moment. Long Jiushao looked increasingly uneasy. Lyre went to change her clothes, but she hasn't come back yet. Could it be he didn't dare finish the thought, his body trembling slightly? Feng Zhu reached out to steady him. Are you alright? I'm fine, Long Jiushao replied stiffly. Bai Li Che frowned. Lyre has been gone for so long. Could it be? Yi Min sneered disdainfully. How disgraceful. Even a fool should know basic decency. What did you just say? Shut your mouth. Long Jiushao snapped angrily. What? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? What, are you going to hit me now, Long Jiushao? Even if I don't say it, everyone else is thinking the same thing, Yi Min retorted, clearly unbothered. A fool like her could do anything. Miss Yi, be careful with your words, Feng Zhu interjected coldly. We don't even know who's inside, and you're already tarnishing a young woman's reputation. Aren't you worried about your own? I'd bet anything it's Longli. Who else but that foolish girl would do something so outrageous? Someone chimed in. Long Ba Tian's face turned grim. He began to suspect this was a deliberate scheme by the Bai Li family. He clenched his fists, furious at himself for underestimating Bai Li Che. If his lyre were to be ruined, he would never forgive himself. Kick the door open. I want to see who dares act so brazenly. Bai Li Xiao commanded, his voice laced with killing intent. 2 guards stepped forward and kicked the door open with a loud bang. What they saw inside left everyone stunned. The scene in the room was chaotic and shocking. Even with the door flung open, the people inside seemed completely unaware, their actions growing even more explicit. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Isn't that Bai Li Shui, the Bai Li family's eldest young lady? And Long Yu, the second miss of the Long family? How could they? I can't believe it. They've completely lost all shame. To think they usually act so proper. This is beyond scandalous, someone muttered. The murmurs of the crowd nearly caused Bai Li Xiao to faint from anger. Bai Li Che stood frozen in shock. How could it be his sister and Long Yu? And where was Long Li? How could that fool not be here? My precious Shui, the matriarch cried out before fainting on the spot. Grandmother. Bai Li Che rushed to support her, but chaos had already broken loose. Inside the room, the 2 women were completely engrossed and oblivious to the commotion outside. The onlookers quickly averted their eyes, too mortified to keep watching. Long Jiushao finally relaxed. He didn't care about Long Yu's fate, all that mattered was that it wasn't his lyre. Now you can rest easy, young Master Jiushao, Feng Zhu said, relief evident in his voice. He too had been worried for Long Li. Yes, Long Jiushao replied. Lyre is so kind. She doesn't deserve to be hurt. Long Ba Tian, however, trembled with rage. His daughter Long Yu was utterly ruined. Bai Li Xiao, have your men separate them. What is going on here? He demanded, his voice shaking. Feng Qing, Bai Li Xiao's wife, was trembling uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face as she asked, Cheer, what happened? Shui only went to help Long Li change clothes. Where's Long Li now? Yes, the 3 of them left together. Where's Long Li? Long Ba Tian asked anxiously. His heart sank further as the situation spiraled out of control. Guards, separate them. Bai Li Xiao ordered. The guards stepped forward, but the scene inside was so chaotic that they had no choice but to knock the people unconscious to pry them apart. Master, we couldn't separate them without force, so we knocked them out, one guard reported. Bai Li Xiao's veins bulged in fury. Wake them up with water. I want to know exactly what happened. Feng Qing rushed forward. Husband, at least let the maids cover them with robes first, she pleaded, her voice trembling as tears streamed down her face. Bai Li Xiao nodded reluctantly. 2 maids stepped forward and draped long robes over Bai Li Shui and Long Yu. The shame of the day weighed heavily on everyone present. The mistress of the hall was well aware that someone was behind all of this. If they didn't uncover the truth, how could the Bai Li family maintain their reputation? Bai Li Shui's future was utterly ruined. The shadow guards were ordered to bring 2 buckets of water and unceremoniously douse the group. The icy water shocked them awake, their dazed eyes clearing immediately. What happened to me? Long Yu shrieked in terror, clutching her robe. Tears streamed down her face as she wailed, Father. The 4 men knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Master, please spare us. They begged. Bai Li Shui, meanwhile, was in a frenzy, clutching her hair and screaming, How dare you scheme against me? Silence. Bai Li Xiao roared, his face filled with anger. Speak, what exactly happened here? His voice was thunderous, and both Bai Li Shui and Long Yu flinched. Father, I was framed. I truly don't know how this happened. Bai Li Shui cried, tears streaming down her face. Long Yu cast a sorrowful glance at Bai Li Che, who responded with a subtle signal. Taking the cue, she accused. It was Long Li. She's the one who did this to us. She locked us in here. Her words sent the room into stunned silence. Long Jiushao's fury erupted. Long Yu, if you dare slander Lyra again, I'll beat you to death. Brother, I'm your sister too. This was all Long Li's doing. In the victim here. Zurji and I were kindly helping her change clothes, and then, Long Yu sobbed pitifully, her voice filled with despair. Deep down, she knew she was ruined. If she was going down, she'd drag everyone else with her. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. To think the eldest daughter of the Long family could be so malicious. Is that even possible? How could a fool pull something like this off? This is beyond sibling rivalry, it's outright cruel. How can the Bai Li and Long families even consider forming an alliance now? As the murmurs grew louder, Long Li entered the hall, followed closely by Diju. What's going on here? Why is someone crying? Long Li asked, her expression innocent and childlike. Everyone turned to look at her. Long Xiao hurried forward, concern etched on his face. Liar, where have you been? I was so worried. Brother, I got lost after changing my clothes and couldn't find my way back to the hall. Luckily, this kind big brother helped me. She pointed at Di Ju with a look of pure naivety. The crowd gasped again. Wasn't this the lord of the Di Ju pavilion? Di Ju's expression remained stern, his aura icy, though a hint of amusement flickered in his heart. I was out for some fresh air and happened to come across the eldest daughter of the Long family. She seemed lost, so I brought her back to find her brother. No one dared question Di Ju's words. Long Li glanced at the disheveled group before her. Brother, why isn't you Mai wearing clothes? What are they doing? Long Xiao and Feng Zhu quickly stepped forward, shielding Long Li's view. Long Xiao even covered her eyes. Liar, don't look. This has nothing to do with us. I don't think Long Li had anything to do with this, Feng Shuya said coolly. She's just a simple-minded girl with no spiritual power. How could she orchestrate something like this? If you ask me, it's more likely that certain people were indulging in their desires and, when caught, claimed they were framed. I agree, someone else chimed in. The eldest daughter of the Long family is naive and clueless. She wouldn't know how to execute such lowly schemes. Exactly. She got lost and was brought back by the lord of the Di Ju pavilion. How could she possibly harm anyone? It's not true. It was Long Li who set me up. Don't believe her. Long Yu screamed, her voice hoarse. Bai Li Shue's eyes burned with hatred. She clearly remembered being knocked unconscious, and the only person behind her at the time was Long Li. It had to be her. Father, it was Long Li. She knocked me out. Bai Li Shue rasped, her voice trembling with anger and despair. Bai Li Xiao's eyes narrowed as he turned to Long Li. Was it you? His question sent shockwaves through the room. Was the hall master seriously suspecting a simple-minded girl? Do what? Is Yu Mai playing a game with them? Long Li asked innocently, her expression as pure as a child's. I remember Chejij and Yu Mai often played games together in the past. They'd hide on the bed and play in secret, always telling me not to mention it. Her words left everyone stunned. So Bai Li Che and the second daughter of the Long family had been involved in an illicit affair all along? How shameless. To steal her own sister's fiancé disgraceful. As the Bai Li family's heir, Bai Li Chi's behavior was utterly despicable. Bai Li Chi's face darkened, his body trembling with rage. Long Li, you foolish girl, stop spouting nonsense. Long Li feigned fear, hiding behind Long Xiao. Brother, I'm scared. Chejij is so fierce. I was just telling the truth, whoa. Now, all eyes turned to Bai Li Che and Long Yu, filled with disdain and disgust. Who would have thought the Bai Li family's heir could stoop so low? Toying with two sisters was utterly contemptible. Long Yu's sobs grew louder. She was utterly ruined. Bai Li Che would never want her now. What could she do? Long Li suddenly stepped forward, smiling sweetly. You Mai, don't cry. Big sister will protect you. Chejij will marry you and make you his wife. Her words, though seemingly kind, were like a dagger to Long Yu's heart. Glaring at Long Li with hatred, Long Yu raised her hand to strike her. Just as her hand was about to land, Long Xiao stepped in, sending Long Yu flying with a single palm strike. How dare you harm Liar? You deserve to die. He thundered. Long Yu crashed into the doorframe, her robe falling off in the process. She lay there, exposed and humiliated. Chejij, save me, she whimpered, reaching out toward Bai Li Che. But Bai Li Chi's eyes were filled with nothing but disgust. This woman was worthless to him now. She wasn't even fit to shine his shoes. Long Yu's heart shattered as she saw the coldness in Bai Li Chi's gaze. She was completely ruined. If he was going to abandon her, then she'd drag everyone else down with her. Hallmaster Bai Li. It was Bai Li Che who told Zorji and me to bring Long Li here. Those 4 men were arranged by him as well. He wanted to destroy Long Li because he despised her for being a fool. This was all his doing. Long Yu's voice was loud and clear, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd erupted in shock. Bai Li Shue was already a sobbing mess, filled with regret. If only her brother hadn't come up with this plan, she wouldn't have ended up like this. This is all Long Li's fault. None of this would have happened if it weren't for her, she thought bitterly. Long Yu, shut your mouth. I had nothing to do with this. Bai Li Che shouted, desperately trying to deny the accusations. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill the wretched woman. Long Ba Tian's expression was as dark as the night, his aura radiating murderous intent. Hallmaster Bai Li, you owe my family an explanation for this. Bai Li Xiao was furious. How utterly foolish. Even if they wanted to deal with Long Li, that idiot, they shouldn't have done it at home, especially in front of so many people. How could he have raised such a fool? Cheer, is there more to this matter than meets the eye? Speak up in front of everyone, Bai Li Xiao demanded, his gaze sweeping over the 4 people kneeling on the ground. That single look said it all, and the four immediately lowered their heads. Father, I truly had no knowledge of this. Long Yu has been secretly trying to seduce me. I made it very clear to her that I am her future brother-in-law, but this shameless woman claimed she could get rid of her own sister. I scolded her harshly and, out of respect for the Long family, didn't want to make a scene. But who would have thought she'd be so malicious as to conspire with others to ruin her own sister? Bailey Che spoke with a tone of sincerity, as if he were the victim in all this. Long Li let out a cold laugh. What a despicable man. Disgusting filth. Long Yu, this time, I'll let you experience something worse than death. Come on, let's destroy each other. Go ahead, bite back. She thought to herself, her expression mocking. Diju's eyes remained fixed on Long Li, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He absent-mindedly rubbed his fingers, recalling the feeling of holding Long Li. Meanwhile, Wang Qin leaned against a tree, observing everything unfold. With his sharp intellect, he had already pieced together the truth. He couldn't help but marvel at how clever Long Jiuxiao's supposedly foolish sister was, manipulating everyone like pawns in her hand. Things were getting more and more intriguing. You're lying. You despised my sister for being a dimwit and plotted against her multiple times. It was you who said you wanted to marry me. Bailey Che, you're a scoundrel. Don't forget, I'm already yours and now you're turning your back on me? Long Yu screamed, her voice ringing out for all to hear. You shamelessly lay with another man during my grandmother's birthday banquet, and now you want to throw dirt on me? You're mine, you say? Do you even hear yourself? A loose woman like you? Even if I were blind, I wouldn't take an interest in someone so filthy. A woman like you has no place in the Bailey family. Bailey Che retorted coldly, his words piercing Long Yu's heart like an icy dagger. In that moment, Long Yu was filled with regret. How blind had she been to fall for such a man? Her ambition for power had led her to this humiliating downfall. Ah, young Master Bailey, so heartless. Then again, perhaps you wouldn't mind showing everyone your chest and back? I'm sure many would be interested to confirm the birthmark on your chest and the mole on your lower back that I've seen so clearly, Long Yu said with a venomous smile. She was no longer pleading but determined to drag him down to hell with her. Long Li inwardly cheered, bravo Long Yu. Keep tearing that scumbag apart. Ruin him completely. Bailey Xiao, who was Bailey Chi's father, knew all too well the marks on his son's body. He felt utterly defeated by this disgraceful son of his. Today, the Bailey family's reputation was in tatters. He shot a glance at the four people kneeling on the ground, signaling them with his eyes. Master, we have something to report. One of the disheveled figures on the ground spoke up. Speak. Bailey Xiao commanded coldly. The second daughter of the Long family has long had inappropriate relations with us. She seduced us and tried to extract information about the young master's daily life and secrets. This time she drugged us, which is why we lost control and ended up defiling the eldest daughter. All of this was orchestrated by the second daughter of the Long family, one of them explained. The implication was clear. Long Yu had learned about Bailey Chi's birthmark and mole from them, and Bailey Che was being falsely accused. What a clever move to counter the enemy. Bailey Xiao was indeed shrewd. It seemed Long Yu was still too inexperienced. But no matter, Long Li thought with a sly glint in her eye, I'm kind-hearted. I'll give you a little help. Father, Yumaimai and Chejij were playing games together. I heard Chejij say he would marry Yumaimai. Why is Chejij treating Yumaimai so poorly now? Father, Liar feels sorry for Yumaimai. Chejij, don't be so harsh on her. You used to play games together without clothes, and now Yumaimai doesn't have any clothes while you're still dressed. Why is that? Long Li's innocent voice rang out, as if she truly didn't understand what was happening. Her words, however, flipped the situation on its head. In my opinion, it's clear that young Master Bailey and the second daughter have had an affair, and now he's trying to abandon her. The eldest daughter of the Long family may be simple-minded, but she wouldn't lie. The second daughter's feelings were misplaced, and young Master Bailey is indeed a philanderer, someone in the crowd remarked, their tone sympathetic toward Long Yu. The murmurs of discussion became favorable toward Long Yu, leaving Bailey Che unable to defend himself. Bailey Xiao shot Long Li a furious glare. This damned fool. Was she doing this on purpose? She was driving him mad. Long Li, however, remained unfazed and smiled sweetly at Bailey Xiao. I'm just a fool, father. How could a fool have any bad intentions? Father, your daughter and Bailey Che have already consummated our relationship. This time, Bailey Che wanted to harm my sister. Your daughter had no choice but to act. Please, father, seek justice for me, Long Yu pleaded, kneeling and knocking her head heavily on the ground. Long Badian looked at his disheveled and miserable daughter, his heart softening despite himself. Master Bailey, given the current situation, what are your thoughts on the matter between my daughter and your son? These words left Bailey Xiao in a difficult position. With so many people present, he couldn't act too rashly. If this situation wasn't handled properly, how could he silence the public's criticism? How could the Bailey family maintain its dignity in the future? Master Long, Both your second daughter and Che are at fault here. I have no intention of pursuing the matter further. This incident has brought harm to both families. In my opinion, your second daughter should enter Che's household as a concubine, and the marriage between Che and Longli should be annulled. This way, our two families can still remain allies through marriage, Bai Li Xiao stated. His words left Longli somewhat taken aback. This man truly knew how to adapt to circumstances. Even after everything Long Yu had done, he still wanted his son to take her in as a concubine. TSK, putting interests above all else, what a ruthless character. Father, no. How can I allow a tarnished woman to enter my household? Bai Li Che vehemently opposed. Previously, he might have accepted her as a concubine, but now, after she had been caught in such a public scandal, it would be as if he were openly admitting to being cuckolded. The humiliation was unbearable. Shut up. This is no place for you to speak. Bai Li Xiao scolded angrily. This fool had no sense at all. Wasn't it his own fault that things had escalated to this point? He had even dragged his sister into the mess. Long Li glanced at Long Yu, then at Bai Li Che. These two must feel utterly disgusted right now, as if they'd swallowed something vile. This was too satisfying. Being publicly humiliated like this, with their reputations in tatters, yet still having to live together afterward, how delightfully absurd. Che is finally going to marry Yue. Father, does this mean Yue will have a baby soon? Long Li added fuel to the fire with a light-hearted tone. After all, nobody even knew who the father of the child was. Bai Li Che was utterly revolted, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as a sheet. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling everyone around him. What happened to young Master Bai Li? Is he just too overwhelmed with joy at the thought of becoming a father? Long Li whispered with a smirk. Bai Li Che, overwhelmed with rage, rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Someone take the young master back and call for a physician to examine him properly, Bai Li Xiao ordered with a sigh. If only he'd known it would come to this. Now they were paying the price for their own foolishness. Bai Li Che, this is just the beginning, and you're already unable to endure it. The days ahead are still long, and I will torment you bit by bit until you meet your end. Scum like you deserves this. It's the retribution for the harm you caused the original owner of this life. Long Li's eyes were deep, and a bloodthirsty smile played on her lips, adding a hint of wicked charm to her demeanor. Father, please have sister you put her clothes on. She's pregnant and can't afford to catch a chill, Long Li said calmly, tugging at Long Baishan's sleeve. Liar, don't speak nonsense, Long Badian replied, his emotions a chaotic mix of discomfort and bitterness. Today, the Bai Li family has been a poor host, and for the events that transpired, I, as the head of the family, deeply apologize. The birthday celebration ends here, Bai Li Xiao said with an even tone, his face calm and composed. There's no need for such courtesy, Bai Li family head. We shall take our leave for now, someone responded, and the group slowly began to exit the courtyard. Long Zhixiao took Long Li's hand and began walking away. Di Ju watched their intertwined hands, a flicker of emotion flashing through his eyes. How annoying that hand looked. Why did he feel the urge to chop it off? Brother, sister Yu is still here, Long Li reminded him. Liar, from now on, she's not your sister. Don't concern yourself with her life or death, Long Zhixiao murmured quietly. Feng Zhu followed closely behind Long Zhixiao. Young Master Zhixiao, I'll pay you a visit another day. You're welcome anytime, Long Zhixiao replied as he helped Long Li into the carriage. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Feng Zhu smirked. Is Sister Liar truly naive, or is she just pretending? Wang Chen, standing behind Di Ju, raised an eyebrow. Lord Di Ju, the Bai Li family's birthday celebration was certainly lively today. Was it? Di Ju responded indifferently. Wang Chen's lips curved slightly. In my opinion, the two ladies of the Long family are rather intriguing. The second lady is wicked to her core, while the eldest lady is coldly beautiful. What a shame for such a stunning face. A chilling aura emanated from Di Ju, his gaze icy and unyielding. Mind your own business, or the Jialan Institute will no longer have a dean. With that, Di Ju turned and vanished into thin air. Wang Chen's eyes grew deep, his expression tinged with coldness. Di Ju, I think I've found your weakness. After Di Ju left, a figure standing not far away watched the carriage carrying Long Li disappear into the distance. Protect the eldest daughter of the Long family. Understood, Bloodwolf replied, vanishing instantly. At the Long residence, Long Badian sat at the head of the hall, his expression dark and stormy. Long Yu, now dressed, still appeared pale. Long Zhixiao and Long Li sat sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, while Long Yu knelt on the ground. Father, I know I was wrong. It was all Bai Li Che deceived me, Long Yu pleaded. You're utterly brainless, being toyed with by a man and even attempting to harm your legitimate elder sister? You've disappointed me greatly, Long Badian said angrily. He had always thought this daughter was clever and perceptive, but she turned out to be so foolish. At that moment, Madame Ningyao rushed in upon hearing the news. The moment she entered, she saw her beloved daughter kneeling on the ground. Master, what mistake has Yue made? She asked, her face full of concern and her eyes brimming with tears, a picture of pitiful fragility. You've come just in time. This is the fine daughter you've raised. She was caught in a scandal at today's celebration and even tried to harm Lyre. Long Badian scolded Madame Ningyao harshly, leaving no room for mercy. Feigning concern, who was he trying to fool? Long Li thought coldly. He knew Long Yu wanted to harm her, yet he never punished her. His so-called love for his daughters was nothing but an act to show others. With a thud, Madame Ningyao knelt, tears streaming down her face. Master, it's all my fault. Yue is still young and was deceived by Li Che. I only have this one daughter, please show her mercy, she begged, her voice trembling with emotion. Brother, if our mother were still alive, would she stand by and watch her daughter be destroyed like this? I wish mother could come back to life and see this, Long Li said sorrowfully. Her words pierced the hearts of both Long Badian and Long Jiuxiao, filling them with pain. Don't be afraid, Lyre. Your brother will protect you, Long Jiuxiao assured her. Brother, how will you protect me? Even I, as foolish as I am, know that today it was Sister Yu who tried to harm me. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been the one caught in that scandal instead. Your so-called protection, I no longer dare to hope for it, Long Li said, her gaze icy and filled with disdain and mockery. Lyre, this time it was my oversight. You've suffered. Yue has already been disgraced and punished, and it was all by Li Qi's doing, Long Badian said apologetically, guilt written all over his face. How amusing. Her disgrace has nothing to do with me. She was malicious first. I told you long ago, father, that Li Che was not a suitable match, but you insisted on marrying me off to him, pushing your daughter into the abyss. I may have been foolish, but I know the difference between right and wrong, Long Li retorted coldly. The four people in the hall all turned to look at Long Li, including Long Yu, who was still kneeling. Are you no longer foolish? Long Yu asked in shock. Long Li chuckled, slowly walking over and crouching beside Long Yu. Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed through the hall, leaving Long Yu stunned. How dare you hit me? Long Yu exclaimed. Long Yu, I am the legitimate daughter of the Long family, and you are merely a concubine's child. Who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Oh, have you forgotten the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children? Very well, father. Should I relinquish my status as the legitimate daughter to her? Long Li said coldly, gripping Long Yu's chin. Long Jiuxiao looked puzzled. This behavior didn't seem like the foolish liar he once knew. Could she truly have recovered? Enough of this nonsense. You are the legitimate daughter, and you always will be, Long Badian said sternly, his face dark. He now realized this daughter was no longer foolish. So father does remember that in the legitimate daughter. I thought you'd forgotten. What's the punishment for attempting to harm a legitimate sister? I don't need to spell it out, Long Li said, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe her fingers. So filthy. Long Yu was livid. You are. Don't talk back to your elder sister. We, as concubines and their children, have no standing. The more we say, the more wrong we are. Eldest miss, I beg you to forgive Yue this once. She won't dare to do it again, Madame Ningyao pleaded, her expression pitiful. Madame Ningyao, what a performance. I'm no saint. I'm neither forgiving nor magnanimous. Those who harm me will face my wrath 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Those who abandon me won't even spare them a glance, even if they kneel at my feet, Long Li said, her voice quiet yet resolute, sending a shiver through everyone present. Lowering her gaze to the ground, Madame Ningyao seethed inwardly. When had this wretched girl stopped being foolish and become so sharp-tongued? She should have been dealt with long ago. Now Yue had been utterly humiliated because of her. How infuriating. Long Jiuxiao stood and walked to Long Li's side. Lyre is right. Those who harm you must not be spared. Long Badian frowned slightly. Since when had he truly understood his daughter? It seemed he never had. Her resolute personality reminded him of his wife, equally aloof and ethereal. Don't blame your father. Li Che is a scheming man, something I was unaware of before. Over the years, you've always liked him, and as your father, I only wanted to fulfill your wishes. Long Li rolled her eyes. What a load of nonsense. Even a ghost wouldn't believe that. She sneered. Your daughter was once foolish, ignorant of love and affection. Now that she's slightly better, she turns foolish again when provoked. It's a cycle, and I'm just as helpless as anyone else. She shrugged, a smirk playing on her lips. Long Yu knelt on the ground. What? She becomes clear-headed under pressure, and then foolish again? What's that supposed to mean, this wretched girl? Long Badian sighed. It's my fault. This time your engagement to him is annulled. Instead, Long Yu will marry into the Li family as a concubine. Marry? Father, who uses the term marry for taking a concubine? Long Li mocked, her face full of disdain. Has your brain gone soft, father? I won't be a concubine. Bai Li Che is ruthless. He'll kill me. Long Yu, with a pleading expression, chimed in, Father, I've been by Bai Li Che's side for years. I know his temperament. If I marry him now, I won't have a good life. He might even kill me. Long Badian roared, now you're afraid? If you knew this would happen, why did you act recklessly before? The decision is made. In 3 days, Bai Li Che's people will come to take you to his household. Long Yu collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Father, what about how Long Yu harmed Lear? How do you plan to handle that? Long Jiuxiao interjected. Long Badian looked troubled. He knew that if he didn't deal with this today, his children would grow distant from him. Guards! Long Yu plotted to harm her elder sister. Punish her with 100 strikes of the rod. Lady Ningyao rushed forward to shield Long Yu. Master, please show mercy. Such punishment will kill your. Ningyao, you failed in raising your daughter and still dare to plead for her? Guards, escort Lady Ningyao back to her quarters and place her under house arrest. Long Baishan's gaze darkened. He thought bitterly of the past this woman had climbed into his bed while he was drunk. If not for her pregnancy, he would never have allowed her into his household. The daughter she bore turned out to be just as shameless. 2 shadow guards dragged Lady Ningyao out of the hall. Long Yu glared at Long Batian and the others with hatred. You treat me like this now, but one day, I'll make you all bow at my feet. Long Batian felt a chill at her venomous words. This daughter, who had always seemed obedient, was merely pretending. This was her true nature. Once she entered the Bailey household, her fate would no longer concern him. Their father-daughter bond was severed. Take her away and carry out the punishment, he ordered. Long Yu didn't resist further. She stood up and said coldly, Father, I accept the punishment. Meanwhile, Long Li sipped tea leisurely from her seat. Brother, this tea is excellent. After talking so much today, I was feeling quite thirsty. If you like it, drink more, Long Jiuxiao replied softly. Did you already suspect today's events beforehand? I had no idea, Long Li said casually. In fact, I should thank Lord Diju. If not for him, I doubt I could have escaped unscathed. I'm just a weak woman, no match for 4 strong men. She deliberately gave a vague response, unwilling to reveal too much. Leah, do you know Lord Diju? Long Jiuxiao asked, his tone serious. Why would you ask that? How could someone like me know such a person? She replied with feigned innocence. Long Jiuxiao fell into thought. Lord Diju is known for being cold and ruthless, never associating with others. Why would he suddenly help you? It doesn't make sense. I'm feeling a bit tired, brother. I'll head back now. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll revert to being foolish again. Don't hold it against me, Long Li said playfully, her tone tinged with mischief. No matter what you're like, I'll always care for you, Long Jiuxiao assured her. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, she said, leaving the hall. Long Batian, left standing alone, looked awkward and uncomfortable. Lear, in a few days your brother will be competing at the academy. I know you can't cultivate, but it wouldn't hurt to go and watch. We'll see. If I'm foolish again, I'd just embarrass you. That wouldn't be good, Long Li replied indifferently as she exited the hall. Outside, the sound of Long Yu's cries echoed. Passing by, Long Li remarked, still alive? Impressive resilience. The guards paused for a moment, unsure how to respond. Long Li, don't get cocky. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Long Yu, covered in blood, trembled as she spoke. Bring it on, little green tea. I'm always ready to deal with you, Long Li retorted. Then with a sharp tone she added, why are you holding back? She's still able to talk after all this. Are you going easy on her? Miss, we aren't holding back, the guard stammered, sweating nervously. Hit harder. Long Li commanded before walking away, leaving the guards bewildered. At Taohua Pavilion, her private residence, Long Li gave orders. Han Yan, tonight, go keep an eye on Long Yu and her mother. Listen to their plans. Those 2 are troublemakers, and I want to know what they're plotting. They can't die yet, not until the storm comes. Bai Li Che will personally deal with that woman who betrayed him. The drama needs time to unfold. Understood, Han Yan replied respectfully. You may leave now. I'll call for you if needed, Long Li said nonchalantly. Moments later, Long Jiuxiao entered. Leah, when did you stop being foolish? Me? Sometimes I'm foolish, sometimes I'm not. Didn't father tell you, she replied, sipping her tea. He only mentioned you were seeing a doctor, Long Jiuxiao said, frowning. Oh well, seeing a doctor was for treating my foolishness. Father knows about it. I thought you did too, she said casually. Lear, be honest. Can your condition be cured? Long Jiuxiao asked seriously. Not sure. It might not be curable. But being occasionally clear-headed isn't so bad. At least I have moments of clarity, she replied nonchalantly, avoiding the full truth. Hearing this, Long Jiuxiao's expression darkened. Why does the heavens treat her so unfairly, he thought. She's supposed to be a prodigy, just like me, gifted, respected, and admired. Leo, don't be sad. Even if it can't be cured, I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. And if one day you meet someone you care about, I'll personally see you off on your wedding day, he said gently. Such warm words touched Long Li's heart, though she quickly reminded herself that familial affection was a luxury she couldn't afford. In this world, power was the only thing that mattered. Long Li felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. After all, she had been killed by her own uncle. What did thousands of years of companionship matter? The greed of human nature is beyond imagination. What may seem genuine now could be sacrificed for profit someday. Wasn't the original host destroyed by her own irresponsible father? If he had sent people to protect her, she wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Actually, there's no need for my brother to feel this way. After all, everyone is born different. How about joining me at the Jelon Academy? The headmaster is a kind person. This way, I can cultivate while taking care of you. I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone here at the mansion. I don't want to go, Longli replied. The academy is full of disciples who practice cultivation. Someone like me wouldn't fit in. Long Zhuxiao understood what she meant. For someone who couldn't cultivate, going there might invite ridicule. You're tired today. I won't disturb your rest any longer, Long Zhuxiao said. He gently patted her head before slowly walking out. In the sacred dragon palace. You ungrateful son. Look at what you've done. Bailey Che knelt on the ground, his face pale, no longer carrying the demeanor of the young master he was supposed to exhibit. Father, I didn't expect things to turn out this way, he said weakly. Bailey Xiao's face was dark with anger. If this weren't his son, he might have slapped him to death right then and there. If you didn't want to marry that fool, you could have dealt with it discreetly. But no, you had to create such a scene at your grandmother's birthday banquet. Utterly foolish. How did I end up with such a useless son? The palace mistress looked at her kneeling son with deep sorrow in her eyes. Her daughter was already ruined, and if her son met the same fate, she wouldn't have the standing to remain the palace mistress. My husband, Cheer, acted on impulse and made a grave mistake. Besides, that fool Longli seems to be quite suspicious. How could someone who's supposedly a fool escape like that? Schwer told me she was knocked unconscious, and at the time, only that fool was behind her. Bailey Xiao sat in his chair, his expression ominous, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He had seen Longli many times before and was certain there was no mistake. Could someone have helped her? That fool couldn't possibly have such capabilities. Someone must have assisted her, he said, his tone cold. Who would dare to aid Longli against our Bailey family? The palace mistress asked. Bailey Che narrowed his eyes. He would never let that fool Longli off the hook. Father, mother, there's something strange I must tell you, Bailey Che said. Bailey Xiao's sharp gaze turned to him. What is it? I once severed the tendons in Longli's hands and feet and struck her down the Wuwang cliff. Yet, that fool has returned, completely unscathed. Are you sure about this? Every word is true. Even that wretched Long Yu was present at the time, Bailey Che replied earnestly. The palace mistress was taken aback. Such a thing was beyond belief. How could someone who had died return? Was she a ghost? This was the first time she had encountered something so bizarre. Mother, I suspect she was saved by a powerful figure. It's possible this person is now assisting her, Bailey Che said, still kneeling. Bailey Xiao lowered his gaze, deep in thought. I'll have someone investigate this matter. However, for Longli to return alive, there's certainly more to her than meets the eye. Father, I don't want that wretched Long Yu entering our household, Bailey Che protested. This matter is already settled. Even if you dislike it, you'll have to pretend otherwise. Later, you can deal with her however you see fit, Bailey Xiao said, cutting him off. But, Father, cheer, Bailey Xiao interrupted, his tone firm. You are the young master. You need to use your brain. The four great families are your strongest allies. If you alienate them now, how will you take over as the palace master in the future? Bailey Che lowered his head, speechless. He had acted too rashly this time, all because of that wretched Long Yu's provocation. If not for her, he wouldn't have made such a blunder. Father, I promise I won't act recklessly again. Please give me another chance, he pleaded. Bailey Xiao, despite his anger, had a soft spot for his son, who was his legitimate heir. Seeing Bailey Chi's pale face, he couldn't entirely harden his heart. Don't act impulsively next time. Get up and go rest, he said. The palace mistress quickly stepped forward to help her son up, her face full of concern. Cheer, you must learn from this lesson. Your father is doing this for your own good. Don't let yourself be manipulated so easily again, she said. Mother, I understand. I won't make the same mistake again, Bailey Che assured her. Good. Now go rest, she said softly, watching him leave with a heavy heart. She then walked over to Bailey Xiao, her slender fingers gently massaging his shoulders. My husband, Cheer, was manipulated this time, but he's learned his lesson. It's just poor Schwer, she said sorrowfully. Bailey Xiao held great respect for his first wife. Though he had many concubines, she was the only one he truly regarded as his wife. the others were merely distractions. Don't be sad, my dear. Shuer is still my daughter. Even if she's been wronged, I'll ensure she finds a suitable match, he said. Do you remember when we first got married? You were still the young master then. We lived cautiously, always on edge. Now you hold great power, but even so, our children cannot act as they please, she said wistfully. The lady of the palace was a clever woman. Having been married to Bai Li Shao for many years, she naturally understood his temperament. Her words carried a subtle message. Their journey as a couple since their youth had not been easy, and she hoped he would show more leniency toward their son. Bai Li Shao reached out and embraced her. Qing'er, I know you're concerned about Che'er. They are our children. No matter the time or place, they will always be my most beloved son and daughter. Husband, I don't ask for you to overly indulge them. I only hope you can show a little more favor toward your wife and son. Feng Qing's eyes were filled with endless tenderness and a trace of pleading. Qing'er, you're still as pure-hearted as ever. From the moment you married me, I vowed to cherish you for a lifetime. Bai Li Shao and Feng Qing had grown up together and could be considered a loving couple. Feng Qing lowered her gaze, the warmth in her eyes vanishing. She did love this man, but after seeing other women repeatedly appear by his side, she had come to terms with reality. Love was secondary. What mattered was power and status. For years, she had played the role of the gentle, accommodating wife, all to ensure her son could inherit the position of palace master. The more she appeared unassuming and kind, the more Bai Li Shao saw her as pure and virtuous, feeling guilt and a sense of indebtedness toward her. Thank you, husband, for your favor. Marrying you has been Qing'er's greatest fortune. Bai Li Shao was deeply moved by her words, a smile spreading across his face. My Qing'er is as beautiful as ever. Would it be all right if I stayed in your chambers tonight? Of course, husband. I will prepare wine and dishes for your arrival. Feng Qing rose with a shy expression and left the room. However, the moment she stepped out of the great hall, her smile disappeared. For so many years, she had endured and compromised. And today, everything had nearly been ruined by their unworthy children. Bai Li Shao watched Feng Qing's departing figure, his heart stirring with emotion. No matter what, Bai Li Che was his legitimate son, and the position of palace master must be his. Someone, keep a close watch on the eldest daughter of the Long family. Report any developments immediately. Yes, my lord. A man dressed in black knelt before him, then vanished into the shadows. This fool must die, Bai Li Shao murmured, his eyes half closed. The hall was quiet once again. Bai Li Che returned to the young master's residence, storming into his chambers in a fit of rage, smashing objects to vent his frustration. Today, he had lost all face, and now he had to welcome Long Yu into his household, a humiliation beyond words. Master, please calm yourself. Your health cannot endure such anger. An undercover guard stepped forward to advise. What do you know? Bai Li Che snapped. Tomorrow, I have to bring that wretched woman into my home. Do you realize how many people are laughing at me right now? Subordinate believes this is merely a temporary measure. Once the storm passes, Master can deal with her directly, the guard replied. Bai Li Che's eyes burned with malice. It's all that fool Long Li's fault. If not for her, I wouldn't be in this miserable position. But killing her isn't simple. I need a valid reason. Master, patience is key. A lack of restraint may ruin your grand plans. The family head is already disappointed in you, and Madam asked me to remind you to behave and follow through with this. Otherwise, even she won't be able to help you. Hearing this, Bai Li Che forced himself to calm down. Both his and his sister's reputations were already tarnished. The illegitimate offspring in the family must be eagerly waiting for his downfall. His mother was right, this was not the time to antagonize his father further. It seemed inevitable that Long Yu had to be brought into the household. Long Yu, the young lady of the Long family, offending her would mean offending the entire Long family. For now, he'd endure. Once he secured the position of hall master, he could settle accounts with them later. Having thought this through, Bai Li Che's mood improved significantly. Make sure the arrangements for bringing the concubine into the residence are flawless. I will personally go to fetch her, he instructed. Master, Madam has already made preparations for this matter, the guard responded. Go tell Madam that I understand my mistakes and have come to my senses. I won't cause any more trouble. Understood. The guard quietly exited, leaving Bai Li Che sitting in his chair, his face dark and brooding. Long Li, one day I will make sure you pay. At the Long residence, Long Yu lay weakly on her bed. Mother, I will avenge this humiliation, she said, her voice filled with bitterness. Yuer, let this matter rest for now. Your father is already disappointed in you. If this continues, the Long family will no longer be your support, Madame Ningyao said, her face streaked with tears, her heart aching for her daughter. Long Yu's pale face twisted with hatred. She refused to accept that all her careful schemes had gone to waste. It's all because of that fool Long Li. Mother, you must help me kill her. Don't speak recklessly, Ningyao cautioned. Long Li acts foolish at times and sharp at others. Even I can't see through her. For now, focus on marrying into the young master's residence. Once things settle down, we can hire someone to deal with that little wretch. Mother, Bailey Che is nothing but scum. I will have no peace marrying him, Long Yu protested. Didn't you used to say he adored you and wanted to make you his wife? Why has everything changed so drastically? I was blind. Bailey Che only lusted after me. Now that I've lost my purity, he despises me. Marrying him will only lead to my death, Long Yu said, her voice trembling with regret. She should never have taken Long Li to change clothes that day. You must marry into Bailey Che's household. If you don't, no one in the sacred dragon continent will ever marry you, Ningyao said firmly. She had already pieced together the truth. Her daughter's reputation was ruined. Who would marry a woman like that? Even as a concubine, she would be better off in the Bailey family. If she bore a son, her future would still be secure. Mother, do you want me to die? Long Yu's face was filled with despair. The repeated blows had left her utterly defeated. Marry Bailey Che as a concubine. With your father around, he won't dare harm you, Ningyao reassured her. But father loathes me now, Long Yu said. That's only temporary. No matter what, Long Li is a useless fool, while you are a cultivation prodigy. If you work hard, both your father and the Bailey family will change their opinion of you, Ningyao encouraged. You're right, mother. Long Li is nothing but a failure. Even if my reputation is ruined, my talent remains. That's my daughter, Ningyao said, smiling. Rest for now. I'll prepare your dowry. No matter what, you are still the second miss of the Long family. Your father won't let you marry off in disgrace. All right. Ningyao left the room, returning to her own quarters. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Tianware is ruined. What should I do? She murmured. A man in a black robe emerged from the shadows, his face obscured by a mask. Yaoer, I know about Yuer's situation. Please endure for now. Once I finish my business, I'll take you and Yuer away. Ningyao threw herself into his arms. Tian, I can't bear to stay in the Long family any longer. Yuer is about to become a concubine to Bailey Che. I can't stand it. Yaoer, you know my situation. If you came with me now, my mother wouldn't approve. Only once that wretched woman is dead can I bring you both with me, the man said. Ningyao's face turned pale, her expression pitiful. Tian, can you send me a few skilled guards? Of course. What do you plan to do? I want to kill that fool Long Li. She ruined you. Ningyao's voice was filled with venom. The man's eyes gleamed with malice. That fool? She has such capability? If that's the case, I will personally ensure her demise. Then let me handle it, Ningyao said. She's just a fool after all. She accepted a token from him, his personal insignia. If anything urgent arises, use this to summon my men. Ningyao's heart swelled with emotion as she gazed at the token. Without hesitation, she leaned in to kiss him. The room's atmosphere grew heated, and soon the bed creaked under their passion. Hidden in the shadows, Han Yan, who had been silently observing, dared not approach. The man in black was far too powerful. She stayed hidden until the middle of the night when he finally left. Sweeping his gaze around, he seemed to sense someone nearby but dismissed it, assuming it was a family guard. With a leap, he vanished into the night. Han Yan, too afraid to follow, withdrew from Ningyao's quarters and returned to her own. The next morning, sunlight spilled gently over the earth, bringing a sense of renewal. Long Li slowly opened her eyes. Knock, knock. What is it? Long Li's voice was hoarse from sleep. Master, I have something to report, Han Yan said respectfully. Come in. Han Yan entered cautiously. Long Li reclined lazily on a couch, her long black hair cascading down, giving her an air of effortless allure. Han Yan couldn't help but admire her beauty. It was enough to make even another woman's heart flutter. What has you in such a rush? Long Li asked. Last night, a man in black entered Madame Ningyao's chambers. They spent the night together, and he only left in the early hours, Han Yan reported. Oh, is that so? Long Li raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in her eyes. Could it be that her father had been cuckolded? This is truly fascinating, an affair between a concubine and an outsider, and the poor father obliviously wearing a green hat of shame. That foolish man really doesn't seem too bright. No wonder he didn't even realize had been cuckolded. Did you catch a glimpse of the man in the black robe? Your subordinate did not see clearly. The man had his face covered with a black cloth. My father's concubine is certainly no ordinary woman, sneaking men into the Long residence for an affair. This can't be her first time. Based on my observations, it's likely not the first time. It seems more like an old lover. Long Li rose to her feet and stood by the window, letting the gentle breeze brush against her face. Keep an eye on Madame Ningyao. If you encounter someone stronger than you, don't get too close. Above all, ensure your own safety. Yes, understood. Good. Now help me freshen up. I need to prepare for the day. Today is a big occasion. Are you referring to Bai Li Qi's wedding procession? Indeed. I plan to watch the spectacle unfold. Long Li seemed to be in an excellent mood, her face alight with amusement. The Long residence was bustling with festivity. Red silk draped across the entire estate, and the steward was busy directing preparations. Meanwhile, Long Yu, whose health had yet to fully recover, walked with a noticeable limp. She sat in front of a bronze mirror, dressed in a vibrant red wedding gown. You look stunning today, miss, her maid complimented. You and that flattering tongue of yours. Today, you'll accompany me to the young master's residence. Thank you, miss, the maid replied, her face lit with joy. If the young master noticed her, wouldn't she ascend to greatness? Filled with delight at the thought, the maid's hands inadvertently applied more force. What do you think you're doing? Long Yu snapped in anger. My apologies, miss. I didn't realize I was being too rough. Watch yourself or you'll lose your life. Now hurry up. The maid dared not let her imagination run wild any longer and quickly resumed dressing Long Yu with care. In stark contrast to his usual fiery and domineering demeanor, Bai Li Qi's face betrayed no clear emotion today. Young master, everything is ready. Good. I will personally lead the procession. Surely the head of the Long family will be pleased. Young master is wise. This decision has even garnered the approval of the mistress. My mother was right. Instead of being angry, it's better to strengthen ties and secure the Long family's support. At that moment, Bai Li Qi seemed to have matured considerably, no longer resisting this marriage with childish defiance. After all, it was just a concubine. Bringing her into the household wouldn't amount to much more than supporting another person. With that thought, he suddenly felt a sense of clarity. Let's go. Follow me to escort Miss Yu into the residence. The procession was grand and extravagant, drawing the attention of onlookers as it passed through the streets. Look, isn't that young master Bai Li Qi? He's heading to the Long residence for a wedding. I heard the second miss of the Long family was defiled by someone. Is that true? Judging by the young master's cheerful expression, I'd say it's probably just a rumor. Wait, isn't this supposed to be about the eldest miss, Longli? The crowd murmured, their comments flying in every direction. Bai Li Qi appeared indifferent on the surface, but deep down, he was filled with disgust. He had to endure it. This visit to the Long residence was crucial to earning the head of the family's favor and proving to everyone that the Bai family never went back on its word. In Shenglong City, escorting a concubine into the household typically required little fanfare. A single sedan chair entering through a side gate would suffice. However, this procession rivaled that of a formal wife's wedding. Inside the Long residence, the family head, Long Batian, sat in the main hall. Master, young master Bai Li Qi is personally leading the procession to escort Miss Yu. The entourage is already on its way, an undercover guard reported, kneeling. Is that so? It's true. And the scale of the procession is comparable to that of a formal wife's wedding. Long Batian's face turned contemplative. How had Bai Li Qi's attitude shifted so drastically? Wasn't he adamant about rejecting Yu's entry into his household before? As long as the Bai family doesn't disgrace the Long family, we won't mistreat this son-in-law. Inform everyone in the residence to handle this wedding as if it were for the eldest Mississippi. Do not neglect the second Mississippi. Yes, master. With this arrangement, Long Yu's marriage would solidify the alliance between the two families, ensuring mutual benefits. Meanwhile, Long Li, having finished her morning routine, was enjoying a light meal in the courtyard when Han Yan arrived to report. Miss, the family head has ordered the wedding to be conducted as if for the eldest Mississippi. Long Li's expression darkened as she set her chopsticks down. Has that foolish father of mine lost his mind? The audacity to call her the eldest miss. How many people are in the escort party? Young master Bai Li Qi is leading the procession himself. The grantor suggests they're treating this as a formal wife's wedding. Bai Li Qi's change of heart is astonishing. Could this be Bai Li Xiao's doing? I had planned to sit back and enjoy the show, but it seems the play is taking an unexpected turn. Keep investigating. Yes, Mississippi. Han Yan vanished from the courtyard, leaving Long Li with a look of displeasure. First one, then another. None of them are playing by the rules. It seems I'll need to stir the pot myself. Suppressing her anger in favor of ambition, she resolved to fan the flames of this drama. Rising from her seat, she made her way toward the front courtyard. Madame Ningyao, meanwhile, was all smiles. Your father has decreed that you will be married with the status of the eldest Mississippi. Really? Long, you could hardly believe it. It's true. What's more, young master Bai is personally coming to escort you, and the ceremony is being conducted with the dignity of a formal wife. The news left Long Yu dizzy with disbelief. Was this a dream? Could it be that Bai Li Qi truly loved her? Mother, this is so sudden. Why would he personally come to escort me? Silly child, you are a daughter of the Long family. Even if you're not the eldest, you're still a prodigy in cultivation. Perhaps what Bai Li Qi values isn't purity but talent. Madame Ningyao was in high spirits. As long as Bai Li Qi treated her daughter well, nothing else mattered. Is that so? But Bai Li Che has always valued a woman's virtue above all. How could he have changed so much? Enough overthinking. Focus on getting ready. The escort party will arrive soon. Mother, I still find it hard to believe. He's not that kind of person. You foolish girl. You're just a concubine now. For him to personally escort you with such grandeur, whether it's genuine or not, you won't lose out by marrying him. Lowering her gaze, Long Yu couldn't help but wonder if it was truly possible for them to coexist peacefully after everything that had happened between them. At the gates of the Long residence, Bai Li Che stood tall in a red wedding robe, exuding confidence. With his handsome features, he quickly captured the hearts of many young women in the crowd. As he surveyed the festive decorations of the Long residence, his heart was filled with scorn. A woman of tarnished reputation, yet they dared to make such a spectacle, truly the work of that old fox, Long Batian. The steward greeted him with a smile and led him to the main hall. I've come to escort Miss Yu into my household. Does the Long family head approve? Long Batian responded with a warm smile. We are family now. There's no need for such formalities, young Master Bai. Indeed, as of today, the Bai and Long families are united. I hope the Long family head will continue to lend us his support. Young Master Bai is too courteous. After this marriage, you will be my son-in-law, and the Long family will naturally stand by your side. This was exactly what Bai Li Che had been waiting to hear. His mother had been right. Long Yu's status wasn't inferior to Long Li's. With this marriage, the Long family would become his ally. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will treat you well in the days to come. Having reached this point, Bai Li Che was more than willing to formally acknowledge Long Batian as his father-in-law. Long Batian's eyes held a warm smile, clearly pleased with the situation. You are a sensible young man. My dear son-in-law, go and fetch Yu. Spend more time with her in the future. If your children inherit the bloodline of the Long family, no matter where or when, the Long household will always stand behind you, Bai Li Xiaozhu. Bai Li Che felt immensely disgusted inside but maintained a bright smile on his face. Rest assured, father-in-law. I will take good care of you. Just as Bai Li Che was about to leave, Long Li and Long Jiuxiao entered the room. Big brother, Long Li. Bai Li Che greeted them warmly, his expression calm. There's no need for such courtesy, Bai Li Xiaozhu. I only have one sister, Long Jiuxiao replied indifferently, clearly not taking Bai Li Che seriously. Feeling slightly awkward, Bai Li Che realized that Long Jiuxiao truly didn't regard him as anyone important. Brother, where did this stray dog come from? How did it end up in our home? Long Li asked with innocent eyes, casting a provocative look at Bai Li Che. Ignore it. Stay away from such people in the future, Long Jiuxiao said, pulling Long Li into the main hall. Bai Li Che's gaze darkened, but he suppressed his anger, keeping a calm facade. Inside the hall, Long Batian looked to be in a good mood. Zhou Xiaolier, what brings you here? Long Li sat down without even sparing her father a glance. Father, why did you arrange for Long Yu to marry as the legitimate daughter of the family? Long Jiuxiao asked with displeasure, his frustration evident. Jiuxiao, you are the future head of the family. Don't you understand the importance of prioritizing our interests? The position of family head has never appealed to me. I'm content training at the Jiaolan Institute. If it weren't for my sister being here, I would have left long ago. Are you blaming me? Our mother passed away early. My sister and I have depended on each other ever since. Do you think this decision is fair to Lier? Long Batian, aware of his fault, stepped forward and stood in front of Long Li. Lier, do you also harbor resentment toward your father? He asked. Long Li lowered her eyes, unwilling to speak. Feeling awkward, Long Batian sighed. There are reasons behind my actions. Please try to understand. Long Yu's marriage to Bai Li Che benefits our family. Brother, shall we go see off Yu? Long Li stood up, bypassing Long Batian and walking directly to Long Jiuxiao. Her face was full of childlike innocence. All right, Long Jiuxiao agreed, leading Long Li out, leaving Long Batian standing there sorrowful. It was clear that his children had grown distant from him. He pondered how best to mend this rift. In traditional families, illegitimate children had no right to marry with the same status as legitimate ones. This was seen as disrespectful and humiliating to the legitimate daughters. The distinction between legitimate and illegitimate offspring had always been clear. Legitimate daughters held higher status, while illegitimate ones, born of concubines, were of lower rank. Long Batian's decision to elevate Long Yu's status was a calculated move. By presenting her as a legitimate daughter, the Bai Li family would be less likely to mistreat her. The primary goal was to solidify the alliance between the two families. A marriage involving an illegitimate daughter held little weight, but that of a legitimate daughter carried far more significance. It was a statement to the Bai Li family that the Long household valued both Long Yu and the alliance. At the gates of the Long residence, Long Li and Long Jiuxiao arrived. Brother, look at the grandeur of this wedding procession. It seems true love knows no bounds, Long Li remarked with a mocking smile. Leah, do you still have feelings for Bai Che? Brother, are you joking? Even if he offered to shine my shoes, I wouldn't want him, Longley replied with disdain. The original owner of her body must have been blind and foolish to have fallen for such a scoundrel. Leah, it seems you've fully recovered. Who knows? I might relapse in a moment, Longley said with a playful tilt of her head, her smile innocent yet mischievous. Look, isn't that the eldest daughter of the Long family? She's stunningly beautiful. She truly is. Such a pity she's a fool. Being a fool isn't so bad as long as she's good-looking. Her engagement was stolen by her younger sister. Why isn't she throwing a tantrum? Why did the Bailey family directly marry the second daughter instead? Longley lowered her gaze, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips. Just wait. I'll show you what madness looks like. Bailey Che emerged from the distance, carrying Long Yu in his arms. From afar, they appeared to be a picture-perfect couple. Longley adjusted her hair and smiled faintly. Finally, some action. Brother Che, who is that in your arms? Bailey Che frowned. Longley, this is your sister you are. Longley approached them, circling around the pair. Sister you wasn't she with someone else? Brother Che, are you planning to become a stepfather? Bailey Che's expression darkened, and he tightened his hold on Long Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? Is Brother Che upset? Everyone saw it clearly during your grandmother's birthday banquet. Sister you was caught being intimate with someone else. Brother Che, weren't you there? Did Lear say something wrong again? Longley feigned innocence, her eyes welling up with tears. Lear knows that Brother Che and Sister Yu are together now. You've always bullied Lear for being foolish. Every time you two played your games on the bed, I saw everything. But now that Sister Yu is playing games with someone else, I just don't understand if there's a baby, whose would it be? Though her voice was soft, everyone outside the gates heard her clearly. The crowd erupted in whispers. So the second Miss Long is actually shameless. She always seemed so aloof, but it turns out she's like this. Bailey Xiaozhu is willing to be a stepfather? He must truly love her. Who knew Bailey Xiaozhu had such peculiar taste? Bailey Che could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned ominously dark. Long Yu, on the other hand, went pale, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Long Li, you fool. I'll kill you. Long Yu leapt from Bailey Che's arms, her palm glowing with spiritual energy aimed directly at Long Li. As a latest-stage Lingkong practitioner, such an attack would be fatal to an ordinary person. Long Li, however, stood her ground, showing no trace of fear. Long Jiuxiao intercepted the attack with a strike of his own. Bang! The two forces collided. Long Yu staggered back, blood trickling from her lips. How dare you attack your elder sister? You deserve to die, Long Jiuxiao said angrily, raising his hand for another strike. Bailey Che intervened, blocking him. As both were early-stage Lingshan practitioners, their strengths were evenly matched, and they each took a step back. What is the meaning of this, Bailey Xiaozhu? Long Yu does not deserve death. She is now part of the Bailey family, Bailey Che declared, his tone firm. Long Jiuxiao, seething with rage, prepared to attack again. Sensing the tension escalating, Long Li stepped forward. Brother, don't fight with Brother Che over Lur. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you, Long Jiuxiao said, pulling Long Li protectively behind him. Brother Che, you're truly impressive, willing to endure anything for the sake of benefits. You must be thrilled to play the role of a cuckold, Long Li remarked sarcastically. Long Li, hold your tongue. Bailey Che snapped. I'm just stating the truth. Why get so worked up? You. Long Yu, overwhelmed with fury, felt a rush of blood rise to her throat. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocking everyone around her. Long Li remained indifferent. Spitting a little blood was nothing after all. She didn't show any mercy when killing the original host. Sister Yu, are you alright? Be careful of the baby in your belly. Long Li, you fool. I'll fight you to the end. A maid stepped forward to support Long Yu. Miss, your body is weak. You must be cautious. Long Badian and Lady Ning Yao arrived hurriedly after hearing the commotion. What's going on here? Long Badian demanded angrily. Patriarch Long, Long Li is spouting nonsense. As the young master, I've endured enough. Bai Li Chi's face was ashen. He had intended to take Long Yu back quietly, but trouble had erupted once again, all because of this foolish girl. Liar, what are you doing? Nothing, just speaking the truth. Or does father want me to lie? Long Li replied coldly. Where is getting married today? As her elder sister, can't you say less? Long Baishan's face darkened with displeasure. If not for the fact that Long Li was considered a fool, he would have already exploded in rage. Today's events concern the reputation of both families. If this continues, it will become public knowledge, and neither family will benefit. Long Li lowered her gaze, her eyes icy. My mother never gave me a younger sister, father. You seem to be mistaken. I have only a brother, no sister. Long Jiuxiao stepped forward and shielded Long Li. Long Yu deserves to die. If Bai Li Che hadn't stopped me, I would have killed her already. Shower, do you realize what you're saying? Humph. Long Yu tried to kill Liar outright. Father, what do you think of that? Long Badian turned to Long Yu. Is what your brother said true? Father, Long Li said I had a baby in my belly. I lost my temper and wanted to teach her a lesson. Lady Ning Yao supported Long Yu, her face full of resentment. That damned fool. Why did she have to make trouble at a time like this? Long Baishan's expression grew darker as he turned to Bai Li Che. Young Master Bai Li, we mustn't delay any longer. His meaning was clear, wanted Bai Li Che to take Long Yu back to the Bai Li family. Bai Li Che clenched his fists, his lips twitching as he suppressed his anger. Let's go. He flicked his sleeve and left the Long residence, mounting his horse in one smooth motion, unwilling to linger a second longer. Long Yu stood frozen, her face pale as a sheet. Quickly, help the second young lady onto the bridal sedan. Long Baishan's tone was icy. He was truly caught in a dilemma. Could he bring himself to kill his own daughter? Lady Ning Yao hastened to help Long Yu into the sedan, but Bai Li Che didn't even glance in her direction. He only wanted to return to the Bai Li residence as quickly as possible. Sitting inside the bridal sedan, Long Yu's face showed no trace of joy. Her dreams had been shattered by Long Li, and her hatred burned fiercely. She silently vowed that one day, she would kill this wretched girl. Lift the sedan. Bai Li Che's steward shouted loudly. As the sedan departed, murmurs and stifled laughter spread among the onlookers. It seemed Bai Li Che could stomach anything. Now only Long Li, Long Jiuxiao, and Long Batian remained. Long Yu has already been married off to the Bai Li family. It's not that I don't want to punish her, Long Batian began. She's just a concubine's daughter. Father, do you think she's the young master's wife? Long Li sneered. Lady Ning Yao, her face streaked with tears, interjected, Eldest miss, you shouldn't say such things. Where is still your sister, no matter what. Shut up. You're just a concubine. If you're feeling restless, go find a man. Long Li's sharp words made Lady Ning Yao's face turn pale, and she instantly stopped pretending to cry. Does this little wretch know something? Lady Ning Yao wondered. Enough, liar. You're becoming more and more unruly. Long Badian scolded. What? If father doesn't like it, you can expel me from the Long family. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. I don't care about being the eldest daughter of the Long family, it's a joke. A concubine and her daughter can trample all over the legitimate daughter. Who would want to hold such a title? With that, Long Li turned and left without hesitation. Long Badian stood there, dumbfounded and motionless. Father, don't forget to expel me as well. Tomorrow, I'll take my sister back to Jiaolong Courtyard. From then on, we won't set foot in the Long residence again. Will that satisfy you? Long Jiuxiao said angrily. Long Badian nearly fainted on the spot. Shower, your sister is being unreasonable. Can't you understand your father's intentions? Your intentions are all about profit. You'd sacrifice anything for it. If I weren't here today, Long Yu would have killed Liar on the spot. Do you even deserve to be her father? If my mother knew this, she would never forgive you. Lady Ning Yao stepped forward to support Long Badian. Patriarch, the young master is just speaking out of anger. Please take care of yourself. Get lost. Long Batian roared, causing Lady Ning Yao to leave in tears, her face full of grievance. Shower, everything I've done has been for you. One day you'll inherit the position of patriarch. I know you and Liar resent me, but she's my most beloved daughter, and you're my most cherished son. Everything I have will be yours to share. Liar grew up foolish, but do you know the life she's endured? The last time she disappeared, it was your concubine and your illegitimate daughter's doing. Have you ever truly cared about her? Long Jiuxiao said before storming off to Peach Blossom Cottage. Watching his son's retreating figure, Long Badian seemed to age several years in an instant. Perhaps he wasn't a good father, but he believed he was a good patriarch. At Peach Blossom Cottage, Long Li wasn't angry. Everything she said today she meant. Leaving the Long family would give her freedom. Here, she was bound by constraints. If not for the fact that this was the original host's father, she would have killed him today. But even so, she found it hard to tolerate this heartless man. Liar, are you still upset? Long Jiuxiao asked gently as he approached her. I'm not upset. I meant every word. The Long family is not my home. Liar, father has his difficulties. As the patriarch, he has to balance benefits and losses, but that doesn't mean he doesn't love you. Long Li curled her lips into a mocking smile. So you're here to plead on his behalf? Do you think I agree with what father did? No, I don't. Then what do you mean? I know you're in a clear state of mind now. I'm not asking you to forgive father. I just want to remind you that this place holds memories of our mother and our childhood. No matter what, we carry the Long family's blood. That's an undeniable fact. So you don't want me to leave? You can leave, but only if I go with you to Jiaolong Courtyard. If you leave on your own, I won't allow it. Long Zhouxiao knew Long Li couldn't cultivate and would be in danger if she left alone. He couldn't let that happen again. Long Li sat quietly for a long time. Jialan Courtyard wasn't where she wanted to go. It was far from the manor and too restrictive. At least in the Long residence, she could come and go as she pleased. This body was the original host's, and she was now Long Li. For now, she couldn't escape this identity. Her enemies were still waiting in the upper realm, and these family squabbles held no meaning for her. At this moment, Long Yu was no longer a threat. Letting Bai Li Che and the others torment each other wasn't a bad idea. Once they were done with their games, she could finish them off in one move. However, if she wanted to bring down the Bai Li family, it would take more time. For now, remaining as the Long family's daughter was the wisest choice. Brother, you'll stay in the Long residence. I believe father has his own difficulties, Long Li said thoughtfully. Do you know, sister, that our Long family has 3 ancestors? Her brother, Long Zhouxiao, revealed. Ancestors? That's not in the original owner's memory. I really had no idea, Long Li replied, surprised. Yes. One of the ancestors was very fond of Long Yu. Back when you were considered dull and unable to cultivate, he wanted father to demote you to a concubine-born daughter and make Long Yu the legitimate one, Long Zhouxiao explained. Really? Father didn't agree, did he? Long Li asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. No. Father refused and was punished because of it. At the time, he promised to nurture Long Yu well, but he insisted that the legitimate daughter would always be you, Long Zhouxiao reassured her. That ancestor really isn't a decent person. Since ancient times, there's been a clear distinction between legitimate and concubine-born children. Just because I was dull and couldn't cultivate, he wanted to demote me? At least father has some conscience, Long Li muttered, her tone sharp. Who is this ancestor? What's his strength? His name is Long Qian, and he's at the early stage of the Spirit Saint realm, Long Zhouxiao replied. I'll remember this ancestor. If I get the chance. I'd really like to meet him someday, Long Li said coldly. You mustn't act recklessly. Long Qian favors Long Yu because of her talent, Long Zhouxiao warned. Brother, you're talented too. How does he treat you? Long Li asked, curious. From the moment I was born as the young master, they naturally had high expectations for me, Long Zhouxiao said. But for you, since you were seen as a waste, they didn't like you. Long Li didn't find this surprising. In any family, interests always came first. It was the same even in the upper realms. If not for her noble bloodline, who would truly call her an imperial princess with sincerity? Father has his difficulties. With the ancestors above him, he sometimes has no choice but to obey, Long Zhouxiao explained gently. Brother, now that you've said this, I understand. I won't make a fuss about running away from home anymore, Long Li promised. With 3 ancestors present, it's clear that the Long residence isn't simple. No wonder the Bai Li family agreed to marry a disgraced woman. It's because our Long family has a deep foundation. Today, Long Li finally understood something that had puzzled her for a long time. Bai Li Xiao's friendly attitude towards the Long family made sense now. What about the other 2 ancestors? What's their strength? She asked. One is also at the early stage of the Spirit Saint realm, and the other is at the middle stage. They're very powerful, Long Zhouxiao replied. Impressive. No wonder the Bai Li family made such concessions, Long Li remarked. After a brief pause, she added, I used to be unable to cultivate, but now I want to start. Just a heads up, don't be too shocked when I progress quickly like a whirlwind. Of course. Even though you're starting a bit late, as long as you work hard, I believe you can become a genius and a strong cultivator, Long Zhouxiao said, his tone full of encouragement. This brother of hers was truly good with words. Long Li found his remarks quite pleasing. When I wasn't foolish, I cultivated. When I was foolish, I forgot. I wouldn't call myself a genius, just not a waste will do. No matter what, as long as you know that your brother is always here for you. That's enough, Long Zhouxiao said, his eyes filled with affection. Young master, the Feng family's young master Feng Zhu is here to visit, the steward reported, entering at that moment. This steward was a recent addition to the residence. The previous steward had been thrown out by Long Zhouxiao. The current steward was in his 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes that suggested he was a capable individual. Invite young Master Feng to the Peach Blossom Pavilion, Long Zhouxiao instructed. Brother, he's here for you. I won't join in the fun, Long Li said. She wasn't fond of interacting with these young masters. They were all cunning, and their words were often filled with hidden meanings rather than truth. Dealing with such people was mentally exhausting. I remember you liked Feng Zhu a lot when you were little, Long Zhouxiao teased. That was when I was a child. Now that I've grown up, I like my brother the most, Long Li replied with a smile. Her response greatly pleased Long Zhouxiao, who was overjoyed to hear that he was his sister's favorite person. Feng Zhu is different from other young masters. He's straightforward and carefree. We've been close friends for many years, Long Zhouxiao said. Long Li smiled faintly. I saw him at the birthday banquet last time. He seemed all right. It seems I've caught the attention of Sister Liar. I must thank Brother Zhou for that. A cheerful voice rang out. Longli looked up to see Feng Zhu entering. He was dressed in a moon-white brocade robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. His handsome face and deep, narrow black eyes carried a hint of a smile. He truly looked like a refined gentleman, full of energy and charm. Longli silently praised him in her heart. Feng Zhu's charm was different from Long Jiaxiu's. One was like the blazing sun, igniting a fiery passion in his surroundings, while the other was like a snow lotus on a distant mountain, cold, pure and untainted. Feng Zhu, you flatter me. Liar is still young and doesn't remember the times we played together as children. Naturally, she's unfamiliar with you, Long Jiaxiao said, standing up with a rare smile on his face. As long as I remember, that's enough. Even as a child, I thought Sister Liar would grow up to be a beauty. And she has, just as I imagined, Feng Zhu said, taking a seat across from Long Li, a faint smile playing on his lips. Pouring a cup of tea for Feng Zhu, Long Jiaxiao said, "You've got a good eye, Feng Zhu. My sister is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the world." Long Li rolled her eyes. Long Jiaxiao was being overly self-congratulatory. It was like he was shamelessly praising himself. She must be the best. My mother didn't give me a sister, and it's always been a regret of mine, Feng Zhu said, sighing dramatically. He couldn't help but glance at Long Li a few more times. The more he looked at her, the more pleasing she seemed. Having her as a sister wouldn't be bad at all. Don't even think about it. If you want a sister, find your own way, Long Jiaxiao joked. We're brothers, aren't we? There's no need to draw lines between us. In the future, Liar can be my sister too. We can spoil her together, Feng Zhu said with a grin. Cut it out. Why are you here today? Long Jiaxiao asked, getting straight to the point. Isn't today Long Yu and Bai Li Qi's big wedding day? I originally planned to watch the commotion, but I got delayed, Feng Zhu replied. What a guy who loved drama, Long Li thought to herself. She almost wanted to give him a thumbs up. You're late. The show's already over, Long Jiaxiao said. Sister Liar finally speaks. I thought you truly disliked me, Feng Zhu said, his tone carrying a hint of playful charm. His teasing tone made Long Li feel a chill. Young Master Feng, your words make me feel flattered, she replied dryly. Sister Liar's tone today seems different from before. Have you completely recovered? Feng Zhu asked, his eyes observing her keenly. From the moment he sat down, he had been watching her every move. Today, he noticed that her eyes were clear and devoid of any foolishness. Even her way of speaking didn't resemble that of someone dull. He suspected that she had never been truly foolish and had been pretending all along. I'm not foolish at the moment, but who knows about later? Long Li said, taking a sip of tea and glancing elsewhere. This man asked too many questions. For the sake of him being Long Jiaxiu's friend, she decided to tolerate it. Feng Zhu, however, was utterly confused. Her words seemed to carry a deeper meaning. What did she mean by not foolish at the moment? Did that mean she could become foolish again later? Feng Zhu turned to Long Jiaxiao, his eyes full of unspoken questions. Long Jiaxiao understood immediately and gave his sister a glance. Liar had been treated by a skilled healer. Although she wasn't fully recovered, she occasionally regained clarity for brief moments. Really? Is that true? You mustn't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, I'll keep it to myself. Liar's situation will remain a secret. Now that Liar has broken off her engagement with Bai Li, rumors are bound to spread. I've decided not to participate in the academy competition this time. I'll stay home and spend this period with her. You're one of the most outstanding young talents in the Jialan Academy. To give up the competition is such a pity. I've heard the Phoenix Secret Realm is filled with treasures, Feng Zhu remarked. Although Long Li didn't join the conversation, her ears perked up. Phoenix Secret Realm? Judging by Feng Zhu's tone, it must be an extraordinary place. Long Jiaxiao sighed inwardly. Treasures were valuable, but nothing was more important than his sister. He feared Bai Li and Long Yu might harbor murderous intentions toward her. I've known about the Phoenix Secret Realm. However, Liar's situation is precarious right now. I can't leave her alone, Long Jiaxiao replied. What happened to Liar? Who would dare harm her? Feng Zhu frowned. She's the legitimate daughter of the Long family. Who would have the audacity? You're aware of what kind of person Bai Li is. He must hate Liar to the bone now. If I leave, who knows if he'll send someone to assassinate her? Long Jiaxiu's voice was grave. Feng Zhu had suspected Bai Li harbored ill intentions toward his former fiancée since the banquet. Yet, he hadn't expected Bai Li to stoop so low. You can't protect her forever. Why not bring her to Jialan Academy? She'll be much safer there. I've thought about it, but Liar doesn't want to go. Besides, I worry some academy disciples might mock her for her condition, Long Jiaxiao explained. She could start cultivating. It might be late, but at least she'd be able to defend herself in the future, Feng Zhu suggested. Liar has agreed to try cultivation, but she hasn't started yet, Long Jiaxiao said. Then this works out perfectly. Did you know the Phoenix Secret Realm allows each participant to bring one family member along? This is a rare opportunity, Feng Zun said with a knowing smile. Really? Long Jiuxiao furrowed his brows. How come I didn't know about this? It's true, but only if you secure a spot in the top 3 during the sex competition. That shouldn't be an issue for you and me, Feng Zun said confidently. It's a shame if you miss it. The Phoenix Secret Realm only opens once every 100 years, and it's brimming with treasures. Securing even one could be life-changing. Hearing this, Long Li's interest was piqued. Finally, some useful information. Brother, please participate. I want to see the Phoenix Secret Realm too, Long Li pleaded, her tone soft and endearing. Feng Zun couldn't help but smile at her sudden change in demeanor. Weren't you indifferent just moments ago? What brought on this sudden enthusiasm? Feng Zun, you're quite observant. I only care about people and things that interest me, Long Li replied casually. Women truly are unpredictable, Feng Zun thought to himself. But he couldn't figure out why someone who couldn't cultivate would want to visit the Phoenix Secret Realm. Lear, that's a bit hurtful. No matter what, we've been childhood friends, Feng Zun teased, feigning a wounded expression. Long Li's eyes filled with disdain. Childhood friends? Who's childhood friends with this guy? Brother, please take me with you, Long Li said, turning back to Long Jiuxiao with a hopeful gaze. It's dangerous there. It's no place for fooling around, Long Jiuxiao said firmly. You're so strong, brother. I'm not afraid as long as you're there to protect me, Long Li said confidently. Long Jiuxiao hesitated, clearly torn. Feng Zun observed her closely. This girl doesn't seem like a helpless fool at all. Could she be hiding her true abilities? He quickly dismissed the thought. He had already checked she had no spiritual energy. Brother Jiuxiao, why not let Lear experience it? I'll be there too, and together we can ensure her safety, Feng Zun offered. Long Li was surprised by his words. Aren't these young masters the ones who disdain people like me the most? Yet Feng Zun didn't seem bothered by the idea of bringing her along, even if it meant she'd be a burden. This man's way of thinking is truly unusual, she thought. Perhaps I've underestimated him. Brother, since Feng Zun has offered, let's go. I want to see what the Phoenix Secret Realm is like, Long Li said, turning to Long Jiuxiao. After a moment of consideration, Long Jiuxiao nodded. Fine, but you must stay by my side at all times. No wandering off. Of course. I'll do whatever you say, Long Li agreed with a bright smile. Then it's settled. Who knows? You might even find your own lucky encounter there. Thank you, brother. Long Li beamed, her smile radiant like a blossoming spring flower. Leah, you're so heartless. You only thanked your brother. What about me? Feng Zun teased, his tone playful. This man is so persistent, Long Li thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. Thank you, young Master Feng, for your kindness. That's all? How about calling me Brother Feng Zun, he pressed, clearly enjoying himself. Long Li lowered her gaze, choosing silence over engaging with him. All right, stop teasing her, Long Jiuxiao interjected, breaking the awkwardness. When she's clear-headed, she doesn't give anyone any face. She used to chase after me, calling me brother. Now it's so hard to hear her say it, Feng Zun lamented dramatically, casting a mock-pained glance at Long Li. This guy's persistence is unmatched, Long Li thought, feeling both amused and exasperated. Brother, I'm feeling tired. I'd like to rest now, Long Li said, standing up with a hint of weariness in her eyes. If you're tired, go rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you out for a stroll, Long Jiuxiao said gently. All right, Long Li replied before turning and walking away without sparing Feng Zun a glance. Feng Zun watched her leave, a bit disappointed. Your sister has really changed. I hardly recognize her anymore. We've all grown up. It's only natural to change, Long Jiuxiao replied calmly. If she fully recovers, she might turn out to be a genius, Feng Zun mused. She's started late. As long as she can protect herself, that's enough, Long Jiuxiao said. Be careful with Bai Lish. The elders of the Bai family are fiercely protective. One wrong move could implicate your family, Feng Zun warned, his tone serious despite his usual carefree demeanor. I won't provoke him as long as he leaves Lear alone. But if he dares harm her, I'll stop at nothing to make him pay, Long Jiuxiao declared, his voice firm. Not provoking him doesn't mean you can't take him down quietly. Sometimes, dealing with things in the shadows is the best way, Feng Zun said with a sly smile. That's why I value your advice, Long Jiuxiao responded, his tone lightening. Huh. Deep down, you're as cunning as I am, Feng Zun said with a laugh. The night was dark. The wind was high, the perfect time for a secret visit to the young master's residence. Long Li had everything prepared. Tonight, she planned to take a stroll around by Li Che's residence. It was the day of their grand wedding celebration, surely they'd both be in high spirits. She couldn't rest easy without taking a look for herself. As for the Phoenix Secret Realm, she was determined to go. There might be treasures waiting for her. But could Long Jiuxiao defeat everyone and rank in the top 3? His cultivation was only at the early Lingshan stage. Should she give him a pill to help him break through? If Feng Zhu hadn't been present today, her brother would never have agreed to let her tag along. But what if Feng Zhu lost to his opponent? Would Long Jiuxiao go back on his word and refuse to bring her? She had plenty of pills, but figuring out how to give them to these two required careful thought. Long Li frowned deeply. Both of them were clever and not easily fooled. Forget it, wait for the right moment. For now, she reclined on the soft chaise, waiting for nightfall. Han Yan, stay here and keep watch. I need to step out and take care of something. Yes, my lady. Han Yan's voice echoed in the room, though her figure remained unseen. As darkness descended, the night provided the perfect cover for action. Dressed in black and masked like a nocturnal prowler, Long Li arrived at Bai Li Qi's grand residence. She scanned her surroundings and sensed that the most powerful cultivators here were only at the Lingwang stage. Scumbag and wretch, she muttered to herself. Long Li has arrived. She slipped into the estate with ease. The place was vast and opulent, worthy of being the residence of a young master. Xian Ming, she called out, see if there's a treasure vault here. Xian Ming, lounging in a soft chair within her spatial domain, was startled by her sudden voice. Where are you this time? My ex-fiance's residence. You called off the engagement? Yes. Xian Ming extended his spiritual sense and located a basement on the northern side, guarded by two Lingwanga-level cultivators at the entrance. Thanks. With agile movements, Long Li evaded layers of hidden guards. Sure enough, two Lingwanga-level experts were stationed at the entrance, but she didn't see them as a threat. Spotting an opening, she slipped into the room. It was a treasure hall, with shelves filled with rare and exotic items. Unfortunately, none of them seemed particularly valuable. Long Li ran her fingers along the walls, searching for the entrance to the basement. The best treasures were sure to be hidden below. Bai Li Che was more cautious than she had anticipated. After a while, she came up empty-handed. Frustrated, she sat down on a chair, focusing her senses to detect any airflow. Suddenly, she noticed something unusual near a painting. Her face lit up with excitement. The painting depicted mountains and flowing water, an ancient piece that exuded elegance. On either side of it were two luminous pearls. Long Li twisted the pearls slightly, and a hidden door appeared before her. Impressive design, she thought, silently praising the craftsmanship. She descended the staircase slowly, the scent of wealth growing stronger with each step. The Bai Li family was indeed rich. If she could empty their treasury, the satisfaction would be immeasurable. The basement walls glimmered with embedded luminous pearls, illuminating the space. Soon, she reached the end of the passage, where mountains of spirit stones, weapons, and spiritual herbs were piled high. Bai Li Che, you filthy dog, you're loaded, she muttered. With a wave of her hand, she collected everything into her spatial domain, leaving the basement completely empty. The items outside were mostly paintings, vases, and decorative pieces not worth much, but she didn't want to leave anything behind for the scumbag. She stored them all in her pocket dimension and left unnoticed. Now standing outside a secluded courtyard, she sensed the presence of Bai Li Che and Long Yu. A sly smile appeared on her lips. Those two wretches are together. Inside the bridal chamber, Long Yu sat on the bed in her red wedding attire. Brother Che, today is our joyous day. Why don't we rest early? Her cheeks flushed as her voice quivered slightly with nervousness. Bai Li Che, sitting at a table far away, wore a sullen expression. This despicable woman actually expected intimacy with him? The thought made his stomach churn. If it weren't for the need to secure the Long family support and maintain appearances for the servants, he wouldn't even be here. You've had a long day. Rest early. I'll spend the night on the chaise. His tone was cold and dismissive, eager for the night to end. Brother Che, do you despise me? Long Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, her pitiful expression tugging at one's heartstrings. If he didn't touch her, how could she ever bear his child? Bai Li Qi's patience wore thin. In the past, he might have comforted her, but now the mere thought of her repulsed him. You already know the answer. I have a cleanliness obsession, you're well aware of that, aren't you? But everything I've done was for you, Brother Che. My body and heart belong only to you. If you despise me so much, why did you agree to marry me? Marry you? You're nothing more than a concubine, a mere mistress. Using the word marry is either flattering yourself or insulting me. Long Yu's eyes darkened with murderous intent. This wretched man, if not for him, she wouldn't have been ruined. And now he dared to scorn and humiliate her? He deserved to be torn apart. How dare you look at me like that? Believe me, I'll gouge out those eyes if you do it again. Bai Li Che snarled, his killing intent evident. He wanted nothing more than to end her right there. She clenched her fists, forcing herself to endure. Marrying him was already a done deal. Only by winning his favor could she secure her position. Brother Che, how can you be so cruel? We used to be so happy together. Let's put the past behind us and start anew, shall we? What was this woman plotting? Moments ago, she looked ready to kill him, and now she was trying to reconcile. As long as you behave, I won't mistreat you for the Long family's sake. Brother Che, don't you want to kill that fool Longli? If you consummate our marriage, I'll make sure it happens. Bai Li Che sneered inwardly. The lengths this woman would go to. I'll handle Longli myself. If you're so desperate for a man, feel free to pick any of the guards. They'll surely satisfy you. You Brother Che, how can you be so heartless? They say even a fleeting union comes with 100 days of affection. Must you treat me like this? If you were still clean, I might have reluctantly accepted you as a concubine. But now, you're filthy. Just looking at you makes me sick. Perched on the rooftop, Longli listened to their conversation with amusement. These two scumbags were still scheming to kill her. Well then, she thought, let me give you a gift to remember. She took out a vial of aphrodisiac incense she had prepared in advance. Soon, the intoxicating aroma filled the room, seeping into Bai Li Che and Long Yu's lungs. Bai Li Che felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, as if flames were raging within him. What's happening? Did this wretch drug me? Long Li smirked coldly. Dearest sister, consider this my wedding gift to you. Make the most of it. Meanwhile, Long Yu's face turned red, her body weak and trembling. She was completely at the mercy of the incense.